Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pitt men's basketball and that shiny number 18 ranking. They play at MS State tonight at 9:15. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Also, the Pittsburgh Penguins, they won an overtime game. They beat the Florida Panthers yesterday 5-4 in overtime. That's a story. That's tremendous and quite unexpected. They did blow a 3-goal lead, but, to win in overtime, Florida gets a point. But who cares, right? They won an overtime game. Whew. Okay. Right. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and I recently caught up with my friend Paige at Awaken 180. I asked about the new Awaken 180 Golden program. I mean, feeling and looking younger in addition to weight loss. It's true. With Awaken 180 Golden, clients receive the same fast weight loss we all had, and at the same time see the benefits of what matters most to those over 60. Increased energy, improved mobility, better sleep results. Awaken 180 Golden clients start seeing in just 2 weeks. I mean, who doesn't want to be 30 or 50 pounds lighter and at the same time feel 10 years younger? At 29, I'm already feeling better. My knees feel a whole lot better than they did a few years ago. And I can only imagine what else is coming down the line. Want my advice? Don't let weight, don't let age get in the way of living the life you want to lead. Instead, choose Awaken 180 Golden. Call 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Who's ready for White Elephant?
Okay, I'm up. Yeah, I'm taking the big one.
Of course he is.
Every year. Let's see. Whoa, it's a roller carry-on suitcase. Wow. Wasn't our budget $30?
Yup, exactly what I paid for it on Mac.bid.
Oh, Mac.bid. Good idea.
That is so smart.
Don't get too attached to it.
I'm gonna steal it.
No, don't you dare.
Everyone knows the real winner of the White Elephant is the one who brings the best gift. Fit every holiday budget with up to 80% off retail prices at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Download the Par-Mar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zangrilli here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Par-Mar stores. Remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon. Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. November's Beer of the Month is Cinderland Squish, a hyper-crushable house pale ale. And the charity of the month is Adventures in Training with a Purpose.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Good morning. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. And this is the Fan Early Morning Show. It's presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. It's the show where you can call in and express your opinions at a really weird hour of the day, 5 a.m. 412-928-9370. Please call if you have anything to talk about. I mean, there has not been a shortage of things to talk about, I think, in a while. I mean, we've got a lot to talk about. Of course, I'm going to hone in on some Steeler opinions because, I mean, it is that time of year, and this show's only 35, 40 minutes. So, got to pick and choose what I can talk about. I do want to touch on this golden at bat rule as well if there's time. If not, I mean, I'll get to it later in the week. But that's something, too, that has seemed to take the sports world by storm. Speaking of baseball, too, Aroldis Chapman reportedly in cahoots with the Red Sox. Cahoots might not be the right term. That was just me trying to be silly. No, they're reportedly they agreed on a deal. 1 year, $10.75 million. So they beat the Pirates' contract from last year by a few $100,000. All right. So the Pirates not going to have him back. It seems a good or bad thing. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he had his consistency problems, but man, when he was electric, there was nothing like seeing him throw 105 past Manny Machado. Nothing like it. It was a really that was really impressive. And those moments kind of made me smile whenever he would come out of the bullpen and do stuff like that. I did not smile when he walked a bunch of guys and, blew some leads whenever he did. But, I mean, he was all right. I mean, it was kind of exciting to have him wear a Pirates uniform for a year. And now he goes to a Red Sox team that they're kind of in limbo. Who knows where they are at this point. But, I mean, he certainly couldn't hurt. I mean, the Red Sox didn't make the playoffs last season, so another veteran arm for their bullpen. Hey, whatever. All right. It was nice knowing you. Aroldis Chapman. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he's over in Boston. This golden at bat rule, speaking of Major League Baseball stuff too, like I talked about, I mean, that I have an opinion on, but putting one at bat the entire game, putting whatever hitter you want in place of the current spot in the lineup. Definitely an interesting proposal. We'll get to that, a little bit later if there's time. Penguins won in overtime, 5-4 over the Florida Panthers. That's something that you don't see every day, and we actually haven't seen very often over the last several years. So to see them win an overtime game, it's just very shocking. And it's extra shocking because they gave up a 3-goal lead last night to get to that position where they got the game into overtime. So, I mean, good on them, I guess, for getting 2 points. Again, unusual. They usually don't do that, so I guess there's a tiny reason to celebrate. They played in Pittsburgh, so, extra nice to do it in front of the home fans right now that are deciding to show up for Pittsburgh hockey. Penguins are not. It went from terrible shape to now, okay, it's starting to maybe not be in terrible shape where the Penguins are. The standings are still relatively close. You've got the Capitals, Devils, and Hurricanes. They've kind of separated themselves at the top of the Metropolitan Division. And then everybody else, the bottom five, they're all pretty close. The Rangers and Flyers are at 27 points right now. Penguins, Blue Jackets, Islanders. Sorry, the Penguins are at 26. The Blue Jackets and Islanders, they're tied at 25. So, we'll see how that develops over time. In the Atlantic Division, just sticking in the Eastern Conference, the Penguins have the same amount of points as the Lightning, and the Lightning are in fourth place in the Atlantic Division. So, everybody else in the Atlantic Division is, on average, worse down below, and the Maple Leafs and Panthers, they're both up there at 32 points. They're at the top of the Atlantic Division. So the Penguins were able to beat a top 2 team in the Atlantic Division yesterday. So, again, take that for what it's worth. It could have just been a fluke, could have just been a lucky thing. Really odd that the Penguins do win an overtime game. I was surprised to see that. Pleasantly surprised to see it, but it was still relatively shocking to see them come through and win an overtime game. So, hey, whatever. That's all right then. And we briefly celebrate before the next game on their schedule, which is going to be on Friday against the Rangers. So there you go. Another test. Going from Florida to New York. We play the Rangers on the road on Friday at 7:30. And then the Maple Leafs back at home immediately following on Saturday. So we'll see. Another team in Pittsburgh that we're looking forward to see, that would be the Pitt men's basketball team, ranked number 18. So some exciting developments in Pitt athletics. Of course, the football team kind of went up and then went down. It's very early in the Pitt men's basketball season still, but they're ranked. They only have one loss, and they've got an 18 next to their name. They're playing MS State tonight, and so, that's going to be one of the hottest tickets. It almost reminds me of Pitt volleyball, the women's volleyball team, this fall, achieving all that it had, and it reminds me, that was a hot ticket for a while. They had an impressive run, and they continue to be a very consistent team. Pitt football, until it, went on the 5-game losing streak, that was a hot ticket to get, after they beat West Virginia University, right? I think after that, everybody knew, I think Pitt was a little more legit this season than they had been in years past. They weren't going to, win only 3 games. They just lost those 5 in a row at the end. That's, not great. But again, Pitt athletics has been doing pretty well in terms of, a lot of the sports, and not just the 3 that I've mentioned here, but like a lot of their sports are doing really well. But now that we're in, basketball season, the men's basketball team is playing well, and it's nice to see that they're ranked. They've got a game tonight against MS State, and then they're going to play Virginia Tech on the road on Saturday. They don't come back and play in Pittsburgh until next Wednesday. So 2 road games to follow. And, of course, you can listen to those games right here, right? We're the flagship home of Pitt football and Pitt men's basketball. Listen right here on 93.7 The Fan or on the Odyssey app. So those are some games to look forward to as well. Just coming up on the slate. Some Penguin games to look to follow. Some Pitt men's basketball games to listen to right here on The Fan. Follow that golden rule. That golden at bat rule in Major League Baseball. And we'll see how that develops. And again, I'll share my opinion on that in a little bit. But the big thing I want to touch on today that I didn't get to touch on over the last couple days is, does Mike Tomlin's non-losing streak matter? I think it's important to ask that question now because by the time I want to stay in optimistic mode now. Like, I want to enjoy all the games week to week for as long as I can because I'm scared of the playoffs. I'm scared of the Steelers getting into the playoffs this season. They've set themselves up, and they're in a pretty prime position to win the AFC North. The Baltimore Ravens have lost most of their legitimacy at this point. I mean, they've lost games in kind of deflating ways. They haven't played as perfect as it feels like they could play, and a lot of their players are seemingly human, and I think Justin Tucker has a lot to do with that too. The fact that he's not automatic anymore, and he's actually gone the other way, and he is missing routine kicks. That's definitely not helping them, and so here they are now. They're below the Steelers. They're in second in the AFC North, and they've had their struggles. They're 8-5 now, and they haven't had their bye week yet, which I believe is coming up relatively soon, if not this week. So they're not going to get a chance to accumulate another win. They're going to take that bye week, and the Steelers have the potential to then go up a full 2 games on them with a win against the Browns this week. The Bengals and Browns, they're pretty much out of it at this point. Bengals 4-8, Browns 3-9. It's really a 2-team race at this point for the AFC North. So I'm scared because the Steelers. The point of talking about the standings, though, is that if the Steelers win the division, right, they're going to have a home game on a Super Wild Card weekend, right? They're going to be able to have a home game if they win the division, and that is that's scary to me because at this point, I mean, there are no excuses for being a higher seed in the playoffs and getting to host a playoff game. Now, we remember what it was like the last time the Steelers hosted a playoff game. Now, way different circumstances, way different team, way different life back in the winter of 2020, in the early months of 2021. Actually, the legit earliest month you have in here, right? January. They played January 21. And this is not a pleasant thing, and I don't want to relive it right now. But you get my point. There's a lot of anticipation for them to play another home playoff game and just to see what it would look like now that circumstances are way different, the roster's way different, and, we feel like things are fresh. And I relate this to the non-losing season streak by Mike Tomlin because to me, I don't care as much about what I think right now. And the reality of what I believe is that if they don't win a playoff game, I'm going to be extremely frustrated this season about this whole season. Like, that's going to ruin my perspective on everything if they don't win. And I'm not over the top confident that they could win a playoff game. Like, I'm optimistic. I believe it's possible, but the alternative scares me. And I'm not trying to be pessimistic here, and I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying to saturate you with my fears. But I think a lot of fans feel this way and just don't know exactly how to express that. And so, does the non-losing season streak matter? In some regards, it does, because the Steelers are entertaining every season when they're in playoff contention. Any team would be interesting if said team was always in playoff contention, was always right there, always in the hunt. Unfortunately for the Steelers, they've had several years now where they have not been able to win in the playoffs. And I hope that changes. this season, and they can win a game in the playoffs. And then hopefully ride some momentum into a longer playoff run. With the playoff win, like the one playoff win, like that is like the ultimate goal, which in some cases too, I think when you're talking about regular season games, the non-losing season streak matters. But when it comes to playoff time, like, I don't care. When the Steelers get into the playoffs, I'm not going to care. Like, I'm not going to talk about that non-losing season streak. Because Mike Tomlin and the rest of the Steelers are going to have to prepare for single elimination playoff football. So that's what I touched on this a little bit before and just kind of teasing it. But, I mean, that's it. In some cases, the non-losing season streak matters. The regular season is entertaining, and you know exactly what you can expect from Mike Tomlin now, which is to get the team ready at least half the time. At least half the time throughout a season. Before it was 16 games, so exactly half. And now with a 17-game format, he's been consistently getting them to 9 or more wins. Right, he, at least half the time, gets the team to win in the regular season. It's just playoff games over the last 7 seasons. So during the regular season, celebrate the non-losing seasons. Have several moments where you can just appreciate what Steelers football is and how grateful we are as fans that every season this gets to be interesting. But by the time January comes around and the Steelers have that playoff game, which hopefully they continue on a good trend and are able to win the division, they're in good position to do that. You're not going to hear me mention not a single time that the regular season non-losing streak matters. Not going to hear it. So, just to reflect, appreciate where the Steelers are now. Appreciate what's happening. Be excited week to week and enjoy the NFL, right? I mean, there's so much to complain about as it relates to the NFL. Enjoy the fact that you have a franchise that you can root for and rely on consistency year after year after year. Only during the regular season, though. As soon as the month of January flips, start to be critical. Start to rationally deal with your fears about this team. They got to win in the playoffs. It's a little too early to be talking about that yet. We're still a month away. But that's kind of my perspective on it. It matters until January. Every season, Mike Tomlin's non-losing season streak matters until January. We're still in the appreciate the season stage. So appreciate it. You know, don't complain about it. It's good that the Steelers have this streak. It is good in some regard. Have faith in the Steelers now. Enjoy wins as they come week to week. Push through the losses as they may come week to week. And then we'll worry about the playoffs when January comes around and we can start being fearful and critical. 412-928-9370. Caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Pete.
Pete, you're on the air. What's up?
Well, you know, I used to be a big Tomlin critic, but to be truthful, the last 5 years, we really haven't had a quarterback, and to even have winning seasons was kind of – and when we go back to like around 14, 15, Bell and Antonio Bryant sabotaged what could have been a Super Bowl or 2 Super Bowl years. At least get
All right, Pete, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's a good take, too. The roster is way different. I mean, that's a good perspective to have on it, too. It's way different. Everything is shaped much better now. You had players who had extreme attitude problems, where Le'Veon Bell had a whole year that he held out before the Steelers said, all right, yeah, we don't want this anymore. And Antonio Brown did, things that I don't wish to rehash ever that, made him an ultimate distraction. And he eventually got sent to another organization. So, yeah, I mean, there are definitely a lot of things to consider. I mean, the Devlin Hodges, Mason Rudolph year, remember that? In 2019, that was a thing, too, where they didn't make the playoffs, right? That was a year Ben was hurt. And those two did okay, but, the team just was kind of broken after Ben wasn't leading the guys, right? Because he was hurt. So, yeah, no, I mean, we've got a whole different team. It's a different look. It's a different feel. And that could give you a little bit extra faith. So, Pete, I like the call. Thank you. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. You can get a phone line as well. And there's another caller on the line that wants to chat. So, good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, old German Rod.
All right. Welcome. You're on a streak yourself here, calling in. There you go.
It's the only time I get to talk to you guys on for sports because I start so early.
Right. I feel you.
What I was trying to say here is, it's kind of nice. It gives the players actually something to shoot for, too, because they're fighting to keep the streak going. And I wanted to ask you, is there a record for as many seasons with a non-losing season? And I'm like you, throw it away when it comes to playoff time because it's nice to get there. Now you got to prove that you belong there. Have a great day. Talk to you tomorrow.
Sounds good. Thanks for the call. Nice to hear from you. He is, I think, the current, among active coaches, he has the record right now. I mean, the Penguins are doing a pretty good job there in North American sports of, having a playoff streak, which would imply that they likely have a winning streak and a non-losing streak. In the NFL, definitely, I think it is. It's up there at the least. I haven't done the research on it though, so I can't say for certain. But I mean, definitely, obviously, among active coaches, that's the longest streak in the NFL at the least. I can tell you that. All-time records. Wasn't prepared for that question. Don't know, but I mean, it's got to be up there. And you see graphics all the time. All the TV stations just love to point that out on the the national TV broadcasts week to week. They point that out. There's the fun graphics. They always talk about it. I've never seen a comparison though very often. So don't know. But yeah, new look, new feel, new Steelers team. Hopefully it yields different results. But I'm glad that hearing from a few of you, you have that perspective of, enjoy it while, for what it's worth while it's here before we have to start clenching up intensity over them playing playoff football. 412-928-9370. Plenty of time for you to call in if you so choose and talk to me about Pittsburgh sports. Talk to me on the phones, 412-928-9370. You can talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. More sports talk, more Pittsburgh sports talk on your hometown Pittsburgh sports station, 93.7 The Fan. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. Back next.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The NFL has suspended Texans linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair for 3 games without pay for an illegal hit on Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence Sunday. Lawrence suffered a concussion, and his status for Week 14 is still to be determined. Elsewhere, Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin announcing edge rusher Alex Highsmith is expected to play Sunday against the Browns. Highsmith has missed the last 3 games with an ankle injury. Jets interim head coach Jeff Ulbrich says Aaron Rodgers will remain the starting quarterback moving forward and gives the team the best opportunity to win. Rodgers himself telling the Pat McAfee Show, "We get paid for 17 weeks, so if you're the starter, you want to play all the games." The new draft order entering Week 14 has been released and still has the Giants holding the number 1 overall pick, followed by the Raiders, Jaguars, Patriots, and Panthers at number 5. Check out NFL.com to see the entire first round. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761-0000.
Guys, it's finally here. Wendy's new salted caramel frosty. It's cold, salted, yet perfectly sweet, delicious, and it's at the top of Santa's Christmas list. What? Santa has a list too, you know. And he's a huge salted caramel frosty fan. Probably why he's so jolly all the time. The iconic frosty with a salted caramel twist? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Salted caramel frosty flavored with other natural flavors.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Most area roadways up to speed as we begin the Wednesday morning rush. Traffic on all 3 parkways as well as Route 28 pretty much up to speed for you. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us that the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North and the Crosstown. Meanwhile, if you're traveling through East Liberty and Highland Park, watch for road work restricting Route 130. That's Allegheny River Boulevard in both directions, starting at the intersection with Washington Boulevard and heading out toward Penn Hills. From the Kenny Ross Auto Group, find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com. I'm Greg McAtee.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761-0000.
Shop Black Friday deals now at Lowe's. Get up to 50% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. And get 2 free select tools with purchase of a select combo kit or battery kit from brands like Cobalt, Craftsman, and DeWalt. Hurry and shop these savings only for a limited time because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 11/28 through 12/4. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning eternity band, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer, or maybe you're looking for that perfect engagement ring or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have the perfect gifts for the season, starting at around $500. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas, see the online seasonal gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found 2 loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180
days. Limit 2 per account.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette goes deep when it comes to Steelers coverage with all the hard-hitting, up-to-the-minute news you need about your Pittsburgh Steelers. Have a real-time chat with Post-Gazette reporters and columnists. Send your burning questions and hot takes to our mailbags. And tune in to get an earful on all things black and gold from experts on the North Shore Drive podcast. Check out postgazette.com for insights on your favorite pros from our pros at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
Are you handy with tools? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Here's Stefan Braxton, a longtime team member, on why he loves the job.
Our residents are so appreciative. If you change their light bulbs, they adore you. That's what I love about this job. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
You might not consider yourself a tech expert, but you can still protect yourself from online scammers with McAfee Total Protection. From fake delivery texts to bank alerts, scams are everywhere. That's where McAfee Total Protection steps in. McAfee will help keep your devices and identity safer and your private info private. Visit McAfee.com/online protection and get up to 79% off award-winning online protection. This Black Friday Cyber Monday deal won't last. Offer ends 12/4/24. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
New holiday deals just dropped at Lowe's. Get up to 30% off select major appliances, plus an additional $75 off for every $1,000 you spend on select kitchen major appliances from brands like Whirlpool, KitchenAid, Amana, and Maytag. And don't miss big savings on DeWalt. Save $80 on a DeWalt 20-volt Max 2-tool combo kit. Was $229, now just $149. Lowe's knows deals. Offers valid 12/5 through 12/11. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for details and qualifying items while supplies last.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, I talked for too long at first, and that means now I have just about no time to talk. So, fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com today. It's going to be very cold, and there's a 65% chance of snow throughout the day. Again, high of 37, low of 22. Tomorrow, high of 35, low of 19. 80% chance of snow, so look out for frigid temperatures and perhaps hazardous conditions on the road today and tomorrow. Not a super high percent chance of snow, but it's definitely going to be present over the next couple days. And if the snow doesn't get us, the cold definitely will, so just be prepared for that. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show comes up next right here on The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan's Fan About Town. Holiday season means family time, and at Salem's Market, they want to make sure you're serving the absolute best and freshest meats at your dinner table. Stop into Salem's Market in the Strip or Salem's Market on Center in the Hill District and ask about their amazingly affordable meat specials. Perfect for any celebration. Find them online at salemsmarketgrill.com. Trucks are cheaper in the country. MeganFord.com. 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 Book your stay at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Enjoy free valet parking and breakfast while being right in the heart of all the action. Whether it's a weekend getaway or a staycation, they have you covered. Book today at thelandinghotelpgh.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Full house this holiday? Switch to Fios Home Internet with whole home Wi-Fi and get fully covered. That means you get the 100% fiber optic network in every room of your home with a Fios 1 gig internet plan. Perfect for when your extended family extends their stay. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch today. Whole home Wi-Fi includes one router and Wi-Fi extender. Wi-Fi extender provided during professional setup if recommended after Wi-Fi performance analysis or shipped upon customer request after setup. May require the purchase of additional Wi-Fi extenders.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found two loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada, only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account. I know what kind of Mac.bid shopper you are. You're patient. You set your watch list and wait. No, you're a price beater. When in retail stores, you're constantly comparing their prices to the Mac.bid app. Maybe you're a swooper, waiting until just before the auctions close to strike. I got it. You're all about that instant gratification. You only use the instant win button because you know what you want and you want it now. Now, the one thing I do know is that you save up to 80% off retail prices at Mac.bid and on the free app.
I'm personal injury attorney Joe George from LGKG. Our success model is simple: care, listen, fight, and deliver. As Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys for more than 90 years, LGKG's core beliefs will never change. If you're injured in an accident, let us help. LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Not a bad start to the Wednesday morning rush. Traffic is starting to build a bit according to the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam on the inbound Parkway East, but mainly steady between Edgewood Swissvale and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Same story for the Parkway West approaching the Fort Pitt tunnels, traveling out of the South Hills. Route 51 with traffic light delays at the key intersections heading for the Liberty Tubes. Also, we do have road work in Penn Hills, which has closed Milltown Road in both directions between Halton Road and Newfield Drive. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Dickerson, Nicholas, Harry Callis behind the glass. And today is an important day here on 93.7 The Fan. We're going to goof around here on the pre-show momentarily, but some things are bigger than goofing around, some things bigger than sports, and today is the Fans' Day of Giving. We are asking you to support us as we raise money for the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh. Domestic violence does not discriminate. It affects adults and children of all ages, race, religion, financial background. And last year, the Women's Center and Shelter of Pittsburgh served over 7,500 survivors and children. And we're dedicating today to raise money to help with their holiday program to buy gift cards for those in need. It's super simple. Just go to the homepage, 937thefan.com. Click on the Fan for the Win story at the top of the page, and then click the Donate Here button. Super easy right there on the homepage, 937thefan.com. We are all wearing purple, the color to raise awareness for domestic violence. We are not supporting the Baltimore Ravens. We are supporting a massive, massive cause, and hopefully if you are able to help out, you will help out. Again, super simple. Go to 937thefan.com. We'll tell you more over the course of the morning. Good morning to you, Mr. Dickerson.
Good morning. How you doing?
Oh, buddy. I'm doing good. I kind of got to poo.
Oh, man.
Missed my window, so I'm going to stand up for the first half hour of the show here, and hopefully that works. Jiggle about.
Yep.
But, yeah, things are good. Callis, how about you?
Everything is very good.
Good, swell. You've lost 40 pounds. Your face is thin. You've shaved the beard down to a stubble-like length. You look good. The hair's good. Things good. Look good. Feel good. Good.
It's
good.
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 Yeah,
it's good. Everything good? Good.
Good.
It's good.
It's good.
Good.
It's good. I made an observation that I'd like to share with you both, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Doran and I have nicknames, right? People call me Harry, and Doran has had the Score and Doran thing kind of going for a while. Other than, like, Crow Man, like, what's your nickname?
So
Crow?
other than Harry, what's your nickname?
No, but you know what I mean?
Other than Scoradora, what's his nickname?
Like,
I just said it. I got my nickname.
But like, is that like your ultimate nickname? They're like Crow Man. Like,
I don't know. My friends just call me Crowley. Or Crowman.
Just an observation. You don't,
Phil Bork used to call me Crow.
Crow.
Which is cool. And he's cool.
Yeah.
It sounded like he was battling through something on the TV side last night. Frog in his throat.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Losing the voice. fought through it.
He's a
of course he did.
great guy.
Oh, my God, I love Phil Bork.
Yes.
Oh, he's the best.
Isn't he?
Oh, he's so cool. He's so cool. God, I wish I was him when I grew up.
You just love to see that with guys like him, like to just played at such a high level and did the things he did back in the day, and for him to be so normal, and fun. Like,
that's what you're
it's
like.
Awesome. Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, I learned from guys like that. Like that's what it's about. Like people want to. He's so engaging with everybody too. Like that's what it's about.
Yeah, you love when guys get it, and he absolutely gets it. You get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it.
Mm-hmm. Texter asks Callis, how's Desiree? Have there been any more communications between you and Desiree?
No.
All right, so he's open. He's available at 412-928-9370. Doran, you and I both saw something yesterday, and then, as I do, I forgot about it, and you showed me again this morning. There was this news broadcast that had a graphic in the background, and it said Disneyland, and it said Disney World. And in Disneyland, the L and the A were capitalized and in red, and in Disney World, the O and the R were capitalized and in red. Why does that matter? Because Disneyland is in L.A., Disney World is in Orlando.
Mind blown.
Mind blown.
Unbelievable, right?
Did they do that on purpose?
There's no way.
I think they might have.
There's no way. In 1955, whenever Disneyland was first opened, there's no way that they were like, okay, we're going to have L.A. that represents pretty much California in the land part and name it Disneyland. And then in 1971, Disney World opens in Orlando and have the O-R-L. There's no way. We weren't that smart back then.
I bet you it was an accident for Disneyland. They're just like, hey, let's do Disneyland because it's a land of Disney. Because that was first, you just said, right?
Disneyland was first, yeah.
Disneyland was first. And then, well, this one's different. It's in Florida. It's in Orlando. We'll go Disney World. I bet you the second one they did intentionally, and they were like, look at how cute the first one was.
Really?
I don't know.
Don't you think we would have known by now? I don't feel like anybody knew that. Like, everybody's mind is blown, like on social media. Everybody.
I stared at it for longer than I would like to admit.
I honestly stared at it for a while first, and I'm like, what's going on here? Like, I had no idea what they were trying to prove, like, at all. Like, I didn't know. And I was like, oh, wait, there's L.A., there's L.
I also did that.
I was like, what?
Disneyland, Disney World, everyone's like, whoa, holy cow, what's this mean? I'm like,
yeah, wait, what?
Interesting.
Okay.
I don't know what's interesting.
Why is that highlighted?
I do that quite frequently, too, Dorn, where I'll look at this viral tweet where they're like, spot this, or
yes,
wait till you see it. I'm
yes.
Like, comments.
Yes.
Let's go into the comments.
I do that all the time. All the time. Find the owl in, like, the picture of, like, 1,000 people.
We have an owl coming in tomorrow.
We do.
We do. Forget the owl's name.
Did you ever look at the Where's Waldo books?
Buddy. Love the Where's Waldo books.
Me too.
The fun part about the Where's Waldo books, yeah, you got to find Waldo. But just looking at all the hilarity around them. I like the ones where they're like fighting with slingshots and rocks and stuff, and dudes' heads are coming off. It's pretty cool. Yeah.
That's the stuff we did when we were little. Oh. Now kids have like iPads. Like,
you know what my daughter's reading now? Did you ever read Captain Underpants?
No.
Oh, Callis, did you read Captain Underpants?
Not really.
Damn
no.
you both. Texter, Crow. Damn it. Crow is a cool nickname. But how about Bleephole?
Dang. Nice. I like that one. Dang.
Rude.
That is rude.
Real rude. What are some things? We've done this before, and then we get educated here on the text line at 412-928-9370. What are some things that you would think would be common knowledge or that are common knowledge that you learned later in life? Like this Disneyland LA, Disney World Orlando thing. I feel like we all should have known, but none of us did. What are some things in life that are like that for you? 412-928-9370, if that makes sense. Like, what's something that you discovered later in life that you thought, dang, I probably should have known that forever? 412-928-9370.
There's always so many things. So many things, and I usually have them on the tip of my tongue, and then I forget.
Yes.
Like, there's so many things.
The one is the FedEx logo with the arrow in it.
I didn't even know that.
Oh, yeah. Go type up FedEx logo, and there's an arrow that's pointing to the right in it.
Hey, quick shout out to Matt for the Rogues
yesterday.
Yeah! Yeah, he listens to the show. He's listening right now, so quick shout out to Matt for the Rogues. We are on the Rogues now, and the Zins, they might be on the bench for a little bit. But
On the Rogue Train, choo-choo.
Are we talking about things too, like, I mean, things that, like, tools or stuff that you, like, are using the wrong way?
Anything. We got 10 more minutes in the pre-show. I'm willing to learn something about anything.
Wait, so FedEx Arrow?
Yeah, type in FedEx and the logo pops up, and then inside the, I got to look at it now, the E and the D, there's a arrow. See that?
You never saw that?
How about that? No, that's the thing. I didn't see it till I saw it. Arrow, bang, right in there.
I still don't see it.
There's it. Callous talk.
I got it. So yeah, so there's the arrow is kind of shaped in the lettering of FedEx.
Arrow.
It's really cool.
Oh my!
Doran just didn't see it.
Oh my!
How about that? Yeah. Arrow right there between the E and the X.
That.
Yeah. The Montreal Expos logo too, supposed to signify all kind of stuff. The M for Montreal, then there's a B for baseball, and then there's something else for something else, you know.
And now that team is gone.
I know, R.I.P.
Now, I didn't realize this, and I don't know if a lot of people realize this. So parking lights in cars, that's supposed to be what you turn on when you don't want your headlights to, like, blind people, because it keeps the interior lights lit, but it turns off your headlights outside. Like, you ever parked in a space and you're, like, by a window and you're just shining your headlights in at night?
Mm-hmm.
That's what the parking lights are for. It's that first dial when you click it.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. It'll only illuminate the inside of your car, but it'll keep your headlights off. And I use it all the time, but I feel like a lot of people don't know that.
Why would I need to do that, though?
So you're not shining your headlights in at people who are in, like, a place?
So you're saying if you're, like, sitting in a parking lot or
yeah,
something.
like, there's a gas station I go to. There's just, like, this open window of people sitting and eating. And, like, a lot of people flash their headlights in there because they don't know any better. Or, like, if you're going through, like, a light show, you can have your interior lights lit. If you're going, like, to, like, Christmas lights, people drive through a lot of those, big scenes.
Yeah.
You keep your headlights off, but you can illuminate your interior lights so you can still see all the buttons with the backlights that are on.
All right, we've learned something from Callus today.
Yeah.
Sentence I never thought I'd say, and that's why people call me Bleep Hole.
There's a lot of stuff with, like, airplanes that I, like, useless, well, it's not useless information, like, because my parents were flight attendants for 35 years that they would tell me from back in the day. Like, people would think that, like, if you kept your Walkman on and back in the day and, you didn't turn it off, that the airplane was going to blow up or crash.
Stuff like that, yeah.
Like, and then it's like, you turn your phone off whenever you're about to take off. It's only because they want you to listen to the flight attendants. It has nothing to do with any, like, system.
So I could be sitting there scrolling through my phone, and it's not going to interfere with any of the navigational stuff.
No. It's all, they just want you to listen to, like, how to properly...
Yep. Charging $19.99 for Wi-Fi. I guess it can't be that bad.
Right. I don't know if that even fits the bill of what we're talking about. But
of course it does. We're learning today.
How about back in the PlayStation 2 era, there were actually cartridge holders in the game cases?
No.
Yeah, so you didn't lose your game cartridges. You could put your game cartridge in with a specific
Yeah, like the memory card?
Mm-hmm. Memory card, yeah.
Yeah, I knew that. Well,
so Cal's gives us a car one and a video game one, so he's on brand. And that I'm not disparaging him for that, but we have learned two things from Callus who can teach us something else at 412-928-9370.
Did you know every monitor has a power button on it? So when you press that, it turns the monitor on.
Yeah, that's how that would work, yeah. Texter, it took me way too long to learn that soft drinks are called soft because they don't contain alcohol like hard liquor.
That's a great one.
I never knew that.
I just figured that out a couple years ago. That's a great one. Uh-huh. I was like, why is it called soft drinks? There's no liquor.
I just learned that today.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I learned it earlier today. I knew that.
That's
I learned it before the text.
That's what we're talking about.
That's what we're talking about. Texter, on your car dash, there's an arrow on the gas meter that tells you which side your gas tank is on. Yeah, I did know that.
Took me a while to figure that out.
I still look at it every time on my car and my wife's car.
Yep.
Because they're different, and I always forget which is which.
Took me a while.
Yeah, it's important. Texter, the Milwaukee Brewers mitt logo is actually the M in the B.
I knew that.
Texter, look at the KFC logo. His bow is actually a little body. I have seen that, too.
What?
Yeah.
Isn't there one on Wendy's, too? A weird one?
It says Mom under the woman's face,
That's
top
right.
of her apron. Quit getting me to look at the top of her apron. Texter, George Pickens was signaling the FedEx arrow on his second penalty. It was a tip of the cap to Arthur Smith's family.
That's good. Yes.
Texter, Tostitos logo has two people dipping chips in the word mark.
I think I did know that one.
If you stick your tongue out and hold it and try to say apple, it helps you with headaches. Don't you do that.
Don't do that.
Don't you do that. We're on to you, Texter. No, you're not getting me.
Oh, man.
I'm trying
That's
to.
a lot. I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think a lot, actually.
People are hung up on logos. We just keep getting the same logo ones over and over again. Things you learn. Yeah. 412-928-9370. Maybe we just all know everything, and that's why this topic is over.
Yeah.
You know what happened to me last night, though? You can keep texting these in, 412-928-9370. Finally got around to the Hard Knock stuff, but had some serious problems with Max, and I felt like I was 850 years old. I don't have HBO, but I have the HBO Max, and usually, like, show comes out live, or whatever. At 9 o'clock, they'll just put the episode up at 9. And I clicked on it, and then it kept giving me ads. Ad 1 of 3, ad 2 of 3, ad 3 of 3. And then we go back to 1 of 3, and 2 of 3, and 3. It just kept repeating the process. I'm like, this is not normal. What the hell's going on? Not until 9:30 when I did all this problem solving. Still didn't work, and I flipped out, and my wife got mad at me because she said, you are acting inappropriate.
You wanted to watch the show.
I want to watch a show for work. And I don't want to stay up till 10 o'clock anyway. For work.
I think that they're sending you a message that you need to get a different package.
How's this for a package?
Yeah, I know you're going to do that. I think you need to upgrade.
I pay for Max, and I can't watch a damn show. And now I'm still mad. Really pissed me off. We're going to talk a lot about Hard Knocks today, though. A lot of little Easter eggs in there. A lot of little nuggets in there. Mike Tomlin, absolutely the star, which we kind of figured that they would. Texter, did you know if you take your Advil or whatever you use when you start drinking, you cannot get a hangover? I don't think that's true.
That is not true.
And I mean, I also am not going to pass that along as fact because I don't want anybody to injure themselves.
That is not true.
Probably shouldn't have read that text. Here's a secret. Drink enough, you'll always be hungover.
Oh, yeah.
Drink too much, you're going to be hungover. It's going to happen.
So have you guys ever heard of the account Today Years Old?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's
Give me one.
No, I didn't find one. I just I remembered. I'm like, oh yeah, there's an account for that. So if you want to find more surprising things, sometimes there are some good posts there.
You were almost good at your job there.
Oh, here, did you know that on a hammer, there's a little nail crease on the part that you...
Yes.
I never knew that.
What?
And it's here on...
How many times have you used a hammer?
No, not very often.
The other day, I had to lower the mattress in my daughter's crib because she's fixing to pull herself up out of the thing. And so my dad and I lowered the mattress, but before that, my wife was out. And she said, the Allen wrenches are... on top of the by the ba. And I said, of course I knew that. Nah, I'd have been looking for hours. She's like, I just need Joelle out to lower the baby's crib. Okay. I would have looked for hours for the damn Allen wrench. She's the Allen wrench user in our house.
Did you ever see the videos where you put gasoline in a cup and then put it on the bee's nest? If there's like a little bee's nest or a hornet's nest, like in a corner of your outside of your house, get a cup, like a plastic cup, pour some gasoline in it, and then stick it up in the corner of the bee's nest or the hornet's nest, and they'll all die and fall in it. Look it up. It's insane. Yes.
Now that all the leaves have fallen, you see these big hornet's nests everywhere. I think they're unoccupied, but you see, they're everywhere. It's like, where all these bees come from? Oh, it's fall time. That's where the bees came from.
Whew.
How about that?
Them things are serious. That probably takes a long time for those little guys to build those things.
Seriously. Respect to them. Texter, did you know every Playboy cover has a little hidden bunny symbol? No. There's naked girls in those magazines. Right. Buddy, seriously, I'm swear to God, you open up the magazine, they're naked in there.
You can actually pull the whole entire thing out.
You can.
In some pages.
There's some centerfold.
Yeah.
Listen, buddy, thank you for the text. I know you're trying to find a hidden bunny like it's Waldo. No. Open up the magazine, your mind will be blown. nudity.
I
Texter.
thought we went to X for that now.
For You tab. All my For You tab is these days is Rich Rod and rich girls looking. Never mind.
It's ridiculous.
We done? I think we're done.
You had a text.
Oh, I wanted to make a bad Rich Rod joke. Nah, I don't got one. All right, I got one. Texter, hot water freezes faster than cold water. Don't believe you.
That's like saying,
yeah,
don't get dehydrated by hot water. Who said that ever?
That was you, but not the dumbest thing said on the station. The dumbest thing said on the station was the other day by our good friend Dom DiTomaso, intern Dom, who thought that Mark Twain invented gravity or something like that.
And then he tried to take shots at me and Austin out of nowhere.
He was just lashing out in every
Austin,
direction.
they wouldn't have got that right. Yeah.
Are you ready to talk sports?
He just says whatever. That kid.
Tom?
Yeah.
Oh,
Dom.
All right, here we go. In 30 seconds, Mike Tomlin, the star of Hard Knocks. What's it mean? Bang!
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
And contest rules. Go to 937thefan.com/rules.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Anyone else?
Mike, you gonna watch Hard Knocks?
Absolutely not. All right, we'll end on that. Thanks, guys.
Good morning, man. Happy Thanksgiving. I'd like to open my home up to anyone and everyone in here.
All right, good morning, everybody. Hard Knocks was last night. Eventually, like me, maybe you found it. Maybe you had some trouble with HBO Max. Maybe it's a me thing. Doesn't matter. Mike Tomlin, unquestionably, Doran, unquestionably the star. The star. Which, when this was announced way back when, we made that super obvious prediction that he was going to come off looking really good. And there's a few reasons why he comes off looking really good. First of all, that little mini clip we played there, Tomlin on Thanksgiving saying, my home is open to anybody who wants to be there. He means that.
He means that, but I mean, the logistics around that don't make sense. Because what if everybody's like, I want to come over? So how many turkeys are you going to get, and how much time do you have to cook the turkeys?
I bet you Mike Tomlin had enough turkeys and space for his players. Why you got to do that?
I'm just
right off the bat, you got to ruin
make
the
no
topic.
sense. It didn't make any sense. Okay, everybody's coming over.
I mean, run down to Boston Market. He can find a way to feed. He makes $18 million a year. I'm sure they figure it out. Get sandwiches for everybody. I'm sure get a caterer.
Sandwich.
Yeah, give Mose a call. I'm sure they can make it happen. Tomlin cares about his guys. Another moment from Hard Knocks when George Pickens falls down, and then there's the pick six, and by fall down, I mean was dragged down by the helmet by a Bengals defender. Tomlin goes over to him, and they showed that on the game broadcast. Well, now we have all that stuff mic'd up, and Tomlin goes over to George Pickens, puts his arm around him, and says, I need you to stay with me. This bleep ain't going to decide the outcome of the game. Tells him, hey, look at me. Basically just saying, stay in the fight. That ain't on you. If it is on you, it's not going to determine the outcome of the game. We're going to go win this thing. And it's stuff like that that gets players like Patrick Queen to want to come here. It's stuff like that why Russell Wilson comes to Pittsburgh and doesn't wind up going to the New York Giants. Mike Tomlin, every year, super popular among players in the NFL when those surveys come out. When the NFLPA surveys come out and the Steelers get knocked for things like not having appropriate child care and some of their facilities being behind the times, Mike Tomlin, by the players who vote in this, always grades out as an A.
Mm-hmm.
His players love him. He's never had a losing season. He's won a Super Bowl. And now he's going to be the star and is already the star of Hard Knocks because the personality bleeds through. And I want to throw this question out there to the people, Doran. A, two questions. Is this going to help him win Coach of the Year? I think the answer is absolutely yes. Think about Dan Campbell last year.
Yes.
or was it 2 years ago? Everyone was rooting for the Lions because everyone wound up loving Dan Campbell. And 2, they're 9-3. They lead the AFC North. And now you're getting a behind-the-scenes look at Mike Tomlin, the way that fans never really get to see. If you're an anti-Tomlin guy, can the show mixed with the winning, can it actually change your opinion on him? If you're one of these people who for years has been saying cowers players, for years been saying, oh, you got to get rid of Tomlin. Oh, this year, oh, yeah, they're 9-3, going to lose the first round of the playoffs. Can you change your mind on Tomlin based on the show? And based on what he's done this year, 412-928-9370. What do you think?
I think that you absolutely can. He's way different, whenever the doors are closed and even whenever the cameras are off. And he knows when cameras are on and cameras are off, and he has to do this. He didn't sign up to – obviously at the press conference yesterday, he's not going to watch it. He's not in favor of having cameras around his facility whenever he's trying to go to work. But, personally being somebody that has been around that and seen how he operates, it's way different than what people are – the portrayal he gives off on Sundays and on Tuesdays whenever he's doing his press conference. And I think he invited us in a little bit yesterday. I forget who asked the question, but they asked about the message getting stale after all these years. And I thought it was a great question.
Yes.
It was a great question. And I was like, I'm interested to hear what he had to say because Mike Tomlin paused for a second, and I think he thought that was a great question. And basically he said that, I know that the lifespan of NFL players are short, and I'm trying to maximize their lifespan while they're here and build this culture and try to win, basically, I'm paraphrasing, but he gave a really good answer. And that almost just probably leads into he was setting you up for Hard Knocks and some of the behind-the-scenes stuff. And he will win a lot of people over because it is all about winning. It's all about winning. And there's a lot of people at that level, and trust me, I've seen it, that make it about them. He makes it about the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Pittsburgh Steelers, in his mind, are way, way, way bigger than Mike Tomlin.
Well, one thing I don't think he's ever lost is his respect for the job.
Yes.
His respect for the league.
Yes.
The understanding of the platform that he has, and being thankful, honestly, every single day. He knows he's good at it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no question about that, and there's ego that comes with it.
Sure.
No doubt.
Everybody has ego.
Everybody got an ego. Talking to a microphone for 4 hours every day. You got to have an ego. If you want to be successful in life, I think you need one.
Yeah,
and you got to look out for number one. But he has a respect for the league and his position in the franchise, and he has a respect for how hard it is to win in this league. I think, and I don't know Mike Tomlin personally, I think if you meet him and spend any time with him, though, you come away liking him. There's no doubt about that.
And learning something.
Yes, he is a very bright guy. Very bright guy. He is also charismatic. And I'll tell you, the juxtaposition of Tomlin and Zach Taylor and Kevin Stefanski and even, shockingly to me, John Harbaugh, it is so stark, man. When Tomlin was trying to fire up his team before the Bengals game, and then they're cutting to Zach Taylor trying to fire up his team before the Steelers game. It's night and day, dude. If I'm Joe Burrow, I'm rolling my eyes. But Tomlin, the way he communicates, the energy with which he communicates, but also how efficient he is, weirdly, with the way he can kind of get that message into your brain, he's captivating. Kevin Stefanski, when they were 2-8, he asked the question, raise your hand if you want to go to the playoffs. What are you, 5 years old?
Right, what are you, elementary school?
Yeah, was this kindergarten? Raise your hand if you want to go to the playoffs at 2-8. Okay, everyone raises their hand. Ain't none of them think they're going to the playoffs. They're 2-3-8. And you could just feel the, substitute teacher vibes from everyone in that room. Meanwhile, Mike Tomlin's talking to his team about a game plan for Joe Burrow, and he's got the PowerPoint up there, and everyone's locked in. Talking about the Bengals defense, everyone's locked in. You got Russell Wilson sitting there with his highlighter, and he's color-coded and all that. Russell Wilson's been at this thing for a decade plus, and he's hanging on every Tomlin word. I find myself rooting for Mike Tomlin more this year, maybe than I ever have before. And I've been a guy that, for a long time, was a card-carrying member of the Tomlin fan club, and then in recent seasons, it's waned. Because the non-losing thing just wore on me, and the lack of playoff success wore on me, and some of the in-game decision-making, some of the quarterback decision-making has waned on me. I find myself rooting for him because I want him to win, because I want him to be a beloved head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, because I think he's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You got to win, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like my football coach at my school, West Virginia, just got fired. I wanted that guy to win. Nice man. You got to win.
Got to win.
I want Tomlin to win because I want to be able to keep rooting for him.
Mm-hmm. And that's why he's stuck around for so long. Is what you're about to see in Hard Knocks and some of those things. And you talk about comparing him to Stefanski, comparing him to Zach Taylor. The reason why he is what he is now and how captivating that is whenever you do watch him and speak and how he gets that message across is because he was thrust into that role early and he had no choice but to sink or swim. Being a 6-year-old, coming off of being a D coordinator, a defensive backs coach, but then you're dealing with guys that had just won a Super Bowl. Like Cowher's players, as we like to say that. Like, so you're going in there and you got to tell all those men, a lot of Hall of Famers, some of the greats that we've ever seen, and you got to lead them. Like, you have no choice. So I think that his starting point is the reason why clearly he is the way he is now, because he had no choice. Like Stefanski, they didn't have that. Whenever they started whenever their first year of being a head coach, they didn't have that type of like players and that type of perception of their organization of actually having to hold up and to the standard is the standard. Like, he was thrust into that at a young age, and he had no choice but to sink or swim. And I think that all the experience just amounts to him having everybody believe into what he is selling.
Super well said.
Yeah.
And I hadn't thought of it really from that standpoint, at least not for a while, Doran, because we don't do these Tomlin deep dives all that much. Usually it's, if they don't make the playoffs, X, or if this happens, Y, or this, Z. The amount of pressure. The last two head coaches won Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Noel wins 4. Cowher wins 1. Cowher coached in numerous championship games. The last year of Cowher, they didn't make the playoffs. But they had all those Super Bowl guys.
Right.
And so you come in, and what's he do? He kicks all their ass.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Colbert sitting up on the side of the hill. Chuck Noll. And Craig Wolfley and Tunch Ilkin used to tell the story all the time. They're sitting up there with Kevin Colbert, and they start banging in practice. And Colbert's like, oh. He didn't know that they were going to hit and tackle and be as physical as they were in practice. And Colbert's like, all right, I guess this is how it is. And a lot of those guys couldn't stand Tomlin because of it at the time, but they respected him because he came in and told a bunch of dudes, this is how we're going to do it, and iron sharpens iron, and all those things, standard is standard, all that stuff. And it takes a while to buy in. Then the next year he sort of pulled off the reins a little bit for those veteran guys, giving them some Wednesday days off, things of that nature, and he sort of melded the two philosophies. But the pressure to come in and win, and he had to make it his team and not Cowher's team.
Right.
I got to come and be a harder, tough-ass guy, or a harder, tough-ass, harder guy, whatever, than Cowher was. And from that point on, never had a losing season.
No.
And there's more important things. We understand win Super Bowls. But what I'm wondering now, 412-928-9370, if you haven't seen Hard Knocks, you should check it out. Awesome. Can this change your mind on Tomlin? The behind-the-scenes stuff, and by the winning, the 9-3. 412-928-9370. Want to hear from some of the Tomlin haters today. We don't invite the Tomlin haters. They usually just weasel their way in. We're inviting you today. Can you change your opinion on Mike Tomlin this year? 412-928-9370. Because one episode, Doran's all it takes for me, and I go, man, I want to root for this guy. He's eating barbecue Fritos, which are awesome.
The best. They're addicting.
You can't just have half a bag of barbecue Fritos.
No. They're addicting.
I just want to smell a barbecue Frito.
Yeah, they're good.
Uh-huh.
Hey, you're good.
Can this change your opinion on Mike Tomlin? 412-928-9370. Is this his best coaching job? 412-928-9370. We'll get to that coming up next. We'll take your calls, your texts, your tweets. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins played last night and beat the Florida Panthers in overtime 5-4. The Penguins did give up a 3-goal lead in that game, but still were able to get the win. More Fan headlines? Go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Hey, how'd Thanksgiving go? A little cranberry sauce over on the floor there, a little gravy on the chair there. Who knows what else? 'Tis the season to be jolly. Nothing's going to make you jollier than a clean home. Get ready for the rest of the holidays. They're right around the corner with Zero Res. We do it every time we're going to have a big family function. Call Zero Res. Get everything cleaned up. Holiday mishaps. You want to impress the in-laws. I don't know, whoever's coming over. Maybe they haven't been there before. They don't know how beautiful your home is every day. Get Zero Res and the gotta love it guarantee that makes it easy to get what you pay for, because Zero Res stands behind every cleaning. Get clean now, right now. Get 3 rooms of carpet Zero Resified starting at just $129. You can take $75 off your air duct cleaning as well. 412-701-1188. Appointments are filling up fast, so call today and beat the rush, or go online. ZeroResPGH.com. Tell them you want the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
Primanti Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the destination to catch all your favorite sports, now with Sunday Ticket. Don't miss daily half-off happy hour, $3.29 daily beer, great deals on wings and pizza, and of course your favorite almost famous sandwich. Primanti Brothers, now serving more sports.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/gutter to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/gutter for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Cloudy with snow later today, the high 37.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now, during our Cyber Week sale, save 20% on most Sleep Number smart beds, plus free home delivery with any base. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
This Sports Minute is brought to you by McAfee. Visit McAfee.com/online protection for limited time deals.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Hey, congratulations to Carly Lloyd. She was announced yesterday as a first ballot member of the National Soccer Hall of Fame class of 2025. And what a career she's had. The 42-year-old Rutgers grad helped Team USA win 2 World Cup titles and 2 Olympic gold medals. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A little bit of a trouble coming out of the eastern suburbs. We did have an accident reported on the inbound Parkway East, right around Edgewood, Swissvale. It appears to be cleared as travel lanes are unaffected. However, you're looking at heavy traffic as a result as far back as Wilkinsburg, heading toward the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West, heavy past the Banksville merge point. No problems on Route 28 or the Parkway North where the HOV lanes are open. And we do have that work going on Allegheny River Boulevard near the intersection with Washington Boulevard. Watch for restrictions there heading toward Penn Hills. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
How do you avoid burnout in a profession that really can promote it?
I love what I do. It's my job and my hobby, so burnout is not a component of the equation for me. I'm excited each and every week about the challenges that this role provides me and us. In regards to the messaging getting stale, I work with extreme urgency because I realize the careers of these players are short. And so my audience is forever changing. I'm less concerned about getting stale, and I'm more concerned about matching the urgency that is the short careers of most of these players. There are outliers like Cam that's been in there for 25 years listening to me, but I care less about how he receives the message and more about developing guys like Benton, who's a year and a half into receiving these messages. And man, I just want to continue to hammer home values and cultural values and how to play and so forth. And so experience has taught me that the stale component is probably overblown because the audience is forever changing.
There was a clip in Hard Knocks of Mike Tomlin after the game with Broderick Jones. We see Mike Tomlin giving Russell Wilson the kiss on the back of the head. Say what you will about Mike Tomlin, and I'm sure you will at 412-928-9370. We get it every day on the text line. His players love him.
Yeah.
His players love him. And I went into this first episode of Hard Knocks with an open mind, and I've been firmly in the camp of, hey, man, win playoff games for a long time with Tom, and I think that's fair. You can respect the man. You can understand he's a really good coach and also still say, dude, it's been 7 years. You got to win playoff games. But I went in with an open mind, and I've seen a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff with Tomlin, just in different settings, having gone to training camp and spending as much time in Latrobe as I did over the years. Like, I've seen him on the practice field. I've seen how he interacts with players. I've always respected that. They've always respected him. But I went into this with an open mind saying, okay, I wonder how it's going to make me feel about Tomlin. In one episode, man, and a lot of these clips keep coming out over and over and over on Twitter, and I'm really rooting for him. And at 9-3, I think it's easier. If they were sitting here at 5-7, it's going to be a hard sell. But at 9-3, him being the star of the show, the question is 412-928-9370, can he win you over? I guess is the best way of putting it. And that could be the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Twitter poll, trustpj.com. Now, here's a text, Doran. Hard Knocks is a pointless distraction from football, which will not change anyone's opinion of Mike Tomlin. You either love him or hate him. That's my hypothesis, too. But I'm allowing for it to change my opinion. I'm allowing for it to win me over. He does need to win a playoff game. How do you think people are going to come down on this? You think people are going to move off their spot?
I think it comes down to what you're saying. It comes down to wins and losses. That's all what people want to see. People come off their spot whenever things don't go the way that they're supposed to go in their mind. I think people make up their own narrative in a lot, especially more nowadays than ever. So I think for the moment that you watch Hard Knocks, people could be swayed off the spot. But the moment that they say lose to the Browns on Sunday, you're right back to where you were before.
That's fair.
And I think it's a week-to-week thing.
It's probably the way people should view it. I mean, the wins and losses are the most important thing, especially when it comes to the ultimate goal of hoisting a Lombardi. I just find that I want – maybe this is the best way for me to put how I'm feeling. I want to like him. He runs out onto the field in road venues, and there's Steelers fans everywhere, and he's jacking them up. He's thanking them after the game. Not in the press conference setting, but as he comes off the field, he's giving fans high fives. I love that kind of crap, man. I want my coach to be that way. And then you compare him to Zach Taylor. Zach Taylor got a personality lobotomy. Like, this guy doesn't do it for me. Kevin Stefanski's a good coach, 2-time coach of the year. But he's asking his team, you guys want to make the playoffs? Well, we're in it now. Ain't nobody buying that nonsense, Doran. Like, they ain't buying what he's selling.
I mean, if I'm going to war with somebody, if I'm going to battle, and sports battles I'm talking about, like I don't necessarily need to like you, but like I want to be able to respect you. And I think that Mike Tomlin isn't out here to be liked. And I don't think that fans should have to want to really like him. They should. I think that they are looking to respect for wins. They're looking to respect him for winning on the field on Sundays. Like, who cares about liking him? I mean, at the end of the day, you're never going to break bread with him. You're never going to really, go get a drink with Mike Tomlin. You're never going to have a Thanksgiving meal at his house. That's how I would look at it if I was a fan. Like, I mean, I don't really necessarily need to like the head coach, but do you win or lose?
Yeah.
Do you win or lose?
Here's what I think is wild about this whole season now then, right? Is it was this offseason. For a lot of fans, you just wanted to see a step back in the right direction, right? Win a playoff game. Art Rooney II, it's always been win a Super Bowl. Well, now it was, we need to win a playoff game because that's the first step. Now if they win a playoff game and they lose the next one, people are still going to be pissed at Tomlin.
No doubt.
No doubt about it. And I'm not saying that's fair, unfair, but the goalposts have shifted in season because of how much winning they've been doing. And I do get that. Now it does kind of feel like it would be a disappointment if they only win one playoff game. 412-928-9370. You can tweet us. You can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can give us a ring on that fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. This guy used to call in all the time. We haven't talked to him in a little while. Dave in Delmont. Hey, buddy.
Hey, thank you for taking my call.
Thanks for giving us a ring, man. How you doing?
Good. I appreciate it. I like Mike Tomlin as a person, no doubt about it. But when the rubber hits the road and we're in the playoffs and he needs to make a move, he's going to blow the game, just like he did against the Browns the other a week or so ago.
He had a bad clock management situation, too, at the first half against Cincinnati, Dave. I mean, his warts are his warts, and I don't think some of those are changing.
18 years and he hasn't learned how to use a timeout. That's ridiculous. But the biggest sin was hiring Matt Canada. He just said that he has urgency because players' careers are not that long. Well, then why would you hire a guy that's coaching at Blue Ridge High School right now, couldn't get a job anywhere else, and wasted 3 years of T.J. Watt, Mika Fitzpatrick, Cam Hayward, and they literally had to tell him to get rid of this guy because people told him at the beginning that he was no good, and it took him almost 3 years.
So, Dave, do they need to win the Super Bowl again with Tomlin for you to buy in? Is that what we're looking at here?
We'll never win the Super Bowl with him. He will fold.
All right. So, Dave ain't buying it.
No, he's not at all. Not. He makes a good point about Canada.
He sure does, and that's the thing. You know, Tomlin got a ton of credit by the national media last year for making the playoffs, but he dug the hole that he then had to dig out of.
Mm-hmm.
When the Steelers finished 9-8 with Kenny Pickett in his rookie year, they also started 2-6. So he dug out of a hole of his own creation. I think there's a lot of valid criticism. I've made a lot of the same criticism. The Canada one is a very good one.
Yeah.
Urgency. Well, now you hand it over to Matt Canada. Is he actually coaching at Blue Ridge, by the way?
I don't know. I think you wanted to ask Dave there if he was, right? I saw you look. You're like, is he coaching at Blue Ridge?
I'm going to have to Wikipedia that. Yeah. I'm going to have to Google that one. Valid points.
Yeah, it's valid points.
Like, the way he's coaching this year, having them at 9-3, and then getting the filtered, but the behind-the-scenes look through Hard Knocks, it's got me starting to turn over a new leaf on Mike Tomlin. It really does. Now, you don't win a playoff game, I'll be right back where I was before the season. Like, for sure, if you don't win a playoff game, I will be crushing the guy, I'm sure. But right now, he's winning me over. Is this his best coaching job, or among them? 412-928-9370. We'll get into that as well coming up next, plus your calls. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball plays MS State tonight. Pitt. Why are you laughing? Is that wrong?
Do you know what school that is?
Mississippi.
Okay, good.
Yeah, they play tonight. Pitt with that 18 ranking, and Pitt with just one loss on the season so far this year. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
Want a satisfying meal for only $6? Try the new $6 meal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for only $6. You know Dunkin' coffee. It's always made just how you like it.
That's right, Doran. And the bacon, egg, and cheese is toasty. It's delicious. And there's crispy golden hash browns. They're a must. And they're in the new $6 meal deal, too. Take advantage of that offer while it lasts. Price participation may vary. America runs on Dunkin'.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and I recently caught up with my friend Paige at Awaken 180. I asked about the new Awaken 180 Golden program. I mean, feeling and looking younger in addition to weight loss? It's true. With Awaken 180 Golden, clients receive the same fast weight loss we all had, and at the same time see the benefits of what matters most to those over 60. Increased energy, improved mobility, better sleep results. Awaken 180 Golden clients start seeing in just 2 weeks. I mean, who doesn't want to be 30 or 50 pounds lighter and at the same time feel 10 years younger? At 29, I'm already feeling better. My knees feel a whole lot better than they did a few years ago. And I can only imagine what else is coming down the line. Want my advice? Don't let weight, don't let age get in the way of living the life you want to lead. Instead, choose Awaken 180 Golden. Call 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
When you donate to the Salvation Army's Red Kettle campaign, your love lasts all year long. It puts a present under someone's tree today and a roof over someone's head tomorrow. It brightens Christmas morning and the hardest nights for hardworking families. Together, we love beyond Christmas. Support local families by donating today. Text the word KETTLE, KETTLE, to 313-333 or visit SalvationArmyWPA.org.
What's your favorite way to spend time? With family, friends, grabbing some alone time because you need a little space from your family and friends? One thing's for sure, it's not an unexpected stay at the hospital. Unfortunately, last year, flu and COVID hospitalized 1.3 million adults, and nearly 1 million of them were 65 or older. So get your updated vaccines and don't let flu or COVID interrupt your life. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com or call us at 833-SCALE-25. That's 833-SCALE-25.
Shop Dell Technologies Cyber Monday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Cyber Monday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Another great moment from Hard Knocks. Mike Tomlin firing up Nick Herbig after his sack. And the outside linebackers coach, and I just saw Chris Carter tweeting about this, was pumping him up all week long. Tomlin was pumping him up all week long. Herbig, you go get Orlando Brown Jr. Mm-hmm. You get him. Mm-hmm. You get him. And then he got him.
Yep.
And so the question, can Mike Tomlin win you over this year? Wins, Hard Knocks, 412-928-9370. Here's a text. You guys don't think he was playing this up for HBO cameras, do you? Rich from Beaver Falls.
Mm-mm.
Absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely not. Tomlin is authentic. Now he'll give you what he wants to give you in press conferences. I'm not talking about that. His prerogative isn't to give the media everything they want. It's to help his football team win. And so you don't want to put a whole bunch of stuff out there into the ether, right? But I don't think I don't think seeing how the other coaches were talking to their teams, I don't know that it really has much of an impact. Certainly not on Tomlin. The camera's fault. I think he is who he is because he knows his team would see right through it.
Right. I know. I think he's more intense when the cameras are off. I think you got the kind of scaled back version, probably.
You might have gotten 100%. The scaled back version.
Yeah, he isn't giving it. He knows the cameras and he knows he's mic'd up. Like, he's very smart and he's going to give what he needs to give to the team, but it's not going to be the full version. No chance he's going to give the full version.
Well, and they also have, as I understand it, creative control. So the Steelers
still wouldn't trust that, though. I wouldn't if I were him.
No.
I still wouldn't trust that.
No, you never. Just like we're not supposed to say stuff off air around microphones because you just never know. Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that. Like if he at some point gave George Pickens an earful about the penalty stuff, I would bet you everything I have in my bank account he didn't want that going in Hard Knocks.
Nope.
That's a good point by you. It's interesting to me, though, that Tomlin got asked about it. He said, absolutely not. I'm not watching Hard Knocks. Absolutely not. And then he's the star. But he's the star because he's just cooler than the other guys. He just is. Texter. Hard Knocks will bring in more supporters nationally for Tomlin, but will change nothing in Pittsburgh, win in the playoffs, or else philosophy. I buy that.
Buy that, yes.
Shall we take a call?
Yeah.
Bill in the car, hello.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
You got it, Bill.
Hey, I called in a couple weeks ago regarding Mike Williams, but, with Tomlin, he reminds me a lot of a typical Steeler coach. He knows when to get into his players' grill. He knows when to put them up. But it comes down to preparation. And, this year, yes, the team seems more prepared. But look at the 3 losses. Went into Indianapolis with no defensive game plan. Went into this Sunday with a better offensive game plan. So letting his coordinators coach and him managing the whole process, yes, this is probably one of his better coaching jobs.
I agree with that, Bill, and thank you for the call. 412-928-9370.
Do people
I guess I agree with the last point because I think you're about to address the first point.
People think that teams are supposed to win every single game.
Right.
It's crazy. It's not realistic. They're not going to win every game. Only there's one team in the history of the NFL that won every game. The Dolphins, 1972. One team. It's almost impossible. I don't know. I understand that you want to go into and have your mindset that you want the Steelers to win every game or you want your respected team to win every single game, but it's just not realistic. And you have to understand that the other team is getting paid a lot of money too.
And the other coach is getting paid a lot of money.
And yes. And 2 of the games that you did lose this year were with your backup quarterback.
Every game they lost came down to the wire too. And I will never get over the Browns' loss, even if they stomp the living hell out of them this week. Like, that one sticks in my craw. But you lose to Dallas with your backup quarterback. You lose to Indianapolis. I didn't like the way that game started. You lose to them with your backup quarterback. You're 9-3. I think it's one of Mike Tomlin's better coaching jobs. And I do think we have seen game plan specific for opponent this year, and it's been stark. It's been obvious. Against the Browns, they ran it on 17 out of 21 first downs. Against the Bengals, Doran, they threw it 27 times in the first half. 27 times in the first half. Against Atlanta, they didn't throw it once in the middle of the field. Against the Chargers, they threw it almost exclusively in the middle of the field. They are 9-3. They were picked by most, seriously, by most, and Vegas had them in the basement of the AFC North. Russell Wilson, if you extrapolate what he's done through 6 games out for an entire season, would be an MVP candidate. They're a top 10 offense in the NFL. They're a top 5 defense in the NFL. They're the best special teams in the NFL. Mike Tomlin done a great job this year. Inarguably. Done an awesome job this year. Yes, you got to win a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
At minimum, probably. But we'll get there when we get there. How's he done this season? He's done a great job. And I think, Doran, with the win-loss record what it is, plus Hard Knocks, I think he is, if they keep it up, I think he's going to win the Coach of the Year for the first time in his career. I do. I mean, I think this NFL propaganda, HBO Hard Knocks thing, I think it's going to help him.
No, yeah.
How you can watch it, see what they're doing on the field, and then not wind up putting him number one? I don't think it's going to happen. I think he's going to be the Coach of the Year.
Whether they win, throughout this time period of Hard Knocks, or if, say, they lose to the Eagles, come back and beat the Chiefs on Christmas, I mean, that'll do it. Like, you lost a game to the Eagles, a really good team. You're feeling down. Seeing how Mike Tomlin gets his guys back up to beat the Chiefs on Christmas, that'll do it right there. That'll win him Coach of the Year, and people will be able to see that.
I think two guarantees right now. I think you're going to lose to Philly, and I think you're going to beat the Chiefs. I do think you're going to beat the Chiefs. I think the Buffalo Bills are the best team in the AFC, and if the Steelers beat the Chiefs, I don't know how you wouldn't say that they're right there too. You're going to have to win in the playoffs. That's going to ultimately win people over. But if you think he hasn't done a great coaching job this year, then you just never wanted to like Mike Tomlin.
Right.
Or you liked him at one point in the 7-year playoff drought has made you not like him. I'm trying to live in the moment with Tomlin. If you would ask me a couple weeks ago, I was real pissed because they lost to the Browns. But you're asking me now? The way they bounced back against the Bengals, looking at the season on a whole, the way he switched from Justin Fields to Russell Wilson, he's doing a great job.
Yeah.
He's doing a great job. And I hope for his sake, and I hope because I want to like him, I find myself wanting to like him, I hope he wins a playoff game. I hope he wins a couple playoffs. I hope he wins the damn Super Bowl. 412-928-9370. So the Steelers are turning it around, and we'll talk a lot of Steelers all morning long, as we always do. Are the Penguins, Doran, turning it around? We'll get into that briefly when we come back. First, though, a reminder, you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And now a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Ben's basketball plays Mississippi State tonight. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Game time is at 9:15. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Trouble now heading toward the eastern sections of the city. This report brought to you by Giant Eagle. Crews checking reports of an accident now in the Hayes section of the city. 700 block of Mifflin Road near Lebanon Road. We also had an earlier accident on the inbound Parkway East near Edgewood Swissvale. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing delays as far back as the Wilkinsburg off-ramp to the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while the Parkway West is jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Discover unbeatable value at Giant Eagle with deals for days. Stock up on delicious dips and appetizers to fresh bakery treats and more. These special prices are available for a limited time. Don't miss out on the chance to make your gatherings unforgettable. Visit Giant Eagle or Market District today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday morning at 9, The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Smale Kia.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Smale Kia is expanding.
raising the roof. And during the Season of New Tradition sales event, we'll be offering huge savings out of tiny little trailers. Rates as low as 0% APR for up to 48 months on select 2024 Sportages and Serenos. SmaleKia.com.
0% APR financing subject to credit approval through KFA for well-qualified buyers. Not all will qualify. $20.83 per month per thousand financed at 48 months. See Smale Kia for details. Tax, title, license, dealer fees extra. Take delivery by 1/2/25.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
New holiday deals just dropped at Lowe's. Get up to 30% off select major appliances, plus an additional $75 off for every $1,000 you spend on select kitchen major appliances from brands like Whirlpool, KitchenAid, Amana, and Maytag. And don't miss big savings on DeWalt. Save $80 on a DeWalt 20-volt max 2-tool combo kit. Was $229, now just $149. Lowe's knows deals. Offers valid 12/5 through 12/11. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for details and qualifying items while supplies last.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning eternity band, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer, or maybe you're looking for that perfect engagement ring or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have the perfect gifts for the season, starting at around $500. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas, see the online seasonal gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We got Pat Fryermuth texting us right now, talking junk on our college football teams.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Penn State's going to the Big Ten championship game. Congratulations to Penn State and their fans. That includes Fryermuth. And also his celebration was hilarious in Cincinnati. I mean, I laughed out loud. He is looking for Steelers fans, fake looking for Steelers fans. That was gold. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. More of your phone calls on Mike Tomlin coming up in the next segment, and also what he had to say about George Pickens in that situation. We'll play it for you. We'll react to it. But how about this last night? The Penguins, in overtime, Brian Rust scores the game-winning goal. Pens got outshot 41-16, but they win. They win 5-4 over the defending Stanley Cup champions. And Doran, they've won 4 consecutive games.
Oh, no.
And they are, right now, you hear my throat do a weird thing there? They are 1 point out of a playoff spot. How about that?
That is pretty unbelievable. For how bad that they've played, and to string off 4 in a row. I hope that they win.
Me, of course.
We hope that they win.
Of course.
Hope they figure it out.
If this is just the oasis in the desert that is the 2024-2025 season, it's at least fun right now for them to win 4 games.
Yeah.
They got thoroughly outplayed last night. I mean, they played the best team in hockey last year, one of the best teams in hockey right now in Florida, and they had won 4 in a row. And Tristan Jarry was excellent, but they gave up a 3-goal lead in the third period in 4.5 minutes. So their problems remain their problems, but they were physically pushing back last night. The 3 games preceding this, they actually played well. Against Boston, they were really good, and Jarry was really good. Confidence is a hell of a thing. It's a hell of a thing. They are playing with more confidence. Like, that much is evident. There's more of a fluidity to their game, and I can't explain it.
Tomasino.
That must be it.
Yep.
That must be it.
It's always that one player. Like last year's Bunting.
Well, they got some new blood in there, and I do think that matters. And Carlson's been playing better, which obviously is going to help. I don't know where this goes, but I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
That's fair.
Is it my ears are perked now?
What did I say to you yesterday?
I don't remember.
I was like, you know what? I'm going to sit down and I'm going to watch the game tonight.
And
I'm intrigued.
It's our job, and we'll have it on. Like, that's where I usually am on the Penguins now, is like, it's on, and you pay attention, and you listen to the post-game stuff, and you read. But they were on the main TV last night.
Right, the main TV.
I only have one. I just said that for effect. But I was locked in.
But you use your computer, too. You have a TV, and then you have your computer.
And then you got a smartphone.
Right. There's 3 things going.
I mean, because you got to watch the college football playoff rankings coming out. You want to watch Hard Knocks. You want to watch Penguinos, some college basketball. But they had my full undivided attention last night. And, hey, look, you're not going to play great every game, and you're not going to probably outplay the Stanley Cup champs for 60 minutes. But they got timely goals. They got timely saves. They got the clutch goal from a guy who's always been clutch in Brian Rust. And if you want to be a playoff team, you're going to need to get points when you're not playing well. Their problem is when they played some of these playoff teams or good teams early on in the season, they didn't even give them themselves a chance.
It was over before it started.
Yeah, they still have the worst goal differential in hockey despite winning 4 games in a row. So a lot of work needs to be done. But my word on the Penguins right now, intrigued.
Yeah, I like that.
Intrigued. I'm paying attention. You're on my radar, Penguins.
Correct.
Get her done. And they got Toronto on Saturday. Another stiff test.
Home?
I don't think.
Okay.
They're on my radar, Doran. It doesn't mean I got the schedule pulled up.
That's right.
I mean, come on now.
Oops.
Full schedule. Actually, they play the Rangers in the Garden on Friday. The Rangers have sucked lately. They're going to make a panic move, which will be hilarious because that's what the Rangers do. Then you got Toronto and Colorado back-to-back. So it doesn't get easier. Get her done. You get that bad boy up to 7 in a row, now we talking. You'll be in a playoff spot in all likelihood. All right, coming up next, Mike Tomlin addressed George Pickens and the penalties after the game. He addressed George Pickens and the penalties yesterday. He addressed the same thing in 2 different ways. Which means more? We get to it when we come back. Plus your calls on Mike Tomlin, 412-928-9370. Right now, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road in McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. Intrigued.
Good morning. It's cold out there once again with morning temperatures in the low 20s. Afternoon temps will be in the mid-30s, and the hottest part of both today and tomorrow will come overnight with temperatures in the upper 30s. The big push of snow arrives around 9 this evening and will be done by 3 o'clock on Thursday morning. If south of I-70, expect to wake up with around an inch of snow on the ground. The rest of Thursday will be windy, cold, and off and on snow showers will continue through Friday. First Alert meteorologist Ron Smiley to KTK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Learn more at Viking.com.
Last year, flu and COVID hospitalized nearly 1 million adults 65 and older. That's nearly 1 million men, women, parents, grandparents, chess players, checkers players, and chess players who are so bad at chess, they really should stick to checkers. So if you're one of these people, or not, get this season's flu and COVID vaccines so you can keep being the totally unique person you are, whoever that is.
Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. As a player, you want the most advanced equipment to keep you safe on the field. As a professional driver, safety behind the wheel should always be a priority. PGT Trucking has invested in over 200 new trucks and is hiring drivers for both regional and local flatbed routes. Begin your new career with the leader in the flatbed trucking industry. Great pay, top benefits, and new equipment. Visit pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
The sports calendar is heating up, and there's no better place to get in on the action than ESPN Bet Sportsbook. New customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets, and for a limited time, also unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus to stream exclusive live sports. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Loose and cracked mortar, crumbling chimney, the cap was broken, bricks were all messed up. My house had all of those problems, and much like you, I'm a fan listener and picked up the phone and called Precision Pointing after hearing their ads. Glad I did. They came to my house, assessed the problem, clearly communicated a plan of action. Precision Pointing was in control from start to finish, and my 75-year-old home is good for at least another 75 years. The best part, no down payment required. So if you have an older home in need of brick repair or restoration, get it done by Precision Pointing.
Free Coffee Mondays are back at Get Go Cafe and Market, just in time to keep you fueled for the holidays. Scan your loyalty card and get the gift of any size self-serve hot or iced coffee or cold brew. Free Coffee Mondays every Monday through December 30th, 2024. Only at Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Primanti Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the destination to catch all your favorite sports, now with Sunday Ticket. Don't miss daily half-off happy hour, $3.29 daily beer, great deals on wings and pizza, and of course your favorite almost famous sandwich. Primanti Brothers, now serving more sports.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry...
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing delays approaching the top of Green Tree Hill on that inbound side, approaching the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound is heavy from the top of the hill down toward Carnegie. Parkway East jamming near Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass, and then again between the 40th and 31st Street bridges. And an earlier accident cleared. This was in the Hayes section of the city on Mifflin Road near Lebanon Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This portion of the show is sponsored by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Did you know Awaken 180 is an approved expense for both HSA and FSA accounts? Reserve your consultation for December, and you decide the start date, now or on day one of the new year. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Biggest takeaway from Hard Knocks, Mike Tomlin loves those chili-flavored Fritos.
Was it chili or barbecue?
Barbecue-flavored Fritos.
Oh.
Which I rank below the original brand, though. The original kind, the original flavor, just Fritos.
You like those?
You don't like those?
No.
You don't like regular Fritos?
No.
You don't like
There's
those?
no substance to them. Like, they're just a corn chip.
Oh, yeah,
It's
nobody
like-
likes corn chips.
It's like eating...
The Aztecs didn't like corn. Made their whole civilization go round and round.
150 million years ago?
What do you think? They were around the dinosaurs?
I'm just saying. Like, I mean, it's like eating a Tostitos...
No, they're
chip.
better than those.
No, it's like eating a Tostitos chip without salsa.
No, that would be like...
It's the same thing.
It's
They're
not the same
chip.
thing.
Yes,
They're
they
a
are.
different kind of consistency.
But they're the same. They're the same.
They're both
the same
corn
thing.
chips, but they're different.
They're the same
There's
thing.
a different salt quotient.
No.
Now, I think that the variants are very good.
You're saying it's like saying that you like Tostitos chips over Doritos.
No, it's not. I think
Same thing.
I think Frito has a unique flavor profile which makes it stand on its own. And I will take any and all texts on this at 412-928-9370. The flavor ones are great, but I like the original. You ever make a walking taco?
You like Corn Flakes over Frosted Flakes. That's basically what you're saying.
Some people would. I don't, but some people would.
To be fair, though, if you're making a walking taco, you're putting it in as an ingredient, not eating it.
I know
straight.
that wasn't my first point, but it's among my points.
But it's I'm gonna just dismantle every point I can. I was just talking.
Okay, yeah.
Fact checks.
Yeah, just go down and get point number 4. Just attack that one. This is a big day here, by the way, on 93.7 The Fan. We're all wearing purple today to raise awareness for domestic violence and the victims of domestic violence. And this hour's Game Changer sponsor for our fight against domestic violence is Megan Ford in Connellsville. You can be a game changer, too. Go to 937thefan.com, click on Fan for the Win, and then donate. A donation of any size will help survivors who are spending the holidays in a shelter in search of safety. It hits you when you think about it that way. Holiday season, survivors spending the holidays in a shelter. Safety is a basic human need that most of us just simply take for granted. So by donating, you are spreading a gift of safety and relief. More on this as we go forward here on today's show. And again, just go to 937thefan.com. You'll find your link to donate and to help right there on the homepage. All right, so Mike Tomlin talked about George Pickens after the Steelers' victory over the Bengals and said he needs to grow up.
You just got to grow up, man. It's an emotional game, man. These divisional games are big. He got a target on his back because he's George. He understands that. But he's got to grow up. He's got to grow up in a hurry.
So that was Tomlin after the game. This is Tomlin back and forth with Brooke Pryor yesterday during his news conference about Pickens.
He said that George needed to grow up regarding the penalties that he had. That's been a recurring thing. Because of that, at what point do you consider changing the approach to work on him minimizing those penalties and situations in game?
I'm not going to give you any detail about what goes on behind the scenes in terms of his growth and development. That's my style, and I'm going to be really consistent in it. Being transparent with you guys doesn't necessarily help or accelerate the growth process, and that's my agenda, not necessarily feeding the beast.
But is it a concern that he's had these penalties that are costly?
If it is or isn't, I wouldn't necessarily tell you, to be quite honest with you.
So I get that. I mean, you call him out after the game, though, say he needs to grow up.
Mm-hmm.
That, to me, is more real than what happens in the press conference.
Yes.
because that's emotion.
Right.
That's how you're really feeling. Sometimes you're not going to have the opportunity to filter all that out. It's going to kind of be stream of consciousness. We know Tomlin. He knows how to play the media. He knows what he wants to say in the press conferences on Tuesdays. But after the game, I think he sometimes lets it fly a little bit more. I think he is upset with George Pickens in the way that he has handled some of his business. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean he needs to tell the media what his plan is with all of that. But I still think what he said after the game is legit. And I am guessing that he'll address it or has already addressed it with Pickens.
Well, it's very aware that he's tender to the situation with George Pickens, because if he just kind of let it go by and was like, all right, George is going to figure this out and I don't have to kind of, reprimand him at all, he wouldn't have pulled him aside after the pick six.
Yeah.
Early on in the game. Like, we need you. Like, we need you to stay locked in. We need you, don't worry about this. Don't worry about this. So you could just tell right there that he's already, kind of, hey, I'm on thin ice with George and what he's going to do. And then obviously he does the things he did throughout the rest of the game. And then after the game, Mike Tomlin says what he says. And then he sits back and kind of calms down and then goes into the press conference and is like, yeah, I'm not going to give you guys any information. But I guarantee he's had conversation with George yesterday or the day before.
I guarantee he did too.
100%.
And I think you make a good point about bringing up the clip from Hard Knocks there. I think Mike Tomlin's really good at dealing with these situations, and I don't think that's a popular opinion. I don't think people agree with me on that. With what happened with Antonio Brown and
Deontay
and Le'Veon Bell. What it looks like for me with Deontay is they moved on at the exact right time.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they did with Antonio Brown too. Like, did they give him a little extra freedom, maybe a lot of extra freedom to be Antonio? Sure they did. What's Tomlin's job, though, is to win football games. And in those days, you want Antonio Brown on the field. And so you give him enough slack to kind of be a lunatic jackass because you want him to play football for you.
Yeah.
Because he's one of the best receivers in the history of the sport. I don't know that he handled the LeGarrette Blount situation wonderfully, but maybe LeGarrette Blount was always looking to be an aggrieved party. Why do you sign in Pittsburgh behind a Le'Veon Bell? I don't know. I think he did what he had to with AB. I think he's sort of trying to walk this tightrope here with George Pickens, where you want to kind of give him that fatherly, put your arm around him, but also be critical of him kind of deal, because you don't want to lose him. And look, the penalties can't happen. Because come playoff time, if something like this happens and you cost 15 yards, you cost 30 yards overall, or you get, by God, tossed out of a game, that ain't good. It's very bad. Detrimental to your winning efforts, as Mike Tomlin would probably put it. But I don't know. Has it reached the level of being something that is losing the Steelers games? I don't think we got there yet.
It's not there yet, but I think that the real conversation is it could get there, because now, like, NFL players are always looking for tendencies, right? We talk about that. I mean, it's more about, like, all right, how does a guy step? How does a guy, put his hands in and does his up and under moves like this? But they're also looking at tendencies like, can I get in a guy's head? So now moving forward, if I am a defensive coordinator and I'm talking to my defense, do everything you can to get in that guy's head, because he's going to unravel. I think that Mike Tomlin's trying to halt that more than anything moving forward. He's like, listen, you keep putting this on film, the next team that we play is going to watch this, and they're going to be even worse than what this situation was. You're doing it to yourself, I mean, it's not really anybody doing it to you in the last game. You did it to yourself with the, handing the ball to the player whenever he's over top of him. Like, you're exposing yourself to more damage in the future. Let's stop this right now so nobody has any ammo on you. I think that that's probably a part of it as well, is because it's going to happen on Sunday. With Newsome and the whole defense of the Browns.
He's going to hear it.
That's
for
the number one
60
message.
Minutes.
Is that not the number one message? If you're going in there today, it's your first regular practice for the week. If you're the Browns, number 14, do whatever you got to do to get in his head.
Mm-hmm.
That's the number one message if you're the Browns.
And I thought that it was instructional to see what Tomlin did on Sunday with Pickens after the pick six, and then to actually hear what he said on Hard Knocks. Tomlin is that is my legit biggest takeaway, not the Fritos thing. although we'll keep getting into that because the text line has popped. Mike Tomlin, he clearly understands with Pickens. Clearly understands. Because Tomlin easily could have gone to George in that moment and said, hey, that wasn't your fault. That's not what he did. He said, we're not losing the game because of that, or something to that effect, because he knows he needs to keep his guy's head in it. That is an acknowledgement that we all got to see because of the magic of HBO, that Mike Tomlin understands the psyche of that guy. Now, is it going to get through to him? Great question, Crowley. I don't know. I can't predict that. If he's going to hear the message, but at least that showed me that Mike Tomlin understood that the message needed to be delivered. 412-928-9370. Chili cheese. They're chili cheese Fritos.
Those are better, yes, than regular.
The barbecue twisted ones are good.
Those are addicting.
They're all addicting, including the original brand.
How many people are agreeing with you right now?
Not many. Including this guy on the text line, 412-928-9370. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Does that bleep hole ever shut up and let fans talk? He wastes time talking about Fritos.
Watch cows clapping.
I don't like that. He's supposed to be loyal.
Yeah, you're real kind to me all the time. That's true. You give me reasons every day to be loyal to you. Absolutely.
Tell me you ain't like a regular original Frito.
I don't.
Ugh. Devastating. The salt quotient's perfect, and they're folded. You just place it on your tongue. That's what I like to do, one at a time. Are you a one at a time guy? You a handful kind of guy? You put a handful in your mouth or one at a time?
Handful.
Callus?
Of ones with substance, though, not ones that
That's
are just
fine.
corn chips.
Forget that. I'm asking a different question.
I'm just saying.
I do one at a time, but in rapid succession.
That's what I do. I do it with potato chips. I do it with popcorn at the movies, one at a time.
I don't know. I might do one at a time. Yeah, I might do one at a time, actually.
All right, let's let the fans talk next. The listeners talk at 412-928-9370. Do you have the same takeaway that I do from Hard Knocks, which is that Mike Tomlin understands he's got to deal with George Pickens? 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls next. You can also tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Tomlin's also got another player that he's got to look out for. I'll tell you about him when we return as well. First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins won in overtime yesterday after giving up a 3-goal lead. They won 5-4 over the Florida Panthers. Penguins don't play again until this coming Friday. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get ready for every pit game with the Panthers preview show. 3 hours before kickoff, Bob Pompiani and Doran Dickerson give you all the insight on the upcoming game.
It's pulled in. What a catch by Kalate Mumfield.
Panthers preview is brought to you by Air Pro Heating and Cooling, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Voss TV and Appliance, Monster Brewing's Beast Unleashed, South Hills Lincoln, and Leon's Billiards and more. Let's go. We are the home for your Pitt Panthers. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Pat Bostic, and I'm here to make sure you never overpay for tires again. Winter is coming. Are your tires ready? You can save hundreds, even thousands of dollars on brand name tires with Champ Tires. Used tires, like used cars, are an affordable way to keep you safe through rain, snow, and sleet. Champ Tires has a huge inventory of new, takeoff, and used tires at the lowest prices. They have 2 locations in the Pittsburgh area and offer free shipping. Check out champtires.com for sales, installation specials, and other great deals.
Did you know you can spend your PA taxes to fund a scholarship for a child in need and get a 90% tax credit refund? Through Blocks, BLOCS, you can redirect your state tax liability, fund a scholarship, direct it to the private or Catholic school of your choice, and receive a 90% refund on that donated amount. It's a simple process, and you can fund a scholarship that will change a child's life. Tax credit slots are filling up fast, and you must make your commitment by December 23rd. Head to blocks.org, BLOCS.org now.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site, with seasonal selections every month. Next is their award-winning menu. The holiday season is around the corner, and there's no better place to celebrate than at Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh. Whether it's a family gathering, corporate party, or festive get-together with friends, book your holiday event today and bring the warmth of Bavaria to your celebration. Visit HofbrauhausPittsburgh.com to get started.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com or call us at 833-SCALE-25. That's 833-SCALE-25.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 12/28, in-store only.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
This Sports Minute is brought to you by McAfee. Visit McAfee.com/online protection for limited time deals.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. After 13 weeks, 11-1 Kansas City and 10-2 Buffalo are the only teams to clinch playoff berths. But the Chiefs look forward and can't wait for some real games in the postseason. Meantime, how about Josh Allen, folks? He has been simply incredible, and the Bills are better without Stephon Diggs. They're looking like this year's IT team and eventual AFC top seed. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Place a first touchdown scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Couple of accidents in your way this morning, and this report brought to you by NJM Insurance. One reported at the intersection of Horning and Curry Roads in South Park Township. The other one is crews are on the scene in McCandless, the intersection of West Ingomar Road and Crepe Court. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing delays on the inbound side of Route 51 approaching Bousman Street to the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. Parkway West are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East at Wilkinsburg and Route 28 delays heavy approaching Millvale to the north side. Driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal in Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com. I'm Greg McAtee.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Back to Tomlin and Pickens and all that jazz in a minute. Did you see the trailer for the Aaron Rodgers 3-part Netflix documentary?
Enigma.
Aaron Rodgers, Enigma. I swear to God, I would rather watch Nicholas Callis, Enigma, over Aaron Rodgers, Enigma. Seriously, this guy goes on these dark room retreats, right? And there's a video crew there. We talk about Hard Knocks a lot in the first hour of the show and how we think Mike Tomlin, if anything's dialing it back, but he's still being as much authentic Tomlin as he can. How am I supposed to take, and I rarely did anyway, how am I supposed to take anything this guy does or says seriously when he thinks that he's this enigma, when he thinks that he's this out-of-the-box kind of free thinker dude, when for the last couple of years, all that weird stuff he's been doing, he's had video crews following him. Like you're not on an ayahuasca, eye-opening, life-changing retreat when you got video cameras.
That is true. That is true. But you're not going to give him a chance.
What a fraud.
You won't give Aaron Rodgers a chance.
Oh, I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch it. I mean, they have him talking to RFK Jr. about being the vice president on his ticket.
That's just...
It's all there, dude.
I think he lost his mind.
I think that might be part of it,
like
too.
a while ago. Like a long time ago. Like, not a long time ago, but like 6 years ago. I think he lost his mind a little bit.
There's nothing more dangerous than an imbecile who thinks they're smart.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I'd go so far as to say he's an imbecile, but he's nowhere near as smart as he thinks he is. Darn it, I'll watch it. I think we need to make a spoof trailer with Harry Callis going through all the same things. Nicholas Harry Callis, Enigma.
I started laughing when he said an imbecile thinks he's smart. I think that defines me somewhat well.
I thought he was going to take a shot at me.
I thought he was taking a shot at you. He started laughing back there. I was like, oh, man, he's about to take a shot at Crowley. He took a shot at himself.
Growth.
I've shared enough wrong information on this show enough I need to take accountability for that.
Me too. Happens to all of us. We get things wrong.
You thought I said 2 goal lead instead of 3 when I did my last headline.
Yeah, I criticized him during the break. I said the Penguins actually blew a 3-goal lead, not a 2-goal lead. And he said, I said 3. I said, no, you didn't. Then he pulled up the tape, and you know what he said? 3.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for it for him.
Yeah, you are.
Newman in Monongahela joining us now. Hello, Newman.
Hello, guys. Hey, real quick with the Pickens thing, I just saw a little background. I coached football for 19 years and basketball for 18. And I don't care if I had a star player. If they started to be a cancer to their team, they sat. Including my own son, when he was the star of the team, he sat.
Yeah, but you're not paying them over $1 million.
I don't care. You hurt the team, you don't belong on the team.
Was Antonio Brown hurting the team or helping the team?
Hurting it.
I argue he helped the team a hell of a lot more than he hurt it when he's racking up 1,800 yards.
Yes.
And it was only when he could not be saved that they then moved him on to the Raiders. They did sit him. When he threw a ball at the quarterback's feet and was mouthing off in practice, that's when they sat him, and that was it.
Yep.
The last game he ever played was against the New Orleans Saints. Juju fumbled the game away. Then Juju was voted the team MVP. AB couldn't handle it, and that was that. But Mike Tomlin has a responsibility to win football games. I don't think that his enabling made Antonio Brown what Antonio Brown became. I really don't. I think Antonio Brown was a ticking time bomb. I think head injuries might have exasperated some things.
What's the money?
I think money, that's exactly what I was about to say. Same thing. And his job is to get wins. And up until the point where he thought AB wasn't going to help them get wins, you get his ass on the field. If that means letting him fly a helicopter, I had no problem with it. None. 0. AB was one of one. One of probably the top 5, in my opinion, wide receivers of all time. You want that guy to play. You know, T.O., he would always wear out his welcome. But your job as a head coach was to get T.O. on the football field until his actions were actively hurting the team. And teams moved on from that guy when push came to shove and that wound up happening. Now, George Pickens ain't as good as AB. I would also argue that he's not as bad as what Deontay's done. I would argue that Tomlin actually, when he did do some Deontay stuff, benched him. Like, load management. Nah, they benched him a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
They benched him a little bit. So Tomlin actually kind of did. He's not as bad to me as Claypool, who questions practice methods and stuff like that. He's not as bad. No one is as AB. I don't know that, Martavis Bryant you couldn't deal with because he just wasn't going to be available for you. I don't lump Pickens in with them yet. Are we trending that way? Maybe. But you can't be cutting off your nose to spite your face.
No, you need him.
You're trying to win football games. They're trying to win a playoff game. You want to win playoff games, you need that guy on the field. You don't have a quality, legit number 2 wide receiver. He's got to be the guy. By the way, we're wearing purple today. Not in support of the Baltimore Ravens. That would be sacrilege around here. We are all wearing purple today on 93.7 The Fan to raise awareness for domestic assault victims. And we'd like to thank Keystone Custom Apparel for all the purple shirts that we're all going to be wearing today. We'll tell you more about the Fan for the Win Challenge. You can donate to help women and children who are victims of domestic abuse. Just go to 937thefan.com right there on the homepage. Make it super easy to donate. All right, coming up next, we've talked about Pickens. We'll take some more calls because they've come in here on Pickens at 412-928-9370. But there's another guy, too, that, he might need to be coached a little bit differently. Maybe. We'll talk about it. That's next. First, a Harry headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins played last night, blew a 3-goal lead, and they were able to win in overtime 5-4 over the Florida Panthers. Penguins don't play again until this coming Friday. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now, Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Marketing matters when it comes to selling your home, and you need to work with a real estate agent that has great marketing skills, and that's Gina Giampetro. Kevin recently sold his home in Moon Township for over $400,000 because of Gina's expert marketing. In fact, Kevin said that he had offers on his home that were $25,000 over the asking price within just hours of his home hitting the market. Gina will sit down with you. You grant a price, you grant a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she'll have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina. We'll sell your home.com.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Place a first touchdown scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and I recently caught up with my friend Paige at Awaken 180. I asked about the new Awaken 180 Golden program. I mean, feeling and looking younger in addition to weight loss. It's true. With Awaken 180 Golden, clients receive the same fast weight loss we all had, and at the same time see the benefits of what matters most to those over 60. Increased energy, improved mobility, better sleep results. Awaken 180 Golden clients start seeing in just 2 weeks. I mean, who doesn't want to be 30 or 50 pounds lighter and at the same time feel 10 years younger? At 29, I'm already feeling better. My knees feel a whole lot better than they did a few years ago. And I can only imagine what else is coming down the line. Want my advice? Don't let weight, don't let age get in the way of living the life you want to lead. Instead, choose Awaken 180 Golden. Call 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
When he's good, he's thorough good. Little bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Doran, I think I could have caught a pass in that game.
Have you ever wore a helmet?
No. I don't.
Shoulder pads?
No. I've never ran with a helmet on in my life.
The mouthpiece, too, distracted me personally. It's just it's a lot of stuff to focus on.
That's because it's the first time in your life you ever had to shut up.
Wow. Maybe that's why you talk so much, because you've never worn a helmet.
That's what our listeners say, that's for sure.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's one for you, Doran. I'm a manager for a big franchise. I have a few employees who are late nearly daily, and I allow it because they're some of the best I have and never have to tell them how to do their job. But as soon as someone has a temper tantrum, I sit them down and explain how it's detrimental to the team building and how they look like a bleep when they do it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, who's saying that Mike Tomlin doesn't do that?
Correct. Also, I do buy into you do treat people differently.
Absolutely.
Everyone's different. I mean, we've had this conversation before. Some guys need to be coached. And some guys, you can't give them the tough love. Some guys will fold up like a cheap suit. Doran, my boss was yelling at me. I've had bosses like that. I don't like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Most people don't like getting yelled at. I'm a sensitive guy. I want to get yelled at. Find other ways to motivate.
Right, yeah. Like I feel like yelling is just demeaning. Like
yes.
No, like I'm a grown dude. Like
we're on your side here. We're all shooting for the same thing. You don't need to yell at me. I've had bosses like that before, and I hated it. Micromanagers, I hated it. Now we don't got that problem. But I do think some people respond to that. But you need to find out who responds to what. My biggest takeaway from Hard Knocks was just that Mike Tomlin basically acknowledges that Pickens, well, you gotta handle him. That's why he pulled him to the side after the pick six, because he knows that Pickens can be a problem. Stay in the fight. We're not going to let that define us. That's not the reason we're going to lose this game. Why? Because he knows that Pickens could maybe trail off. You could lose him. That was an acknowledgement to me, and I think a big one, whether he intended it or not, and I don't think he intended it, obviously, but he is wearing the microphones. 412-928-9370. There's another guy that I think might need a stern talking to, and I think Tomlin in this instance is kind of letting Joey Porter Jr. off the hook. He was asked about Porter and his penalties yesterday in his press conference.
No tweaks in terms of the approach. Certainly, he could have been better from a technical standpoint. In review of the tape, some technical things at the line of scrimmage that oftentimes lead to circumstances down the field could be better. But also, as I mentioned after the game, a component of that is competing against the likes of T. Higgins and his style of play. I felt the same way when we played DK Metcalf late last year, for example. You have to match physicality of these big people, and sometimes you do so at risk, and that's just a tightrope that he are willing to walk in an effort to be competitive. One thing we're not going to do is turn it down and allow him to catch the ball. He's a big guy. As you saw that touchdown he had late in the game against Cam Sutton. He is a challenge. You know, when we play Shaq, we're going to use our fouls.
I mean, he ain't Shaq. He ain't Shaq. Here's the other thing why I don't like the analogy. You hack a Shaq, he ain't going up and dunking the basketball. You're making it harder for him to score because he couldn't shoot foul shots.
Mm-hmm.
You foul T. Higgins, you're putting the ball at the spot of the foul. It's like he caught it anyhow.
Right.
And I think Pickens and Joey Porter Jr. need to now play cleaner than ever because they're under the microscope.
Yeah.
They're basically on probation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I got pulled over with no points on my license, no big deal, slap on the wrist. You get pulled over and you're on probation, they might search your car. It's just a different set of circumstances. And maybe it's not fair. Maybe it's not. But Joey Porter Jr. has got a reputation. He's going to tug a little bit.
Yep.
George Pickens got a reputation. He's going to make a play and then let you know a little bit. And so I think you need to walk a finer line. And, yeah, T. Higgins ain't Shaq. I don't buy that analogy.
That was funny. That was funny, though.
This is side note, this is probably way easier said than done. But, like, I guarantee you, and I'm serious about this. This isn't like me catching a football in the middle of the field in the NFL. Like, I can't actually do that. At the foul line, I could shoot at a higher clip than Shaq.
No.
Yes, I could.
No
doubt about it.
No, you couldn't.
Yes.
In a game.
Yes.
Or in practice.
Either one.
No, in a game, in front of all those people.
I mean, if I actually...
You'd peed out your leg.
If I actually got fouled and I had to play 48 minutes and I'm tired, then no. But if it's just Shaq gets fouled and instead of Shaq taking the free throws, it's like the golden at-bat rule. Yeah, I come in and shoot the free throws.
In front of all those people?
Yes.
There's no way.
Yes. He shot 52.7% in his career. I'm hitting more than 5 out of 10 free throws. I'm hitting 6 out of every 10. Seriously.
Get the heck.
Absolutely. I go over Lincoln and Mount Lebanon, I'm hitting 7 out of every 10.
Right, and you're not in an arena.
I'm not worried about that.
Yes,
I block out the noise.
No,
there's a huge difference.
I know there's a huge difference.
People have all those targets and stuff in the back, too. They have all kinds of crazy stuff and signs.
It makes me better. I probably hit 8 out of 10.
Have you ever did it before?
With people?
With that many people.
So,
in an NBA arena.
Not in an NBA arena. But I once won a 3-point competition at the Peterson Event Center. My buddy Nick was a big-time season ticket holder for Pitt. For football recruiting day, whatever it was, we went. He wanted me to go. I went with him. Watch all the highlights, all the Pitt recruits. And then they took us onto the court at Peterson Event Center. They picked like 5 people from the crowd, 3-point competition. I swear to God, I made 6 out of 10 threes.
I need video footage. I do not believe
they were all. I'll get my friend to call in. They were all from the top of the key, so there's that. But 6 out of 10. I would never do that again.
At like halftime of a game?
No, this was just this. The event was come to the Pete for signing day.
So there wasn't any people in the stands?
There was a ton of people.
It wasn't like a game.
There was probably 2,000 people there.
No.
And I drilled 6 out of 10 threes.
Were the 2,000 people that were present in the seats?
Yes.
We're like walking around.
No. Well, I mean, I'm sure somebody got up to pee. Who wants to watch Crowley shoot 3-pointers?
We have to find footage of this. How come we've never heard this story before?
I've told it before.
No, you
On
haven't.
the air, I think.
You just set yourself up for the equivalent of Malsey's 9 straight threes with what you're trying to say.
No, because I know that I'm not lying here. I hit 6 out of 10. I would never do that. I'm not a good 3-point shooter. I'm not a good basketball player.
But you're saying that you
I'm saying I could hit more foul shots than Shaq.
There's no way. Not in a game setting.
I don't even know how we would simulate this, so it's never going to get decided. But I'll tell you what, I'm hitting more than 53% of my free throws.
We could hold an event at the Peterson Event Center for some sort of charity. Although you don't usually pay, and I feel like if you didn't make them, you should pay a significant amount to some charity.
We can maybe work this out.
For the win.
For the win.
You'll
How
have to
about
wear
that?
purple.
Go to 937thefan.com, raising money for women and children who are victims of domestic abuse. Go to 937thefan.com. You can donate. I forget what we were getting into.
I do too, because I think that you're out of your mind.
It's the one thing that I actually think that I could do out of all, because I have an immense respect for professional athletes. But shooting free throws is shooting free throws. It's all muscle memory.
Tomlin compared T. Higgins to Shaq in a way. And
Yeah, I think I would hope that the message he's delivering now twice to the public on that, Doran, after the game and yesterday in the press conference, I hope that's different than the one that he's giving to Joey Porter Jr.
Yes, especially today when in practice. He's going to be around Joey Porter in every drill.
Yeah.
And watching.
I hope. Because it's a problem. He is second in the league in accepted penalties for a corner, and last year he had a lot as well. In college, that was a thing, and you were hope it was going to get coached out of him, and it's only getting worse now. And even if it starts to get better, problem is, are the officials going to allow for him to get better? I have serious concerns about that. Serious concerns. And the one that drove me nuts was, I think he forgot where he was, or he lost track of where he was. He lost track of, I think it was Higgins in the back of the end zone, and the ball sails like 10 yards over their head. Uncatchable, by the way. And he just tackles. Find the ball. I'd find the ball. Oh, my God. I'd get my head around Doran. All right. Coming up next, we switch gears briefly to college football before Ray Fittipaldo joins us at 8 o'clock. The latest college football playoff bracket came out last night, and boy, oh boy, did someone get screwed. Or did they? We'll get to that coming up next. First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball plays Mississippi State tonight at 9:15. That's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Listen on the radio. Listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
From the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cruise checking reports of an accident now in Robinson Township. This is on Route 60 Steubenville Pike at the ramp to I-79 northbound. So that's going to cause some delays there for you. Parkway West, your jam between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound heavy from Green Tree toward Carnegie. Parkway North starting to slow down, approaching Bellevue Westview down toward Perrysville. Route 28 jams at the Route 8 at the bypass, past Shaler Waterworks, and then again approaching Millvale to the north side, and the Parkway East solid at Greensburg Pike. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shenderovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning, big freaks. Who's ready to move? Let's start this day right.
Tasha's morning dance parties are meeting rave reviews.
Lose your phones and find your groove.
They need an ops manager to help their community dance the morning away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Shop Dell Technologies Cyber Monday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Cyber Monday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found two loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
Beyond Lincoln's Corsair Christmas. We are offering 2024 all-wheel drive Lincoln Corsairs at prices that Scrooge would smile about. Why don't you treat yourself? We have over 120 Lincolns in stock on the ground. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. Offers end January 2nd.
15 packs of Pepsi products, 2 for $14. Save $1 on 2 gallons of milk, just for Par Mar Rewards card holders. Dan's angrily inviting you to download the Par Mar Rewards app today. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble.
Now through December 22nd, get Thrillifyingly fast 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. And keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked in theaters now. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity internet. Actual internet speeds vary and not guaranteed.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. When sending a package, why venture outside? Ship with USPS for a true holiday ride. Want to stay cozy and warm? There's no need to roam. With free package pickup and labels printed from home. We have over 600,000 employees always in motion. And before you know it, your gift has delivered emotion. Spread the holiday joy this season with USPS's enhanced network. Learn more at USPS.com/holidayride.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection.
Let's do this.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Steelers insider Ray Fittipaldo going to be joining us at 8 o'clock. Let's get into the college football playoff bracket. Miami ain't getting in, man.
That's crazy.
They ain't
there
getting
it is.
in. Miami is out, and the committee basically said if you're not playing in a conference championship game this weekend, you're not going to be jumping a team that's in the field. So Alabama's 11th. Miami is the first team out. So Alabama's not playing this weekend. Miami's not playing this weekend. And thus, Miami cannot jump over Alabama.
How the hell is Alabama 11th?
Because they're Alabama.
A
couple things. Number one, I saw somebody tweet out, and there's some national college football writers say, I'm done with college football. It's awful. Man, we've been having the same issues with college football forever.
Yep.
Who are we voting number one? People would bitch about, right? Now, who are the top two teams? Oh, the BCS, this is crap. Then, oh, geez, the fifth team got screwed. Now, oh, my God, who's 13, who's 12, who's 14? It's the same as it ever was. It's always been largely a mythical national championship that it's impossible to decide totally on the field because you've got different conferences, and it's just tough. It's tough. This is the best version that we've got because more teams are invited that can have their say. And part of me does think, Miami should be in over Alabama. But at the same time, like any team that gets left out, I don't know that I can feel terrible for them because, okay, Bama lost to Vandy, Bama lost to Oklahoma, that sucks. Miami lost to what? Georgia Tech.
Bama has 3 losses, right?
Yeah, they have 3 losses.
I mean,
what's better, the ACC or the SEC? I don't know. We know how they view it. Playoffs got Texas in, Georgia in, Bama in, and Tennessee in. 4 teams. Are those 4 teams better than, like, is Tennessee definitely better than Clemson? I don't know.
Is a Miami loss better than a Georgia Tech loss? Or is a Syracuse loss for Miami better loss than an Alabama and Vanderbilt loss?
I think the Miami
Syracuse is ranked.
They just ranked Syracuse, which is another reason why it's kind of laughable. Syracuse ranked. Alabama got their butts whooped by Oklahoma.
Butts whooped. And that's a team that I think just scratched into bowl eligibility. Miami loses to a ranked team. And then Georgia Tech, the team that beat Miami, took the mighty SEC's Georgia Bulldogs to 8 overtimes. What are we doing here?
I can't get too worked up. Every time I get worked up about it, I'm reminded that this has always been the case and that this is better than what we've had.
Yeah.
But you're never going to be able to make it fair because for as long as I can remember, it's been beaten into our skulls that the SEC is the best that there is to offer when it comes to football. But I don't know if it's true. One of the 7th best team in the country, as ranked by this playoff committee, that's Georgia, went to 8 overtimes with a middling Georgia Tech team.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Miami kicked the living hell out of Florida in the first game. I mean, kicked the hell out of them. Miami gets left out. Everyone's talking about how good Florida finished up their season. Florida beats Ole Miss, keeping Ole Miss. I don't know. The whole thing's a jumbled mess. It's a jumbled mess. And I get mad about it, then I don't get mad about it, then I get mad about it, then I don't get mad about it.
It's ridiculous.
Back and forth.
Ridiculous.
Text. Alabama 4-2 against top 25 teams. Miami is 0-1. Yeah, but a week ago, there were 3 teams that Miami beat that were ranked, and now they're not ranked. So there's just, it fluctuates. I can't get too upset. I can't. Because I think you can also make an argument that South Carolina belongs in over Alabama, both 9-3. That Ole Miss belongs in over Alabama, both 9-3. But it's Bama.
Yeah, it draws. It draws. I mean, that's just really what the crux of this discussion is. They draw.
I guess if there's one thing that I want to get mad about, or I guess I could get mad about, Doran, it's that, like, if you lose 3 games, do you deserve to be in? Unless you are your conference's champion, you win the conference championship game. If you lose 3 games, maybe that should be the cutoff.
Yeah.
You get 3 mulligans? 3? It's a lot. We're not used to that in college football.
No, we're not.
It used to be you lose once, it's over. Then it was, okay, if you lose 2, you're definitely done. And now you can lose 3 if you play in the almighty SEC. Doesn't matter who you lose to. Vanderbilt, Oklahoma at 6-6, doesn't matter. If you're a brand, you're getting in. But Miami's a brand. I don't know. It's stupid. But it's going to be fun to watch.
It is going to be fun.
And I can't wait for this weekend.
It's going to be big.
Penn State will be in no matter what. If they lose to Oregon, they'll still be in. If they beat Oregon, imagine a world. I don't think this is unlikely. I think this would happen. If they beat Oregon, I think they'll be the number 1 seed, Penn State, in the whole thing.
And they'll have what? Arizona State, maybe?
Yes.
In this? Oh, no. I don't know.
So right now they would have Arizona State, and then they'd play Boise State. That you might just want to stick where you are.
Yeah, where you're at right now.
Because if you're the 1, the way that the bracket is now, let's say they flip-flop with Oregon, and Oregon is 5 and you're 1 if Penn State wins the Big Ten championship. They would have to play the winner of Tennessee or Ohio State. I think I'd rather play an extra game, play Arizona State, than get Boise in round 2. Because I think Penn State would slap Boise around. All right, let's get back to the Steelers. Ray Fittipaldo, Steelers insider from the Post-Gazette, going to join us coming up next. But first, fan weather. It's brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet. Yes, that's right. Washington Road in McMurray or at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 37, 65% chance of snow.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. Your boxes are wrapped and the gifts are in. Our employees are ready. Let the holiday ride begin. Let's start with the price. It's easy to manage when you ship with the reliable USPS Ground Advantage. In just a few days, it's sure to arrive. We're working nonstop to keep the spirit alive. USPS Ground Advantage, the affordable and reliable shipping solution for the holidays. Visit USPS.com/advantage.
Permane Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the best destination to catch all of your favorite hometown and out-of-market sports. With NFL Sunday Ticket and every game, every week, there's no better place to grab a table or pull up a bar stool. Permane's has a daily half-off happy hour where nearly everything behind the bar is half off. Beers for $3.29 or domestic pitchers for $9.99 every single day. And don't forget your favorite Permane Almost Famous sandwich or our great deals on wings and pizza. Permane Brothers, now serving more sports.
Think of early December as the 2-minute warning for enrolling in the right Medicare plan for you. Bob Pompiani here from MediConnect. The deadline to compare your coverage is December the 7th. If you're on Medicare, give the top-ranked folks at MediConnect a call. Meet in your home, online, or in their office. It's absolutely free. MediConnect will work to gain an understanding of your particular needs and situation. It's Medicare made simple. 888-818-6334 for MediConnect.
Unleash the ultimate brew with Monster Brewing Company's The Beast Unleashed and Nasty Beast. With 0 sugar and dialed down caffeine, it's all about pure, bold flavor and 6.0% alcohol. This is not your average brew. It's the Monster flavor you know, cranked up to 11. Whether you're a beast or just a fan of great beer, The Beast Unleashed and Nasty Beast are your new go-tos. So which beast will you unleash? Head over to Mike's Beer Bar and let's get nasty. Monster Brewing Company. Unleash the beast.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found 2 loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
What's better than giving a gift everyone wants? Getting free gas and groceries by earning perks on gift cards purchased at Giant Eagle, Market District, and Gecko. Choose from hundreds of gift cards to make everyone merry this holiday season, from the biggest retailers and best brands, all while earning you free gas and groceries. Stop in our stores for bonus perk offers on gift cards. Give the gift everyone wants, and get a little something for yourself, too. The holidays are magical at Giant Eagle, Market District, and Gecko.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Discover Pittsburgh's ultimate fashion destination, Tons. The city's first concept store for designer fashion. 5935 Baum Boulevard, or shop online anytime at tons-shop.com. Tons, Pittsburgh's main fashion destination.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident, partially blocking the left turn lane on southbound Route 60 at Lorish Road. This is coming down from I-79 and causing some slowdowns in both directions there. Parkway West, you're jammed inbound between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays approaching Parkway Center down toward Carnegie. Parkway East jams at Greensburg Pike. Route 28, stop and go as you head past the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Ray Fittipaldi going to join us in mere moments on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We are wearing purple today, though, for a great cause. This hour's game changer sponsor for our fight against domestic violence is Gherkin Roofing, the pickle. You can be a game changer, too. Go to 937thefan.com. Click on Fan for the win. Donate there. In making a donation, you are symbolically adopting a family who is waking up on Christmas Day with none of their possessions, having left them behind in search of safety. Again, go to 937thefan.com. More on that coming up in the next segment, and we invite you to stay tuned because this is an incredible cause for a lot of women and children in the area who desperately are in need of our help. All right, let's talk about something less important, but we love it nonetheless, and that is sports. And we bring on Ray Fittipaldi. Ray, brought to us by Western PA Injury Attorneys of LGKG, built on relationships, credibility, and integrity. LGKG.com. Ray, of course, our Steelers insider from the Post-Gazette. Ray, good morning. And did you watch Hard Knocks?
Mike Tomlin and I have something in common. We are both taking a hard-no approach to watching Hard Knocks.
So who with the Post-Gazette was assigned the Hard Knocks watching? Because, I mean, you can't ignore it, Ray.
Really? You think we have to have somebody assigned?
I think so. I mean, you're getting content, behind-the-scenes nuggets there, man.
Here's the way I look at it. If something is good, it's going to be on social media. And what was the one this morning? Like, ooh, Russ is talking to George during practice. You know, like, oh, that's. I mean, I see this stuff every day. I don't have to watch it on TV at night.
Ray, do you think that Mike Tomlin, you know, for the people that are going to watch Hard Knocks, the people around the country, the people here in Pittsburgh, do you think Mike Tomlin could win over some people that aren't really Mike Tomlin supporters at the moment by the behind the scenes of some of the things you'll see on Hard Knocks? You think or does that even matter?
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't think he's going to win over Steelers fans in Pittsburgh because of that, but I think this is really good publicity for him on the national stage. And, you know, quite honestly, I don't know that he needs publicity on the national stage. I think that's where most of his love comes from, to be quite honest with you. So, you know, it's an interesting dynamic. I think he's going to be one of the stars of the show.
Oh, yeah.
But he wants nothing to do with it. I mean, he couldn't get that mic off him fast enough Sunday after the game. I just behind the scenes, I get the feeling that he's trying to do everything in his power so the Steelers never have to do Hard Knocks again. So it's an interesting little situation there that he's going to be the star, but he absolutely hates the thing.
And it was very Steelers-centric, this episode, because they know they're not going to get opportunities to do this. I am now fully bought into, guys, the schedule being stacked the way that it was because of Hard Knocks. I mean, the NFL's official Twitter accounts are blowing this thing out. It's all over NFL.com. It's a big piece of propaganda, and they kind of screwed the Steelers in the process. But that's neither here nor there. All right, back to Mike Tomlin here, Ray. Is this his best coaching job, or at least among them? And do you think he's got a legit chance to win Coach of the Year?
Yeah, honestly, I think it's overdue for him to win Coach of the Year. I don't really know how he hasn't in the past. So that's probably something that's going to happen this year. In terms of his best coaching jobs, yeah, I mean, I think it's up there. I think, you know, the big one that everyone's going to point to is the decision to go to Russ when they were 4-2. And, you know, maybe there was some, I don't want to say bickering, but maybe there were some dissenting voices in that building when that move was made. But you guys can see, I mean, it's a world of difference between Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. And I know it was popular after Sunday to to put up the comparison on social media, Russ after 6 games, Justin after 6 games, but I don't care how close the stats are. You could just see with your eyes how different that offense is, how those guys respond to Russ, how he makes clutch plays in situations where they need him. So to me, if there's anything that's going to win Coach of the Year for Mike, I think it's, what he did in October when he went to him after, when he was healthy.
Ray, if you were to bet money for this game on Sunday, would you bet on George Pickens at some point losing his cool or George Pickens not losing his cool at some point?
It's so fresh what happened in Cleveland, with Newsome and a bunch of other guys on that defense. I would bet money something is going to happen. Listen, I hate to say it because we all know the target's on his back, but as long as he doesn't do something extraordinarily stupid, like he doesn't kicked out of the game, and he produces, that's really what all the Steelers are looking for. He almost cost them with that second unsportsmanlike against the Bengals. They got 0 points on that drive because of what he did, or at least partially because of what he did. So, he's got to watch it, but I kind of get where Mike is coming from a little bit too. Like he's wired a certain way. He's competitive. You don't want to take away that edge from him, but you also want to calm him down and, not put him in situations where he's going to cost your football team. So I like the edge. I just don't like him maybe doing some things that aren't smart on the football field. Like instead of handing the ball to the guy, just, go back to the huddle and use that other stuff for fuel for making a play the next play.
What did you make of Tomlin equating Joey Porter Jr. v. T. Higgins to that of Hack-a-Shaq? And is this a significant problem with Joey Porter Jr. that you think he'll be dealing with for the length of his career? Is this just who he is?
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate for Joey. He came into this league with a reputation, and, the referees seem to, or the officials, I should say, seem to, I don't want to say have it out for him, but it seems like he's getting called for a lot of stuff. I thought one of the DPIs in the end zone was a little bit ticky-tacky, to be honest with you. I think the other one, he mugged him, pretty good. I think it's kind of like George. Like, you want him to play a certain way. You drafted him because he's 6'2", he's a big corner. You want him to be physical, but he's also going to learn where that line is. And if officials are going to, have it in for him, you got to back off and, you got to adjust your game. So I think he's actually played okay for the most part. I think when you get 5 penalties, it kind of stands out. But, if you take his season in totality after 12 games, I think if you want to put a grade on it, I'd give him like a B or a B- at the worst. I actually think he's played pretty well for the most part.
Ray, has Broderick Jones been getting better?
Yes. I like the edge he plays with. He was 20 yards down the field on one of those plays. I think it was a Najee run where he was just, bulldozing defensive backs. So I love that part of the game. There are still going to be some bumps in the road for him, just in terms of technique and, recognizing things on the line. I think you're going to have to learn to live with those mistakes, but I think he's on the right track. Pat Meyer talked about it at the bye week. He's young, he's learning, but when you play with an edge like he does and you care the way he cares, he wants to be good, I think that's half the battle. So he is getting better, and that's good news for the Steelers.
Last thing here for you, Ray. Mike Williams, you ever going to catch a football again?
Man, Calvin Austin might not play this week. He's in the protocol. We'll probably know more Thursday or Friday with that. So if Calvin does not play, I think Mike actually slips right into his spot and maybe does get a few targets. But what it tells me that he's only been targeted once in 4 games is he's probably not getting open a lot. And if you go back to what he was doing with the Jets, he wasn't getting a lot of targets there. So maybe he just has to work at it. Maybe he's lost a step. I'm not sure what it is, but he might have an opportunity this week if Austin is down.
Ray, tremendous as always. We appreciate your time, and we will talk to you next week.
All right, guys. See you.
Take it easy. Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan Morning Show also brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company, where I saw a deer on my Guardian camera.
You did?
A big one. It was hanging out in my driveway overnight 2 nights ago.
Yeah. He would have. Good thing that you weren't walking out there whenever he was around. You'd have screamed.
He would have impaled me. You see how scared I am. I was terrified. We'll get into some of what Ray had to say as we move forward in this hour. We have a very special guest talking about an incredibly important situation going to join us when we come back. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins. They played last night and they won 5-4 in overtime over the Florida Panthers. Penguins don't play again until Friday. They're going to play on the road against the New York Rangers. They've got a game Saturday as well at home against the Maple Leafs. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
It's getting chilly out, and it's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com today and check out the thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
The Fan, Giant Eagle, and Gatorade present top high school gridiron performances for state semifinals week. Luke Neal rushed for a career-high 263 to lead Avonworth to a state title game. Tyler Eber rushed for 206 and 2 touchdowns, but not enough to vault TJ to the finals. And Elijah Faulkner had 26 carries for 132 and a touchdown to lead Central Catholic to victory. Keep listening to 93.7 The Fan for more top performances on the high school gridiron presented by Giant Eagle and Gatorade.
Does it feel like someone is stabbing a knife into your heel? Does your lower back hurt more and more as the day goes on? The Good Feet store can help. Take a listen to Ann and Patrick.
I had to go nonstop from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. Every time I stood up, pain just shot up my legs. Fortunately, I found the Good Feet store. I went to them after my doctor diagnosed me with plantar fasciitis. Now, thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm 100% pain-free.
I was in constant pain. Somehow my fiance and I found our way into the Good Feet store. Put my foot on the arch support system. I put them in my shoes, walked out of the store. All the pain was gone. My back, my knees, my ankles. Thank you. Thank you, everybody at the Good Feet store. You gave me my active life back.
Come to the Good Feet store this holiday season and give the gift of pain relief to you and your loved ones. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. FSA HSA eligible. Please check with your provider. Gift cards are available. Come in and get a free personalized fitting today.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go on the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in zone,
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
It's better over here.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 12/28, in-store only.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi, beginning on January 7th on ESPN. Keep up, it's golf. So today's birthday shout-out goes to my man Blake Snell. Last week, the 32-year-old two-time Cy Young Award winner signed a reported 5-year, $182 million contract with the Dodgers. In 2026, he'll also receive a deferred $17 million signing bonus from last year's deal with the Giants. Man, I should have played baseball. Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, layoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up, it's golf.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Number of accidents causing slowdowns. This report brought to you by Pepsi. The latest one, crews have arrived on the scene at the intersection of Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard, and Beaver Road. That's in Glen Osborne. We also have an accident in the Allentown section of the city on East Warrington Avenue at Curtin Avenue. Watch for delays around that as well. Meanwhile, an earlier accident has just been cleared, reopening that left turn lane on Route 60 southbound at Lorish Road. But we still have an accident being cleared in McCandless on Ingomar Road at Crepe Court. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We'll react to some of Ray Fittipaldo's comments coming up at about 8:35, but today is more than just about sports. Today is the Fans' Day of Giving. We are asking you to support us as we raise money for the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh. Domestic violence does not discriminate. It affects adults and children of all ages, race, religion, financial background. Last year, the Women's Center and Shelter of Pittsburgh served over 75 100 adult survivors and children. And we are dedicating today to raise money to help with their holiday program, to buy gift cards for those in need. It's so simple. If you can help. Just go to the homepage, 937thefan.com. Click on the Fan for the Win story at the top of the page. Click the donate button there. And I just tweeted it out as well, @Adam Crowley on Twitter. And now we are joined by Nicole Molinaro, President and CEO of the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh. Nicole, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us today.
It is absolutely my pleasure. Thank you not only for having me, but for doing this amazing drive for our Adopt a Family program.
And we all wore purple today,
yes,
to raise awareness for domestic abuse victims. And you're bringing home the cake there.
I try. I have on my Christmas purple sweater.
Perfect.
Yeah, what are those? Are those llamas? Yeah.
I believe they are, yes.
I love it.
Yep.
I love it. So who do you serve? How many people do you guys serve annually? And who is affected by domestic violence?
So anybody can be affected by domestic violence. Domestic violence crosses all demographics. And we serve about 7,500 folks a year, primarily in the city of Pittsburgh and Allegheny County. But obviously, this is not just a national problem, but a global problem as well. And there are domestic violence programs that serve every area within the country. So, like I said, anybody can be a victim or a survivor of domestic violence. And the reason it's so important to have programs like this, meaning awareness programs, is to really be able to offer the help and hope that is so important for folks to have, because there is help and there is hope, but oftentimes it takes talking to somebody to safety plan and to kind of make a connection to what's going on in your life to be able to really accept that help.
Can you tell us a little bit about the Adopt a Family program?
I would love to. Adopt a Family is our annual holiday giving program. Last year, we served over 1,000 families, so 1,000 folks within families that are clients of ours, and we do so primarily with gift cards. And the reason for that is because we like to empower folks to buy whatever they want to buy for their kids. So, gifts are wonderful, but gift cards, then you're able to choose what you want for your kids. And I have a 10-year-old, so I know for a fact they are choosy.
Yes,
they and this empowers you to buy what they want. Yeah.
Now, you said that you guys typically serve nearly 1,000. So the need has increased as the complexity, severity, frequency of domestic violence has increased. Is that correct?
Yes, that was well said. Unfortunately, during the pandemic, it really unleashed what has been called a shadow pandemic, and that is the increase in domestic violence globally. And not only the increase in the frequency, but the severity and complexity as well. And then you pair that with, for instance, the increase in gun violence, the increase in other community problems. And then you really have kind of a perfect storm. So part of that as well is not just the, all of the actual power and control that's involved in the cycle of violence, but also just the concrete needs that folks have. And that's where Adopt a Family comes in, because there are so many concrete needs when you are a survivor of domestic violence who's trying to leave or has left a violent relationship. And that's why programs like Adopt a Family are so important, because we're able to provide concrete help and concrete hope, in addition to safety planning and emotional support and support groups and legal help and all of the other services that we offer.
How important is the community to your work?
Oh my gosh, the community is incredibly important, whether we're talking about individuals, foundations, corporations, and especially on this program, I wanted to highlight the sports community. We have amazing support from the Pittsburgh sports community. Best of the Batch Foundation comes every year and delivers presents for the kids and does a party. They're incredible. We have the Pittsburgh Pirates who come. They've come and volunteered. They did a domestic violence awareness night at the ballpark this year. They've been promoting our Bright Sky app, which is an app that's available for your iPhone or Android to really help to identify domestic violence and get support and referrals from across the country. And then we also have support from the Steelers, both the Ladies of Steel, who are the partners of the Pittsburgh Steelers. They come every year and do a party as well for the kids and provide gifts, and then the Steelers themselves. So we have incredible support from the sports community. And then we'll add on to that 93.7 fans support of Adopt a Family. So it's wonderful.
When you were talking about the cycle before,
yes.
I know that I have read statistics in the past that I mean, it's tough for victims to leave. Is that one of the reasons the Purple and the awareness is so important, so that you have this safe harbor for people to then know about?
Right, exactly. So domestic violence can be very insidious. It doesn't start with violence as soon as you go on a first date with somebody, right? That's part of the cycle, is it actually creeps into the relationship. And typically by the time somebody realizes that they're in an abusive relationship, they're already in love with the person. And so it's, well, what do I do, right? And so it's identifying those red flags and getting support and help to recognize when a relationship is not just abusive around power and control issues, in addition to that, when it's violent and dangerous. So that's why it's so important. Purple represents courage, bravery, help, hope, survivorship. And so that's why we always try to get the word out wearing purple, so that folks can visually see that there is help and there is hope.
Well, we're here to get people more involved. So how can people actually get directly involved with this program?
Absolutely. So as Adam mentioned, there's a couple different ways. We would love for folks to go through your fan page. That's wonderful. And then 93.7 gets the opportunity to say, look how much we helped. It's amazing. You can also go to wcspittsburgh.org. You can get involved that way. You can run corporate drives. You can run drives in your church, in your community, your neighbors. We have folks who do drives for Adopt a Family, in any configuration you can think of. We have folks who do that. So you can go to our website. You can go to 93.7 and whichever way is best for you to help.
Nicole, we appreciate you coming in. I mean, we were talking off air that you've dedicated over half your life to this cause.
Yes.
So we certainly appreciate all you're doing for the community, and thank you so much for coming in.
It is my pleasure. Thank you again so much for having me.
Thanks,
Thank
Nicole.
you.
We appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
Thanks.
Inspiring. Go to 937thefan.com. Seriously, help out if you can. Not everyone can, obviously, but if you can, every little bit helps. And the link right there, like we said, on 937thefan.com. Coming up next, feels trivial now. We're going to get back into the Steelers and react to some of what Ray Fittipaldo had to say, and something Jason La Canfora mentioned. Kind of dropped in a little nugget on yesterday's program. That's next. First, a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittman's basketball has a game tonight against Mississippi State, and that's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan, because, we're the flagship station of Pitt men's basketball. Game time's at 9:15. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group, and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, layoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up, it's golf.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and I recently caught up with my friend Paige at Awaken 180. I asked about the new Awaken 180 Golden program. I mean, feeling and looking younger in addition to weight loss? It's true. With Awaken 180 Golden, clients receive the same fast weight loss we all had, and at the same time see the benefits of what matters most to those over 60. Increased energy, improved mobility, better sleep results. Awaken 180 Golden clients start seeing in just 2 weeks. I mean, who doesn't want to be 30 or 50 pounds lighter and at the same time feel 10 years younger? At 29, I'm already feeling better. My knees feel a whole lot better than they did a few years ago. and I can only imagine what else is coming down the line. Want my advice? Don't let weight, don't let age get in the way of living the life you want to lead. Instead, choose Awaken 180 Golden. Call 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, how'd Thanksgiving go? A little cranberry sauce over on the floor there, a little gravy on the chair there. Who knows what else? 'Tis the season to be jolly. Nothing's going to make you jollier than a clean home. Get ready for the rest of the holidays. They're right around the corner with Zero Res. We do it every time we're going to have a big family function. Call Zero Res. Get everything cleaned up. Holiday mishaps. You want to impress the in-laws. I don't know, whoever's coming over. Maybe they haven't been there before. They don't know how beautiful your home is every day. Get Zero Res and the gotta love it guarantee that makes it easy to get what you pay for, because Zero Res stands behind every cleaning. Get clean now, right now. Get 3 rooms of carpet Zero Resified starting at just $129. You can take $75 off your air duct cleaning as well. 412-701-1188. Appointments are filling up fast, so call today and beat the rush or go online. ZeroResPGH.com. Tell them you want the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found 2 loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
What if I told you that an opportunity exists to take control of your PA state tax dollars? Search BLOCS. Now, Blocks is an organization which allows you to direct your PA state tax dollars towards a scholarship benefiting a student at the school of your choice. Go to blocks.org and learn how you can support private education and receive a 90% state tax refund. Learn more. Head to blocks.org, BLOCS.org now.
Need individual health insurance? Choose UPMC Health Plan for great, affordable plans on the marketplace. You'll get access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, access to your community hospitals, plus 24/7 virtual urgent care visits with UPMC Anywhere Care. Don't wait. Visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace today to find your plan. Enrollment ends December 15th to get coverage starting January 1st.
The real reason the Grinch's heart got bigger, he's at Beyond Lincoln's Corsair Christmas. These are prices that are so out of sight on the 2024 all-wheel drive Lincoln Corsair. Over 120 Lincolns in stock on the ground. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville offer ends January 2nd.
Want a satisfying meal for just $6? Try the new $6 meal deal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for $6. America runs on Dunkin'.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
So that was a very important interview. It's an incredible cause. Fan for the win. Go to 937thefan.com and help out these victims however you can. And now back to our regularly scheduled hijinks. Texter. This supersedes Russell Wilson talk. This supersedes anything we're reacting to from Ray. Because as much as I love Fritos, this text here, it might make you gag. Texter. A little late to the party, but chili cheese Fritos with cottage cheese.
No. Like, what are we doing?
Get out of here. Get out of here.
No.
You know what? I haven't
Who said that the other? Oh, it's Caboli.
Caboli. My friend Dale Lawley for the Steelers eats at training camp. Squirts Heinz ketchup into his cottage cheese. I swear to God. Eats it with a spoon. Cottage cheese and ketchup, Doran.
I can't do it right now. I
haven't had cottage cheese in a long time. And so maybe I would like it. You know what? I'm thinking about the curds, those big hunks, those big curds right in the middle there. He's really going to get sick. Jason La Canfora joined us yesterday and threw out the Steelers could slap Russell Wilson with a franchise tag, Doran.
Yeah, why didn't we think of that?
Yeah. And then Pony tweeted out later today. He tweeted, caller idea. How about you hit him with the franchise tag? Why didn't we think of that? Is that, I mean, seriously, is that not the most obvious solution to what's not really a problem, but it's $41 million. You're probably going to have to pay him between 40, 45, 50 million anyhow for 3 years. He's 36. He's showing no signs of slowing down. He looks as good as he did in 2014. I'm not worried about the quality of the play. I'm worried about the injuries. And one of the most durable quarterbacks we've seen in our era. But this year, 2 injuries.
Mm-hmm.
And he missed significant time.
And he's old.
He's old.
Well, you could probably do it twice then. So, but if you gave him a 2-year deal, say like $80 million, and what is the tag? 41. 41. Like if you create, I don't know. I'm just throwing this out there. Like if you gave like most of it in like a signing bonus, then that would save you cap. But you couldn't do that with the tag.
Yeah,
right?
if you made it, it's all guaranteed in the tag. And I don't know if he would think that it's if it's disrespectful to him, like, because if he does get hurt and then there's no next year and it could be the final year of his career, but that's what I'm guarding against if I'm the Steelers.
Yeah, I mean, he knows business, and he has to understand that the Steelers, like, I mean, the guy's going to be 36, 37 years old. I mean, I think that he understands business very well that way. And it wouldn't be I don't know. I think it all depends on what he does this year at the end of the year. Whenever it's all said and done and the football season is over, what did Russell Wilson accomplish? And then that's how I would go. Like, if it's like, all right, we won a playoff game, probably going to franchise him. If we go to Super Bowl, I'm signing him to like 3 years. I'm just going to do it. I don't know. You know?
See, even what at least this does is if he plays in the NFL next year, and he wants to, he's only going to do it here. Because that was the question for Jason. Like, are they going to get outbid on this? Is someone going to outbid them? Well, they can't. Because you're going to hit them with the franchise tag, and then you'll have room to negotiate. And worst case scenario is you're playing on the franchise tag. He ain't holding out. So you can negotiate. No one else can be able to swoop in. I love the idea. And I would almost go year to year with him.
Yeah.
If he would accept it, but that would be the rub.
I don't see why he wouldn't. Because you're getting a significant amount of money. And you're playing where you want to play. And as long as Arthur Smith, and I think that's a little wrench into this. Like if Arthur Smith is still around, I think he'll probably want to be here. If Arthur Smith leaves, I don't know if Russell Wilson is really. I mean, I know he likes Mike Tomlin, but do you really want to have to learn a new offense here, or could you go somewhere with Arthur Smith? You know, I don't know. Like, I mean, somewhere where you're familiar with the offense coordinator that you do know, or somebody that you're connected to. I don't know.
I feel like, and this could be totally naive. This could be the fan in me coming out and the businessman just not existing. I feel like he should owe the Steelers something here.
He's giving it to them.
Now. Yeah. He's rewarding them now.
Yeah.
And so you think after this
It'll
year
be
then
clean.
It's clean.
Clean slate. For sure. He's rewarding them. Look how he operated during the time that he was out too. And from all the stuff that we heard, all the stuff we heard about Russell Wilson being, this in the locker room, guys don't like him, hearing the things what Sean Payton said about him, just a bad seed in Denver, towards the end of his career in Seattle, bad seed. I mean, he didn't say a word. He didn't do, he went about his business. He didn't complain. He probably could have came back way sooner than they had him come back, too. He didn't say a word. He helped out Justin Fields. He's repaying them right now. He already has.
It's well-reasoned and argued by you. Put the tag on him.
That's good business.
Put the tag on him and negotiate something then. But if you want, preferably now, I'd have him play under the tag. And then if he's great, you do something like that again. I am not concerned about level of play. He could win the Super Bowl this year. My biggest concern would be still, can he stay healthy? He's moving around fine.
No,
he's not running a football,
Mm-mm.
but he's moving around. Really good. His pocket movement.
Yeah, it's good.
The touchdown to our friend Pat Fryermuth was beautiful. Pat sent us a video of his girlfriend making the dessert that apparently gave Najee Harris diarrhea.
I wonder if he'd let us tweet it so everybody can understand what the dessert was. It looked great.
It looked great. He did say that Najee got it wrong, though. It's not banana. It's pumpkin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you get that messed up? Pumpkin and banana?
Not the same.
No.
Texter, missed whatever earlier, but I love me some Curdy cottage cheese, add some fruit, and just go to town. We've found a trigger for one door in here. Texter, cottage cheese, pineapple chunks, diced green bell pepper. You'll wonder why you never tried it.
No sense.
It's very protein rich, the cottage cheese. I'm trying some today. You want to have some cottage cheese? I'll eat it in front of you tomorrow morning.
Add some Fritos in it. Why not?
That's true. All right, we're going around the NFL. Coming up next. That's brought to you by Champ Tires, Pittsburgh's trusted tire source since 2009. Just when you thought you got enough Aaron Rodgers, oh, baby, you're getting a lot more. That's next. Curdy cottage cheese. Now a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Left-handed relief pitcher Aroldis Chapman reportedly signs a contract with the Boston Red Sox. It's a one-year deal worth about $10.75 million. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Number of accidents in your way this morning. One of them is in Glen Osborne, intersection of Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard, and Beaver Avenue. We also have an accident, final stages of clearing in Allentown, that has just been cleared from the intersection of East Warrington and Curtin Avenues. Meanwhile, traffic is getting around an earlier accident just cleared on Ingomar Road at Crepe Court. Watch for some possible delays there. Parkway West, your jam between Carnegie and Green Tree. Inbound, outbound delays at 79 out past Campbell's Run. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg, while Route 28 is jammed at the Route 8 at the bypass. And then again at Millvale toward the north side. Parkway North getting in line near Camp Horn Road through Bellevue Westview. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, for a limited time, find out how to get an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Hearing about online threats every day can be stressful. McAfee Total Protection is here to help you live a worry-free life online. What does worry-free mean? You won't have to wonder if that text message is a scam, if new threats will pop up on your PC, or if you're safe from identity theft. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get up to 79% off award-winning online protection. Act fast. This Black Friday Cyber Monday deal won't last. Offer ends 12/4/24. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
It's another Christmas, and she's been with you for lots of years. It's time for her to upgrade. No, not you. Upgrade her diamond ring. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Stop in today and let our jewelry design experts guide you through the upgrade process. Whether it's a larger diamond or resetting her diamond into a sparkling new setting, we will help make this Christmas a lasting memory at a price you can afford. And now, through Christmas Eve, save up to 25% on almost everything in stock. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Cassidy Village, and Peters Township.
Crowley here for Twin Peaks. If it's the holidays, then it's bonus card season at Twin Peaks. Stuff your friends and family stockings with the ultimate gift card and get a little something in return for yourself. Here's how it works. A $5 bonus card for a $25 gift purchase. $10 bonus card for a $50 gift card purchase. $20 bonus card for a $100 gift card purchase. Bonus cards are available to redeem January 1st through 31st, 2025. Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar, the best in the game with wall-to-wall sports and scenic views, located in Robinson.
Football season is in full swing and the year's winding down, but the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays or preparing for the new year, Tri-State has the inventory and expertise This season, Tri-State is encouraging support for Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh, Stuff a Doghouse Drive, helping pets in need across our community. For top-notch office solutions, visit our showroom. Check them out online at tristateofficefurniture.com. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Ready for an escape from the everyday? Hi, this is Larry Richard. The Bradenton area on Florida's west coast is welcoming visitors. Their world-famous beaches have been restored to their pristine states. Beloved island businesses are bouncing back faster than expected, and their signature Floridian cuisine is just as fresh as ever. Don't wait. Start planning your visit today at BradentonGolfIslands.com.
GetGo Cafe and Market serves up all of your favorite fresh, made-to-order food and drinks. Get more of the GetGo food you love for less with $5 value meals. Pair a chicken wrap or classic burger with fries or tots and an ice-cold drink, all for just $5. Download the GetGo app to order from anywhere. And free Coffee Mondays are back. Every Monday in December, scan your loyalty card and get any size self-serve coffee free. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Full house this holiday? Switch to Fios Home Internet with whole home Wi-Fi and get fully covered. That means you get the 100% fiber optic network in every room of your home with a Fios 1 gig internet plan. Perfect for when your extended family extends their stay. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch today. Whole home Wi-Fi includes one router and Wi-Fi extender. Wi-Fi extender provided during professional setup if recommended after Wi-Fi performance analysis or shipped upon customer request after setup. May require the purchase of additional Wi-Fi extenders.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Doug Whaley going to be joining us from 9 o'clock until 10. It's a Wednesday. It's Wednesday. Flying.
Moving. Hump day.
That's right. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Let's talk to Doug a little bit about the franchise tag.
They're going to say Fritos.
With Russell Wilson. I bet you he's got a strong take on Fritos.
Yeah, the right take.
Which is what? That the originals suck and the off-brands are good? Or not off-brands, but the variants are good?
Yes. It's literally like saying tortilla chips are better than Doritos.
It depends on what mood you're in. It does. Sometimes I want a regular Frito. Especially like if I'm dipping. Sometimes you go to Daisy Sour Cream dip.
No, you can't dip. You're saying you're going to sit there and just eat them like they are.
Yeah, sometimes.
No dipping,
sometimes I would prefer that over. If I'm on a date with my wife, we're having a nice Saturday night, and we're going to be snacking. And I'm going to try to, get down to some brass tacks, some business a little later on. I don't want barbecue breath. Give me Frito breath. Regular plain Frito breath.
Shower up your mouth doing that.
Yeah, I'll listen to this guy's advice on what to eat before you're going or kissing your wife. What do you know about kissing my wife? Nothing.
Doran knows. Oh, never mind.
Jeez.
Oh, man.
Never mind.
Can we do this the Around the NFL segment, please?
I kind of like this better.
Hit the music. Thank you. Brought to you by Champ Tires. Doran, do you have any interest in Aaron Rodgers? Enigma.
I'm going to watch it.
Oh!
Right? I mean, you're going to watch it. We're all going to watch it. I just, I do find you just brought up a great point earlier when you brought this this documentary up about, okay, like you're doing all this stuff and you want to get your body right in this healing, whatever he does, ayahuasca, but now you have cameras around you, so you have this all planned. Like, it's all fake.
Right.
Like, you're just a phony.
I can't stand the phony stuff. The phony stuff drives me nuts. Just, if you are a weird guy who wants to go sit in a cave for 3 days, go sit in a cave for 3 days. I don't need a camera there because I don't think he's weird. That's not true. Let's rephrase this. He wants people to think he's more different than he actually is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, I'm Aaron Rodgers. I'm going to have diarrhea and throw up for 48 hours, and it's going to totally open up my eyes to seeing the world a whole new, different way. By the way, watch it on Netflix. Like, how could we... I'm so jaded, man. Like, oh, I'm this free thinker. I'm Aaron Rodgers. I'm a special guy. Look at me. I'm getting awakened with ayahuasca. By the way, check out my Netflix documentary, which I'm sure he's making a pretty penny on.
A lot of money.
And he's got creative control. I thought The Last Dance was good.
Yes.
But when Michael Jordan has final say, like, you're getting most of it. You're not getting all of it. Same way with Hard Knocks. You're getting good stuff. You're not getting the best stuff, because the best stuff Tomlin, Stefanski, Taylor, and Harbaugh don't want out there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the best documentaries are the independent ones that are going to see it through their own lens. But whenever Michael Jordan's telling the story and he's telling it his way and he has final say, whenever Aaron Rodgers is telling his story and he has final say, you're not getting all the good stuff.
No.
You're not. I wonder if his family gets interviewed in any. That would interest me.
Well, I heard that he doesn't have a great relationship with his
That's
family.
right. He doesn't talk to him. I watched The Bachelor with his brother.
His brother, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched it.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
He came out well.
Yeah.
What's his brother's name?
Jordan.
Jordan Rodgers, yeah.
Yeah.
He goes back to his high school and he's looking in the trophy room. He's like, yeah, Aaron did this, Aaron did that, Aaron did this. Like, where's all the Jordan Rodgers stuff? Well, I ain't
He
him.
actually was pretty good, right?
Probably.
I think he was.
He went to Vandy, didn't he?
I don't remember.
Smarty Pants.
Yeah, I think so,
yeah. Texter, original Fritos are only acceptable in a walking taco.
Correct.
Texter, Fritos smell exactly like dog paws and taste disgusting.
Exactly. They smell like nasty feet. They smell like your shoes whenever you don't wear socks.
My dog loves eating her paws, so it can't be that bad, if that is even true.
Hence the sour taste there, right? That's all. That all adds up.
What would you think about Fritos in a PB&J sandwich? Someone says to try that.
No.
All right. Tostitos. Scoops.
Okay.
Fritos. Doritos. Cheetos. Rank them. This is all because Tomlin was hammering Fritos, not the original, but he was hammering what, the chili cheese ones in Hard Knocks.
Do I by themselves, or do I get to have salsa or queso with the scoops?
Plain.
Doritos, Cheetos, Fritos, Tostitos.
Not last. We're making progress on this one. All right. Coming up next, we'll get Doug's opinion on really important things, such as Frito flavors, and then also, hey, should the Steelers put the old franchise tag on Russell Wilson at the end of the year? What's he make of Joey Porter Jr.'s handsiness? What's he make of George Pickens' That's all on the way. Full hour with Doug coming up next. First, though, fan weather brought to you by, can't find it, Sun Chevrolet. I should know that. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road in McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. Today, a high of 37, low of 22, 65% chance of snow.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. And as part of this special radio offer, AAA will waive the admission fee, add 2 free eligible household members, and you'll receive a free $20 gift card. That's a total value of $168 for only $35. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit online at AAA.com/gift. Limited time offer, restrictions apply.
Sullivan Super Service 23rd Annual Food Drive is going on now. All essential items welcomed. Every dollar donated will provide 3 healthy meals to families, veterans, and seniors facing hunger in southwestern Pennsylvania. As a thank you, Sullivan will give you $25 off your next repair if you make either a monetary or food donation. Home must be owner-occupied and located in Allegheny County. For more details, visit sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service, serving and uplifting the Pennsylvania area for more than 60 years.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
accidents still in your way. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. Crews still working on an earlier accident. The final stages of clearing in the Allentown intersection of East Warrington and Curtin Avenues. Also an accident being cleared. This is at the intersection of Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard, and River Avenue. That's in Glen Osborne. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound heavy and slow from 79 out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. And the Parkway North slowing around Bellevue, Westview. And on the crosstown past 6th and 7th Avenues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA. I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by WetGo. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan. Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Did you hear the news? There's a dog on the loose in the city. And he ain't friendly. They said if you see him, don't pet him. He out there sniffing around. He's sniffing for accidents. His name is Top Dog. Big dog, Top Dog. Accidents, you call him. Top dollar, you call him. After you call him, he calling them. Insurance companies, he calling them. Like, hello, Mr. Insurance Company. It's me again. You miss me? We got a problem. We have an accident. Medical malpractice is an accident. Won a lot of money. A lot. Like top dollar. A lot. And don't take forever to get it to me. My client needs it. Get it to me now. Any accident. Top Dog Law.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
It's Wednesday with Doug Whaley, the Fan's football executive insider. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Smale Kia, and Allegiant Federal Credit Union. Wednesdays with Whaley is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Doug Whaley brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. Also, Doug brought to us by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, 4.75% on a 7-month CD with just $1,000 new money. Full details at AllegiantFCU.org. Got a text here, Dorm, at 412-928-9370. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Top 5 chips. Plain Lay's, Doritos, barbecue Fritos, Sun Chips, regular Fritos. So they do have regular Fritos in their top 5. Let me just say something real quick. Get the dang Sun Chips out of there.
Get the Fritos and Sun Chips out of there.
Doug, top chips. Give them to us.
I'm not a great guy to talk chips because I may be the only person on the planet that does not like Doritos.
Oh,
they are funky. They get you all. I mean, you want to talk about funk breath. You eat some Doritos, and then your hands are all discolored, your fingernails, and I mean, it's just too much for me.
Doug, permission to ask you a personal question, friend?
Permission granted.
Can you see your abs?
Can I see my abs? My top 2, yes.
Dang. See? It's because he lays off.
I flex real hard.
He lays. When I flex too hard, I pass gas. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Doug, we were talking before you popped on here about Russell Wilson at the end of the season, and okay, like you want him to be around. Obviously, he's playing at an incredibly high level. What do you think about the franchise tag? Would cost you $41 million. Could that be an avenue, and do you think he'd be willing to accept something like that?
Well, it's definitely an avenue, and if they put it on him, he really restricts his chance of leaving. So it's not going to be really up to him unless he just sits out and doesn't play, which I don't see that happening with a guy like Russell, because he loves football too much, and he loves being in the spotlight. He loves competing, and that's his makeup. The way I would approach it is, all right, this year is $41 million. Next year, if you franchise him 2 years in a row, it's going to be close to a little over 50. So what I would do is get a 3-year deal in place with him, present it to him. That gives him the guaranteed money of next year's franchise and year 2 franchise, which is I think 120% of what it was before, and guarantee that money, and then have a 3rd year in there that's really a flexible year to help spread out the guaranteed money and the signing bonus to give you some cap relief. And then you have them for 2 years, and you're not thinking every year, oh, is it going to be contentious if we franchise him again? You got it. You got him locked up. The money's going to be the same. And then you have that freedom in that year 3. If his play starts to decline, you have some flexibility to get rid of him. So for me, I wouldn't want to do a 1-year deal, especially with what he's shown he can do in this offense and what he can do to propel the Steelers to be supreme in AFC North and then maybe even AFC division. Let's try to keep him around for longer.
Do you think his motivation is money, or is it just winning? And is it just winning here? Like, do you think at the end of the season, Russell Wilson, I mean, it's a business, and I mean, you know better than anybody. Do you think Russell Wilson's in a position right now in his career where he's like, okay, I'm going to go test free agency. I'm going to go see what other teams are offering. I'm going to see what my price would be, say, in Vegas or something like that. Or is it like, I'm going to wait and see what deal we can come up with the Pittsburgh Steelers?
I think it comes down to this, and you know it, Doran. It's all about, when you talk about players that have the pedigree of a Russell Wilson, it's more about respect. And I mean it this way. I feel that if I'm Russell Wilson and I'm just putting myself in his position and role playing, I feel like I performed at a top 5 to top 10 quarterback level in this league. I have taken the Steelers to heights they haven't seen in a long time. So just pay me what the market is and my worth in the market. Now, if you lowball me, then you're forcing me to go out and see what I can get. You know what I mean? So I think it's all on the Steelers. I think you have to give it to Russell, knowing this is his last time to cash in, and money's not going to be the motivating factor. I think the motivating factor for him is being in a position like Pittsburgh where he can be a leader and a guy that can propel the team to heights that they haven't seen in a while, like I said before. But again, if you come to him and say, well, all right, we're going to give you, what about $25 million? He's going to be like, come on now. I mean, what are we doing here? Mm-hmm. I thought you were going to be a professional organization. So if you're professional to him, I think you'll get a professional buy-in from Russell Wilson.
Doug, did you see this level of play coming from Russell Wilson, and what has impressed you the most about his game so far?
I didn't, but I'll tell you, I didn't really study him when he was in Denver, especially after that first year with Hackett. I was like, ooh, either he's really slipping or the offense is not suited for him, or both. And then when the second year under Sean Payton, you saw the numbers, so I'm like, all right, well, he's okay, but he's still on the wrong side of his career. To me, he's the Russell Wilson back in Seattle, and I mean this by that. And he's actually better because he's statistically putting up numbers that he didn't really consistently do in Seattle. Because if you look at it, when they had that run in Seattle, yeah, they had the defense, but he was that timely game manager. And what I mean by that is when you looked at his stats, he may throw for 2, maybe 230, but when you looked at it and dived and studied the stats, his third downs, he was probably 7 for 10. And in the fourth quarter, he was 12 for 14 with a TD and 100 yards. So he knew when to step up and be able to make plays to either ice games or to come back and win games. And he's showing you that here with the Steelers.
How are you feeling about Sunday's game? Let's get that out the way. Like, are you feeling that the Browns, I mean, watching the Browns the other night, I mean, they can obviously move the ball. It's just they didn't win the football game. But how are you feeling this time around with the Steelers at home against the Browns?
I feel good because if you look at it, and this is one thing that I wanted to see, is the offense be able to go toe-to-toe with a potent offense. Now, the Browns, they have a potent offense and a bad defense, just like Cincinnati. And you take the elements out of it, I see them putting so many points on the board and showing that that was a blip in the screen. That was not indicative of what the Steelers team is all about, especially this year, especially with this cast of characters. So they're going to go out there and handle their business, and they're going to handle it in an emphatic fashion.
That's how I feel, too. And you got Jameis Winston praying about throwing pick sixes.
I know I'm better than this. I know. I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
I can't get enough. I can't get enough. We were playing that on every single show from now until the next time the Browns beat the Steelers. Guaranteed. Every single
I'll tell you this. I heard you talking about Aaron Rodgers Netflix. I'm not going to watch that, but I'll watch a Jameis Winston Netflix special.
Yeah,
that would be entertaining.
I'd watch that. You watching Hard Knocks?
Absolutely.
You watching Hard Knocks?
Not appointment viewing. I'll catch it here and there, but I'm not going to sit at home and make sure I watch it as soon as it airs.
So we were talking about it to begin the show, and Tomlin's already the star, as we kind of figured that he would be, and they paid special attention to the Steelers because you're not going to get opportunities to have the Steelers on Hard Knocks. But I think it gives fans a look at who Tomlin is, not fully unfiltered Tomlin, but it gives you a look behind the curtain. Who's the Tomlin you know, Doug? Because this guy, I find him super impressive. I just do. As a man, as a coach, they're 9-3 this year, but who's the Tomlin you know?
He is somebody that is multidimensional. In every dimension, like you said, you're very impressed. He's very comfortable in his skin. He's very comfortable in his position in life, be it professionally and personally. And he has a great way to communicate with anybody and everybody to make them feel like, hey, he is all about what you're about, and he can connect with people and inspire people or push people to be the best at what they are. He has it's a God-given talent, not only for his prose and the way he orates when he talks, but just his connection with people. And it all starts with a guy that looks people in the eye when they talk to him. And when he talks to you, and he is engaged, and people in his position, I've been around a lot of them, and sometimes when they're talking to you, they're looking everywhere else, or they're talking through you. This guy is present, and that means a lot to a lot of people, and especially young people that may put him on the pedestal because they see him on the sidelines or on Hard Knocks, but when he meets them, he doesn't big-time them or poo-poo them. He is engaged. So that's a quality that is very scarce in today's society, but very much appreciated.
I feel like he respects the game, and that's where I found myself familiar with Mike Tomlin. I've always respected the game of football. I've always kind of connected it to like golf, and you know how like in golf, you have a divot, and then it's like take care of the divot, put the divot back, or put some sand on the divot because you take care of the course, and the course takes care of you. That's where I feel like Mike Tomlin is. Like he respects the game so much, and he knows that the more and more he respects the game of football, and especially pro football, and the Steelers organization, I think he feels that it's going to come back and give him in a positive light as well.
No doubt. He's one of those guys that, and I'll say a saying that I heard from Bill Nunn, one of my mentors and one of the only scouts in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. The only thing better than having a mentor is being a mentor. And he wants to be a mentor to all these young men that are in his locker room, but he also knows he's a steward of this game of football. It's a game that's been around for a while, and he's in a position at one of the most storied franchises in the NFL and in the football ecosystem, and he is the man, the point man of that, and he relishes that, and he reveres that, and he takes it as an honor and not a right or a privilege, and he is up for that challenge, and he knows what he has to carry with that mantle, and he does it, to me, right now, to perfection. Now, is it everybody perfect, as in, is he going to make some mistakes as a coach? Absolutely. Is he going to make some mistakes as picking players? If you haven't missed, you haven't scouted. But when you look at it in totality, he is a great ambassador, not only for the game of football, but for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I think he might wind up winning Coach of the Year. He's currently second in the betting odds for Coach of the Year. I think this Hard Knocks thing is really going to help him, Doug. Do you think that this is, I mean, if you get rid of 2008, 2010, do you think this might be his next best coaching job, what he's done this year?
I would say yes, and it's more because when you look at the job in totality about roster construction and being able to pull the levers of when to insert people and when to take people out, how to really get a hold of some people that may be a distraction or detriment to what's happening on the field. So all of that goes into my thinking of him being coach of the year, because when you think about a head coach, the least amount of his job is coaching. The rest is managing people, building a rapport with Omar, building a rapport with Art, being able to handle situations that come up off the field, but more importantly on the field. And then his biggest job is to coach his coaches. So I think when you look at it in totality, this is, besides those years you talked about, one of his best years. Now, with that said, we all know Steeler Nations, it's going to come down to what are you doing in the playoffs? And this is another reason why I think they're going to come into this Cleveland game peaking, because they want to be the team that is hot in December. Look at his December record. That's what, when I was with him the 2 short years, that's what he was always, let's make sure first we win our division and we're peaking in December and playing good football, and then go into that single elimination tournament and be ready to kick some tail.
Unleash hell in December, some might say.
Yes.
Doug Whaley with us until 10 o'clock. So much still to get into with him over the course of the next 45 minutes or so. You can tweet in any questions that you have for Doug. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And, hey, look, football, fun, important, big for the community, not as big as this. This hour's Game Changer sponsor for our fight against domestic violence is Gherkin Roofing. The Pickle. You can be a game changer, too. Go to 937thefan.com. Click on Fan for the Win. Donate there. In making a donation, you are symbolically adopting a family who is waking up on Christmas Day with none of their possessions, having them left behind in search of safety. So help out any way you can. 937thefan.com. More with Doug Whaley coming up next. Right now, a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins won in overtime yesterday, 5-4. After giving up a 3-goal lead, they were able to win in that overtime period. Penguins have 2 games coming up this weekend. They're going to play the New York Rangers on the road on Friday, and then they're going to play the Toronto Maple Leafs back here in Pittsburgh on Saturday. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
Dorn Dickerson here for Permane Brothers, one of my favorite things to do, and I tell you guys this all the time. Throw on some sweats, grab my wallet, drive down the hill from my house, and sit right in front of a big screen TV at Permane Brothers. Crush a Pittsburgher, one of their legendary sandwiches. Wash it down with an ice-cold beer for only $3.29, and just relax while I watch Pitt basketball tonight take on Mississippi State, or even on Sunday, watch the Steelers go to work against the Cleveland Browns. Follow my lead for the best game day experience. Permane Brothers, now serving more sports, more food, and more of what you love on game day.
Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Pat Bostic, and I'm here to make sure you never overpay for tires again. Winter is coming. Are your tires ready? You can save hundreds, even thousands of dollars on brand name tires with Champ Tires. Used tires, like used cars, are an affordable way to keep you safe through rain, snow, and sleet. Champ Tires has a huge inventory of new, takeoff, and used tires at the lowest prices. They have 2 locations in the Pittsburgh area and offer free shipping. Check out champtires.com for sales, installation specials, and other great deals.
Beyond Lincoln's 2024 Corsair. 24 months at $389 a month plus tax, with a total of only $2,500 due. This includes your first payment, plate, and all fees. Your security deposit is waived. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville offer ends January 2nd.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining has Sewer Hydrojet with camera black and gold special $299. Most other companies charge $600 to $1,500. Don't just snake your sewer, clean it. Fast, effective, and affordable. Call METS 412-872-4105.
Did you know you can spend your PA taxes to fund a scholarship for a child in need and get a 90% tax credit refund? Through Blocks, BLOCS. You can redirect your state tax liability, fund a scholarship, direct it to the private or Catholic school of your choice, and receive a 90% refund on that donated amount. It's a simple process, and you can fund a scholarship that will change a child's life. Tax credit slots are filling up fast, and you must make your commitment by December 23rd. Head to blocks.org, BLOCS.org now.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
The wait is almost over for the most wanted Target holiday deal. Get 10% off Target gift cards with Target Circle this Saturday and Sunday only. From your teenage nephew to your kids' teachers and coaches, Target gift cards bring joy to everyone on your list. Join Target Circle for free now and you'll get the deal automatically. Shop December 7th and 8th for 10% off Target gift cards with Target Circle and save more on gifts. Happier holidays from Target. Restrictions apply.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide cleans better than the leading competitive free detergent, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues.
Plus, Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there, open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Among the leftover turkeys populating our penalty lap track this week, how about the Raiders, Jaguars, and Giants, all with serious losing streaks? Kirk Cousins produced his 3rd straight stinker. Ditto the Jets. And dirty hit suspendee Aziz Al-Shahir will be running for 3 straight weeks unless he gets his suspension reduced. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, layoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. And tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up. It's golf.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
still dealing with an accident in Glen Osborne. This ties up Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard at River Avenue. Also, we do have delays still from an earlier accident being reported on inbound Route 28 right around the Highland Park Bridge. Once you do get by there, you're going to be in line again just past the Route 8 at the bypass down toward the north side. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound pretty well steady, while the Parkway East is jammed at Wilkinsburg. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's a Wednesday with Doug Whaley. Hard Knocks debuted last night. Steelers front and center. Mike Tomlin, the star. Got me thinking a little bit about the AFC North, though. The Ravens could be 2 games behind the Steelers and not have the tiebreaker if the Steelers simply take care of business against the Cleveland Browns. I look at the Browns, though, and the Bengals, Thorne, and I think they got a little rebuild coming. Like, not a full rebuild for the Bengals because you're going to have Joe Burrow and you're likely going to have Jamar Chase.
They're picking in the top 10. I saw that.
There's that, which is big, but they're probably going to lose Hendrickson.
Yeah.
They're going to lose T. Higgins. Like, they're not paying both their wide receivers. Their defense stinks, and they're probably not just a piece or two away on that side of the ball. This might be time to strike while the iron's hot here, Doug. And do you think the Steelers now, with Russell Wilson in the fold, even though you're going to have to pay him after this year, do you think they're in a position now to take advantage of maybe the Bengals taking a year to get it back together? And the Browns, I mean, God only knows what they're doing.
I think so, and especially if you look at where our defense is. And I'll say this, a lot has been talked about how Omar and his crew has stocked the offense, especially on the offensive line. But look at the 2 young defensive players that have been showing out and making splash plays recently with Herbig and Wilson. So, and then I know Joey Porter has had some struggles, but right now everybody feels that he is a start win with corner. Now, is he an upper echelon corner? He's got to get away from some hands play that plagued him in college. But even with the penalties he's had recently, I consider him a start win with players. So as old and age as the defense people think are aging out, they are doing a pretty good job of putting specific pieces in place of young talent that can hopefully not have it be a total rebuild once the elder statesmen move on. I say this in a long way to say, yes, this is a time when you got Russell Wilson, you have that defense, and you have some young guys that are starting to peek their head up and make plays for you. Let's take advantage of a defense in Cincinnati that's going to almost be a total rebuild. But like Doran said, it scares you that they're going to have a pick in the top 10. Cleveland is Cleveland. You hate to say it, but they may strike.
I love it, Doug.
They may have every 5 years make a run for it, but the lack of consistency there is going to be hard for them, especially in the near future when they have that albatross of that contract from the quarterback hanging around their necks, and it's a burden on the whole organization, and not to mention the cap. So they are in a prime position, and then you add to the fact that they have Baltimore's numbers, so they are in a prime position to really take a stranglehold on the AFC North in the next 2 or 3 years.
Doug, let's talk about somebody that's a young player but not so young, George Pickens. What would you say to him, or how would you approach him after the antics of last game?
Well, I'll even use a Tomlinism. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. He is who he is. And you're just going to try to manage him until you can't manage him anymore, or his production dips. So the issue that you really try to combat, though, is one of these times his antics going to cost you a game. And if it does, I won't be surprised. Will any of you guys be surprised? I just don't think he is 3 years into his pro career. He's gone through college. If you haven't reached the guy by now, you're not going to reach him. It's all about just management. And I think that's who it is. And I'm not going to be surprised, like I said, if he costs us a game or this relationship ends and it's on a sour note.
I think the question is this as bad as it gets? Like, is he going to be the guy that sometimes loses his cool on the field, sometimes pouts when he doesn't get the football, or does this keep getting worse? And does paying him only exacerbate the issues? Do you think if you hand a guy like this $30 million a season, Doug, that he's going to get worse? Or do you think he's going to stay the same? Because I don't know if he's ever going to, like you said, go backwards.
That's a question that I from an outside looking in, I would say I would be a year to year with him. But if you're inside and you're Tomlin and you're Omar and you see that guy every day and you talk to him every day and you have a feeling that, oh, we see a light, then you pay him. But to me, what he's shown consistently on the field is who he is. And then after so long in your pro career, actually, and playing enough in college, that's who you are. Will he hit a spot where he's going to mature? You hope so, but are you going to be able to willing to put 30 to 60 to 90 million dollars on that hope? I'd rather put it on a plan, and that plan is to go year to year by him and then find his replacement in the draft.
Doug Whaley with us until 10 o'clock. You talked about Joey Porter Jr. earlier. I mean, I'm sure you've seen it over your years in the league. He is handsy. Now, the referees, they're keying in on it. It's the same thing that they're doing with George Pickens. Like, is this something that, even if he gets better, is his reputation just going to precede him, Doug? And is this something that's going to then plague him?
Absolutely. When we were in Buffalo, we used to have a study, and the coaches, especially Rex Ryan, would have a day where someone would just come in and talk about the officials and the officiating crew, what they throw the most penalties on, what they usually are really targeting. But on the same token, Rex would go in pregame and talk to officials and like, hey, at Joey Porter Jr., if you watch films, he's awful handsy. So teams are going to be alerting officials about this. So he is going to be under a microscope. So he's, like you said, his reputation is preceding himself. And the thing about sports, and especially in football, reputations are easy to get, hard to live down. So he's going to have to work extra careful to really play as clean as possible. And even on the ticky-tack fouls that most people wouldn't get flagged for, he may get flagged and possibly will get flagged just because he has that reputation. Can he get out of it? This is year 3, and he is still plaguing them. So that's just going to be part of their game, part of his game, just like Pickens' antics is going to be part of the game, and you're just going to have to live with them. But you hope that his production outweighs those penalties that he is garnishing.
Doug Whaley with us until 10 o'clock. I have an Arthur Smith question for Doug when we come back. Doran, I think that Rex Ryan would agree with me on Fritos.
Why? Because they smell like feet?
Whammy.
Oh, there you go.
I just oop him and he slams it home. A question about Arthur Smith.
That's why you guys are great teammates, great partners.
That's right. And we're happy to have you as part of the triumvirate, Doug. Okay.
I'll say this.
Oh.
Frito scoops with chili. Knock down, drag out, better than Tostitos chips, for sure. And better than cornbread.
Oh, the Fritos scoops with buffalo chicken dip, too, way better than regular. Yeah.
Best dipping chip, I'll say that. Best dipping chip, Frito dips.
Crowley's saying
there you
plain,
go.
Though,
I'm on with you.
He's saying plain, though. Like, are you just going to sit there and eat plain Fritos?
I got a chip that wears many hats. I got the Ben Skowronek chips here. Going to catch a ball, big catch, 22-yard gain, also going to block its ass off. That's the Frito.
And won't be around next year. Nice.
Would you rather the Frito be the chip that because you can wear many hats, or would you rather have just the perfect hair on the chip already, like Doritos are made naturally? There you go.
I would rather you give a headline and then talk to Doug about Arthur Smith.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Aroldis Chapman, he reportedly signed with the Red Sox on a 1-year deal worth about $10.75 million. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
amigos. Bradovin's here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Huskies may have hit some early bumps this season, but with Dan Hurley at the helm, they're always a team to watch. Tonight, they defend their undefeated home court against a powerhouse Baylor Bears in what promises to be a high-energy showdown. UConn -2.5 is a 5-star best bet. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761-0000.
Hey guys, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. If you're planning on betting college football bowl games, good luck. No, seriously, it's never been harder. And you don't want to be hurting your bankroll. You want to make sure you're doing your homework. Listen to Cash the Ticket. Mike Valeni and I will be breaking down every single bowl game, dropping new episodes nearly every day throughout college football's postseason. Spicing things up with a 12-team playoff. Can't wait to see some of those teams from the South come up north for the snow. Be sure to subscribe to Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
And we are in it, the holiday season. Listen, Schultz Ford has everything for you. First of all, they got great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin. How about Schultz Ford Wheeling? That store's doing just great business and always online, schultzford.com. They've got all kinds of selection. And when I say all kinds of selection, I mean the best going. You need a truck, F-150, nobody better. Mobile service, they'll do that for you. Pickup and delivery, there's that. Your car needs service, something small, they'll come, pick it up, leave you a loaner, take your car to the shop, get it done, and bring it right back. Those locations can't be beat, like I said. And the staff, it's not just holiday cheer, it's every day of the year. They're kind, they're friendly, they're great. I've not met better people than the ones who work for Richard Bazzi and Schultz Ford. So check it out. You can always go online and see that great inventory, schultzford.com.
Does it feel like someone is stabbing a knife into your heel? Does your lower back hurt more and more as the day goes on? The Good Feet store can help. Take a listen to Ann and Patrick.
I had to go nonstop from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. Every time I stood up, pain just shot up my legs. Fortunately, I found the Good Feet store. I went to them after my doctor diagnosed me with plantar fasciitis. Now, thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm 100% pain-free.
I was in constant pain. Somehow my fiance and I found our way into the Good Feet store. Put my foot on the arch support system. I put them in my shoes, walked out of the store. All the pain was gone. My back, my knees, my ankles. Thank you. Thank you, everybody at the Good Feet store. You gave me my active life back.
Come to the Good Feet store this holiday season and give the gift of pain relief to you and your loved ones. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. FSA HSA eligible. Please check with your provider. Gift cards are available. Come in and get a free personalized fitting today.
Think of early December as the 2-minute warning for enrolling in the right Medicare plan for you. Bob Pompiani here from MediConnect. The deadline to compare your coverage is December the 7th. If you're on Medicare, give the top-ranked folks at MediConnect a call. Meet in your home, online, or in their office. It's absolutely free. MediConnect will work to gain an understanding of your particular needs and situation. It's Medicare made simple. 888-818-6334 for MediConnect.
Is your home ready for the holidays? Beat the holiday rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
Serious savings at your local Par-Mar store. Dan Zangrili reminding you to download the Par-Mar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Par-Mar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
When I wake
The best mornings
In the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up, it's golf.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Andy, our web guy, came in here, said Fritos suck.
Yes.
Original Fritos.
Yes, he understands the ball game.
A lot of people are killing me on the text line and on Twitter for this. I just thought, you live in your own little corner of the world. My family always ate Fritos. I thought everybody liked Fritos. It turns out everyone hates Fritos.
You guys are just sitting there playing Fritos as a family.
Just a big bowl in the middle of the table with the fire going. We wouldn't even watch TV. We'd just sit there eating Fritos.
That's the whitest thing I ever heard in my life.
Waiting for the 11 o'clock news to come on.
Just got done watching Married with Children.
That's a Pittsburgh family for you.
You know who I bet you loves playing Fritos? Seriously, Arthur Smith. No. I bet he's what are you talking? He's a tight end guy, Doran. Tight end guy, got a mustache. That guy loves playing Fritos. Doug, so UNC, they reached out to Arthur Smith, and the reports are that Arthur's not going to take the head coaching job for North Carolina. What's that process like? Like, did North Carolina, would they have to reach out to you, the general manager, the organization? Do you have to give them permission to talk to Arthur Smith when it's a college? And then do you keep, like, in season, what are your contingencies if a guy like Arthur Smith leaves with 3 games to go?
Yeah, well, the process will start with that. UNC will reach out to Arthur Smith's agent, and the agent will reach out to Omar and saying, hey, listen, UNC is going to send in, would like to talk to Arthur. They'll send in, if you want a permission slip to have them fill out and send in because he's under contract, and they do it. Then Omar would talk to Art and Mike T and then Arthur and say, hey, this is coming down the pipe. Then Arthur's got to make his decision. What would happen, though, and it's happened before, is Arthur would finish the season with the Steelers. He would be really doing double duty. He'd be working on building his staff, retaining his players at North Carolina, recruiting players, while he's also preparing for whoever they're playing. So it would be a monumental task, especially for an OC to do that, but it's been done before. And I'll say this, it's the college game, actually, obviously being with Alliance 412 and consulting with Pitt is a totally different game than the pro game. But when I say that, it's actually starting to become very similar because of transfer portal. You can look at that as free agency, but the difference, free agency every year, is in NCAA because players could walk every year. In NFL, you normally have an extended contract that they're there 2 or 3 years, even though you could cut them. The salary cap is basically what's going to be in this revenue sharing and whatever these collectives can raise. So it's actually becoming very similar to NFL. The biggest difference, though, is the time commitment. There are dedicated times in the NFL where there's just downtime, where there's not much going on. And in the NCAA, you're on 365 24/7, because if you're not recruiting to add to your roster, you're recruiting to retain. So that's the biggest difference I've seen.
Now that I think about it, whenever I was in New England, Bill O'Brien did accept the Penn State job, but continued to be the offensive coordinator. And then Josh McDaniel got fired in Denver, and then we brought Josh McDaniel on as a consultant to step in whenever Bill O'Brien did leave after the season, if that made sense. So that did happen before.
Did you like Bob? Bill O'Brien?
Oh, yeah, I love him. I just talked to him the other day. I mean, he was coaching Boston College. Talked to him for a good while before the game.
He's got one of those Peter Griffin butt chins. You ever notice that?
Yeah, he does. He's not. We used to call him Tea Kettle because he would just lose his mind. Just call him Tea Kettle.
Yes.
Doug, hypothetical percentage chance that Arthur Smith takes a head coaching job in the NFL at the end of the season and brings Russell Wilson with him?
Oh.
Get out of here.
I think I'd say probably 30%, just because that's a combination thing. But I don't know if he's done enough to reclaim his reputation or be a sought-after head coach after just one season with the Steelers. So that's where I think it's a smaller percent chance. And I think he's, if I'm him, you don't say money's not an issue, but he's still getting paid from Atlanta. He's got a nice gig here. If the Steelers keep Russell, I think he rides it out with Russell and then waits for a opportunity that gives him a chance to win. Because the last thing he wants to be is a two-time loser as a head coach that fired after 3 years, two times in a row. So I think he can be patient, and I think what will help precipitate that patience is the Steelers hanging on to Russell Wilson.
If you're watching on YouTube right now, Doug, you have
what is that?
You have thought bubbles coming out of your brain. Are you using some sort of what is going on here?
I've never seen that.
I don't know. It started out on my phone. I'm like, what's going on? So I don't know what that is.
I've never seen that in my life. I thought it was a ghost.
It looked like a comic book.
Yeah.
Where there's thought bubbles.
I thought you guys were doing that, and I'm like, wait a minute, what is that?
No. You guys will be not so shocked to know that all the people chiming in on Twitter to me now saying that they grew up hammering Fritos like I have, they're all white.
Did they eat them as a poll, as a family party trick, or what? Party favor?
Just sitting around eating Fritos.
That got me. I couldn't keep it together.
Talking about property taxes and Lebo, just hammering our Fritos. Yeah. All right, one more segment with Doug Whaley coming up next. Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they won yesterday in overtime 5-4 over the Florida Panthers. They next play on Friday. They're going to play the New York Rangers in New York. Also, Pitt men's basketball has a game tonight against Mississippi State. That game's on at 9:15. You can listen on the radio, 93.7 The Fan, or you can listen through the Odyssey app. Just search for 93.7 The Fan, and you'll hear the game live whenever it's on. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews reportedly on scene with an accident on inbound Route 28 near the Highland Park Bridge. Watch for some possible slowdowns. Outbound, you have a disabled vehicle off to the side just past the Fox Chapel Road on-ramp. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East stacking at Edgewood, Swissvale, and is fairly steady as you head on the city side toward downtown. Parkway North has cleared out. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Tailgate Party is presented by Mike's Beer Bar and Saloni's Italian Bakery. The PM Team Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-3128. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-3128. 800-575-3128. That's 800-575-3128. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Some think that you have to be part of a club or know someone to get in. Not the case. At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply need to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Butler, or Beaver counties, and you're eligible to join for just $5. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
This holiday, it's game on with Fios Home Internet. Because for a limited time, when you switch to a Fios 1 gig plan, you'll get an all-new Xbox Series S on us. So what are you waiting for? Unbox a new Xbox this holiday season.
Yeah! Cool!
And get all the speed you need to game, stream, and play on our 100% fiber optic network. All you have to do? Switch to fast, reliable Fios Home Internet and get the Xbox Series S on us with a Fios 1 gig plan. Fast internet, new Xbox. Now, that sounds like a win-win for any holiday. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch to Fios Home Internet today. Verizon. Offer valid through December 2nd, 2024. Must install and maintain Fios 1 gig services in good standing for 14 days and redeem within 60 days thereafter. One Xbox Series S console per order while supplies last. One offer per eligible Verizon account.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti to hear the Sims Spotlight featuring Super Bowl winning quarterback Phil Simms. Brought to you by Balance of Nature. Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I don't know that I'm ever comfortable playing in a shootout. It's just my background, my expertise, to be quite honest with you. I respect offenses and talented players, and I acknowledge when we're faced with stiff challenges, but it doesn't mean that I'll ever be comfortable in those circumstances. I have certain expectations because of my professional journey on defense that I expect us to slow those things down and minimize some of that. The rare instances that we don't, I'm thankful that we have an offense that's capable of matching it.
Oh, my gosh. Those words landed on my ears and made me so happy. Because it's true. Capable offense for the Pittsburgh Steelers. The 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Steelers drag the Ravens into the mud. Then they play literally in the mud and snow in Cleveland. So, okay, whatever. Then they put up 37 offensive points, 500-plus yards against the Bengals. Mike Tomlin might say he's not comfortable with it. He kind of invited a shootout. They threw it 27 times in the first half against the Bengals. Doug, this Steelers team, though, seems equipped to be able to win a multitude of different ways. So when you look at them compared to the upper echelon teams around the league and in the AFC, how many of those teams do you think can really do it that way? And where do you kind of slide the Steelers in?
Well, first of all, I think that soundbite is the reason why he went with Russell Wilson and what you're saying, because Russell gives them multi-dimensions to be able to compete in the NFL, and especially in the division and in the AFC. When you look at it in totality in the NFL, you got to put the Bills there. You got to put the Chiefs there just because of Mahomes, and you got to put the Detroit Lions there. And each of those three teams, the Steelers can play their type of football and compete with them. So I would put them in that upper echelon of teams in the NFL that they should be competing for an AFC title. And I think they will, just because of the defense, but more importantly, offensively being able to either put up points or grind out a slugfest.
Doug, I asked this question the other day. I think it was to Jeff Hathorn. Who is the, or maybe it was Kabali, who was the unsung hero on the offense, in your opinion? Outside of Russell Wilson, who would be the unsung hero?
Ooh, that's a very good question. I would say right now, Arthur Smith. I would say Arthur Smith, just because of his game planning and really attacking defenses that they're playing with their weaknesses and putting Russell Wilson in positions to be able to make that critical play to win the game. So I think that relationship between Russell Wilson and Arthur Smith is why you're seeing this offense be as multidimensional as it is and as effective as it is. So I'll say Arthur Smith.
Doug, this was fun as always, buddy. We appreciate you hopping on, and hopefully wherever you are right now, it's not haunted, and that wasn't a ghost. It was an app kind of malfunction.
How about this? My brother and I at Thanksgiving were sitting around not eating Fritos, but he asked a question. Can ghosts really physically hurt you? They can scare you, but can they hurt you?
Well, some might argue there's no greater pain than mental pain, Doug.
Good point. But physically, think about it. Ask your texters. All right, fellas, we'll see you next week.
See you, Doug. All right, tomorrow, we love Doug. Tomorrow, Pat Boss is going to be in with us. Big Pitt game tonight, 9:15 right here on The Fan. Pitt taking on Mississippi State. 5.5-point dog. Mississippi State, good coach, good program.
MS State.
That's what Callis called him, MS State.
Yeah.
That's no one calls him O State, Ohio State.
No.
O
State.
Doesn't happen.
P State.
Penn State.
Yeah.
No one says that. All right, tomorrow, Pat Bostic in with us. We'll start digging into Browns and Steelers. We'll go over that Pitt game, what happens tonight. Until then, goodbye. See yous later. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road in McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. Today, a high of 37, low 22.
I know I'm better than this. I know. I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Did you hear the news? There's a dog on the loose in the city. And he ain't friendly. They said if you see him, don't pet him. He out there sniffing around. He's sniffing for accidents. His name is Top Dog. Big dog, top dog, accidents, you call him. Top dollar, you call him. After you call him, he calling them. Insurance companies, he calling them. Like, hello, Mr. Insurance Company, it's me again. You miss me? We got a problem. We have an accident. Medical malpractice is an accident. Want a lot of money, a lot. Like top dollar, a lot. And don't take forever to get it to me. My client needs it. Get it to me now. Any accident. Top Dog Law.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. That's a full year of AAA's legendary roadside assistance for only $35. And as part of this special radio offer, AAA will waive the admission fee, add 2 free eligible household members, and you'll also receive a free $20 gift card for yourself. That's a total value of $168 for only $35. AAA will always be there if they're locked out of their car, need a tow, run out of gas, have a flat tire, or need a new battery. AAA has them covered as a driver or passenger in any car, not just their own. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit online at AAA.com/gift to receive this special radio offer. That's AAA.com/gift to give a gift membership today and receive a free $20 gift card for yourself. Limited time offer, restrictions apply.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Now that Baird and Heffron Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Pittsburgh. Robert W. Baird and Company, Incorporated. Member SIPC.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. And they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
'Tis the season for treatin' with Dunkin', and nothing brings instant holiday cheer like a dozen Dunkin' Donuts. Whether it's a work party, family gathering, or holiday brunch, it's the gift that makes everyone on your list happy. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
I love spreading joy with gifts this time of year, but I try not to spread my budget too thin. Luckily, Kohl's has come through for me once again. I just went and used a 20% off coupon to score so many great gifts under $20, like cozy pajamas and fleece, amazing gift sets, and beauty must-haves. So if you're looking to give more for less this season, get to Kohl's. Select styles, offers end December 4th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Outbound Route 28, State Police on the scene with a disabled vehicle being hooked up to a flatbed. It's just past Fox Chapel Road off-ramp. No travel lanes currently affected, and traffic is getting by fairly steady. Inbound Parkway West delays approaching Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Edgewood Twistvail, and the HOV lanes now closed along the Parkway North in the Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's sea to shining sea, and water damage as far as the eye can see.
It's America.
It's freshly mowed grass and a fence that was freshly vandalized by a pack of unruly teens.
It's America.
It's also round-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
You might not consider yourself a tech expert, but you can still protect yourself from online scammers with McAfee Total Protection. From fake delivery text to bank alerts, scams are everywhere. That's where McAfee Total Protection steps in. McAfee will help keep your devices and identity safer and your private info private. Visit McAfee.com/online protection and get up to 79% off award-winning online protection. This Black Friday Cyber Monday deal won't last. Offer ends 12/4/24. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Well, what's your name?
I am Nathan. This is Sean.
This is Wanye.
And we are Boys to Men.
The legendary trio that has captivated audiences worldwide for over 3 decades. Boys to Men in concert. February 16th at the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Boys to Men. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Penguins yesterday won in overtime at home against the Florida Panthers. 5-4 was the final score. Brian Rust with the overtime winner. Got it done for the Penguins with Tristan Jarry getting the win. 37 saves, 41 shots faced against him. Penguins next up, currently on a 4-game winning streak, will play the Rangers on Friday at 7:30. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Here's Joe and Bob.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome aboard to the Pomp and Joe Show. Austin City Limits Bechtold to my left. We're going to talk about Hard Knocks. That's what everybody's talking about today and our feelings about that. It's a special day on the Fan, too. It's our day of giving to the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh. It's Fan for the Win. And to help, you can go to 937thefan.com and click on Fan for the Win and donate. And this hour, the 10 a.m. hour's Game Changer sponsor for our fight against domestic violence is Hand and Stone Massage and Facial Spa. As I said, you can be a game changer too. Go to 937thefan.com, click on Fan for the Win, and then donate. Safety is a basic human need that many of us take for granted. Thousands of adults and children in our area who fear for their lives because of the threat of partner violence. Make a donation and help these families have a better holiday. So we're going to be inviting in some folks who work in this area and hopefully inviting you onto our website to help out here. Bob Limits and I were supposed to take a field trip last night, and at the last minute he canceled. So I went out to the Beaver Blackhawk boys basketball game last night.
Where you skipped the hot dog shop?
Oh,
You
no.
didn't go?
Oh, no. I went out to the
okay.
hot dog shop, but was informed by my buddy, the Beaver coach, Jason Bumbliss, that I can't get a photo on a cup out there because I'm not from Beaver County. So you and Bob, or you and Ron, have dibs on that, apparently. I'm not threatening you in any way.
I think all the more reason for you to just move. You can just do that for that reason. A lot of people transfer, trying to get their kids into school. You need to do it so you can get on a cup. I think that's a huge distinction. You deserve it, but you have to move. So you want me to call Sue and tell her right now you're looking at listings?
I can't change the fact that I'm not from there, Bob. I just can't, and I'll never be on a cup like. Are you and Ron together on the cup?
We're together on a cup.
Did you know that, Limits, that it wasn't separate cups, but those two together?
No, I did not know.
Did you know they don't have a shot clock in high school basketball?
Oh, I'm very aware of that.
That should change. That's old school time to change stuff.
It's got to change, Bob. However, it was compelling theater last night because Beaver, with a lead in the first half, held the ball. Blackhawk let them hold the ball for a bit, so they held it, and it got dramatic. You had one coach or one player came over to talk to the Beaver coach on the sideline while the game was going on. You had the crowd for both sides getting restless. It was unbelievable tension and drama at Beaver High School last night, Bob. And then after holding it for a while, number 0, whose name I forget, little point guard, darted to the basket and made a hoop, and the crowd went wild.
So
it was a good game.
They kind of lulled them to sleep,
They
and all
did.
of a sudden
They lulled them to sleep, Bob.
Number 0.
It was a fun game. Limits will have to go back out there. Bumbliss is looking for you. He's not happy.
We will. I told you to apologize for me to him. I will formally apologize to him when I meet him.
He wants a written letter. Okay?
Okay.
Bob, you didn't see Hard Knocks, did you?
I watched a little bit, but I was working late last night, so I haven't really looked at the whole thing.
Well,
and I plan to do that today.
Well, I think there are.
I saw enough that I saw some of the clips and whatever. So
here's what I took from it. Limits, you've seen it, I assume?
Yeah, I watched the first half of it.
So neither of you watched the whole thing. You had one job today, which was to watch Hard Knocks, and neither of you have watched it.
I worked.
This is unbelievable.
Joe, I worked till midnight. I got home. I don't have a lot of things going on at midnight.
Bob, I was up till 2 a.m. watching it.
I'm up till 2
2
a.m. all the time, but I had something else going on that I had to take care of. So
okay, the whole town is talking about it. Here's the story. The story was Mike Tomlin.
And that's not an upset.
No, I think that he inadvertently stole the show. He was the star of the first episode of Hard Knocks because, at least when I'm watching, and I think when a lot of people are watching, he's an incredibly compelling character no matter what he's doing.
And it's natural, by the way.
And it's
just natural.
It's natural.
It's who he is.
He could be eating Fritos, which I love the fact he was eating Fritos because I'm a Frito guy.
I was hoping for pork rinds. It would have made a better show today.
Breaking down tape in the film room. Even the most mundane things he does when he talks, you listen. He's a compelling character on the screen, on the television, when he's talking to Hayward at halftime, when he's dealing with Pickens and telling him, stay with me after that first play, when he's calling Wilson Mr. Wilson, when he's saying we cannot coexist with the Bengals to Justin Fields on the sideline, when he's spending the whole week prepping Herbig for Zeus for Orlando
How about
Brown.
that? I thought that was the biggest part of this.
It was great.
Because he did exactly what they wanted him to do.
You and Zeus, he said. The Bengals had to go shopping because Alex Highsmith dog-walked that last offensive tackle they had. So it's you and Zeus. He kept pounding it all week. And the whole thing, he was great. This
is a reason why when people talk about, well, move on, do this. He's a unique guy from what I've seen. And I get to see him a little bit behind my own little curtain when we do these shows. And you see the personality and really the concern he has for the people on his team, not just as players. And that comes shining through, I think.
It came shining through when he said on Thanksgiving, each and every one of you is invited inside my home here. Do you think they had 80 people there? I'd show up. Wouldn't you, Bob?
I think it would be, yeah. It reminds me of the day when Jerome Bettis used to have Gladys, his mother, make dinner for everybody.
Yes.
And the same kind of stuff.
Tomlin said, I'd like to open my home up to anyone and everyone in here. He's the type of character, and they're few and far between, Bob, who you could watch reading the phone book when phone books existed, right?
He would have some line that makes it all worthwhile.
And it would somehow be compelling.
It would be.
Now,
it always is.
And here's the thing, though. Here's the dilemma, I imagine, that people face is they haven't come anywhere close to winning a playoff game in 7 years, which is a lifetime in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
But Tomlin is a guy you automatically want to root for. You want to play for. All of that. And, yes, you get to see him. You get to see. And this came, by the way, out on the day that Willie Colon said that Tomlin basically saved his football life, maybe his life altogether, when he was out and hurt and down like guys are. He said, come on, travel with the team. Guys, for the most part, love him. But there's the dilemma of them not winning really big games anymore. They haven't done that in a long time. So I think people are torn because he's a guy you want to root for. And we don't get to see, I think, the real Mike Tomlin behind the scenes like that a lot, Bob. You do. Tell us what he's like when you just walk in there.
Charismatic.
You do a show with him every week,
I do a show with him every week. He's charismatic. We go over a lot of stuff. He's fun to talk to. He's as normal as anyone can be. I think some of the times you see coach speak from all of them. They get up in that microphone, and it's got to be some sort of image that they want to, put forth. But he has this ability. You can hear him talking to guys in the hall when he's coming down when we do a show, and he's engaging them. He's, motivating them. That Zeus thing, you could hear him yell that the whole week last week. He really was. I mean, he just pounds it. That's what. Yeah. You remember who had trouble with fumbling, and he would pound it. And it was somebody else. I don't know who it was, but he would make you.
Jonathan Dwyer.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's carrying that ball. He's reminding him every single. It's in your head so much that it has to, carry through. That you have to protect the football. He has a way of doing it that is kind of unique. He's also got a wonderful personality and a lot of humor in there that people don't really see.
And he also spoke yesterday to the fact that football is his job and his hobby, that burnout's not an issue, and I believe that. Of the things I question about Tomlin, one of them never, ever has been his passion for his job, his love of football, all that. And he's obviously an incredibly sharp guy, too. His main problem has been his hiring practices of late and some of his personnel decisions, notably pinning the future of the franchise on Kenny Pickett and Matt Canada.
Right.
Those are two horrendous franchise-damaging decisions that they're to their credit, I think, but not too much credit because they made those decisions in the first place. The Steelers decided to cut bait real quick, although probably not quick enough with Canada.
Yeah, Canada went into 3 years before it was cut.
So there's all of that with Mike Tomlin. But, man, at the beginning of the show, the idea was to show all 4 AFC North coaches addressing their teams. 3 of them are football coaches. One of them's a movie star. That you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just the way it is. He's that guy.
And when you deal with 18 years on the job, he addressed this yesterday talking about his messaging. Number one, his messaging for those who haven't been around it is fresh. And I thought he gave a really good answer about this, that, my audience changes every year, with the exceptions of guys like Cam Hayward and people like that who's been around forever. He knows it. He understands it. In fact, he believes it to the point where he then carries it out. You often see these guys use the terminology that he uses in their own speech.
Right.
Which is amazing to me.
So my question is, and I imagine tons of people watched this last night, is do you find yourself conflicted on Tomlin? I think I would. A guy I desperately want to root for, who I find very likable, especially when you go behind the scenes and see the real Mike Tomlin. Sometimes he's not all that likable, for instance, at his news conferences. But a lot of coaches aren't. Conflicted in the sense that you want him to win, that you like him, that he's a compelling figure, but they haven't won in a long freaking time. It's not that they haven't won a playoff game in 7 years. They haven't been within a million miles of winning a playoff game in 7 years. The only close score was 45-42 against the Jags, and they got a junk touchdown late in which he misplayed it anyway by not kicking a field goal and trying an onside kick. So they haven't come close. So I imagine there's some conflict there when you look at the character. And he is in this show a character, Mike Tomlin. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. I loved what he said about Chase Brown, too, the Bengals running back. He's like, we have to establish a relationship with this guy. He might not know your name today. He'll know it Monday morning. Just great stuff all the way around. But the show itself fell a little short for me, Bob.
That's because I thought expectations are too high, you know.
Well,
I mean, people kept talking about this as if they're going to see people, you know, trash talk one another. And you have to remember the teams do have a little bit of control about
how much do they have? Do you know?
I don't know. But they do have control. They're not going to allow somebody to say something that puts the organization at a risk. You know what I mean? They're not going to do it. So they do have – I don't know the exact amount of it.
But it's happened before.
I think they want the passionate parts of it. They want Mike Tomlin talking to George Pickens on the sideline. They want – you know, I guarantee you there was an exchange between Hockley and Tomlin in that game many times. You're not going to probably see it. Number one, because I think the NFL doesn't want their officials to be under – that sort of light if they say something that can make people say, well, wait a minute, he apologized to him for this or whatever. You don't want that.
I wanted it to live up to its name, which is Hard Knocks, and get inside some of the difficult stories and have – Tim Benz wrote a great column for the Trib today, a great column. He says, I'm wondering if Hard Knocks is ever going to get hard because episode 1 was soft and sanitized. I agree 100% with that. You can get some of that stuff on Inside the NFL. It was great footage of Cam just destroying people. I love it. I love the behind-the-scenes stuff, but it was very, very sanitized. As Ben said, where's the conflict? Where's the edge? Where's the intrigue? I mean, my God, the things going on in these cities. George Pickens is story number 1 here. Let's go travel with George Pickens. Let's sit down with George Pickens. Let's get in a meeting room with Tomlin and Pickens. Now, I'm sure, as you said, that teams want to exercise and probably do exercise some control. Okay, then blame the teams, I guess, in the AFC North. But it was just, it didn't live up to, and it hasn't for a while, this show, by the way, live up to the brand name from a long time ago, when you would see things like Todd Haley and Hugh Jackson and feel the tension. Right. Remember that in a meeting room? This was happy and soft, and if you like that, and I do, it was a nice bowl of popcorn. But I wanted to see some intrigue and some tension, as Ben says.
I think you will as this week and the Ravens week moves forward. You may see more of that, and you may hear things that you won't hear anywhere else because of the passion and emotion of those games. So I'm looking forward to that, and I'm also thinking this week with Cleveland coming into town, they're going to, play that George Pickens comment that they're no good. Browns aren't good, and then we'll see the reaction on the field. There could be some tension there.
As Ben's also said, there was no reference to Pickens getting in a fight at the end of the Cleveland game, the decision to have Justin Fields throw. I want to get into some of that. What about Myles Garrett's history with this franchise? More of that. Maybe that's coming up here, as you said, in this episode. I'm not confident of that, Bob, though, because this show has gone soft. They should call it soft.
Again,
they should call it soft knocks.
There are mitigating circumstances that.
But weren't there always, or has that changed?
I think there always have been. I don't know to what extent. That's the question that you'd have.
We used to see guys getting cut and their reactions to that. We used to go inside people's houses and really feel, the tension and the pressures of an NFL life. It was fun to see the Haywards together. That was a fun part of it. Mm-hmm. I enjoyed that. That was getting inside, and they went home with the Haywards. That was cool. But I want to see more of what our friend Benzie is talking about. There's so much intrigue and hostility here. And they got a little bit into Chase and Minka and things like that.
Can I give you a different perspective just on how difficult this assignment is for the people who cover it?
Yeah.
Hard Knocks has all these people here and at the other 3 cities. And if I could tell you the amount of video that they have to go through, sort out, clip, whatever, and keep it in context with the other 3 teams. It used to be you're with one team.
Right.
You have everything here. And they have 1 week to edit it. It's a lot of work. It's a ton of work. And there are restrictions. So these people who do this, I know from a television perspective how difficult it is to put it together, make it all work, and in a short period of time.
Sure. And it was a good TV show. But they should call it soft knocks.
Well, again, I think you have to consider how much teams and the NFL in general are going to risk in this. I do think that's a big component. I don't know what extent, But I think you'll see more. I think, in fact, I can guarantee you there's going to be more.
Limits your impressions?
Yeah, I didn't think it was as bad as it's being made out to be.
Are people making it out to be bad?
Well,
I thought it was good. I just didn't think it was.
You're not going to get. You're not. Some people want to They want a nasty exchange between players back and forth.
Yeah, that's why they call it Hard Knocks.
Okay.
I want inside stuff like that, the nastiness.
But some of it gets maybe too nasty, and they don't want to. They want to protect their brand. They want to protect those people if it gets too nasty.
Okay,
you
but
can hear
that's why
certain
you have
things,
the
and you
show.
also have a beep button. If things get nasty language-wise, even though you're
well,
HBO,
they didn't use the beep button.
No, I'm saying you don't have to, but some of it could be very personal. I don't know the restrictions.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Okay.
I want a guy sitting there in Rex Ryan's office.
You may get it in the Baltimore game.
What's the famous GIF of the guy from the Jets not being able to use his card at the office?
Yeah, Jamal Adams.
Stuff like that, man. I want more human drama and not just happy fun stuff. But there's a place for happy fun stuff. It's a very nuanced situation there. Is it getting bad reviews? Is that why you said that?
No, I mean, I feel like you're poo-pooing it a little bit, like that it didn't live up to the hype, I guess, of what Hard Knocks originally was years
Absolutely,
ago.
I am. Yeah.
I thought it was enjoyable to watch.
Me too.
I wasn't really craving for
I
more.
also think that it's trying to get a wide, a broad audience here that includes people who are not just into X's and O's and trash talk between players. There are a lot of people who do like going home with Haywards, who do like, the inspirational talks that go on, that kind of stuff. It doesn't have to be always nasty, but I think it depends on who you're.
A balance would be good.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think if I
had to make a comment, it would be a little bit more nasty, please.
A little bit more inside intrigue, please. It's not just nasty. It's basically happy surface level stuff, and like I said, there's a place for that, and it was a good little television show. It was, but it really, if I'm and there's supposedly journalists going out there, right? How is George Pickens not the biggest story in Pittsburgh right now, and how do we not get more of that? Like you said, maybe it's the Steelers putting the kibosh on it. I'd have to know more. Can we get somebody on Limits from HBO? Would that be a possibility? I'd like to do that, is see what the exact parameters are.
I have a couple of guys I can text to see if they would be willing to do it.
If the teams have total control over it, then you just have a hard time doing a television show, Bob. If they have 100% control over what goes out there, then really why are you doing it?
It's not 100%. I'm just saying they have, and I think the league is also in this position. Again, with regard to officials, there were 6 penalties called on Joey Porter in that game. I'm sure there was some stuff going on between Tomlin, Hockley, or linesman, or anything, So
why
I don't know.
Couldn't you show that?
I don't know. I don't know why they didn't. I'm suggesting to you that the league may want to protect the images of the officials if there's something said that doesn't make them look good. That's all I'm saying. I don't know.
Right. So you're suggesting it could have been sanitized, which is what Benz is suggesting, that possibility is out there. It sure looked like it, which is too bad. But it was still a good TV show.
Yeah, and I'm sure it got big numbers.
928-9370. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We got all kinds of things happening today, including the big boy, Mark Cabali, joining us in the 10 o'clock hour, or the noon hour. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And you can always check in with our friend City Limits on the Fan Text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Lots of Steeler talk today. We're proud to be part of Fan for the Win initiative. It's our day of giving, and hopefully your day of giving, to the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh.
Could I add something there about them too, Joe? Because they do a fantastic job down there, right? They have a ton of people who do excellent work, and they also rely on a lot of volunteers. And I know my daughter, Selena, has spent time doing that, and she sees some of these stories firsthand. So it's a very well worth cause to have it here, and and they make a difference.
Absolutely, they do. And we're going to be speaking to folks who work toward this greater good here, coming up periodically throughout the show. Cabali Coming up, also, your thoughts on Hard Knocks, if you watched it out there. 412-928-9370. Six-pack brought to you by Bet365, and let's talk a little FanDuel. Lots of things happening in the NBA last night, for example. Before I watched Hard Knocks, I stayed up and watched.
I did too.
I watched the Warriors. What is going on with the Warriors, Bob? I became very, very angry at that game.
Hot and cold.
And then I stayed up for Hard Knocks till 2 a.m. And then I wrote a column, Limits, on the golden rule, the golden at-bat.
Oh, geez.
Somebody from the Fan put my opinion out there on Twitter, and I got ratioed like nobody before my time.
How about that?
But
what was your take, out of curiosity? Because, we'll get into that a little bit later.
My take, Bob, is that baseball has a long history of wild and revolutionary rules changes, and what's wrong with a little fun? When did we all turn into 1940s sports writers? We're keeping Barry Bonds out of the Hall of Fame, and we hate the idea of Shohei Ohtani getting an extra at-bat? Who are we, all Ron Cook now?
Oh, boy. Well, I'm for Barry Bonds, Mark McGwire, and all those guys getting in the Hall of Fame. So I've gone, and I like what they did with the pitch clock. I do not like the guy at second base to start the 10th inning. Stupid rule.
Do you like 9 balls for a walk? Because if you're a baseball purist, that's how the game began.
No, I understand.
Do you want to go back to the original
what I'm
rules?
saying is this: if we're going to get in this now, then we're going to have to be here.
Get
for a
into
while.
it, Bob. Let's go.
Well, I'm going to talk about why I think it's stupid.
Okay.
I like to use that word when I think things are stupid. And I think that's a stupid rule. And here's why: more than anything else, I understand why you'd want a marquee moment, but when you have a team like the Dodgers who are going to spend $2 billion over the next 2 years, and you have a team like the Pirates who choose not to spend anything, which is on them. I'm not going to defend that. But what I say is if there's a disproportionate amount of talent on one side or the other. So if you have Ohtani, if you have Betts, if you have Freeman, if you can name any one of those guys, okay, bring him up twice in the same inning. You're going to do that. And yet a team like the Pirates will send up Brian Reynolds, no disrespect to him. But come on now. That's plus it's a strategy thing. You're trying to win a game, and that becomes gimmicky to me, in my opinion.
More gimmicky than ghost runners on second base?
No, I just said I don't like that.
More gimmicky than 9 balls is a walk?
You're going back in time now. I'm
a baseball originalist, Bob. I want 9 balls as a walk, 4 strikes as a strikeout, and also what else? Oh, the mound 10 feet closer. What about the DH that they brought in 1973?
I love the DH. I don't have a problem with the DH.
That was 100 years of baseball.
And I'm saying you can do both. You don't have to make everything radical changes to please an attention span audience.
Actually, you do. Actually, you do to save baseball. Okay. And Rob Manfred has done great things to save baseball. He's done great things.
I think he's done a good job, and he does consider things, and I don't have a problem with this coming to the table. What I'm saying to you is not everything is worth implementing. This, to me, is going over the top. It affects how games are strategized. And if you're just going to say, I'm going to bat Shohei Ohtani, why don't we do what they did in the Olympics, right? Who was the Washington guy? Oshie comes in for every penalty shot, every single one.
They already decide NHL games with a breakaway contest. They decide college football games with mini games from the 25-yard line, right?
It's still even. It's 3-on-3. It's not bringing up Ohtani versus Frank Tavares.
Well, actually, the Pirates don't have the quantity of other players, so it's quality over quantity. It should benefit them.
I would much rather. You want a radical idea, Joe? Here's your radical idea. Have a salary cap. Bring on some economic sanity to this game. That's a radical idea.
Spend some money on your team.
I agree with that.
Okay?
I'm agreeing with that. I'm saying, though, to make it you want to force Bob Nutting to spend, bring in a salary cap.
I'm a baseball purist. I want 9 balls as a walk. Four strikes is a strikeout. I want the original rules of the game.
Acrimonious?
I'm also a football.
Why does
I'm also a football purist,
Joe?
Bob.
I think you're wonderful. I think you bring good ideas to the table. This is just not one of them.
I'm also a football purist, Bob. I don't want forward passes. That was the way. That was the way the original NFL Constitution was.
That's fine.
What's wrong with a little fun? An extra at bat, a TikTok moment for Shohei Ohtani.
You're interested in TikTok
moments? We're all the fun police now. We're all the fun police.
Moment, really?
Ohtani against Chapman with bases loaded in the 8th? You didn't deny yesterday
you can't have that every single time.
Even though you're against it, that you would be compelled by Ohtani getting an extra at-bat.
Not willing to bend the rules of the game to see it, though.
Were you willing to bend the rules for the DH 50 years ago? That was
I wasn't around 50 years ago.
Do you like that rule? Because for 100 years, they said if you play the field, you have to hit.
All right, there's been change, though, Joe. It takes time. I'm just saying.
That's a more radical change than this one.
DH?
For 100 years, they played baseball. If you play the field, you have to hit. Then somebody
Okay, but
in
they
one
made
of the leagues said some
But
guy
again,
who's picking
it's an
splinters
even
out of his ass
situation.
can come up and hit
It's
for the
an
pitcher.
even situation where both sides now do it. That's
So
fine.
is this.
No, it's not. Again,
No?
the disparity between haves and have-nots
No,
is
then get
very
better
much.
players.
Again, salary cap would change that.
No, you
because
can
you
spend
wouldn't
for
have to
one
spend.
player.
They just come on now. They just went out and spent
I think
185
this
more
helps small
million
market teams. This
on
helps
Blake
them.
Snell,
'Cause you
another
can-
Cy Young winner. Just keep loading them up and say it's even. Please, you can have. Okay, this is what
You're
I want.
getting
Then.
acrimonious,
Let's bring.
Bob.
No, you want change? Here's change for you. We're going to go have fastballs here. I
He
want Blake
accuses
Snell.
me of being
He's going to be
acrimonious.
out of the game, but I want him back in the game. I want all of a sudden I'm going to put in any one of my Dodger pitchers who were just taken out of the game,
Is that
but I want him
crazier
back
than
in the
9
game.
balls is a
Come
walk?
on, Joe, you're making
9 balls is a walk. How about
You
ghost
keep-
runners on second?
I just said I don't like that. There are things I like and things I don't like.
I think Rob Manfred's done a great job of updating the
Just
game.
listen,
to
I
fit,
and
to
I
fit.
appreciate the thought of trying to do something, but I just don't think this is a good one. That's all. I don't want to get into an argument. It's not worth getting
We
in.
did get into an argument, Bob. We just had
You
one. It's
pushing
okay.
my button. You
It's
like pushing
okay.
my button. It's 10:33. I normally don't
Why-
get up.
Why aren't
I'm getting
you
up
pushing
for you, Joe.
Why are we
This-
cast?
why
Why are
am
we
I
cast
here?
as me pushing your buttons, but you not
I'm
pushing
not pushing
mine?
buttons. I'm telling you my opinion. You're
So am
pushing
I.
me.
I'm telling you my opinion.
No,
Simple
you're not.
as that.
You're
Yes, I am.
No, you're trying to discredit mine by going back into 1900 or 1800. That's what
But
you're
you're
doing.
not discrediting mine by calling it stupid.
I said the
Oh, wait. No. If you're a baseball purist or a traditionalist or an originalist, how are you not in favor of the first rules of the game? I thought that's what that meant.
I didn't just declare myself a baseball purist. I want to see change, but I don't want a massive change to, I think, the integrity of a ninth inning the way it's supposed to happen.
Okay.
You can strategize like I don't like a pitcher coming into the game and have to face 3 batters. I don't think that's a good rule. I think that really messes with strategy.
How about the idea that for the first time since the game was invented 150 years ago, you can't deploy your defense the way you want?
I agree with you there too.
No, I think that's a good change, but I'm saying you must hate it.
No, here you go. Boxing me into somebody I'm not. I'm not a purist in the sense that I want everything to remain the same. I'm okay with change. This is just too
the
radical.
changes that
This-
you want. Okay.
No.
Right? We all want that, Bob. You're okay with change, but not radical change that fits a shrinking attention span in America.
Our guests here run a shelter. I'm going to have to check into a shelter to deal with you here the way things are going. I don't.
All right. So you can come at me, but I can't come
I
at
didn't
Bob.
come at you. You were the one.
All right.
I just told you my opinion. You didn't like it.
So did I.
Okay.
Yeah, I disagree.
And I disagree with you.
There you go.
Okay.
We're good.
Thank you.
412-928-9370. Coming up, we're going to talk more about the fight against domestic violence. And our sponsor this hour is the Hand and Stone Massage and Facial Spa. You can be a game changer. Go to 937thefan.com. Click on Fan for the Win and then donate. We'll be talking about this periodically throughout the day, including next up right here. By the way, where was I when I was in the middle of reading an ad when that all broke out.
That's right. And his sponsor's not too happy with you right now.
Or they're very
We're
happy.
going to go back. You want to start over with Golden State?
I disagree. Yes, we'll go back to Golden State. Every Friday night, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is giving all customers a bigger payout on select NBA first bets. First bets let you get in on the action from the opening tip. You can bet on things like who will score the first basket, which team will be the first to 15 points, so much more. And best of all, you don't have to wait the whole game to see if you won. Just look for Friday First in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to claim your Friday First profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball ranked 18th in the country will play Mississippi State tonight at 9:15. Pregame coverage begins at 8:45 right here on the Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
93.7 The Fan, Giant Eagle, and Gatorade present top high school gridiron performances for state semifinals week. Luke Neal rushed for a career-high 263 to lead Avonworth to a state title game. Tyler Ebert rushed for 206 and 2 touchdowns, but not enough to vault TJ to the finals. And Elijah Faulkner had 26 carries for 132 and a touchdown to lead Central Catholic to victory. Keep listening to 93.7 The Fan for more top performances on the high school gridiron, presented by Giant Eagle and Gatorade.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text FORCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text FORCE to 42424. That's FORCE to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Russell Wilson gets my first game ball for his 414-yard, 3-touchdown career day. Tampa Bay's Bucky Irving rushed for 152 yards on 25 carries, and Cleveland's Jerry Jeudy caught 9 passes for 235 yards and a score. Seattle defensive end Leonard Williams torched the Jets with a 92-yard pick six and a blocked PAT, along with 2 sacks. And Steelers coach Mike Tomlin seems to own the Bengals these days. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text FORCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text FORCE to 42424. That's FORCE to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Galker Roofing bid on your next roofing project. They won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Galker Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGalkerRoofing.com. Craig Galker Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
It's never too early to find the perfect holiday gift for the family. In fact,
fact, now is the perfect time because Leon's Billiards and More is celebrating their anniversary with a huge sale. They guarantee that nobody will beat their price, quality, selection, and service. Stop by the Leon's Billiards and More showroom in Wexford and see why Leon's is #1 for pool tables, game room furniture, shuffleboard, foosball, air and dome hockey tables, dartboards, and more. For all your game room needs, visit Leon's Billiards and More in Wexford or online at leonsbilliards.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Sturkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right.
Fan for the win today, and this hour's game changer sponsor for our fight against domestic violence is Hand and Stone Massage and Facial Spa. And here to talk about that is Lauren Lega and her co-owner, Greg Billy. Lauren and Greg, thank you for coming here, and thank you for what you do.
Yes, you guys are big proponents of what goes on, and tell us, both of you, just why you find the need to be involved with the women's shelter. I know myself, as I said, my daughter volunteers. She's told me stories about some of the people that come down there. So I know it probably hits home with a lot of people around here who may know people who've gone through it. So tell us why you got involved.
Yeah, so I think that it's really important, as a local business to support the women's shelter because there are a lot of people in need, and if we can, support their efforts to help women who may be in an emergency situation, we're very, very, it's very near and dear to our heart, and we are very much committed to helping in every way that we can. So we both sponsored. We donated some items. There's a website that you can actually follow a link, and it actually sends the women's shelter a lot of the items that they're in need of. So we were able to use that link and donate many, many items for those folks in need.
And I think that's important because a lot of the women, if people don't know some of the stories, if you're in this domestic situation, you sometimes just go. You don't take anything with you, and you're there, and you need things.
Absolutely.
So that's great that Hand and Stone would step up and provide those kinds of items that sometimes nobody has, and they need them.
Absolutely. When we heard about the efforts of, your radio station, we were, more than happy to contribute.
And you've been here before, Lauren, yes?
Yes.
I just remembered that when you reminded me. That was a big day on the Fan.
That was a big day for me.
Who was I with that day? Chris Muller or Ron Cook? That's what I don't remember.
Yes, Ron Cook.
He's a memorable figure, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Do you find him handsome?
Do we have a Ron?
Of course I find him.
I just want to make sure.
No, it was great.
Clip
it was great.
Here's a Ron clip that could spice up the proceedings limits, I
Great
think.
for talk radio, my man.
Speaking of that, Ron never wanted a massage because he said he had too much back hair and he was ashamed. That's just a little aside that probably wasn't necessary.
He told me he was too busy.
Nah, he was lying. So what services do you guys provide, and how about gift cards? How about I like to give gift cards because I'm very bad at choosing gifts. What services do you provide, and how can people get access to these gift cards?
So we provide massages, facials, and waxing, and also a service called Neve Skin, which is a treatment that helps reduce fat in your body. So.
My God, I could use that. I could use that on my gut. A ton of that on my gut.
It's a very good service. And so we also offer gift cards. We have retail products if people want skincare products and the like. And our program is built around people being able to relax, making it the best hour of their month. That's our goal. Is people come in, it's the best hour of their month. Nice and relaxing environment, professionally trained massage therapists and estheticians, and so we have a lot of very happy members. We get professional athletes come in and use our services, so it's good for the full range of people. And
I've used your services, and it's excellent, great stuff. I came out feeling like a new man, Bob.
I think people underestimate the importance of a massage. You know, everybody gets all, look how he just sat. I'm slouching, and if you're at a
you have
work
terrible
all day,
posture, Bob.
I'm
No
trying.
offense.
I know. Well, yours not much better. Maybe you could bring in someone to bat for you though in those situations. So
I should. Yes.
But I mean, I think it is, and I think again for people who are in distress, who have problems, if you can help them out in any way, even something like that makes a big difference.
Yeah, we have also, don't forget, we have hot stone massage,
Those
facial
are the best.
services.
What do you do for dry skin, by the way? I have some right now.
We have a wonderful hydrating facial. Men actually can benefit. Come in, get a facial. It's very hydrating. It makes you feel good. It's good for your skin. We have vitamin C products. With this weather, it's like a barrier for your skin. So it's important for everyone to come in and get spa services.
Well, we appreciate everything you guys do, and I can tell people, I can vouch for it firsthand, that you have an awesome place. And we also really appreciate your generosity for a great cause. Thank you guys for coming in. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Lauren Lega and Greg Billy. You have, just to be clear, different franchise owners, right?
Correct. Yes, there are 7 Hand and Stone locations around the Pittsburgh area. I have the ones in Cranberry and East Liberty. Lauren is in Upper St. Clair and McMurray. There are also Hand and Stones in North Fayette and Robinson and Wexford and downtown.
Okay.
So stop in any of them. We all have the same services and the same great customer service.
Excellent. Thank you guys
Thank you for
again.
your time, and thank you for what
We
you do
really
for the women's
appreciate
shelter.
Yeah,
Thank
taking
you.
the time to come in here was really above and beyond. Thank you.
Our pleasure. Thank you for having us.
All right. We move to Pitt basketball, Bob. A very abrupt change to Pitt basketball because this is worth it. George Michalowski from Pittsburgh Sports Now is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline. Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. George, there's big doings around here. A lot of people looking at Pitt, I think, in a different way than they were maybe only, 5 days ago, 6 days ago. Is this team, I asked you this the first time, but are you more convinced that this team is better than last year's team and is maybe a legit threat to do something special?
I am, Joe. I am. Thanks for having me, as always. I am convinced. I mean, I was in Columbus for that game against Ohio State, and although their defense wasn't the sharpest in the first half, it was truly impressive to see that they just kept making plays on offense. They stuck around, and that's what good teams do. They keep making plays. They wear you down. So once Ohio State got cold, once Pitt tightened up its defense, the offense took over, and they really got contributions from everyone in that game. I mean, Papa Conte was a guy who hadn't played a single minute at the Greenbrier. And this guy comes in 18 minutes to go in the second half. Capel goes with him, and he's a total spark plug, scored 12 points, grabbed, I think, 4 offensive rebounds. Beba Cummings came in, the local kid, hit a big step-back three when they were down 10 to just keep them in the game. So, yeah, man, they're a loaded team in terms of depth. Like, they've had production from just about everyone on the roster. They even had 2 guys who hadn't played yet this season come in at the end of the game, and foul. So up and down the roster, they're looking solid right now. It's going to be tough going forward without Damian Dunn. But, man, after watching that Ohio State game, I'm pretty convinced that this team has it in them to make the tournament and win a few games there.
So, George, they are also a team that's guard friendly. They have a lot of nice guards, and I like that with Leggett specifically and Jalen Lowe. But if there's a weakness for it right now, what would it be? Is it just, the beginning of that game, I thought they were going to get dominated in the paint, and they ended up winning the boards, I think, in Columbus after not having that advantage early on. So if you had to break down the weakness for the Pitt Panthers at this point and something they may need to improve upon, what would that be?
I'd say rebounding. I like how you brought that up, too. I actually heard Jeff Capel talk about this on a podcast earlier this week with national analyst Jeff Goodman. The rebounding has been a group effort, and it's going to continue to be. But when you've got a big like Guillermo Diaz-Graham averaging 7 rebounds a game, like that's not going to continue into conference play. That's because the teams they've played in the non-conference, these low major, mid-major teams, are just smaller than he is. But as you start to see, like this game against Mississippi State tonight, they're going to be really tested on the glass. Mississippi State has a nice big man, Keyshawn Murphy, who's 6'10", 230, can match up with Cam Corrin. And then Cameron Matthews is 6'7", 235, another forward they've got. So these Power 5 teams, these high major teams, are going to start to challenge Pitt on the glass. Corhin's only averaging 5 rebounds a game right now, something to look at as they go forward here. But I think defensively as a whole, Jeff Capel wants to see them improve and just play more together and stay up to date, up to the second on rotations and not get behind, because we've seen teams like those first half baskets from Ohio State were all wide open looks, whether it was a deep three or a wide open layup. Like this team just has to work on its communication, and he talked about that coming from these lineups that just haven't played with each other. So that comes with time. I don't think Pitt's really worried about either the rebounding or their defense right now. I think it's just two things that they're going to have to work on. It's two things that I would point out as deficiencies right now.
George Michalowski from Pittsburgh Sports Now. The Zach Austin shot, I mean, we got to get into this for a second. That was one of the great finishes in Pitt basketball history. I loved your tweet. Biggest shot of Zach Austin's life, his answer, and there he is, and he is just so happy. Seems like a great kid. What a moment that was. Is that how you expected, or who you expected to take that shot at the end?
No, I did not, and that's the best part about it, right? Jeff Capel said this play that they had drawn up was, all right, get Jalen Lowe the ball, see if he can get to the basket. I mean, see if he can create on his own from there. I saw Amzil Delalic in the corner, who we've all talked about how he can shoot the three. He made 82 in Bosnia last year. Like, that guy I thought was option 2 if Jalen Lowe couldn't get a look at the rim. But then Austin's a trailer. It's like that Villanova buzzer beater in the national championship with Chris Jenkins. Like, it makes total sense when you look back at it that he's the next option. And once Jalen Lowe saw that the drive was shut off, man, it was really, and Jeff Capel talked about this, it was really impressive how Jalen, who's the star player, who when you're a star, like, you can get into forcing shots in big moments. You think you have to take on that responsibility. But, man, it was really impressive how he trusted Zach, who, again, shot like 30 – he shot 29% from three last year. Like, that's not a good number. Now, he was having his best game in a Pitt uniform shooting. He had already made 3 or 4 – I think he already made 4 threes before that game winner. But, yeah, man, it was unexpected for me to see Zach save the day with a 3. But after talking to him yesterday, he is just ready for the moment. He's been working on his shooting. His catch-and-shoot numbers are up over 10% from last year. So he's just another weapon. Like, he's been special on defense. He can block anyone's shot. He can help on D as well. But for him to develop a three-point shot and make 5 against a high major team, including a game winner, is special.
And I give a lot of credit. You hit on this, but I'm going to double down on it with Jalen Lowe because he had 28 points. He was the guy who was making things happen in that game. Normally in basketball, Joe knows this, the guy, at the end of the game, who do you want to have the ball? The guy who has the most points, who has been your leader, whatever the case. But he recognized what you just said, that Austin was having a pretty good shooting day, and why should I take the shot when he may have a better one? I was a little surprised it was a 3, though, George, to be honest. I thought maybe they were – that's, because of the percentages involved. But he was hot. Jalen Lowe recognized it and set him up.
As my colleague Adam Borst actually pointed out, Zach Austin airballed a 3 from a similar location like 20 minutes prior to that game winner. So I was also surprised that they went for a 3 there. Again, I don't think it was the initial plan. I think it's like give the ball to your best player and let him create. But, man, what a big-time shot. What a big moment. And his reaction, man, Austin was super humble about it. He said his sister was the first person he was going to call afterwards. But other than that, like, Jeff Capel talked about it and the players talked about it. They're ready to move on. They're at Mississippi State now.
George, great stuff. We appreciate the time, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
All right, George, see you.
How about that, Bob? That finish the other day.
Well, first of all, they were down double digits, and you're in that situation at a good team in their venue, and to chip away at it, to come back the way they did, knowing that Dunn was out of the game and obviously not a factor in this. They have some deep shooting guards, and they have some really good players on the perimeter. And I think in college basketball more so, and probably all levels of basketball, if you have good guards, you can do a lot to set up other people.
One of the great finishes in Pitt history, and they look like something's brewing there. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Let's go to the General. It's time for Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry.
Oh, the General.
Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Bob, do you have a guess for the Card of the Week?
First of all, can I answer? Because I saw that we did that thing the other day.
Yes.
Did someone claim this card already? General?
General, did somebody claim the card?
Not unless they have in the last few hours.
Okay, good. Because there was some stuff out there that someone had,
someone
and I don't know what it was. So I never know what to believe.
Was
but I believe the General. If I'm going to pick a card.
As of the weekend, someone reported they got it, but they got the wrong one-of-one Skeens. Now, the card they got is probably still $100,000.
Ooh.
There's what's called a superfractor. They changed the background of the card to gold. They number it one-of-one, and it was autographed, but it did not have the debut patch. The patch is the card that everyone's after.
That's the card we were after the other day, General. We had a live card opening right here on the Fan. It was very exciting. Myself, Limits, and
sorry,
Bob.
I couldn't join you for that. Austin called me, but I just couldn't get there. So
well, forget who we think the Card of the Week is for a minute. Are any of these valuable for me, General? That's all I care about. I have Garrett Cole. I don't know what this is. An all etch. What is that? What it says? All etch.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
That's an insert that they put, so the debut patch that we're talking about is an insert, but it's mega, right? Like it's like a Powerball. If you could imagine this in terms of the lottery, this is Powerball, not daily number.
I'm going to win the Powerball with this?
You're going to win. No.
Etched is more like having one of the 3 daily numbers.
How much is it worth?
Who's the player?
Garrett Cole.
It's probably a $5 card. The cards are beautiful. It's gotten distorted because of the pursuit of the $1 million card, and it really, I wish you guys had.
Does it matter?
To sit here.
Does it matter that I spilled coffee on it?
That could be a problem.
Now it's down to $4. So I have Jackson Merrill, who's a pretty good player.
That was a good card, Bob. I was happy for you.
How much is that worth? I mean, in time, I hope it's worth a lot more. I hope he goes on a crazy career.
Without seeing it, if it's a regular base Jackson Merrill rookie card, it's about a $15 card. Now, someone did pull from here the other day a Jackson Merrill autograph numbered to 15, and in a normal year, that would be like a killer. It's probably a $2,500 card, which in normal circumstances would be a lot out of a brand new pack of cards. But Skeens is.
If I forge his number, will that do anything? Can people tell?
Yeah, we don't recommend that. Actually, you know what they do that's interesting? This is just one small 30-second clarification, is they actually change the back of the card so no one will get that idea. They'll put on there that Topps has a notary sit with a player. You've received an authentic autograph. This way, somebody, even if you handed it to Jackson Merrill, it wouldn't be the same thing.
All right, my guess, I have 2 guesses. Russell Wilson card, Owen Pickering. First NHL goal. Thought it was something to celebrate.
And he's a really likable kid. Did you see the interview after the game? Are we guessing card of the week then? Let me go with, I'll agree with you, Bob. Owen Pickering. Limits, what do you have?
In the spirit of the golden at-bat, General, I'll go with Shohei Ohtani.
All great guesses, but you should have stuck with Pomp's first inclination. Got to go with Russ this week. We went with a Russ Wilson 2012 Bowman rookie card, but we're going big because this Cole card or the Skeens card hasn't come out yet. I'm throwing in 2 more jumbo packs, $150 value. We'll add it to the Russell Wilson card.
Ooh.
But how refreshing was it to see an NFL caliber quarterback go right down the field, pass after pass? We're rewarding Russ this week.
Thank you, sir. You're a wonderful man.
You're welcome.
Thanks,
you guys
General.
have a good week.
You too.
Yep.
That's the General.
I really expected one of you two to get that card, by the way.
So did I.
Yeah, that would have been great television. It would have made great for your business. And Joe would have kept it without sharing. And I went on the record say I would have shared.
Yeah, I was
already
I was
there's
just
a lot
going
of
to keep
friction
it
here. Just ridiculous.
We carried friction into the show today, General.
No,
Thank
we,
you.
No, we didn't. You
I will
stirred
tell you
friction.
that it's up to about 95.5 of not accepting the Pirates' offer.
Thank
we
you,
have an
sir.
informal poll going. Most people are not inclined to take the Pirates' offer.
No, I want gold
Well, you could
cash.
take it if they add to it, right? You
Yeah.
can still take it
Yeah,
and say,
yeah.
I want more.
Yeah, I guess
Sure.
It was an opening offer. Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, General.
It's definitely created intrigue, that's for sure.
All right, thanks, man. It has. We'll be talking with you about it again.
All right, have a good day.
You too. That is Jeff Patton, Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Your card of the week, your chance to get it goes by getting to our website, 937thefan.com, to our contesting page. Fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High 38 with cloudy skies. Bob, your minions are out. I can see how Pomp and Joe is going to go. Whenever we argue about something, you, like a couple of other media people in town, but nobody quite to your degree, have people who feel compelled to defend you. Somebody said, let
First, there was no argument. I was just trying to get,
Oh, there was a big argument.
No, it wasn't.
Let Pomp finish his thought. I thought I was listening to Pony for a minute. Says, Rockin' Tay 2? Rebel up? Somebody looking out for Bob and his feelings, and Bobby Horniak. Bobby Horniak, Bob. You know damn well Starkey knows he's antagonizing you, trying to get you pissed off. Bobby felt the need to come out and defend you today, Bob, and stand up for your rights.
I appreciate that, but it was no need for that. I just think it's a difference of opinion, and it's not going to change, right? You're not going to be able to talk me into that, and I'm not going to be able to talk you into my way of thinking, so that's okay.
Yeah. We'll come back to it, though. I would like to do that, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Did you talk to people yesterday about it? Did you talk about it? I guess you did, because you said you mentioned
We did.
it.
We had some texters texting in. Limits is on your side. Dorn Dickerson's on my side. Crowley seemed to be waffling. That was about it. I didn't hear the afternoon guys, or did I? No, I think Muller disagreed and Pony agreed. He wants this in the game. And his point was the same as mine, kind of, that every rule in the history of sports is just arbitrarily drawn up. As Pony said, somebody decided one day to paint a line on a basketball court and say, now it's 3 points from back there. And it made sense because they did it. Somebody else decided a long time ago that 4 strikes wasn't a strikeout anymore. It's going to be 3. They decided 3 was better than 2 or 4. So 3 somehow becomes sacred because somebody thought it made sense. To me, that's just the way of the world with sports rules. And
But that doesn't mean you have to endorse every single one of them. There are some good ones and some bad ones. I just don't like this one. That's all.
For sure. There's good ones and bad ones throughout the history of sports. Do you like the shootout in hockey?
Well, I've gotten less interested now because of the 3-on-3, which I thought was a great move. A lot of people at the time thought that was gimmicky. I didn't. I thought because it's even. It's 3 guys on 3 guys. You just play, and somebody wins or loses, or you go to the shootout. I'm glad that they, when you get to playoffs, all of this goes away, which is good, and that's the way it should be. No matter if they would implement this rule, the golden bat thing, I
it would go
not
away for
want
the playoffs,
it.
for sure. And it would there also might be stipulations, as Jason Stark, who I think is a very reasoned man. Maybe everybody with Stark in their name likes this rule, Bob. He said if you're behind, you only use it if you're behind in the game. And then also you would have stipulations like you couldn't bat the same guy twice in an inning. But in the end, to me, it's one guy, one at-bat in one specific game. And I think there have been many baseball rules instituted, way more radical than that. Way more radical.
Okay, well, let's just hypothetically say that it's Ohtani or Aaron Judge coming up, but you have a pitcher in there who's he has to face 3 batters, right? And this is his third batter.
Right.
But I don't want him to face Ohtani because you made that move. Can I make a counter move and say I'm taking him out? We're going against that rule.
That might be an interesting thing, too. Do you see all the things that this spawns, Bob? This is very exciting for people. Even Bobby Horniak, I think, would like this. Do you?
Yeah, I mean, I just, every league's evolving. I mean, the NFL, for goodness sakes, has put in dynamic kickoff, which to me has not been dynamic, and they've also told you can't do an onside kick, which I think is the wrong thing.
You can't tackle quarterbacks in the NFL. But as I said, the NFL started where you couldn't throw passes either. Somebody woke up one day and said, hey, it might be a good idea to throw the ball down the field. Imagine the uproar on talk radio then. Was Ron doing talk radio back then in 1906?
Great for talk radio, my man. You're a pathetic person, you know that?
Imagine if Ron was outraged that they allowed forward passes, Bob. Was that a radical rule change? I think so.
I think again, just on this one, it's just a little bit too much for me. I applaud efforts to change, but this one I would not endorse.
I hear you on that.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
I agree. I was about to say I agree with you. I don't, but I do respect that. It got heated because the word stupid came up, Bob.
But it was not intended for you personally. It was a stupid concept, that's all, I think. But what do I know?
A lot.
I don't. I'm just here talking.
We've gone way overtime. We should go to the college football overtime.
What happened to the 50-minute mark?
Little mini games from the 25-yard line.
We're going to have a 50-minute mark at 15 after. Since when have you paid attention to the clock?
Fan Weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Should we dedicate the rest of the show to Bobby Horniak, Bob?
I think Bobby Horniak's a very nice man, yes.
Or to Rock and Tay, too?
Both.
Both?
Yes.
All right. Rocky and Bobby, this is for you. Fan Weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High of 38 with cloudy skies. Let's talk Steelers. I want to get Bob's thoughts. I really haven't talked with Bob much about the whole Pickens dilemma. It seems like Pickens and Porter are the 2 lightning rods of the week here. Let's talk about that as we get ready for a rematch with Cleveland. I maintain the game's going to be a blowout. Let's see what Bob says next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball plays tonight against Mississippi State, 8:45 when pregame coverage begins. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking though, for real. No, I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
The sports calendar is heating up, and there's no better place to get in on the action than ESPN Bet Sportsbook. New customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets, and for a limited time, also unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus to stream exclusive live sports. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Primanti Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the best destination to catch all of your favorite hometown and out-of-market sports. With NFL Sunday Ticket and every game, every week, there's no better place to grab a table or pull up a bar stool. Primanti's has a daily half-off happy hour where nearly everything behind the bar is half off. Beers for $3.29 or domestic pitchers for $9.99 every single day. And don't forget your favorite Permane Almost Famous sandwich or our great deals on wings and pizza. Permane Brothers, now serving more sports.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop Deal Double G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line. Plus, 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking, like a breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys when you switch.
You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
And we up out of here.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence on us. Plus 4 lines for $25. Now drop that jangle.
With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 eligible trade-ins, and 4 new lines with autopay. Well qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credit stop and balance on required finance agreements due. $829.99 credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence requires iOS 18.1 or later.
It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event, going on now through December 2nd at Sun Chevrolet, Route 19, McMurray. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. 0% for 36 and 48 months on 2024 Silverado 1500 pickups. 0% APR for 36, 48, and 60 months on 2024 Blazer EV, Equinox EV, and Silverado EV models. 0% for 36 months on 2024, 2025 Equinox models. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Some customers may not qualify, not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 12/2/24. Must trade in a 2010 model year or newer vehicle. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 12/2/24. Copyright 2024 General Motors, all rights reserved. That's the Chevy Red Tag event going on now through December 2nd at Sun Chevrolet, Route 19 in McMurray. Sunchevy.com. Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here's a real story from a satisfied Window Nation customer.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows and 0% interest for 6 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. And they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
Thank you for calling Penny, Pennsylvania's health insurance marketplace. How can I help?
Hi. So I was on penny.com. I know it's open enrollment for health coverage, but I'm worried about the cost and free preventative care.
Don't worry. Penny gets you the lowest cost on high-quality health coverage.
Oh, awesome. Let's get started.
Just need a little... You're worth protecting. Enroll by December 15th at penny.com. That's PENNIE.com. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Tom's Watch Bar, the ultimate pre- and post-game headquarters for all the black and gold hockey games.
What's better than giving a gift everyone wants? Getting free gas and groceries by earning perks on gift cards purchased at Giant Eagle Market District and GetGo. Choose from hundreds of gift cards to make everyone merry at Giant Eagle Market District and GetGo.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found two loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
What if I told you that an opportunity exists to take control of your PA state tax dollars? Search BLOCS. Now, Blocks is an organization which allows you to direct your PA state tax dollars towards a scholarship benefiting a student at the school of your choice. Go to blocks.org and learn how you can support private education and receive a 90% state tax refund. Learn more. Head to blocks.org, BLOCS.org now.
The Pittsburgh Bottle Shop is your place to catch every game on NFL Sunday Ticket and exciting Premier League soccer and Big Ten action. Check out their new menu options, including breakfast and happy hour specials every day. After your meal, enjoy the Smoked Cigar Shop and Lounge next door with over 75 premium brands and a great atmosphere. You'll be treated like family and leave with a fine butt and a hot ash. The Pittsburgh Bottle Shop and Smoked Cigar Lounge in Collier Town Square. 1597 Washington Pike in Collier Township.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin said at his weekly press conference he expects Alex Highsmith to be good to go this week as the Steelers prepare for the Cleveland Browns, the rematch. It's at Acrisure Stadium, 1 o'clock. Fan Game Day with Donnie Football, Mark Cavalli, Jason Mackey will be at 10 o'clock. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Stuckey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do people change? Have receivers around here who have shown inclinations to be problematic? Have they changed, or have they gotten worse and been pushed out of town? That's sort of a rhetorical question. The answer's they've gotten worse and have been pushed out of town. Does he fit that mold? Like, how is it a question of how long can you stave off the nuclear explosion here? Mm-hmm. Like how long? You get 3 years out of him, or can he legitimately change? Or is this not that big a deal? I know a lot of fans think that Pickens gets overly criticized. What's your take on the whole George Pickens dilemma?
Well, I'm expecting him to show more maturity, and Mike Tomlin said that last week at his post-game press conference, that he needs to grow up, and I think everyone's waiting for this to see that. That's an internal thing that you have to go through, but it's been an entire college career and now 3 years as a pro. I would expect that, I don't want to take his passion away. I think this is a tightrope that a lot of coaches will find with players who are really at their best when they're engaged and passionate, but you have to guard against what comes after that. So can he turn that off, that side of the passion? Can he make the plays? Can he, without displaying things that lead to penalties? The last thing you want is for something like this to cost them a game. And if it does, now it's crossed the line. I think Mike Tomlin knows how to deal with him. I do. He's done this over the years with different players. He's gotten maximum effort out of them, and then eventually maybe that changes. For George Pickens, I see a very talented guy, and I'm very intrigued with what he can do down the field. I think he's one of the best at making plays in tight coverage because he has the leaping ability, he has the natural height, he has the strong hands, he contorts his body. We've seen evidence of this already. So I don't want to necessarily take that away in terms of what it means to my pass game. I think Mike Tomlin, that's his job. Get the most out of him with controlling that temper or that need to, show off, get in trouble that way.
But he's not, right? I mean,
so
Tomlin's not doing that.
Well, I mean, he's trying. I don't see evidence that it's changing. Moving forward, it has to change. You know, he's gonna come to a point where he has to get a contract extension. It's 3 years into this.
If you had to
so
make
in the off season, they're gonna decide do they want to extend him or not. The talent is so intriguing that I would definitely want him back, but I got to see some things, and he has to show me.
Well, we're always leaning one way or the other, and you can chime in on this at 412-928-9370. We're always leaning one way or the other, I think, most of us, on Pickens as to whether he would be a good long-term investment. Let me say first that today is the Fans' Day of Giving, and we're asking you to support us as we raise money for the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh. Domestic violence does not discriminate. It affects adults and children of all ages, race, religion, and financial background. Last year, the Women's Shelter of Pittsburgh served over 7,500 adult survivors and children. We're dedicating today to raise money to help with their holiday program to buy gift cards for those in need. It's very simple. Just go to the homepage, 937thefan.com, click on the Fan for the Win story at the top of the page, and then click the donate button. So we're going to keep coming back to that all day. Very proud to be part of this today. We're going to have a couple people come in and talk about it as well. In the meantime, it's, as Tomlin would say, arrow pointed up or down. For me, it's, in spite of what's been going on lately, it's slightly pointed up just because of this dude's sheer talent. I think he's easily one of the 5 most talented receivers on the planet right now. But I can't help but think back to draft day when Bruce Feldman, who's really good at The Athletic, quoted multiple scouts and receiver coaches in the NFL who were wary of taking Pickens, who you'll notice, dropped or lasted a long time in the draft. One scout, quote, "There's a lot of upside, but he can't get out of his own way. He's been enabled his whole life." I think you could ask, is he still being enabled? Although Tomlin did bench him, essentially, earlier this year. One coach in the NFL. You love his game, but there's some issues. Do you want to work with him? I wouldn't touch him. Those are some pretty powerful things that I think speak to what NFL teams were thinking of. So right now, even with the issues, Bob, I think it looks like the Steelers outfox those teams because I think he's done more to help them win than hurt them for sure. But I wonder moving forward in these past 2 weeks have just been crazy. Like they tell these players before the season what you can and can't do. Mimicking a gunshot is one they don't want you to do. And dropping a ball on somebody's one they don't want you to do. Have I seen them let it go? Yes. But all eyes are on George. Gee, I wonder why when he has the F word on his eye black for a game, and punts the ball into the stands.
That was concerning. And even after all the stuff that we saw last week, I thought the last play in Cleveland was more revealing too. That he was that disengaged or that taken out of the play, either by himself or with Newsome or both. But you can't do that. You have to be in a position to make a play. So when that supersedes your own team's destiny in terms of whether I win this game or not, then there's a problem. So, but the talent is intriguing. At this point, I'm leaning toward trying to figure out a deal for him.
So am I.
I love the talent.
And I haven't always been.
No, but I mean, you get freakish talent. I'm sure if you ask fans right now, if they called in and said, if you were guaranteed to get 100 catches, 1,200 yards, and 12 touchdowns from George Pickens, how much would you tolerate? And the answer would be a lot.
I'm sure.
And I'm hoping you get one without the other. That's what I'm hoping for because the talent is so intriguing, and they need that sort of talent. They've invested 3 years. They want to do more, but it's up to him to show them that he's worth the investment.
Yeah, man. We had Peter King on late last year, and he said he pointed to a problem that we all saw last year. He said, and I quote, "It bothers me that Deontay Johnson and George Pickens do not play all out on every snap. Mm-hmm. Somehow, some way, that must get fixed." I'm not sure it's been fixed. The thing that bothered me the most was what you mentioned, the Hail Mary. I'm still confused as to how that really went down. Mm-hmm. He seemed to be more concerned with, avenging something or fighting back against an individual than winning the game. And then earlier this year when it seemed like he was not running all out on routes. I mean, that's what the tape don't
disturbing,
lie.
Right. That's another thing. If you're not in a play, that doesn't mean you're not in a play. You still have to do your job of selling stuff. You still have to anticipate down the field. There could be a block that you could make if somebody gets loose, and if you're not in position to make it, then you're letting your team down. But I got to believe, at least I hope so, that the guys who've been around in this locker room for a long time will get his ear and tell him that kind of stuff. Not just Tomlin, but others as well.
For sure. I mean, but it's not working. I'm sure they have. It's not working to the extent that I think you would like to see it work, because he could have cost them a game or two, the last two. You know, he helped maybe in the Browns game, cost them a game, and then there was the Cincy stuff. But then again, it's 7 catches or 6 for 85 yards, just electric stuff. You know, he had 7 for 113 earlier this year. He smoked the Jets. He's an unbelievable talent. Is Limits available back there, Bob, or is he on the phone?
I think he's taking calls.
I wanted to solicit his opinion. But both of us lean toward that. And I think Russell Wilson is very helpful here, although you wouldn't know it, I guess, from the past 2 weeks. But watching that Hard Knocks last night, not just with that, but in general, that guy has, I think, a contagious effect on this team. I really do, Bob. I mean, the fact, first of all, he has to be able to play, and he's doing that. But beyond that, there's something about him, and that's why those guys went out and lobbied for him, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why Hayward and Watt and those guys, they wanted somebody who had been there and done that. They've never done it. Even the great players here have never done it.
But they also knew what was missing for it to get done.
Yeah.
You know, that's, so, the bottom line with him is that I want to see effort on every single play. You got to get through to him on effort on every single play, because he has shown me that he can be an engaging and a good blocker down the field too.
I know.
When he does it, he can do it. He has to have that mentality on every single play. He also cannot let people get under his skin.
Well, that's the thing that he's vulnerable to.
The quote after the Cleveland game, he didn't need to go there. You didn't need to say that, knowing you got him up in a couple of weeks. And that kind of stuff, to me, doesn't help anything. We say they're not a good team. Who are we kidding? They
you know they're sitting around there in Cleveland and everywhere else saying, let's go after this guy verbally and let's get him to blow up.
Once you have that reputation, they're going to come after you and they're going to test it.
Right, and it happened in Cincy. It happened a couple times. Limits, are you with us right now? In spite of the issues, Bob and I leaning toward, I'd sign Pickens in the offseason. I've gone back and forth, admittedly.
Yeah, me too. Hesitantly, I would sign him. Partly because of just the room around George Pickens. He's being able to thrive despite being double-teamed, despite nobody in this wide receiver room really being able to put up numbers even close to him, being the main weapon, and everyone knows he's the main weapon on this team, and they still, at times, opponents cannot shut him down. So, I would pay Pickens, try to get the number down, even though I know he's going to want top 5 money in the NFL, but I would try to use some of that against Pickens. Like, hey, you still need to grow up in this regard. There's this thing you can point at, this thing you can point at. Maybe we give you more of a back-loaded deal or an incentivized deal where I would sign him for a 3-4 year term.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's hit the phone lines. Oh, limitless wonder.
Here is Dave in Delmont.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, Dave.
Bob.
See?
I'm just kidding.
Dave in Delmont, you fell for that.
It's the alliteration.
You did it. You went to it not thinking whatsoever.
Is it a prank call?
No, Dave's a real caller. He calls
a real caller. I didn't fall for anything,
I'm just
Bob.
saying, you did not have your antennas up, Joe. You took that knowing it could have been an alliteration, hey, Joe call.
I couldn't help myself. Hey, Pickens, I love him to death. But you know what? Eventually his misgivings are going to overcome his talent. If he does this in a playoff game and makes us lose the game and knocks us out of the playoffs, how about his agent telling him, hey, if you keep doing bonehead things like this, you're not going to make as much money in your next contract if people hold this against you.
Hold on a second here. Hold on, and I appreciate your point. Is this Todd from the PM show in disguise?
Not that
Bob, tell me this isn't the same guy. Dave from Delmont, listen to your spiritual brother, Todd, on what he would do with Pickens. You sound just like him, and I mean that as a compliment.
Does anybody anymore in the locker room, like, TJ or Cam, come up to him and say, hey, what are you doing?
Are you sure that wasn't you, Dave?
No, but he's exactly right. Somebody's got to tell this guy to be the better person every once in a while. You know,
You don't think they're all telling him stuff like that? I think what I just read from those scouts and coaches, Bob, was the concern about Pickens that he's been enabled because he's so wildly talented. We see it from anybody out there listening has seen it in sports, either as a parent watching what's happening, as an athlete yourself, as a coach, anything. We've all seen it. If you're really good, you get away with crap, and that's just the way it is, right, Bob?
Yeah, but other players too, they get treated like this, and they go the other way. They're upstanding people. They know what to do, and they don't want to lose a game over an idiotic move.
Well, here's the bottom line. I still think talent always will win out. If you have a guy who's very talented and can make that significant of a difference to your game, you're going to win out as long as you don't do anything really off the charts. And I don't think he's done this kind of nuisance stuff here that gets under people's skin, that results in penalties, gets under the ire of your coach. But he can change that.
Trying is off the charts for me, and he's been guilty of that a couple times. Well, not trying is
bad. And the end of the game in Cleveland still resonates to me because I don't know what he was thinking there. That's potentially a big play if you make it.
But I sure do like the idea of a motivated George Pickens going into a game. Bob, the pizza's here. We can talk about this coming up at 412-928-9370.
Did you see the line out there? It's gone already. You talk too much. You missed the clock.
928.
And now we have nothing to eat.
9370, and there's another contract we should talk about. Bob brought it up on Monday, and he felt that I admonished him for bringing it up too soon, but now's the time. Dan Graziano said that other teams may swoop in for Russell Wilson. What do we think of that notion? That and Pickens talk next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers will play against Cleveland 1 o'clock on Sunday. You can hear Fan Game Day beginning at 10 o'clock with Donnie Football, Mark Caballi, and Jason Mackey. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get ready for every pit game with the Panthers Preview Show. 3 hours before kickoff, Bob Hobian and Doran Dickerson give you all the insight on the upcoming game.
It's pulled in. What a catch by Kamate Mumfield.
Panthers Preview is brought to you by Cranberry Dental Studio, Iron City and Icy Light, NSS Life, Beer Outlet, and Spritzer Acura. Let's go. We are the home for your Pitt Panthers. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, for a limited time, find out how to get an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com or call us at 833-SCALE-25. That's 833-SCALE-25.
Cloudy with snow showers this afternoon, the high 38.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED in my 12 years of practice. But now you can get world-class care for ED 100% online by going to HIMSS.com. So what are you waiting for?
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy.
Shop Black Friday deals now at Lowe's. Get up to 50% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. And get 2 free select tools with purchase of a select combo kit or battery kit from brands like Cobalt, Craftsman, and DeWalt. Hurry and shop these savings only for a limited time because Lowe's knows deals. About 11/28 through 12/4 cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, layoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up, it's golf.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi, beginning on January 7th on ESPN. Keep up, it's golf. Now we get to watch Aaron Rodgers in a whole new way. The quarterback has a 3-part Netflix documentary coming out where the audience gets a behind-the-scenes look at his rehab from an Achilles tear, and as the trailer implies, a trip to Costa Rica where he takes hallucinogenic drugs. Okay, I'll watch. I'm Maggie Gray.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, layoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up, it's golf.
Shop Black Friday deals now at Lowe's. Get up to 50% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. And get 2 free select tools with purchase of a select combo kit or battery kit from brands like Cobalt, Craftsman, and DeWalt. Hurry and shop these savings only for a limited time because Lowe's knows deals. About 11/28 through 12/4 cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Holiday season means family time, and at Salem's Market, they want to make sure you're serving the absolute best and freshest meats at your dinner table. Stop into Salem's Market in the Strip or Salem's Market on Center in the Hill District and ask about their amazingly affordable meat specials. Perfect for any celebration. Find them online at salemsmarketgrill.com. Trucks are cheaper in the country. MeganFord.com. 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 Book your stay at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Enjoy free valet parking and breakfast while being right in the heart of all the action. Whether it's a weekend getaway or a staycation, they have you covered. Book today at thelandinghotelpgh.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Primanti Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the destination to catch all your favorite sports now with Sunday Ticket. Don't miss daily half-off happy hour, $3.29 daily beer, great deals on wings and pizza, and of course your favorite almost famous sandwich. Primanti Brothers, now serving more sports.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Did you hear the news? There's a dog on the loose in the city. And he ain't friendly. They said if you see him, don't pet him. He out there sniffing around. He's sniffing for accidents. His name is Top Dog. Big dog, Top Dog. Accidents, you call him. Top dollar, you call him. After you call him, he calling up. Insurance companies, he calling them. Like, hello, Mr. Insurance Company. It's me again. You miss me? We got a problem. We have an accident. Medical malpractice. It's an accident. Won a lot of money. A lot. Like top dollar. A lot. And don't take forever to get it to me. My client needs it. Get it to me now. Any accident. Top Dog Law.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Pittsburgh's expert in everything sewer related. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Need your sewer unclogged? Call Metz. Need trenchless sewer lining? Call Metz. Buying or selling a house and need a camera inspection? Call Metz. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. 412-872-4105.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Sturkey, the Bob and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Jay Caulfield coming up top of the hour talking about how the Penguins have suddenly become an interesting story. But, Bob, I want to talk not only more about Pickens, but also about Russell Wilson. Dan Graziano, I think, is a very good reporter. Talking that it's, quote, not hard to imagine Russell Wilson getting a big contract from another team this offseason. And I know we're projecting ahead, but let's just say Russ keeps playing well. Like, you know, he might not be Josh Allen, but he might just be turning in a top 10 or so season in the NFL this year, maybe higher if this keeps going. How does this play out? I mean, the key question maybe being, is he going to shoot for top dollar, or is he happy in Pittsburgh, and is he happy with the money he already has? And would he take a discount? Like, how can you imagine this playing out?
Well, age is a primary concern here for both sides. He's 36 now, going to be 37 midseason next year. We have seen, most guys get in this situation. There is a precipitous fall off in the game. But he's also, playing in a way that reminds you of his heyday in Seattle. So the question would be, how many years is anyone talking about? And the bigger thing for him, I think, is, are you comfortable where you are, and do you think you have a chance to win? Because it seems to me that that's his number one thing. When you talk to him, it's about winning. He's made enough money. His wife makes money. They have no money issues whatsoever. However, you want to be, treated fairly in the market. So I would think it depends on how many years he can get, if that is value to him, or is it more important to be on a team that he thinks can compete and he feels very comfortable in, and has, changed his whole professional dynamic going from Denver, where he was basically kicked out of town.
Yeah.
He needed to come to a place like this. And I think the Steelers were a perfect opening because they needed somebody like him to come here.
Imagine the leverage he has going into the offseason with the Steelers if he wanted to exercise it. That thought just struck me. a franchise that was desperate for a quarterback, and I mean desperate. And they appear to have struck gold here. I don't think anybody, including them, thinks that Justin Fields is going to be the guy, especially not as early as next season. Nobody would feel comfortable handing the reins to him. I don't think.
But it depends on how far you look down the road here, too. And if you think, and they know by working with him what he is capable of, has he shown progress? He's so young. I still, there's a part of me that doesn't want to let that element go either.
I wouldn't trust it next year, and I tend to think when you're this far into a career that Justin is, that he's an okay quarterback, but I think you know by now if you have a guy, and I think the passing part of the game is an issue for him.
Yeah, but I think, guys take different situations. I look at Sam Darnold. He's been how many teams now he's been with, and it looked like his career is pretty much over as a starter, and yet he gets a second life going to a team that brought him into a system that he does well with. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't rule that out against Justin Fields, but I also think it comes down to what Russell Wilson wants. The Steelers can make him a nice offer, but if it's not enough years or money, then he can say, I need more based on what I've done.
Well, I think
he'll sacrifice some of that to be with a team that could win.
So do I. And I think his leverage, I think he has all the leverage in the world, because I don't think that they're comfortable handing the reins to Justin Fields, nor do I think
you also have, don't you, the opportunity to franchise him if you can't figure something out or if he wants something different. Can you do that?
Is that right?
I'm wondering because he's being paid by somebody else. Well, not. I mean,
I don't
Steelers
know.
are paying him
I'll
a little
be honest.
bit.
I'd have to
check that too.
Get confirmation. But I agree with you. I don't think that Russell is going to exercise all of that. The top quarterbacks per year make, Prescott's at 60. Oh my God, Trevor Lawrence, they paid $275 million, 55 a year. Jordan Love at 55, Joe Burrow at 55, Tua 53, other guys over 50, Goff, Herbert, Lamar, and Hurts, Kyler Murray right up there. Who's a comparable to this? Kirk Cousins at his age. What was his deal? Limitless Wonder.
$185 million or some of that nature. Right, 4 years?
4 years, 180. So that's about $45 million a year. Matthew Stafford, you just told me, was what?
It's 4 and 120 or 160 that he signed an extension with the Rams.
Okay, so that's 40. Derek Carr, he's in his lower 30s. He signed for $37.5 a year. What about a Baker deal, Bob? 3 years for $100 million. Does that sound reasonable for Russell, a Baker Mayfield deal?
I think especially if you could spread it out over those 3 years, yes, and it's more helpful to them in putting together a team with money to spend in free agency. But the question is, how motivated is he to be in that upper echelon of prices if he has a good year? I don't know what he's thinking. But I could only bet, and my gut would tell me $40 million a year.
Yeah.
Well, that's what he's making now. Based on, and the only difference is you have to pay it all next year. Denver can't help you there. But that's reasonable to me based on the market.
Something tells me that Russell really values this situation and wants to win and believes he'll have a chance to keep winning here. But who knows? You can't predict. What if another team swoops in here?
Well,
I'm
surprised
says.
Nobody did. Maybe a few did, but he chose the Steelers, which was a good choice for him. I'm surprised a lot of people wouldn't do that last year, citing, again, not a bad year in Denver. And for whatever reason, it just,
I think
went in a different direction.
I think the way he was perceived, rightly or wrongly, in that whole Denver situation, especially when he got there, I think people thought he was cooked. I think this is the only situation where he was promised something, which was at least to start in, quote, pole position. I think this was the only place, Bob.
Yeah.
And I think they got lucky.
They got lucky because they didn't have anybody.
Right.
They got rid of the whole room.
Yeah. I mean, they were smart in a way, too, because he did have a good year in Denver, and they saw a guy who could still move around enough, still had the arm. Obviously, you're not going to lose all the intangibles, things like that. I think Russell Wilson, if I had to project, would sign a 3-year deal here, will sign a 3-year deal here, for somewhere in the neighborhood of 40, maybe a little less, but somewhere in that neighborhood. That's my prediction with Russ. How about you?
Yeah, it sounds reasonable to me. So it just depends on what, the ultimate say is what he wants. And I would bet he'd sacrifice money to stay here if that's what it takes, he'll get it done. He's made enough money. His wife makes a lot of money. How much money do you need, really?
Well, people don't think like that, but in this situation,
when you're 36
given
and facing the end of your career at some point, yeah,
you want to win.
You want to win.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't that trump everything else?
Russell Wilson has made $305 million.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I think every impression you get is that he absolutely loves it here. And he's helping them win. You figure he would have a shot to win here. But you still got to sign him. 412-928-9370. Wilson and Pickens on the table here. What do you got, Limits?
Let's go to Rick in Freedom.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, how you doing today?
Good.
You know, the whole Pickens deal, if you look at the history of our receivers, everyone down the line, once they got money, just lost any maturity that they might have. And, you know, I have to agree with Bob. I would need to see him giving it all on every play. And one player that I look at that we currently have that on any play you can tell is given over 100% is Skronek. If Pickens would play with the same attitude that Skronek has, I'd have no problem paying him as a top 5 receiver.
We're really going to the Skronek example.
Well, guys like Ben Skronek, though, these are the guys who, you know, they grow up knowing they may not have a chance in the NFL. They have to do everything possible, and I think that carries with them through their entire career. A guy like Jaylen Warren. Jaylen Warren had a fight and claw for everything he got. Any free agent, undrafted, is like that. When you're a number 1 pick, unfortunately, things change. You think you don't have to do all that sometimes, and there are a lot of examples of it. To his point, Deontay Johnson got a big deal from the Steelers. Maybe not as big as he wanted, but it was big for them.
He should have been more like Skronek, Bob, Deontay.
Why not? No, you know my point. But the point is, for those guys who have to earn it the hard way, I think they appreciate it more, and it carries on with them. Guys who are number 1 picks, in the high end, second round, whatever the case may be, you know, the money comes in, and you take it for granted maybe a little bit, and you just say, I'm going to be here because I'm talented. You can't rely on talent all the time.
I'm not sure that would work with George to say be more like
I'm not saying
Pat.
Specifically
I
be
think
like
he
him.
was, though. Yeah,
but I think he used that as an example. Guys who work their butts off because they know they have no other choice.
Right. And George...
That attitude
George
would be great
knows.
with a guy who has a lot of talent.
Yeah.
You see that with Sidney Crosby. He's still the hardest working guy on their team despite his position in the league.
Right. But you take George with all that. That's what we just talked about at the beginning of the show. From the time that athletes are 7 years old, they get benefits if they're talented, and they get treated differently. Especially we're not talking about a guy who's good, like, you know, oh yeah, he's pretty talented. We're talking about a freak who might be the most freakish athlete. He's in the top 5 or 10 in the whole damn league.
Yeah, he does stuff with his body that nobody else can do, really, when you look at it, and makes these circus catches. So yeah, I want him to be here, but I want him to understand the role, and if he's going to get that kind of money, it comes with it a responsibility to carry on every single play. You can't get away from that.
Limits, are you on the be like Skronek bandwagon?
Blocking-wise, yes. The physical attributes of being a wide receiver, probably not.
Who's next?
Here is Scott in Atlanta.
Hey, Scott.
Hey, guys. How are y'all doing?
What's up, Scott?
Hey, so just a little different side to Pickens. Chris Boswell and I play golf together when in the off season, so he got a ticket to the Falcons game with my son who graduated from Georgia, actually graduated with Pickens. He gets us into friends and family afterwards, and my son's like, hey, Dad, let's go up and meet George. So we approach him, and I'm telling you, this kid is articulate. He was nice, engaging. Just started talking with my son for, 6-7 minutes. So, we hear all this other stuff, and none of that's excusable. But I'm telling you, the kid is sharp. He is not one of these, in my opinion, one of these kids that just thinks he's, aloof or better than everybody else. So I just want to give him the benefit of the doubt. I know he's young, all that talent. But, I was blown away. I'm a 60-year-old guy, so I was blown away at this young man. So I just think I'd sign him. Let's commit to him, and I think the future's really, really bright for him.
Well, that's good to hear from someone who knows him personally very well. It's just the childish stuff that has to get rid of his part of his game. I just don't want to see that. I don't think anything And when you don't run because you're not involved in the play, that's a bad precedent to set. You're going to be looked at as the leader of that wide receiver room. What you do is watched by everyone else who comes in there. So, therefore, there's a responsibility to that.
Yeah, it's not, for me, it's not attacking him as a person, as a human being at all. It's what are you doing on the football field or not doing that's either going to hurt or help this team to win? That's the question. And giving less than your best effort, that's a non-starter. And it apparently was for Mike Tomlin because George had the softest benching ever. Do you remember that, Bob? How
yes.
Tomlin phrased that? The word salad he used to basically say he's been benched. And Artie Smith, too, went along with that, saying, oh, yeah, Derrick Henry and A.J. Brown, we used to their snap count. No, he got benched. So that combined with the Cleveland thing, combined with stuff last year, not blocking, combined with stuff after the play in the Cincy game, it's just time, really. It's time to get past this crap. And that was interesting to see on Hard Knocks, Tomlin make it a point to go up to Pickens and say, are you with me? That play doesn't decide the game. Are you with me? Are you with me? And Pickens finally says, yes, sir, or something like that. Do we need, I guess he does. I guess Tomlin feels the need to tend to this guy in every situation, almost like he needs to be babysat through everything. And maybe because he's 23, he does, Bob. Maybe he does need that.
But again, he's 3 years into his professional career now. I'm sure he's gotten to the understanding, he should have by now, that how he carries on, even when he's not with the football on the field, and you can't get engaged in. And the reputation that comes with when someone knows they get under your skin, it spreads like wildfire.
Well, it hasn't gotten through to him. Either he doesn't know or he knows and refuses to go by the rules.
Yeah, the talent is still
he's
too
incapable.
intriguing for me. If I had to tell you right now what I would do, I'd want to sign him.
Me too. Jay Caulfield next.
Can I throw something at you? This is an interesting thought. Somebody on Twitter hit us up, both of us. Perfect Game 06 says, okay, let's talk about something else then if you want to extend about the golden at bat.
Oh, my God. No,
I don't. He says golden pitch. How about golden pitcher throws only one pitch. Golden batter gets one chance. A strike, either called or swung on. He's out. A ball, and all the runners score.
That would be unbelievable.
You would do that.
I'm for anything that's for fun and entertainment. I'd have to think about that one, Bob. I want baseball to be fun. It's an old, slow game that is desperately fighting for its existence in a sped-up world. And Rob Manfred recognized that some pretty radical thinking was going to have to occur to give it a chance to survive. And yet, does he overstep those bounds? You think he did here? I'm sure most people do. But I respect the thinking. We have to go, Bob. Jay Caulfield is next.
Jay Bird.
We're going to talk some Penguins. What's happening over there? The hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township. Celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. We're going to get back to Steelers with the big boy, Mark Cabali, after that. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High at 38 with cloudy skies.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins were winners in overtime last night against Florida and currently are on a 4-game winning streak. So don't look now for the Penguins. Pens are back in action on Friday. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hello, as the kids say nowadays, Thursday, it's so extra. It starts with snow showers beginning at around 9 to 9 through 2 o'clock Thursday morning. Temperatures then are going to plummet. It turns windy with off and on snow continuing through the rest of the day. Some places will see several inches of snow. Others, just about an inch on grassy areas. Highs today should hit the mid to upper 30s. Wind chills will be in the upper 20s this afternoon. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich, and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh Sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Does it feel like someone is stabbing a knife into your heel? Does your lower back hurt more and more as the day goes on? The Good Feet store can help. Take a listen to Ann and Patrick.
I had to go nonstop from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. Every time I stood up, pain just shot up my legs. Fortunately, I found the Good Feet store. I went to them after my doctor diagnosed me with plantar fasciitis. Now, thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm 100% pain-free.
I was in constant pain. Somehow my fiance and I found our way into the Good Feet store. Put my foot on the arch support system. I put them in my shoes, walked out of the store. All the pain was gone. My back, my knees, my ankles. Thank you. Thank you, everybody at the Good Feet store. You gave me my active life back.
Come to the Good Feet store this holiday season and give the gift of pain relief to you and your loved ones. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. FSA HSA eligible. Please check with your provider. Gift cards are available. Come in and get a free personalized fitting today.
Get Now Internet. Reliable internet with unlimited data for $30 a month, all in. No commitments, no hidden fees. Now that's calming. Like floating on a cloud, but not in a scary way. More like in a, this cloud is made of cotton candy and it's tasty kind of way. Ooh, that's good. Feeling calmer already. Because Now Internet comes with no worries and plenty of peace of mind, knowing that you've made the best decision. Cheers to you, my friend. The choice is easy. Turn chill mode on with Now Internet, backed by the Xfinity Network. Now, excuse me, gotta run. I see a massage chair with my name on it.
Get Now Internet with unlimited data starting at $30 a month, all in. No commitments. Turn chill mode on at Xfinity.com/now. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. That's a full year of AAA's legendary roadside assistance. And as part of this special radio offer, you'll also receive a free $20 gift card. AAA will always be there if they're in need of a tow, run out of gas, or have a flat tire. AAA has them covered as a driver or passenger in any car, not just their own. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit online at AAA.com/gift. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
Well, I'm Phil Sims. I played pro football for 15 years. Enjoyed all of it. You know, ups and downs, no doubt. Injuries were part of it for sure for me. When I found Balance of Nature, I said, let me try it. Take it every morning and every afternoon, and it makes me feel happy. I can't say enough good things about it.
Go to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off with your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code
Phil.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
Football season is in full swing and the year's winding down, but the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays or preparing for the new year, Tri-State has the inventory and expertise This season, Tri-State is encouraging support for Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh, Stuff a Doghouse Drive, helping pets in need across our community. For top-notch office solutions, visit our showroom. Check them out online at tristateofficefurniture.com. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
What's your favorite way to spend time? With family, friends, grabbing some alone time because you need a little space from your family and friends? One thing's for sure, it's not an unexpected stay at the hospital. Unfortunately, last year, flu and COVID hospitalized 1.3 million adults, and nearly 1 million of them were 65 or older. So get your updated vaccines and don't let flu or COVID interrupt your life. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette goes deep when it comes to Steelers coverage with all the hard-hitting, up-to-the-minute news you need about your Pittsburgh Steelers. Have a real-time chat with Post-Gazette reporters and columnists. Send your burning questions and hot takes to our mailbags. And tune in to get an earful on all things black and gold from experts on the North Shore Drive podcast. Check out postgazette.com for insights on your favorite pros from our pros at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
Get more of the Get-Go food you love for less with $5 value meals. Pair a chicken wrap or classic burger with fries or tots and cleanse your palate with an ice-cold drink, all for just $5 and only at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Look to Golf Specialties, Library Road, Castle Shannon, for great stocking stuffers. Golf Specialties, one-stop store for all golf accessories and repair needs. A gift card for customized golf club fitting. Golf Specialties. Ask for Santa's helper named Ray.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins beat Florida 5-4 in overtime last night at PPG Paints Arena. Brian Russ with the game winner. Penguins will be on the road in New York against the Rangers Friday at 7:30. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Jay Caulfield joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good Talk Radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bob, it's time to go to Jay Caulfield.
Hockey knowledge right here, right now, ladies and gentlemen. You're riding around. You want to know anything that goes on in the rink. Jay Caulfield is your man.
Everything Bob just said. He's also a Stanley Cup champion. Jay, the last time we spoke, everything was doom and gloom. I mean, there was no other way to look at it. And now, suddenly, the Penguins are riding a 4-game winning streak. What's been the big change here from your point of view?
I think, number one, they're getting goaltending, right? Goaltending has been good, even though I know they gave up 4 last night, but Florida was really good, right? They had opportunity after opportunity, and I think your goaltending's been better the last couple games. I think the team is, in general, you're not seeing, I mean, they're working all 4 lines are out there, all 4 lines are involved. I think the third line, to me, we've talked about in the last couple nights, the third line with Lizotte in the middle, to me, has been really good with Beauvillier and Bunning. And Bunning's been engaged. I think Bunning, that you saw the power play, 3 power play goals by the second unit the other day. All these things are kind of coming together. I think they took care of teams before last night's game. Vancouver, even talking to Rick Tocchet, their team's not where they want it to be. Not playing, they're playing okay, but the Penguins did what they needed to do in those 3 games. I thought they got a test last night. And sometimes, hey, good teams you have to find ways to win, no matter whether you dominate. If somehow you come out on top against a Florida team that was really good, that's just a good sign. You needed it. The big, Brian Russ with the overtime goal, all the things that come into play. But I just think you win a couple, you feel the game a little bit more. Your goaltending has been better, and the third line for me has been really good. So that's what I think. And you see the addition of young players come involved. I think that Tomasino is nice with Malkin's line. Little pluses here and there, and all of a sudden you win a few. And we even said, I think we did say last week, and I've mentioned it on TV before, you're really one little streak away from being right in the hunt of, maybe not the top 3, but you're in the hunt of the playoffs. And that's all they needed, and they're right there.
Yeah, they are, and a lot of teams are struggling ahead of them, which is good combination for that to happen, Jay. You mentioned Tomasino, and it seems like he's just giving him a little injection of life on that second line or wherever he plays. A couple of game winners right off the bat. He just seemed like the change of scenery was going to help him. How infectious is that when you see a guy come here, do that, and players around him? Is this something that can kind of rub off?
Well, Bob, I think it's more like almost the situation. Like you were right on with like a player. First of all, wasn't working for him in Nashville, and then he gets new life and goes to a place where the Penguins are struggling, and he gets a goal, then gets another goal, and you can look back on this at the 10-game mark and see how's production, how's the team playing. It was like a perfect fit at the time that the Penguins needed it. Great for him as a player, and that's anybody in any role. You just need to go somewhere where somebody's going to give you the opportunity and the look that you want, and that's what he's getting here. Not only did he come here, he goes on Malkin's line, probably kind of pinching himself, realizing I went from Nashville in and out of the lineup. Now I'm on the second line with one of the greatest players to ever play the game. So, but he's produced. He got a couple goals. He got a big assist last night. It was a play between O'Connor, he, and Malkin to finish off the second goal of the game. I think it's speed, it's quickness. You can just tell his little traits or how he looks around the net, like he just knows where to go, finds those little soft spots. I think all that stuff is great, but I think we'll look back at the 10-game mark and see how it's moving forward. But when you're winning, I've always said, and probably every other player would say it, usually when you win, you don't change anything. I expect to see the same lineup as they go into New York, who's really struggling. I think it was a nice little piece to come in, Bob, that allowed Mike Sullivan to move other pieces around. And now you see the third line, how that felt. I think the biggest part of it was it allowed them to put that third line together. Lazat's healthy, and they've been a difference maker for me. In my opinion, watching the game, they're out there, they're pushing the pace, they control play. They've been very good. It's made the Penguins so much better.
Bob, look, Jay's on TV up there, too, between Potash and Colby.
Yeah, he's always sharp dressed, too, man. He's got that those nice clothes, the tie that always complements the plaid jacket,
whatever it may be. How many suits do you have, Jay? How many suits would you say? Estimate.
I don't know. Joe, I picked up a couple. I've got a great guy who makes my suits in Montreal. He's handled all the players. I've known him for a long time. He does my suits, and look, I can't take credit. I have to say, my wife Alicia has to pick. She'll pick a tie out. She'll put the stuff together. She'll pick the swatch out for my suits. I can't take any credit for that, but the guy makes a great suit, and the suits and ties are kind of pieced together with Alicia.
Alicia is a wonderful lady, too. You got two great daughters. Everything working well for Jay Crawford.
Does your wife pick out your suits,
yes.
Bob?
I always tell people I get my clothes at Heinz Healy's, but people say, where do you get your clothes? I say, off the bed. They're laying out every day.
You guys should have a suit off, you two. Who dresses
wins,
better, Bob or Jay? That would be a hell of a game.
It's not just the suit; it's who's wearing the suit. He's
that
built
suit
like,
out might go to a shootout.
Like, this. Look at him. He still can play. I look like a sagged candle right now in my midsection. Like all that wax is just going down to one area and collecting. I can't do that.
Do you still work out every day, Jay?
Yeah, I do, Joe. Yep, certainly different than when we were playing, but I got to do something every day. I think most players would be that way. Honestly, I do. And Bob, you're around a lot of them, and now that doesn't mean some don't fall out, but I think mentally it's hard if you don't do something. It's not going to feel right. And I think it helps you feel sharper, and I don't know. I do. I can't imagine being it any other way. And like I said, I think most players would be the same thing. Now, Joe, not like you going against the First Family of Basketball in a free throw shooting contest, which I did happen to see.
Yes.
Which, by the way, Tim McConnell we've known them a long time. Tim worked with my daughters, Chandler and Madison, in basketball, and he's outstanding. He is tough, and look how his kids, and I say First Family Basketball because what the McConnell world is outstanding. And I know you guys talked about it. Have an NBA player to not only get there, but stay there and be a valuable piece.
Incredible.
Tim's got something going, and his daughter, his other son, Maddie. I mean, they're all, listen, great. But I saw that, Joe, and I think you should translate that to your golf game as well, because if you can nail free throws under the gun, you should be able to apply that to your golf game.
Here's the thing, Jay, and I say it to people often. just to bore the entire audience out there, but maybe some people are interested. Basketball, the art of shooting a basketball, is something I did from the time that I can remember. It's in my cells. It's in my brain. If I miss one, I know exactly why I did, and I'm 100% sure I'm going to make the next one, a free throw. If I miss 100, I'm 100% sure I'll make 101. In golf, I don't know what the hell I just did. I don't know where the ball's going. I can't fix anything. It's hope. I hope it goes well, and hope is not a plan.
Hey, Jay, let me tell you this. He came in here one day. He said, I'm a scratch golfer. I said, what are you talking about? He goes, every time I hit the ball, I scratch my head. I have no idea where the hell it's going. So he is scratch.
Thank you, Bob.
You're welcome, Joe.
Hey, Bob, that's very nice. But, you know, I told you before, our friend Chris Martini at Golf Galaxy might be a little bit of help to you, Joe. You should take some time, and anything helps, because I do believe, and Bob would say this, I do believe in that sport. A lot of it's in the mind, and I think once you have it ingrained, now Bob has it. Bob's just in a groove. He does that.
Yeah.
And I've given you all the friends that I know play that way, but if you do that in your golf world, apply how you go about shooting fouls, and again, understanding it. But I do think if you can apply that same mentality when you play golf, you'll be way ahead of the game.
Do you have a hole-in-one, Jay?
I do. I had number 8 at Nevillewood.
Wow, that's a tough hole.
What'd you use, and did you see it go in?
You know, I did see it go in. I used a 6-iron. I think it was the back. It was the back tee that day. I mean, we use blue, gold kind of thing. So it was a 185-yard shot.
That's some good distance with the 6-iron. That's really good.
Now, I'll tell you this, Bob. I'll tell you this now. My one thing, Alicia, we got back from a trip and we ran up and played Nevillewood, and Alicia was with me. So I think guys that have been around long enough know that I would not have fluffed that and made it. My wife was the only witness. But that is my witness, and I stand by it, Bob. But my guys have seen me play enough; they know I wouldn't go across. But it was, I got one, and I've been close a number of times. But I think, you look at some of the greatest. I don't know. I think if you're around the hole, you're gonna have a chance. But that was my one, and I did see it, Joe. So, Bob, how about you?
I only one. Also, I did not see it. It was at the time number 2 red at Valley Brook. They've changed the way they do things, but it was a little par 3 over the water. We played it early in the morning. Sun's coming up. I can't see. I'm blinded. So I just swung, and I knew I hit it pretty good, but I had no idea where it went in terms of in the hole. I didn't think that. So I went to the green. You know how you walk around, and I said, I'm not looking in a hole. Yeah. I've never seen one go in the hole. Looking in sand traps, could have gone in the water. And then somebody else I was playing with said, oh, here it is in the hole. And it took all the starch away from it. So
I love Valley Brook, by the way, Bob. That was the course, Jay, where I got angry. I thought quietly and did a little smash with my sand wedge into my own golf bag that nobody saw, and I figured no harm, no foul. My sand wedge is fine, and it was. But my driver and my 7-wood both snapped like pieces of kindling when I tried to pull them out.
So you're not good enough to get angered on a golf course yet. You got.
I think that's a pretty good line there, Bob. I think Mario is one. I think if any of you ever get mad, I've watched Mario play for a long time, and his bad is not bad. But when it's not the same as what he's used to or whatever, I know that's what he thinks. He never shows anything, any emotion that way. He'll let you know when he does something. He'll ride it if. When it's going good, but he never shows emotion up or down. So it's probably a good way to be there. You'll learn the lesson, because now you're not going to do that to your driver in 3-wood anymore.
No, now I have new ones, thanks to Ray over in Castle Shannon. Anyway, Jay.
Listen, that's right. I can't say Ray. Ray's great over there at Castle Shannon, too. It's another great one to be associated with there, Joe, so stay with it.
He's a legend. How about Jari? I thought he won them the game last night. I know things didn't go great in the third period, but that could have gotten real ugly. I thought at times he was spectacular.
No, I thought the same thing. Look, he was. If it wasn't, we know the one got disallowed. It was offsides, and a great call from up top. They worked well with Madison Nickel up top and letting Mike Sullivan, everybody know, the challenges and all that goes with that. But Tristan Jari, to me, Florida had 19 grade A looks last night. And compared to 9 for the Penguins. But 19 grade A looks with a highly skilled team that works extremely hard, physical. He had to be good. And I think throughout the night, we have mentioned, even if with Tristan Jarry had to be good for the score to be where it was at, and he needed to stay good and throughout the evening. And again, they did get to him late, but eventually it's going to wear that team wears you down, and he had to be that good, and he was just that. And again, you don't like to see him give up the ones late. The team in general, you like to see his numbers get back to where he hopes he can be, just for the mindset. But yeah, they needed him to play that well, and he did, and he was a big reason for the 2 points. I totally agree, Joe.
Along that line of thinking with Jarry, Jay, I felt all along that he had to get in there, and they need him to be what he has to be. They put a lot of money in his pocket for that reason. I have the same kind of concerns about Ryan Graves, because if they're going to pay him what they're paying him, I know he's been a scratch for a lot of games now, but ultimately you got to do something. He can't just sit every single game, can he? Or what do you think would be the plan with Ryan Graves?
Yeah, no, Bob, first of all, I'm going to go back to the Jarry thing real quick, what you just mentioned. Yeah, I think the way they're setting the tone and how they're playing him and how the rotation, Jarry, they're saying, okay, you're our number one. You're getting these games. You got that game last night, so I agree with that. As far as Ryan Graves, that's tough because as a player, and trying to do everything he can and to try and get himself to be what the Penguins expect of him and what they expect from that contract. For me, I think you just got to keep going with the lineup that you have until maybe there's a step that it doesn't that it won't. He's going to find himself in it. They break down somewhere. Who's going to be the odd man out? And that's where the lineup is. You got to win games right now. They got to get points. They need all those things that go with that. And for me, a big part of it is going to be, if Ryan Graves isn't in the lineup, you got to keep working until he gets back in, or eventually they find a way to move. If he's not in their plans, they find a way to move that contract. But if you're Ryan Graves, you got to go to work each and every day, wait for your opportunity, and that could be, and we don't hope, we want to see guys stay healthy, but injuries come up. That might be the way he gets back in the lineup, or whatever, or if somebody has an off game and you got to find a way to get him back in. That's how they have to approach it. It's a big contract, a big number, and they need to find a way either to make it work or you move on from it. That would be any player that's not producing to their liking. Yep. So it's a big one there, Bob. It's a really big point and a look at the lineup and your cap. That's a big part of it, and it has to be addressed. But as a player, he's got to just keep going to work each and every day, fight through it. And when he gets his opportunity, be ready to go and be a difference maker.
Thank you, Jay. You're a wonderful man.
It's always a pleasure, Jay.
Oh, good to talk to both of you guys. You have a good night, all right?
All right, you too. Look forward to it. It's got the Rangers on Friday. You got Toronto on Saturday. Big games coming up.
Bob, we should have a fashion show here at the Fan with you and Jay. Who else wears suits a lot in town? Who's
Rich, my colleague.
Rich,
he wears
Richie
Rich,
Walsh.
yes.
Who are the best dressed? Dulac is in that contest.
Dulac
right?
likes to bring it up, especially on game day.
All right, then we have four. You, Richie, Jay Caulfield, and Dulac. How about a fifth? Can you think of one? A well-dressed man in Pittsburgh media limits.
Oh,
Can
media?
You?
Well, Andrew Stockey dresses very nicely.
Andrew Stockey's in.
He's.
That's our five. Should we have a fashion show here?
Sure.
Yeah.
Bob will be the leader in the clubhouse.
No, I won't. I'm telling you, it's about physique. Jay wears it well. The physique makes it
That's
look
a big
better.
key, Limits.
You can't wear something if you don't have the physique to back it up. Now,
what about T-Bird? Can we get him in on this? And do you get in on? Is it like golf, where if you win one, you get in these other contests? He won the hot dog eating contest. Bob, can he get in this thing?
Sure.
Does he have an exemption?
Do something crazy. Go outside the box. Wear something that most people won't wear. I try those things with different colors and styles. I think it's good to do it once in a while.
As do I. Although, do I even own a suit? I think the only suit.
Did Jay give you an answer, by the way, when you asked how many? Because I know how many I have.
How many?
More than I should.
100?
More than I should.
Over under 99.5.
No, it's under, but
over under 49.5.
Under 37.
My God, you're Yarko Rutu of suits. Remember him,
Bob? Those include blazers and other things. I like to mix and match and do different things. So
I bet
you Jay,
he's over 100.
He's got a lot of good looks, but you also have to accessorize.
Who's the best dressed coach in Pittsburgh sports?
Mike Sullivan.
better than Jamie and Ben?
I
Jamie
think
used to dress
Mike
pretty
Sullivan wears it well. I would only assume that his wife has something to do with that as well, because he's always got something new on. And again, he has the look that you want, I think. So,
do you think football coaches should dress up, or you like it the way it is now?
I kind of like it the way it is now. I do think basketball coaches should dress up. I don't like the look on the sidelines. It's comfortable and everything, but I think also I don't know. It's just a position that I've gotten to know over the years as somebody in charge wears a suit.
Do you think it's weird that baseball managers get dressed as if they're playing? It would be like Tomlin in shoulder pads and a helmet on the sidelines.
Well, not necessarily.
Should baseball managers get dressed up?
I think most managers wear hoodies now. They're not dressing up in uniforms totally. You don't see that all the time, do you? Some do.
Well, I think the hoodie goes over the baseball top, and then they have a cap on.
Okay. Well, I like the hoodie look.
I'd like a top hat with a suit in baseball.
Did you like Tom Landry when he was on the sidelines?
I hated them so much, those Cowboys teams.
Plus the hat.
Yeah, it was definitely unique. Chuck Noll he was a windbreaker guy. Remember him?
Yeah, no question. One of the great people you ever want to meet too. But I look at Belichick now; he's dressing up in all sorts of nice suits.
Yeah,
and I'm waiting for the day that he shows up in the studio with a suit that he then takes off the sleeves and cuts them right at the shoulder.
He's got to do that, doesn't he?
And then you have a nice suit with
that would
no
bring the
sleeves.
House down. Bob, my only suit, I'm pretty sure, and I'm thinking in my head right now, is the one I wore for my wedding, and I'm not even sure it's intact.
You can't fit into that now either,
no,
can you?
Not even close. Do you have any suits limits? How many?
I have one suit. It does
Between
not.
us, we have two.
It's okay. Like it's old. I probably wore it for I don't know, my confirmation my 8th grade year, but it still fits.
But it's all a product of what we do. I'm
course.
required to wear a suit every day, and I do.
Yeah.
So therefore, you guys don't have to do that.
Exactly. My goal.
Maybe we should here. Maybe this show should now take it to a standard
Should we
where
have a
we
suit
wear
day?
suits. No, every day.
How about Wednesday
Every
is suit
day.
day? Do you want to do that next Wednesday, Limits?
No.
Okay.
You don't even if you get a sponsor for your clothing?
Oh, if we do that, then yeah, I will.
Bob.
I
Do you have
see what's
someone in
going
mind?
on.
Bob has a sponsor for his clothing, right?
Well, they're people I go to because I like their product. It's like I said, Heinz Healy's down in downtown Pittsburgh. They're great.
I have Heinz Ward.
Heinz Ward.
Joe, you've convinced me. I'll wear a suit.
All right, next Wednesday, suit day, Bob.
And then one day a week will be bow tie day. Ooh, now we're
that
taking
would be gigantic. Let's do it.
No, let's not. I wake up late. I don't want to do that.
One of my goals in life was to have a job where I didn't have to get dressed up, and I don't. I wear a sweatshirt every day.
You don't find it like when you do get dressed up more of a command feeling?
I do. I do
Okay.
believe in that old saying. What is it? What's the saying?
You are what you look, or no? You
feel how you
feel-
dress.
Yeah, something like that. whatever
What's
it
the
is.
saying? Limits.
I forget the saying.
I can't
You
remember.
are what you wear.
You
or-
are what you wear, Bob. He came up with that
I don't
one.
think it's that.
No, it's feelings wise.
He's combining the one that says you are what you eat or whatever. That's different.
Yeah, you are doing that. You are what you eat.
Who
and
says
what
you are
wear.
you are what you eat?
I don't know.
So if I eat like a chicken patty sandwich, am I a chicken patty?
Well, you look like one right now. Yes,
You're
a
a
chicken
chicken-
patty.
Am I a chicken patty?
No, I
With
think
nice
you are
hair.
what you wear, at least mentally. You're
Yeah,
right.
mentally.
When
It
I
sets
get
you
dressed up and I'm all
it's
cleaned
a sign
up,
of,
yeah.
It's a sign of respect,
Yes,
not only
I
to the
feel
people
better
you're
about
visiting,
myself.
but to yourself.
Right.
Right? You're respecting
Remember
everything.
the night we had our sponsorship dinner like 3 weeks ago, I got all dressed up and everybody commented on it. They didn't
That's
know
right.
I had it in me.
And did you not feel better because
I felt
of it?
better about
Okay.
myself. I kept telling Denise
Any
Suba,
edge you can get.
look how good I look. I
Yep.
kept saying to her, and she says, "You're right, you do." It was very affirming.
The only thing I wanted to tell you, and I didn't have the courage, was your zipper was down all night. But that's a guy. When you get older, this happens.
Are you serious?
hmm
Poor Bob.
I'm telling you now because it's over. But yeah, I was going to say
Kennywood was open?
it happens a lot. You just forget.
Oh, my
to-
God. Now I'm embarrassed. Ashamed, even. The whole night at the
Hey,
sponsor dinner, my zipper was down?
Well, I didn't know how. Maybe the time I saw you, it was, and I was going to say,
Well,
Joe,
I didn't adjust it, or I
No.
would have remembered doing that.
Why didn't you tell him, Bob?
Yeah, why
because
wouldn't you tell
we
me
were in
that?
the middle of a whole bunch of people. I did not want to
You
say.
could have told me later or texted me.
Oh, you don't return text for like 3 hours. You would have been home.
You want to hear this? This, Bob? Joe will text me. If I don't respond in 3 minutes, I'll get a text. Limits! Exclamation point. Limits! 5 minutes later. Then he'll call me. Limits, did you see my text? Yes, Joe, I did. I did. I'm sorry. I just didn't respond yet.
I know. It's unfair, Bob. I don't send them out yet. I demand them.
Yeah, it's okay. Call. sometimes that makes a difference. You hear the phone ring, you get your attention.
I've called you from the golf course. Remember I called you one year before a putt, and I put my phone right up against the flag? Remember that?
Yes.
And you
yes.
analyzed my putt.
I did. It was, I remember that.
That was fun.
That's when you first got into it, and the addiction was very high. Still
and
high.
I didn't care how I did back then. Yes, I did. I broke clubs then, too. Mark Cabali's coming up next. Let's talk all things Steelers-Browns, the revenge game, coming up next here on Pomp and Joe. And we're very proud today to be working for a good cause with you. It's the Fans' Day of Giving to the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh. You can go to 937thefan.com, click on Fan for the Win, and donate. That would be awesome. This hour's Game Changer sponsor is Pellman Electric. You can be a game changer, too. Go to 937thefan.com, click on Fan for the Win, as I just mentioned, and go ahead and donate. So our thanks to Pellman Electric. Cabali up next.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pitt basketball tonight against Mississippi State. It begins at 9:15. 8:45 is when the pregame coverage begins. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe?
Thank you, Limits, for your kindness and compassion. Deb needed to sell her home in North Hills. By the way, the Brighton hot dog shop was unbelievable last night. Absolutely incredible.
I will go with you very soon.
Do you know what I got? Wrong.
A hot dog.
Well, of course I got a hot dog. In fact, I went in and thought, what if they have hamburgers there? Said this wouldn't be normal to get a hamburger, although they looked very good. The guy next to me got one.
Did you know that some ice cream parlors sell, like, hamburgers and fries?
Yes.
Would you think about getting a hamburger and fries at an ice cream parlor?
No.
You ever think about that?
Dairy Queen serves regular food, do they not?
Yeah, they do.
Yep. I got a hot dog with relish, mustard, and ketchup, light on all three. The French fries were incrinculant and a Diet Coke.
That's wonderful.
Will you go to the game with me Friday, or you're going to pretend you're sick and tired again?
I have a basketball game. I'm actually
Call in sick.
Friday.
Actually, guys knew you there. There was a guy who calls games for Youngstown. I said, do you know my producer who blew me off tonight, Austin Bechtold?
Yeah.
And they both
What'd they say?
They both knew of you because you call smaller college games, right?
I do, yes.
I forget
college
their names.
Football, college. Were they announcing a game? Was it for?
Yeah, they interviewed the coach after the game and everything. Yeah, for I think they do a lot of Youngstown State stuff. I got the impression.
Yeah, I know a couple Youngstown State people.
Maybe just Youngstown radio. I don't know.
Yeah, I know a couple Youngstown people.
I gravitated to the only person in a Buffalo Bills jersey in the whole place.
Wow, there you go. You got to find your people. Find your kind.
It was a kid and his dad. The kid had a Josh Allen jersey on. The dad was from, he knew SPAC, our boss here.
That's very kind of them.
Wonderful evening, and everybody missed you.
I missed it as well.
Bumbless said you're soft.
Did he now?
Yeah, you might want
He's never met me. So how would he know? He wouldn't. You made that up.
So no, I did not.
Yes, you made that up.
I'll show you the text. I think he was kidding, of course. But you got to come through on one of these things here, Limits. By the way,
come through on one of these things? Yes. How many things have you canceled for things we were supposed to do?
4 or 5.
Uh-huh. And I canceled one, and here we go.
Because you were tired.
You idiot. You idiot.
You said you were tired. That's not a good
I slept
excuse.
for 11 hours
I'm
yesterday.
tired. Everybody's tired. I stayed up till 2 watching Hard Knocks last night. What was I going to say to you? Oh, is the free throw thing on? Where it's me and Megan shooting free throws?
Yes, it is up.
Where?
Twitter.
Whose Twitter account?
Instagram. 93.7 The Fan.
Okay, I'm going to look at that and retweet it because I shot the lights out, baby.
Did you finish telling everybody about Gina?
No. Deb needed to sell her home in the North Hills and reached out to Gina to get the process started. Gina called Deb back the next day, and 2 days later, Gina listed Deb's home. And 2 weeks later, Gina got a great offer of over $500,000 on Deb's home. Deb said Gina was kind and understanding throughout the whole process and never talked down to her when she didn't understand something. Deb said that if you're ready to sell your home, don't waste your time with any other real estate agent. Call Gina. I think that's very good advice from Deb, and I commend her for that. First of all, you can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes, home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. Call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home in Pittsburgh, Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina at 724-602-9752. Google GM Petro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Abali, and Jason Mackey host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. Fan Game Day is brought to you by Monsters Brewing, The Beast Unleashed, Weather Seal, and Megan Ford. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Diamonds Direct, we have the perfect gifts for the season, starting at around $500. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas, see the online seasonal gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant. We've got special financing, so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right. They're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. Let's make sure we keep it that way. 1/3 of driving fatalities during the holiday season are related to drinking and driving. Please, if you do drink, use a taxi or ride-hailing service to get home. Have a sober friend take the wheel. And if you're hosting a party, make sure your guests leave sober or with someone who is. This message brought to you by Independence Health System.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and I recently caught up with my friend Paige at Awaken 180. I asked about the new Awaken 180 Golden program. I mean, feeling and looking younger in addition to weight loss? It's true. With Awaken 180 Golden, clients receive the same fast weight loss we all had, and at the same time see the benefits of what matters most to those over 60. Increased energy, improved mobility, better sleep results. Awaken 180 Golden clients start seeing in just 2 weeks. I mean, who doesn't want to be 30 or 50 pounds lighter and at the same time feel 10 years younger? At 29, I'm already feeling better. My knees feel a whole lot better than they did a few years ago. And I can only imagine what else is coming down the line. Want my advice? Don't let weight, don't let age get in the way of living the life you want to lead. Instead, choose Awaken 180 Golden. Call 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop Deal Double G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line. Plus, 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking, like a breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys when you switch.
You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
We up out of here.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double-G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com to get 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence on us, plus 4 lines for $25. Now drop that jingle.
With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 eligible trade-ins, and 4 new lines with autopay. Well qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credit stop and balance on required finance agreements due. $829.99 credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence requires iOS 18.1 or later.
The Pittsburgh Bottle Shop is your place to catch every game on NFL Sunday Ticket and exciting Premier League soccer and Big Ten action. Check out their new menu options, including breakfast and happy hour specials every day. After your meal, enjoy the Smoked Cigar Shop and Lounge next door with over 75 premium brands and a great atmosphere. You'll be treated like family and leave with a fine butt and a hot ash. The Pittsburgh Bottle Shop and Smoked Cigar Lounge in Collier Town Square. 1597 Washington Pike in Collier Township.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at tryethos.com. That's tryethos.com.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Don't be fooled by any of the College Football Playoff Committee's metrics. Throw out strength of schedule, offensive or defensive numbers, they don't really matter. When they make their final decision, brand is overwhelmingly the biggest factor. That's why Alabama made the Final Four last year, and that's why they'd be in the playoff as of today. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at tryethos.com. That's tryethos.com.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Learn more at Viking.com.
The sports calendar is heating up, and there's no better place to get in on the action than ESPN Bet Sportsbook. New customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets, and for a limited time, also unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus to stream exclusive live sports. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event, going on now through December 2nd at Sun Chevrolet, Route 19, McMurray. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. 0% for 36 and 48 months on 2024 Silverado 1500 pickups. 0% APR for 36, 48, and 60 months on 2024 Blazer EV, Equinox EV, and Silverado EV models. 0% for 36 months on 2024, 2025 Equinox models. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Some customers may not qualify, not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 12/2/24. Must trade in a 2010 model year or newer vehicle. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 12/2/24. Copyright 2024 General Motors, all rights reserved. That's the Chevy Red Tag event going on now through December 2nd at Sun Chevrolet, Route 19 in McMurray. Sunchevy.com. Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Did you know you can spend your PA taxes to fund a scholarship for a child in need and get a 90% tax credit refund? Through Blocks, BLOCS. You can redirect your state tax liability, fund a scholarship, direct it to the private or Catholic school of your choice, and receive a 90% refund on that donated amount. It's a simple process, and you can fund a scholarship that will change a child's life. Tax credit slots are filling up fast, and you must make your commitment by December 23rd. Head to blocks.org, BLOCS.org now.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
So are you ready for your show?
When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Limits Beaver basketball coach Jason Bumbless has taken another shot at you.
Oh, boy. Here we go. What does he have to say?
He pulled into the Brighton hot dog shop. Is that what it's called?
Yes. You were there.
Yeah.
You mean the place where they do not have your picture on a cup?
Yeah, where they don't have my picture.
Denied Mr. Starkey of putting his picture on the cup.
He sent me a picture and said, I'm just pulling in for lunch at the same spot. I said, great, we were just talking about it. He said, nice. ... Did city limits come to work today, or was he too tired?
Maybe I'll take tomorrow off and just recover and rest.
That's a shot right there.
Yeah.
And you were very high on him, and you wanted to meet him. You called him Mr. Bumbless.
I did. I was being respectful.
I know. Not so much anymore. This could be a battle when we see him.
Apparently so.
Let's bring on the big boy, Mark Kaboly. He's been warming up in the bullpen, and what a man he is, huh, Bob?
He is a man. There's no question about that. Kaboom is here.
He's on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline. Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. All right, big boy, let's cut right to the chase. Your level of concern with the George Pickens antics is what?
5? This isn't
out of what?
Word association, right? So I can actually expand on that.
Yeah, please expand, but I'm curious, 5 out of what? 5 or 5 out of 10?
It was a joke. 10. 5 out of 10. Not too very concerned here because, this has been going on for a while now where George, you don't know what type of George Pickens you're going to get here. Very emotional guy, but I'm not too concerned because I think for the first time, I think you've seen some people intervene. I mean, you hear Mike Tomlin calling him out, saying he needs to grow up. You see Broderick Jones slapping him around, saying, hey, get your head in the game. You see Russell Wilson grabbing him. So in that scheme, I think that at least they're being vigilant on the issue at hand here rather than just letting it fester and wait until it blows up. But, I was looking at some of those penalties he had, and the one he had where the gunshot first down or whatever it was, he's done that a handful of times already and was not called for that. So I can almost relate to saying, hey, what's going on here? Because I already did this and not had a penalty called against him. So I can almost give him a pass on that one. But back to the original point, I do think that the guys stepping in, realizing they got to nip this in the bud is pretty favorable.
So if we're up to you, would you consider extending him, given what we know about him right now? The immense talent, the ability to do some of the things he does, and the opportunity at times to let people get under his skin and then have him lose focus about what's going on. I still trump talent. I think that's very big for me, given where he is, how young he is, and how productive he's been. But what do you say, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to be what he wants. I mean, what they offer him. But, yeah, I would definitely approach it as wanting to re-sign him long term. I mean, in the grand scheme of things here, what are we talking about here? Celebration penalties? I mean,
well, not running routes sometimes, giving a half-hearted effort.
That was more last year, I think. I don't know if I saw a ton of that this year. As long as he's being able to be productive, as in the quarterback throwing him the ball, I think his mind's on straight. So it all depends on the money. So, yeah, I wouldn't think that would hinder them moving forward of not wanting to bring him back long term here. But at some point, you have to make decisions of you can't sign everybody. Now, does the good outweigh the bad with him? When you have to consider Watt, Wilson, Pickens, who else is available? Somebody else is restricted free agent. I mean, Najee. Which ones do you choose? But, yeah, I don't think anything he's done would hinder them from offering him a contract maybe in the off. It's probably probably in August again. I don't see why that would be a problem. I don't think he's done anything to show that he will be an Antonio Brown-like thing waiting to happen.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Mark Cabali of the Pat McAfee Show is on the air with us. And also, I wanted to remind you this. It's back for one night only on Wednesday, December 18th. I wonder if the big boy's going. Our Odyssey Pittsburgh stations, 93.7 The Fan, will be flipping the turntables and turning Mike's Beer Bar into the biggest Christmas karaoke spot on the North Shore.
Am I invited?
I don't know. Where our on-air hosts and local celebrities take the mic for celebrity karaoke to support Light of Life Rescue Mission. Details at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Monster Brewing Jai Alai. Holy bird milk. Are you going to be there? You can show up. Just show up and say I invited you. I don't care.
If I show up, I could
Who's going to turn him down?
Yeah, who's going to turn you down at the door?
I will guarantee you one thing. There is a 0.0% chance of me doing any sort of karaoke in.
We'll see about that.
You know what? You've probably never tried it. Come on. Get outside your comfort zone.
I know you're a legend. I've seen you in action before at the owners' meetings. So
that's a story you're not supposed to tell.
Once we get a beer or 10 in you, you'll be singing Engelbert Humperdinck. Right, Bob?
Yeah.
I think you will.
You let your defenses down when you relax like that.
No, I am not singing.
Was Humperdinck underrated, Bob?
He was pretty good. Yeah, I liked him. I mean,
did you have a Humperdinck record or two as a kid?
No, but I thought he was fine.
Mark, you remember him?
Something tells me that he's not in my collection.
No,
I couldn't name one Engelbert Humperdinck song.
Limits, have you ever heard of him?
No, but I formally invite Mark to sing with me. We could sing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
There you go. Bring a Christmas cap or hat.
That's an easy one.
That will not happen. That will not happen.
I want to ask you something, Mark, about the HBO show last night. A lot of people have reacted to it. What was your take on it? I think Joe agrees with us. The best part was how Mike Tomlin goes around pounding into whoever he's talking to in their heads about whatever it is he wants to have done, whether that's telling Jonathan Dwyer not to fumble or, in this case, Nick Herbig, baby. You better go after that guy. You got to kill Zeus. And he kept pounding it into his head. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Hard Knocks, at least this first episode where they obviously were pretty Steeler heavy on it because of they're in first place, that Tomlin is pretty much featured in this. And I think a lot of people probably had opened their eyes to him a little bit more than what we're normally used to. I mean, you usually see him at the front of the press conferences on Tuesdays and after games, and he's pretty regimented in what he says here. And this gave you a different look right here. But he's been doing it for 18 years now. And that's what I've always said before about him. I think he said it perfectly yesterday, man. When it is his hobby, his job and his hobby are the same thing. His hobby is his job. And when that happens, the guy, you never work a day in your life. Imagine one of you two guys having a job as a professional golfer. It's like that's your job and that's your hobby. You're never going to get tired of it. So you could see the passion in his eyes. I think that really surprised some people of opening the eyes to the love that Mike Tomlin still has and the passion he still has for this game of football. So I think that's the biggest takeaway I have. But the guys, I mean, give him credit, man. What a master motivator. I mean, Herbig, who knew that he would challenge a guy like that? And he came up with one of the biggest plays in the world. Imagine some of the things we don't know about him. So I think it's a good look for Mike Tomlin, although he's probably not thrilled with doing it or being featured like that. I think it does nothing but help his overall status, maybe even potentially for Coach of the Year. People see a different look and see a different lens see him through a different lens and say, hey, okay, this guy's just not your robotic Mike Tomlin. This is why he's successful. I think it was fabulous.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. I'm going to give Limits and Bob an over-under. We had a conversation earlier today with Jay Caulfield. It turns out he has probably dozens of suits. Bob has 37 suits. Limits and I, between us, we each have one, although I think I only might have half of one. So Bob and Limits, over-under number of suits owned by the big boy. Over-under 0.5, Bob.
Over.
Limits?
Over. He has at least one. I've seen him wear it on Bob's show on the Showdown.
Yeah.
I'm saying that was pieced together. I'm saying your official suit number is under 0.5, big boy. How many?
Suits that will fit?
Yeah.
Currently fit? No, I'm not quite sure about that. I do have a funeral suit. That's how I like to refer to it as. It sits in the back of the closet, and when there's a funeral, obviously, of note, you yank out the old funeral coat, your funeral suit. So there's at least one in there. I had a pinstripe Bob Pomp one, but I'm not quite sure if that still fits because of my muscular upper body. So
that's a problem when you have a muscular upper body. It
You
really
and
is.
Jay both, yeah. May I engage the big boy in a game of free association, Bob?
I always love free association, so I'll sit by and listen to
He always
these.
yells at me, Bob. He always yells at me for doing it incorrect. You'll see.
Well, let's have a
Well,
good
he,
game. Let's have a
he
good
sets
game of it
rules and then
today.
he abandons the rules himself and blames me.
Plus, he asks questions that are impossible to answer with one word.
Well, this will be easy for you. I think it's going to be a blowout. I think the Steelers blow out the Browns. Do you?
Yes.
See how easy that was? Jameis Winston, level of concern from 1 to 5.
Concerned by who? The Browns or the Steelers?
The Steelers. Well, that's actually a good question. For the Steelers, 1 is we're not concerned with him at all. 5, we have Joe Montana coming in here.
1 to 5. Who does 1 to 5? We do 1 to 10.
See what I mean, Bob? Now that's intentionally sabotaging. the
But
game.
it was.
Well, if it's 1
But
to
I think
10,
he makes a good point. The point is, who does 1 to 5 when you have 10?
That was a good line by him. I'll agree with that.
I
All
would
right.
say a 6.2 for Jameis.
Will Calvin Austin play?
I believe so.
Okay.
That's not definitive.
Mike Williams, over under 0.5 targets for Mike Williams.
I'm going to go over, barely.
Over under 0.5 catches.
Under.
Who's going to be the star of the game?
Star offensively or defensively?
Either
Just
one.
Star.
Either one.
We will go. I'm going to go Cam Sutton.
I'll ask you last week's question again. Name a year for Minka's next turnover. 24, 2025, or 2029?
He just walked by me, so hold on a second.
Ask him. Ask him. Give him the phone.
I mean, he's on the verge.
Okay, so maybe 24.
Let me expand on this real quick.
Yeah.
You saw from Hard Knocks last night, the guy he's a different being, man. He gets in Jamar Chase's head like that. He goes to meetings with Tomlin. That alone is worth a couple bucks in my opinion. So he's very important to the team.
Thank you, big boy. I have no further questions, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right. We'll
All right,
see you
Mark.
at Mike's Beer Barn.
Oh yeah, look
See
at
you,
that.
buddy.
The promise has been made. He's going to show
When
up.
is that again? When is that?
That's
18th,
Wednesday,
right?
December 18th.
Wednesday, December 18th. Oh, goodness.
Why don't you check
All right.
your calendar and get back to us? Goodbye.
I will.
Goodbye, big
All
boy.
right.
Say goodbye to Bob.
Bye, Bob.
See you, Mark.
Bye, Mark.
He didn't say bye to you. That was
No, I
sad.
hung up.
Sad way to end it.
Goodbye.
Did I do the 50-minute mark yet?
Yes.
All right. Then we're on to fan weather, brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High of 38 with cloudy skies. We got a lot of things going on in the 1 o'clock hour. I want to know if Bob thinks this will be a revenge game. That's what I'm curious about. Let's talk to him about that next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball plays tonight against Mississippi State. It's at 9:15. 8:45 is when the pregame coverage begins. Listen to it right here on 93.7 The Fan and also on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking though, for real. No. I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Shop Black Friday deals now at Lowe's. Get up to 50% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. And get 2 free select tools with purchase of a select combo kit or battery kit from brands like Cobalt, Craftsman, and DeWalt. Hurry and shop these savings only for a limited time because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 11/28 through 12/4. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in
Problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Permane Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the best destination to catch all of your favorite hometown and out-of-market sports. With NFL Sunday Ticket and every game, every week, there's no better place to grab a table or pull up a bar stool. Permane's has a daily half-off happy hour where nearly everything behind the bar is half off. Beers for $3.29 or domestic pitchers for $9.99 every single day. And don't forget your favorite Permane Almost Famous sandwich or our great deals on wings and pizza. Permane Brothers, now serving more sports.
'Twas the night before Christmas, no action to be had. Mrs. Claus bought you New Flow. Boy, ain't you glad. New Flow Men's Health is Pittsburgh's leader in treating ED successfully. Guys, receive the gift of confidence this year. New Flow has turned back the clock by offering pre-COVID pricing for big-time savings. No pills, no injections, no games. Call now for details at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays from the guys at New Flow Men's Health.
Mrs. Claus, I'm ready.
Thanks, Nuflo.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's up, sandwich heads? Today on Steve-O's Sandwich Reviews, we've got the tips and tricks to the best sandwich order. And it all starts with this little guy right here. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Partial to pastrami, craving a Cubano. Yeah, sounds delicious, but boom! Add the crisp, refreshing taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar and cue the fireworks. Lunch, dinner, or late night, it'll be a sandwich worth celebrating. Trust me, your boy's eaten a lot of sandwiches in his day, and the one thing I can say with absolute fact... every bite is better with Pepsi.
Does it feel like someone is stabbing a knife into your heel? Does your lower back hurt more and more as the day goes on? The Good Feet store can help. Take a listen to Ann and Patrick.
I had to go nonstop from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. Every time I stood up, pain just shot up my legs. Fortunately, I found the Good Feet store. I went to them after my doctor diagnosed me with plantar fasciitis. Now, thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm 100% pain-free.
I was in constant pain. Somehow my fiance and I found our way into the Good Feet store. Put my foot on the arch support system. I put them in my shoes, walked out of the store. All the pain was gone. My back, my knees, my ankles. Thank you. Thank you, everybody at the Good Feet store. You gave me my active life back.
Come to the Good Feet store this holiday season and give the gift of pain relief to you and your loved ones. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. FSA HSA eligible. Please check with your provider. Gift cards are available. Come in and get a free personalized fitting today.
Last year, flu and COVID hospitalized nearly 1 million adults 65 and older. That's nearly 1 million men, women, parents, grandparents, chess players, checkers players, and chess players who are so bad at chess, they really should stick to checkers. So if you're one of these people, or not, get this season's flu and COVID vaccines so you can keep being the totally unique person you are, whoever that is.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right. They're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here's a real story from a satisfied Window Nation customer.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows and 0% interest for 6 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
Looking for the perfect weekend? Join us at Shooters Golf for brunch every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Enjoy delicious bites alongside mimosas and Bloody Marys while catching your favorite football team on 30-plus HD TVs featuring the NFL ticket. Remember, golf isn't over. Our heated bays are open year-round, so you can swing your clubs no matter the weather, whether you're here for brunch, games, golf. Shooters Golf, located in Wexford, PA, your ultimate destination. Visit us today and make every weekend unforgettable.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Did you hear the news? There's a dog on the loose in the city, and he ain't friendly. They said if you see him, don't pet him. He out there sniffing around. He's sniffing for accidents. His name is Top Dog. Big dog, Top Dog. Accidents, you call him. Top dollar, you call him. a lot, like top dollar, a lot. And don't take forever to get it to me. My client needs it. Get it to me now. Any accident, Top Dog Law.
How can you make gift shopping easy this holiday season? Go to GuardianProtection.com/fan and get Guardian's amazing Black Friday offer. With any security camera purchase, you'll get a free home security system, an IQ security panel and motion detector, 4 door/window sensors, and a smoke/heat detector free, including professional installation. Give someone you care about true peace of mind and get one for yourself, too. Visit GuardianProtection.com/fan. Limited time offer, new customers only. Terms apply. GuardianProtection.com/fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin said yesterday expects Alex Highsmith to come back and play this week. Been dealing with an injury that has sidelined Highsmith. It's the second time that Highsmith has been out due to injury. With the Steelers playing the Cleveland Browns at 1 o'clock on Sunday, Acrisure Stadium, the rematch of the game from Thursday night a couple weeks ago where the Steelers dropped it. Third loss of the year. Steelers at 9-3. Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Cabali, and Jason Mackey will have it for you at 10 o'clock. You can also listen on your Odyssey app Sunday. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome back to Pomp and Joe. We have a very special guest here. It's part of our Fan for the Win. It's the Fans' Day of Giving to the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh. We'd love for you to get in on it as well. You go to 937thefan.com, click on Fan for the Win, and donate. It's such important work. And with us here is Rhonda Fleming, who is the Chief of Prevention, Intervention, and Outreach at the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh. Rhonda, thanks for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm glad to be here.
Of course, and for taking time out of your day to show up in person was extra special. Now, you've been doing this. You've been with the agency for over 30 years. And I'm wondering if you can speak to the progress that has been made on some of the key issues for what you people do and sort of the work ahead for you.
Yes, certainly. Thank you so much. When I started at Women's Center and Shelter in 1990, I was one of 30-some employees. I don't remember if I was 33 or 34. Our growth has been fantastic over that time. And every time I say something about being fantastic and you're doing intimate partner violence work, it has both sides of it. I feel fantastic that we've had the growth. I feel fantastic that we've been around for 50 years. And then I feel sad that there is still that great need for us to be around. However, what I have seen over the years in the growth is the collaboration with other organizations, working with multiple providers who do social service and human service work, as well as with police officers, as well as with judicial systems, as well as with anyone who could come in contact with, and that's just about anyone, a victim of intimate partner violence. So having that collaborative work has really made a difference. We also have a couple of national programs that we work with right now, including something called LAP. It's the initials for Lethality Assessment Program, and it was out of Minnesota. So that means that when police officers go to the home to intervene and they can see that there's an obvious need for the victim to be able to get in touch with Women's Center and Shelter, they can have that happen right there on the spot. So those are things that I've seen that have really grown. And where to go from there is to continue something like what we're doing here today. Again, thanks for having me. Being able to just increase the awareness everywhere. We have school programs. That's what I was hired to do, to bring in school programs for elementary school programs. So being able to increase awareness all throughout the community is something else that is really important to where we need to continue to go in the future. So, yeah.
And you would have thought by now that this would be decreasing and not increasing, and it's a sad state of affairs that it does. And so, you know, I'm sure there are women out there who are scared, who are in situations like this and don't know what to do. What advice do you have for them knowing that there's an organization like yours available to make things better.
Thank you so much. I think one of the first things to do is to find someone who you trust that you can share that information with. But that's critical. Someone you trust who will not go back and tell the person who's using power and control, the person who's using abuse, or even a family member. You have to be really particular and safe. And I always encourage, we have a 24-hour hotline. Please call our hotline at any time. You know, for some victim survivors of intimate partner violence, they have to call at 2 a.m., because that's when the abuser is either really asleep or out of the home because he or she may work during the overnight hours. So find out what's the safest way for you to, if you're ready and you're going to make plans to exit, what's the safest way to do that? If you're staying in the situation, what's the safest way to do that? Because everybody's not going to leave. So calling the hotline can help with developing what's a safety plan. Again, either if you're leaving or staying.
What stops them from leaving when they know it's a bad situation?
I think that's a wonderful question. We get asked that a lot. And I always tell people, if we each in this room had a marker and walk around this room, we could come up with 1,000 reasons why somebody stays, right? So some people stay because of resources. You know, maybe I've been in this relationship for 10, 12, 15 years and I'm not working. I don't have a job. I don't have an income. So that could be a reason for sure. We have children together, and I've always believed I wanted my children to be raised by both parents. That could be a reason that I stay. I've left before, and it didn't work out for me, and now I'm back, and I don't want to leave again. But the other answer I always give to that also is because I love this person and because I'm afraid of this person. So because of the fear, I might not leave the situation because I'm not sure what may happen. Remember, there's most likely been multiple threats about me leaving. If you think you're going to leave, this is going to happen. I know we may all be familiar with the term, if I can't have you, nobody can. That's a threat for death, you know. So there's a lot of reasons why somebody could stay. Fear and love are amongst those reasons also.
Yeah, as the father of a teenage daughter, this is something that is concerning. So my question would be, what are some early in a relationship warning signs?
That's it. Thank you. That, you know, looking for differences. So I would say early in the teenage years, this happens through all ages, but particularly I would say in the teenage, look for a lack of interest. I was real active. I was on cheerleading squad. I was on the debate team. I was real active. And all of a sudden, I don't want to do those things anymore. I have 6, 7 friends. Well, I don't want them to come over for a sleepover. I used to dress very trendy, and I was always in your pocket, Dad, asking, can I go to the mall? Can I get this? I'm not dressing like that. You see me in sweats a lot now. Those are some early on signs to look for. And I always advise parents, ask your child, because if they know you, they may not answer, but if they know you're asking, you're paying attention. And that can make the difference for when they are more ready to say something, that they know they can come to you. So do ask questions.
I think that's great, the communication element of it. If it's not there, somehow, some way as a parent, you have to make sure, right, that if it's your daughter or a friend, whatever, that someone is willing to be open and listen. But do you have to do that in advance sometimes if you suspect it, but you don't know for sure? Just kind of throw it out there?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Because you can do it in so many different ways. You don't have to make it personal about your child. You can say, you know, I read something the other day, or I saw this information, or this was on on our radio station. You know, I'm just curious, how would you handle something like that? So I don't have to ask you directly, are you in this kind of relationship?
And sometimes that works the opposite way, doesn't it? If you come on too strong, in other words, saying, hey, something's going on, and you may push them into denial.
For sure. And with teenagers, we all remember being a teenager, we wanted to make sure that we were the adult in the situation. We were the one who knew all the answers. You know, we wanted to really get our own independence. So I don't want to go to mom and dad, who's been telling me ever since I was born what to do and what not to do. So I'm 13, 15, 16. I'm not coming to you right now because I want to handle this on my own. So, yeah, but again, letting them know I'm here for you. And I really want to be able to be that person for whatever goes on in your life. And let me just squeeze this in. I'm sorry. If you see something, so your child is around the person who they're in this relationship with, and you see something, a good line to say is, you know, it scared me when they yelled at you like that. You ever get scared when they yell? Just say something. Yeah.
Good advice.
Rhonda Fleming, the Chief of Prevention, Intervention, and Outreach at the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh. Rhonda, we really appreciate your time today. And I'll leave you with this question. What can people do to get more involved?
Thank you. Please go to our website at wcspittsburgh.org. We always have updates on our website. We are right now in the midst of our Adopt a Family season where we are collecting gift cards that we can give to our residents, our non-residents, people who have used our services over the last year, women who've used our services over this year can come in, and gift cards allow for the women to have dignity. So instead of saying, here's a red blouse for your daughter, they may not want a red blouse. They can go to the store and buy what they want if they get gift cards. So we're always looking to receive the gift cards. And thank you, because your donations have really helped us already because of this station. So thank you so much that they're continuing to increase. So I'm
really glad we can help and that people can go to our website to help. Again, and that's 937thefan.com. Click on Fan for the Win and donate. Rhonda, thank you so much again for coming out. We
Thanks,
really
Rhonda.
Appreciate the work you do.
Thank you both.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
She's been doing it for a long time, and clearly you're a person who can make a big difference. So thank you.
Thank you. Bob, we turn our attention back to the Penguins with Jay Caulfield. I know you wanted to say something about them. Are you believing in this little situation here?
I believe that they needed to make a correction. They needed to move quickly to do it, and I think they've done that, given this. And listen, Joe, these teams that they've beaten are pretty good teams, starting with Vancouver. A lot of people think they're a Stanley Cup contending team. They essentially blew them out, late comeback by Vancouver. Then they go and they beat Boston in Boston, never easy to do. And then they come home and take on Calgary on back-to-back nights, and they essentially blow them out. Had a big lead last night against the Stanley Cup champions. Let them get back into it. But the point is, those are tough games. They came away with 4 wins. That's a step in the right direction. And now they just have to keep it going and stop the 6-game losing skids.
I think part of this is just a guess, has to do with the night. What was the milestone that Sid got recently?
That was his 600th goal.
Yes.
It took a while.
It took a while, and it seemed like such a sad night because they got hammered that night.
Right.
And I have to wonder if the guys in that room just feel like, are we letting this guy down? A guy who fights for himself half the time out on the rink, and just a guy who means what he does to everybody in that room. That felt like such a sad night for him to have a milestone like that, and for him to have difficulty being happy about it because they got blown out. Was it the Utah Hockey Club that night?
Yeah, it was a team they should have beaten badly.
I mean, I would feel, Jay Caulfield talks about this when guys don't stand up for Sid. I would feel like I let him down. And it feels like that was rock bottom. Like, I don't know why they're making this comeback suddenly, but I think I would feel like I let that guy down. What an embarrassing night that was. And since then, at least, Bob, we see some fight.
Yeah, that's what you wanted to see. Fight back, and especially, it's all going to come down to goaltending. It always does. Who has the best? Tristan Jarry has shown that now, over the past couple of games, that he is slowly getting back to the form they need him to be at. And quite frankly, they had no choice but to get him in there. The money they're paying him, they can't let him sit forever. I still believe Bloomquist is their future, but this is a guy who's very important to them right now. And if they're going to get into the playoffs, and the goal is do that, if they get in, they could be an interesting team to watch in the playoffs, given all the high-end Hall of Fame talent that they have on the roster.
Coming back, I want to ask Bob if he agrees. I think it's going to be a blowout win here. So does Mark Cabali for the Steelers in this revenge game against the Browns. I think it's going to be an organizational win. I do. One team is the Steelers, and one team is the Browns. And what did Juju say all those years ago, Bob?
The Browns is the Browns.
And I think that's going to show on Sunday. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia. Peters Township, visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Steeler Talk next.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins were winners against Florida last night, 5-4 in overtime. The Penguins have won 4 games in a row and will play against the Rangers on Friday night at 7:30 on the road in New York. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Discover Pittsburgh's ultimate fashion destination, Tons. The city's first concept store for designer fashion. 5935 Baum Boulevard, or shop online anytime at tons-shop.com. Tons, Pittsburgh's main fashion destination.
Tired of spending money on copays? UPMC First Care offers $0 copays for your first in-person and virtual PCP and specialist visits. $0 copays for all in-person and virtual behavioral health visits. And $0 copays for all virtual urgent care visits. Choose UPMC First Care for affordable health care that puts individuals and families first. Visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace today to enroll. Enrollment ends December 15th for coverage starting January 1st.
Guys, it's finally here. Wendy's new salted caramel frosty. It's cold, salted, yet perfectly sweet, delicious, and it's at the top of Santa's Christmas list. What? Santa has a list too, you know. And he's a huge salted caramel frosty fan. Probably why he's so jolly all the time. The iconic frosty with a salted caramel twist? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Salted caramel frosty flavored with other natural flavors.
Shop Black Friday deals now at Lowe's. Get up to 50% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. And get 2 free select tools with purchase of a select combo kit or battery kit from brands like Cobalt, Craftsman, and DeWalt. Hurry and shop these savings only for a limited time because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 11/28 through 12/4. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Yes, it's the story of a man and his mustache. We know that by now, but what you might not know is that there's a story still being told here with Joe Potocznik. This is getting better 43 years later. The man, the mustache, they went into business together. Yeah, it was successful. That was 43 years ago. What they couldn't have imagined then was that it would still be growing and getting better and better 43 years later. That, to me, is the thrust of the story here, Limitless Wonder.
I agree.
I was just out at Joe Potocznik's store a couple weeks ago doing a show, which was a pleasure to do with all the wonderful people there. But this guy's winning awards left and right, and he's doing it as a wily veteran quarterback. That's what's happening right now, the back-to-back Northeast trifecta MVP. It's just getting better. With the weather turning, man, you don't want any flaws in your roofing and siding. You're going to feel it. This is the place to go. Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding, $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. Give them a call, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Shop Black Friday deals now at Lowe's. Get up to 50% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. And get 2 free select tools with purchase of a select combo kit or battery kit from brands like Cobalt, Craftsman, and DeWalt. Hurry and shop these savings only for a limited time because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 11/28 through 12/4. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up, it's golf.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi beginning January 7th on ESPN. Keep up, it's golf. I don't have a dog in the fight, so my CFP gripe today is about structure. At the moment, top-ranked Oregon is waiting on the Ohio State-Tennessee winner. That's not the reward it should be for number one. No need for a static bracket. They should reseed with every round. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up, it's golf.
Shop Black Friday deals now at Lowe's. Get up to 50% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. And get 2 free select tools with purchase of a select combo kit or battery kit from brands like Cobalt, Craftsman, and DeWalt. Hurry and shop these savings only for a limited time because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 11/28 through 12/4. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, for a limited time, find out how to get an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
At Diamonds Direct, we have the perfect gifts for the season, starting at around $500. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas, see the online seasonal gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant. We've got special financing, so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Where's what we came for?
Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bob, I would like to commend City Limits for doing yeoman's work, and I don't even know what a yeoman is. But he's been wonderful today, hasn't he?
It's a good question. What is a yeoman? But a yeoman's work has been understood. Someone who is there grinding, minute in, minute out.
Are you developing a nice relationship with Limits here?
Not really, but that's for you to have.
What's the problem, Limits? What's been going? What's the disconnect?
I love Bob very much.
Here it is. It's about, hey, Bob. Hey, Bob, put your wooden teeth in, all this crap.
He's threatening you on those sound clips with your very relationship with him. Don't be sabotaged by that or kidnapped, or what's the word I'm looking for?
He's fine.
Hey, Bob!
He's no longer fine.
He came right back with
That's all that will be played.
The 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Bob, what's your early gut feel on this game? Mine has been for a while blowout. You?
Yeah, I think the same thing, but I thought that the first time around. I thought in Cleveland they were going to go against the trend of falling into that Thursday night malaise that is Cleveland. But then the weather changed. I thought they'd win easily. I did. I thought they were – and this is the time for them to do it. Had a great opportunity coming off the win against Baltimore, put a little space. It did not work out. So this time I would expect the same. Now the lines are a little bit different. If you look at the line on this one, the last I checked was 7 or 7.5. It started at 6.5. I told you at the beginning of the week I wouldn't be surprised if it was 8+. It's heading in that direction because I think people understand, Denver, Monday night, travel across, bad loss for the Browns. They got to play again. Pittsburgh has redemption on its minds. So I think this has every earmark of a team that
What's the
should
spread
blow
right
out.
now?
7, depending on what you look. It went up from 6.5 to 7. Some books have it as 7.5. I told you I wouldn't be surprised that it would climb just because of the way people are going to perceive this game. Yeah. But it's still a North rivalry, so I mean, who knows? But I would, if you're asking me, I think they should win it comfortably.
I think they are going to be absolutely primed emotionally for this game. I really do, and I can't wait to watch the Hard Knocks episode on this one because that game in Cleveland, there was a lot of extra stuff, right? There, and people say, well, what does that matter? The greatest athletes I've ever heard of and watched were always looking for an extra emotional edge, so it must mean something to those guys, and if it means something to those guys, I think it means something. And Newsome talking about Pickens, and Myles Garrett has gone out of his way, I think, to antagonize TJ.
No question about it, and I think that has been stashed away by TJ Watt.
Oh, I think he's going to be the star of the game. When I asked the big boy earlier who's going to be the star, Myles Garrett was the best player on that football field a couple weeks ago. I think that's going to be TJ this time around. Plus, I don't think you can underestimate the effect of going all the way out to Denver, playing a game like that, and then coming all the way back across the country and coming here on a short week. I think they're going to smash their faces in, Bob.
Yeah, I think.
How does 34-13 sound?
I think it's going to be a double-digit win. Let's put it that way. How that turns out, I don't know, but it won't be a game that you're in the fourth quarter thinking, oh my, it's in jeopardy. No, I don't think it'll get to that point. I think the Steelers will dictate terms and take care of business.
Wrapping up with Hard Knocks from last night, I'll end where I started, that Mike Tomlin is the star of the show, and he's a star. He's a television star. He is, because everything he does is compelling. He's a compelling character. It opened up, the show did, with all 4 coaches in the AFC North, each addressing their teams at large in an assembly-like setting. And what you had was 3 football coaches and a movie star. Unintended movie star. Tomlin can be sitting there eating Fritos as he was watching film. He's just a compelling character, period. He is. I find him to be, and I feel like a lot of people do.
And
he
I think
was
it's
the star
also
of the show.
It's an attractive quality for people who may later think about, should I sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers? Maybe that, they look at that and say, that's the kind of coach I want to play for. Who knows? But, it's in his case, I know that reality television is not reality when someone knows there is a camera in your face and you're mic'd. But I think he tries to be himself all the time. And that just is how he is.
Yes.
A lot of the sayings you'll hear on that show, we've heard 1,000 times here in the city, right? But that's for some people, and they may not have, and they may come away thinking at the same time.
Yeah, Tomlin becomes way more likable outside of that Tuesday news conference when you see him as he really is.
Mm-hmm.
You see him interact with players and people in general who aren't media people. He's just, I find him very likable, extremely compelling. I just think that's shared by a lot of people, Limits, and I think he is so clearly the star of this Hard Knocks. It's undeniable.
That was clear and evident to me just in the first 10 minutes, where it seemed like the camera was always on Tomlin. He was the focal point. I watch a lot of reality TV, and the one thing that
Housewives?
No, Big Brother, mainly. And everybody in reality TV, which is what this is on Hard Knocks, they look for a narrator. Mike Tomlin is their narrator for Hard Knocks, and it was so apparent in the early portion of the show.
I love when he went up to Hayward because he'd been pounding all week that they had to watch the running back with the Bengals. And he's like, you think I made that stuff up? He used a different word. And he said, I think he said, hey, old man. And they walked off the field together at halftime. That part of it was great. The other parts, it's tough to incorporate 4 teams. The Ravens, I left with nothing other than that John Harbaugh is cold all the time. Did you see that part, Bob?
A lot of those guys are like, what you would expect from coaches, going through the normal procedural things and doing it in a very kind of distant way. Here it is, this is what we're doing. And then they give you a little of the rah-rah. So there is a difference there with Mike. There's no question about it.
What'd you make of Joe Burrow buying a Batmobile? He bought a $2.9 million Batmobile. What do you do with that, Limits? Do you head out on the town in your Batmobile?
So he said maybe it was a post that was made, that there is 10 in the world, and Joe Burrow was one of 10 to be able to get this Batmobile. I guess other than Halloween, you just drive around and be cool, I guess.
Did you make a bet on that?
No, I that kind of stuff. Now, maybe it's a different, when you're younger and you have money and you do all these things, you think you can do whatever you can do, and there's so much money you can. But for me, I've always regarded vehicles as, hey, I want a nice one, but all it has to do is get me from point A to point B. I don't need any of these extreme expensive cars. And these young guys who have a lot of money are buying whatever they can buy. Good for them.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. What's cooking? Brought to you by our local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Bob, the Hand and Stone Massage and Facial Spa, bought me one of these
Stanley Cups. That's your first Stanley Cup.
It's a keg-like water. What is it? What is this thing?
It's like a Stanley Cup. That's what they call it, I think. I don't know if that's the same manufacturer.
It's a gigantic water bottle made of tin. And I've been jealous of other people, but I also thought that, that's ridiculous.
Those are expensive.
But I love
from
it.
Cup point of
now
view.
that I have one,
you can fill it up.
If I fill it up once, it guarantees that I'm going to get enough water during the show. I love this thing. Look, I'll put it up here for everyone to see.
Yeah, it's very nice.
If you're watching on YouTube or on the Fan at 93.7.com. I'm really happy with this. And the other thing I took from today's show is the general telling us that the Skeens card has not been found yet, and telling you that your Jackson Merrill card is worth $15. Are you proud of that, and you're going to cash in?
I'm going to keep it until Jackson Merrill decides not to be Jackson Merrill and goes into a slump or something. Yeah, I'm going to keep it.
I'll tell you why I'm angry now. Would you guys like to hear? Other than at Bob?
Sure.
Yes.
Jim Bowden does great stuff for The Athletic. He has the headline is 7 big trades I'd like to see happen at the winter meetings. So, of course, I go to it scrolling through, hoping to see a pirate trade, right? A proposed pirate trade.
Because Joe wants to trade Mitch Keller, Bob.
Hey, it depends on if they get something good in return. I'd keep that staff the way it is.
That's a very inaccurate summation of my feelings, Limits, and I resent you for saying that.
I apologize for saying it. But no, you do want to trade Mitch Keller. We've had this conversation
I don't
over and
want
over.
to trade Mitch Keller. It makes it sound like, and even Jared Jones. It makes it sound like, yeah, I'd love to get those guys out of town.
But your point being, if you want a bat, you're going to have to
bats.
give something up to get one. He's signed at a very nice contract for some people. He could fill a void in any rotation.
Yes.
So
that's
I understand
exactly
that.
it, Bob. But that's beside the point. I scrolled down to number 3. Never saw the Pirates. And this is, again, a proposal. This is not a trade that happened. This is Jim Bowden. Number 3, Reds get Luis Robert Jr. from the White Sox. The Reds could use one more bat for the middle of their lineup, and Robert, who comes with 3 years of team control, would be the perfect fit. Well, why can't the Pirates go get him then? Why aren't they in here? Why won't they make the trade?
Well, they were rumored to be liking Luis Robert and at least making a call during the offseason and during the deadline.
Were you surprised that they lost out if they even bid on Aroldis Chapman? He goes to Boston for essentially the same salary.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm okay with that. He was good. But would you trade Keller for Luis Robert?
Luis Robert had a bad year last year.
I know.
That's
14 homers, 23 steals, 224. I wouldn't. But I would still like. I mean, if I got the 223 version.
Well, that's where he had like 30-plus home runs, didn't he?
Yeah, he had an 55 OPS with 38 homers, 36 doubles, 20 steals. Yes, that's it. That's at least the profile of the type of guy that I would trade for Keller. Give me the hitting version of Keller, a good player, not a superstar, but a good player who's in there every day helping your lineup.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying. Limits, I don't want to get rid of him. He's a nice man.
Yeah, I know you don't, but this team needs bats so badly, especially if there's a golden rule, Bob. You know, you can't have the Alika Williams bat in the ninth inning. You need somebody.
Listen to this, Bob, and Limits. Number 5, Astros acquire Cody Bellinger from Cubs. The Astros have needs at first base and center field, and Bellinger would solve either position. Gold Glove caliber at first base, plus defender and center. He's had a down year, which makes him look like Mickey Mantle on this Pirates lineup. He still had an OPS of almost 800 with 18 homers. Come on. The Cubs have, well, who would they trade for him?
Doesn't say, does it?
No, if the Cubs can move Bellinger's contract, it would free up money to spend elsewhere, blah, blah, blah. What is this? Doesn't he give us a guy that they trade to them, Bob?
No. The bottom line is it won't be an active
Would you
one
trade Mitch Keller for Cody Bellinger?
Well, I wanted to sign Cody Bellinger when he was a free agent. That way you could have had both.
He's got a player option. Let me see here. He exercised his 27 point. He's out of their price range, probably.
Well, that's because
they
shouldn't have a price range. They shouldn't have a price range. It should be pay. Money.
I agree.
That's it.
He exercised $27.5 million for 25 and has a player option for 26. I don't know. So you get him for what? 1 year. Are we really going into 2025, Bob? How old are we? We're catching up to Ron.
It's about what you think if your mind says you're younger, you're younger. We've got a big year this year, Joe. We got the U.S. Open coming to Oakmont Country Club. Looking forward to that.
Do you have anything going on there, Bob, where you and I could play around leading up to the tournament and do a show there?
You'll never get close to the golf course.
Why?
Because it's
not
impossible.
Even with you? Can I with you? Are you going to get close to the golf course?
No, it's impossible. They're going to have players coming in. The membership wants to get as much rounds.
Can they bring us in during the winter?
You can look at pictures on the wall. Yeah, sure.
Why can't we play?
You can't play.
Even with you?
No.
What if you bring Mario?
Mario doesn't need me. He can do whatever he wants.
I know, but you need him, and I need you and him.
Okay.
Will we do a show from Oakmont for this?
Well, possibly. I know RTV and KDK, we're going to be pretty much out there every single day anchoring from there. So.
Will they let us hit at the range?
No.
Not even that?
Could I watch? Could I go as like a fan?
Got to buy a ticket. Sure.
When are we done? Limits 50 or?
Yeah, we have a minute.
Goodbye. Fan weather brought to you.
That's an abrupt fall off.
I know. I don't want to get in trouble. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High 38 with cloudy skies. Bob, surely if we do shows there, they'll let us hit from the range. They're listening right now.
You're not going to have.
Can I hit from the range at Oakmont in the winter if you're listening out there?
In the winter, probably, yes.
Yeah. Will you help me do that?
Maybe.
I thought the tickets were gone.
What tickets?
They may be.
Bob, you can help us out and get us some tickets, maybe?
I don't know.
Bob?
I used to have more clout in that than I do now.
Can we do a show from Oakmont at the Open?
I'm sure we can. Media Center?
Yes.
Set up beautifully.
Get a little merchandise there? I mean, buy it, of course. And just one shot at the range, Bob,
No.
or a putt? Can I take one putt?
Nope.
Good night, Bob. Good night,
Joe.
Limits. First, I want to tell you about FanDuel and the Friday firsts in the NBA. Bob and I were watching Steph Curry last night. What a disaster that turned out to be. But here's something that's not a disaster. Every Friday night, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, giving all customers a bigger payout on select NBA first bets. First bets let you get in on the action from the opening tip. You can bet on things like who will score the first basket, which team will be the first to 15 points, so much more. And best of all, you don't have to wait the whole game to see if you won. Just look for Friday First in the FanDuel app to find your profit boosts. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to claim your Friday First profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball tonight against Mississippi State right here on 93.7 The Fan. 8:45 pregame, 7:15 tip-off. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The defending NBA champs are off to a great start at 17-4 on the season and host Detroit tonight in Boston. The Celtics are double-digit favorites over the upstart Pistons, and Boston has won 10 straight over Detroit and covered the number in 6 of the last 8 matchups. The BetQL model thinks the Celtics' dominance continues. Their 5-star best bet is taking Boston and laying the points at home against the Pistons. I'm Michael Jenkins. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free, explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761-0000.
Permane Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the best destination to catch all of your favorite hometown and out-of-market sports. With NFL Sunday Ticket and every game, every week, there's no better place to grab a table or pull up a bar stool. Permane's has a daily half-off happy hour where nearly everything behind the bar is half off. Beers for $3.29 or domestic pitchers for $9.99 every single day. And don't forget your favorite Permane Almost Famous sandwich or our great deals on wings and pizza. Permane Brothers, now serving more sports.
It's Dan Zangrelli for the injury lawyers LGKG. You may know them as Luxembourg, Garbic, Kelly, and George. They've been around Western Pennsylvania for over 90 years. Their flagship office located in Newcastle, but now 7 offices canvassing the Pittsburgh region. I've come to know and really like Joe George as a trustworthy professional. And for Joe, trust is everything.
The moment of truth comes down to when you get an offer in a personal injury case. You got to decide whether it's the right offer, the right number, and you got to decide whether it isn't. And if it's not, you're going to trial. And you can't have a wide-eyed client on the other side not knowing what to expect. And when you say, my recommendation is this, and they turn around and say, we trust you. You're the professional. Let's do it, whether it's accept the offer or go to trial.
So if you're injured in an accident or have a medical malpractice case that needs the attention of LGKG, visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
Oh no,
My phone.
Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. For a limited time, trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's up to $1,900 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Only at Verizon. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Up to $1,900 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Sullivan Super Service 23rd Annual Food Drive is going on now. All essential items welcomed. Every dollar donated will provide 3 healthy meals to families, veterans, and seniors facing hunger in southwestern Pennsylvania. As a thank you, Sullivan will give you $25 off your next repair if you make either a monetary or food donation. Home must be owner-occupied and located in Allegheny County. For more details, visit sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service, serving and uplifting the Pennsylvania area for more than 60 years.
Hearing about online threats every day can be stressful. McAfee Total Protection is here to help you live a worry-free life online. What does worry-free mean? You won't have to wonder if that text message is a scam, if new threats will pop up on your PC, or if you're safe from identity theft. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get up to 79% off award-winning online protection. Act fast. This Black Friday Cyber Monday deal won't last. Offer ends 12/4/24. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here's a real story from a satisfied Window Nation customer.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows and 0% interest for 6 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
Good morning, beat freaks. Who's ready to move? Let's start this day right.
Tasha's morning dance parties are meeting rave reviews.
Lose your phones and find your groove.
They need an ops manager to help their community dance the morning away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Shop Dell Technologies Cyber Monday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Cyber Monday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and I recently caught up with my friend Paige at Awaken 180. I asked about the new Awaken 180 Golden program. I mean, feeling and looking younger in addition to weight loss? It's true. With Awaken 180 Golden, clients receive the same fast weight loss we all had, and at the same time see the benefits of what matters most to those over 60. Increased energy, improved mobility, better sleep results. Awaken 180 Golden clients start seeing in just 2 weeks. I mean, Who doesn't want to be 30 or 50 pounds lighter and at the same time feel 10 years younger? At 29, I'm already feeling better. My knees feel a whole lot better than they did a few years ago. And I can only imagine what else is coming down the line. Want my advice? Don't let weight, don't let age get in the way of living the life you want to lead. Instead, choose Awaken 180 Golden. Call 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt takes its highest top 25 ranking into tonight, under Jeff Capel into tonight's game against Mississippi State. In the ACC-SEC Challenge, the ACC has lost 8 of 9 in the series so far this year. Tip-off on the Fans at 9:15, pregame at 8:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Muller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Remember what got you here. For me, I had a bad week, mentally, physically, and I was down. Then this morning driving in, just feeling what the hell I'm coming here to do today is what I've been dreaming about my whole life. So there's no way you can be mad out there tomorrow. Make sure you go out there, communicate, talk with each other, have fun, and let's kick these boys' ass.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Before we get into it, today is 93.7 The Fan's Day of Giving. We're asking you to support us as we raise money for a great cause, the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh. Domestic violence does not discriminate. It affects adults and children of all ages. Race, religion, financial background doesn't matter. In 2023, the Women's Center and Shelter of Pittsburgh served over 7,500 adult survivors and children, and we are dedicating today to raise money to help with their holiday program, to buy gift cards for those in need. It is so simple, real easy to do. Just go to our 937thefan.com website, click on the Fan for the Win story at the top of the page. You'll see it right there, and then click on the Donate Here button throughout the afternoon. So that is why everyone is decked out in purple today. Malzy across from me. Donnie Football is back after a little day off, but as I mentioned, he has Jim Rome's schedule in December. So enjoy Donnie while you can today, because you're not going to get a ton of Donnie between now and 2025. All right, Hard Knocks. That was the Keanu Benton speech before they played in Cincinnati at the team hotel. He got up and he was the guy that tried to get all of his teammates fired up for the game. Some of the reviews are out. Pat McAfee said, Hard Knocks got its fastball back. Ian Rappaport said, Hard Knocks Episode 1 was simply excellent. Brooke Pryor, our friend with ESPN, Steelers reporter, I could have watched 3 more hours of Hard Knocks tonight. She loved it. I thought it was solid. It was a Steelers infomercial for an hour. So if that's what you're into, you probably liked it too. It looked like something that was produced by the team's social media team. That's not reality TV. Donnie, we know Sarah is addicted with reality TV. Does she watch Love is Blind season 10?
Oh, yeah, all of them.
Does she have a clear all-time champ in the reality TV world? Like she thinks
Survivor's still going strong. That thing's been on the air since I was in grade school.
Didn't she just post about Jersey Shore?
They've had multiple reunions.
I would say that Jersey Shore is very high. The Challenge, which is kind of like Survivor. And,
that's with
and
Real World and Road Rules guys from back in the day.
That's what it spawned from. Yeah, those are probably her top 2. The Challenge is actually pretty good.
Chris,
I enjoy that show.
Hard Knocks is a reality TV show. Reality TV, to me,
real.
Are cat fights where girls are pulling each other's hair and calling each other skanks.
Yeah, but that's only the producers are telling them to do that on those shows. Every time. Those shows are not more real because they're fighting. The producers are
Fair
like,
enough.
hey, will the two of you please call each other skanks today?
Reality TV is supposed to have drama to it, whether it's artificial or semi-real. It's supposed to have that kind of appeal to it. This was just Mike Tomlin's great, Cam Hayward's great, Russell Wilson's great. It was a sappy hour of TV. That wasn't HBO. That wasn't prestige television last night. That was, hey, the Steelers want a message out, or they want something that makes the organization look good, and that's what we got for an hour. And there were cool moments, and there were some other things we'll get into, and I'm not saying I was bored by it or I turned it off. I heard an argument this morning between Fittipaldo and Crowley where Adam was giving Ray crap about how he's derelict of duty for not having watched it as a reporter on the Steelers. I'm on Ray's side.
I was going to make a joke with you and tell you I didn't watch it.
Nothing groundbreaking at all came out of that show.
I was going to make a joke with you and say I didn't watch it, but I knew that so much of today, before I even spoke to you, was going to be about the show that I did my diligence and I watched it dutifully right at 9 o'clock in real time when it came out. Did it get its fastball back for Malsey? How could I know what its fastball looked like? I've never watched it before. This is my first time. I'm digging into the box for the first time here.
Was that the Paul Skeen Splinker of football documentaries?
Hold on. There was one person. I think there was one clear breakout. Not breakout star, but one person who definitely wants to use Hard Knocks to be famous.
And that's the assistant offensive line coach in Cleveland?
How did you know?
Yeah.
Roy
that guy came off as a total tool bag.
He did. He came from the Bruce Boudreau school of swearing a lot. Like, hey, I'm going to throw an F-bomb in every other word here. And you can almost tell the guys in the room are like, wait a minute, what are you doing
here? What a meathead.
Do you guys also think it now lacks more drama because the teams have final say?
That's the main reason.
Yeah.
That's why it's not, like, I think in a perfect world, it's all of HBO's filmmaking ability and resources and everything else that they could throw at something done and applied in a true documentary style where, like, the team has to grant full access. It hasn't been like that since when, Pony? When did they start giving teams final edit?
I don't know the year on it. It was just a cute hour of TV. It was wholesome television. It was
feel-good TV. It was Connor Hayward and Cam Hayward.
Yeah.
Look at the brother-brother relationship here and how it's evolved over the years.
That's not what Hard Knocks is supposed to be.
You know what was the biggest evidence to me that it wasn't, that it was just like an infomercial for every team, but the Steelers are in the lead in the division. They beat the Bengals, so they're going to look the best. All the negative Pickens stuff was edited out.
Yeah.
They throw the long ball to him. We all know, we watched the game. If a casual viewer didn't watch that game, they go, wow, Pickens set them up for a big go-ahead or whatever, touchdown. No, they show that. They have Tomlin saying, it's uncanny how he catches this deep ball. Nothing about the fact that he got flagged for 15 yards. They have Mike and George Pickens having their moment. Nothing else about Pickens. Like, he was only seen on the field. Even the Bengals. Now, the Steelers don't have final cut of what the Bengals say about a guy, but even all the Bengals comments on George Pickens were, we know they want to go to 14. They want to get that ball to 14. 14's their guy.
How about I'm to believe there's no internal strife on the Cincinnati side when the offense keeps scoring at will and the defense can't stop a nosebleed, and there's no Jamar Chase getting upset about that.
Right.
And there's no frustration
between. There's no Burrow just like slumping his shoulders.
Lou Anarumo and Zach Taylor over it.
But I did find out that Burrow bought a true non-street legal Batmobile, though, which is nice. I thought it was very slickly produced. You know, the way it's edited looks it's very neatly packaged for television. As a guy who never watched it before last night, I've nothing to,
no
go
point
by.
of reference.
Yeah, no point of reference for it at all whatsoever. It's just a quick, slick hour of television. That's it. Like, I got nothing out of that, man. I really, nothing. The only thing I could tell you that I took from it is this. We always hear people say most coaches are really only as good as their quarterback. And that probably is true to a degree. You know who does come off very underwhelming? Zach Taylor just is like, oh, shucks, guys. Like, oh, Joe fumbled. Oh, darn it. Like, I will tell you that Tomlin comes off, force of personality-wise, way different than any of the other three, even John Harbaugh. Harbaugh is like the next closest for like rapport.
Based on how they wanted to present it to us and show it to us, I would 100% agree with you.
I mean, I don't know if Zach Taylor has a personality. Did he raise his voice? Kevin Stefanski's in there telling his team, guys, you wanted to be in the playoffs? Look at this schedule. We're in the playoffs, baby.
So
What
now,
are you
so
doing
now I guess
here?
their season's over. They're playing a preseason game against the Steelers on Sunday.
I don't really think
'cause
this
they
was
lost
edited.
the playoff game against Denver Monday night.
I don't think it was edited in such a way that it made Mike Tomlin look extra good. I just do think in that setting, when each team has final cut, of all 4 coaches, he is going to come off to the average viewer who doesn't know a ton about him for whatever reason. He's going to come off like the most likable guy, like the guy most average human beings would want to be on a team coached by, because he looks like a master motivator. Zach Taylor looks like a guy hoping Joe Burrow does something cool, frankly.
Donnie, what was your reaction? You've watched Hard Knocks pretty much every year. I don't know if you've watched the in-season ones.
This was the first time I've watched an in-season version. I normally catch the training camp one. I enjoyed that Giants one. Even
Everyone
though that
tells me the Giants one, they showed too much. They left too much in there, and now they've got a lot of egg on their face because of it.
I thought that made for more captivating TV.
100%.
Well, isn't that the problem? Here's the push-pull. You say that's the best this show has been in a very long time.
And now every team's going to be like,
the Giants are like,
I don't want any part of it.
Shoot, what did we do here?
Apparently, there was an incident when the Colts were on this a couple years ago, and Quentin Nelson went into Frank Reich's office and basically reamed him out for throwing the ball too much and said, we got to get back to running the ball, and they left that in, and it showed like a real discord between the team's best player and the head coach.
Yep.
We're not going to get that with the Steelers in this show. We got Cam Hayward sitting down with his brothers eating sweet potato pie and green bean casserole.
What did you think
It's
of
a
the
cute
Hayward
moment.
spread? Looked like a pretty solid spread they had.
Especially when his wife was bragging about waking up at 4 a.m. I thought that was a
I thought that
catered
was
thing.
Cam who got up at 4 a.m. to get like the turkey started.
Well, either way, it was a joint job. Looked to me like it was professionally done. But that's what we're talking about here. We're breaking down what they had for Thanksgiving dinner.
I was
Hard Knocks.
I mean, I was trying very hard to like glean stuff from it. That you could even squint and say, "Ooh, that's interesting," and just honestly, nothing really.
There was interesting stuff, but it didn't.
Nothing like groundbreaking. Though. Nothing that was going to
earth-shattering.
lead the show where you and I were going to be like, "Holy bleep! Can you believe what got onto Hard Knocks?"
That's why, and I don't usually do this. I don't make a point of taking other people's reactions and then reacting to their reaction. But McAfee is obviously as big as it gets in this business, and Rappaport is probably the second biggest insider. And they're over here acting like they just watched some Emmy-worthy, like that was the O.J. Simpson documentary series all over again.
I say this,
Come
I really
on
do
now.
say this with no disrespect because I think it's like kind of out there that people understand this innately about Pat's show. That is a show that traffics exclusively in positivity. I mean, I'm being serious here. That's a good vibes show, just like Hard Knocks
So you think
tried
the
to be a
show
good
could have
vibes show.
sucked ass and he would have said, folks, Hard Knocks, turn back the clock. The show is back on
Okay,
top.
I will ask you something.
We saw some dogs on Hard Knocks tonight.
No, I mean, seriously, either of you guys, we all have McAfee on, usually in the
Yeah, we
back
love
just because
Pat.
it's on. And, you know, Pat's Pittsburgh guy. We love that he's succeeded. But seriously, when is the last time we've had the sound on? They've been talking about a team, and you have heard like
Well,
some
he ripped Anthony Richardson for taking himself out of a game. That's
Okay.
probably the only time I remember it happening lately.
Well, that's his team that he played for. Maybe a little different feeling.
Well, this is his hometown.
I understand that. My point is, I just don't think that show strategically traffics in negativity.
All right, Donnie, so
I
finish
wouldn't
up your
expect
point.
them to kill that.
How did you
the
feel
show.
about it last night then?
I mean, I enjoyed it because it was like the first real look we ever did get at anything really behind the scenes. But I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying. Like this was at least the first episode. I'm going to imagine the whole series is kind of this way, depending on how the season goes. But this was tailor-made for somebody like Mike Tomlin. He can act how much like he hates it. You know, I saw 50 people, I think, tweet out his answer yesterday when he was asked if he was going to watch Hard Knocks. He can say all about how much he hates it, but he probably knows in the back of his mind it's tailor-made for a guy like him. He's going to come out of this without question being the most lovable character.
There's one person who might actually have a chance to unseat him, and it's Jameis. That's the other person who like is gonna come off like Mr. Chatty, talkative,
and he's going to really be the only bright spot for his team. So.
You guys really feel that way? If they had started the series after the Browns game? If that was episode 1, Steelers-Browns and not Steelers-Bengals, you guys really think we'd be saying the same thing today, that Tomlin was the MVP of the show? I think they basically would have edited the Steelers stuff out, and it would have been more about the Browns and the other teams. I think it's pretty much dependent on how the Steelers do. How much stuff are we going to get?
The Ravens got way less time with their game against Philly,
and they had a
down.
gigantic game.
It was probably the game of the year in terms of quality of opponents.
It was all superficial stuff on Justin Tucker. They were like building us up for how Tucker lost the game for them, and then there was like no real pull back the curtain interactions on him.
It was Harbaugh just saying on the sideline, "You're good," and Tucker going, "Yeah, I got it, coach." Then missing another one,
not having it at all.
Then going, "I just feel really bad, but it's not about how I feel." Whoop-de-doo. I wanted to see
and it was like it was like him in a scrum where he said that.
And it wasn't
also
even
anything behind the scenes.
You know what? The only piece of exposition I feel like we maybe got where like there's a filmmaker or whatever, they tried to imply something is this. They showed the Jackson clip of him saying we shouldn't have been putting Tucker in those spots. And then I think the very next cut was Jackson sitting silently at his locker, and I'm hoping that was some Francis Ford Coppola stuff.
One of the best usages of YouTube for me is to go back and watch
old games.
Yes. There's something else I was about to say, but I don't want to get myself
on
in
YouTube?
trouble with my wife. Yeah. I'll tell you what it is.
On YouTube?
Yes, I'll tell you what it is off the air. Okay. Is to go back and watch old Siskel and Ebert reviews of movies. They were Wilbon and Kornheiser before those guys existed. I mean, it is
They would get after each other, too.
It is tremendous.
Very catty.
You think Shannon Sharp would take down Skip Bayless? Go back and watch those two guys debate Batman Returns.
Shawshank Redemption.
It is incredible stuff.
Oh, they were both withering to each other.
So here's what I'm going to allow our listeners to do. Many of them watched this last night. 412-928-9370. Episode 1 of Hard Knocks. Thumbs up or thumbs down? What do you do?
What are we giving it?
Well, we'll give that on the way back. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Be a critic. Thumbs up, thumbs down on last night's episode of Hard Knocks and why. 412-928-9370. Donnie's headline, and we're right back on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins with a 5-4 win in overtime last night. Brian Rust, the game winner. That's now 4 straight W's for the Penguins. They visit the Rangers Friday. Puck drop set for 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NFL. Sunday, Steelers and Browns, a game that will be previewed on this reality TV show that we're just talking about. And let's face it, the Steelers have not lost to the Browns at home since 1999, the last time Cleveland came back to their first year, their expansion year. It's been that long. If you believe in the Steelers to keep that streak going and make it 23 in a row, FanDuel.com/Andrew, make a $5 or more deposit, first bet $5 on the Steelers to win. You're going to get $150 if that bet hits. All they need to do is win the game. FanDuel.com/Andrew. That's what they're giving out. New users right now. First bet, $5 to win $150 on America's #1 sportsbook, FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Code 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for December is Shoe Brew Brewing's Polyphonic. And the charity of the month for December is the American Cancer Society.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wendy's. The iconic Frosty with a caramel twist. It's got to be Wendy's. Terms apply. Naturally flavored. ACC Nation is all bent because 2 lost Miami is currently the last team out, and you will never guess the last team in. I'm kidding. Of course you know who it is. I don't even need to tell you. How could it possibly be anybody other than Alabama? I'm Jim Rome.
Guys, it's finally here. Wendy's new salted caramel Frosty. It's cold, salted, yet perfectly sweet, delicious, And it's at the top of Santa's Christmas list. What? Santa has a list too, you know. And he's a huge salted caramel Frosty fan. Probably why he's so jolly all the time. The iconic Frosty with a salted caramel twist? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Salted caramel Frosty flavored with other natural flavors.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all three with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
Primanti Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the destination to catch all your favorite sports now with Sunday Ticket. Don't miss daily half-off happy hour, $3.29 daily beer, great deals on wings and pizza, and of course your favorite almost famous sandwich. Primanti Brothers, now serving more sports.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. That's a full year of AAA's legendary roadside assistance for only $35. And as part of this special radio offer, AAA will waive the admission fee, add 2 free eligible household members, and you'll also receive a free $20 gift card for yourself. That's a total value of $168 for only $35. AAA will always be there if they're locked out of their car, need a tow, run out of gas, have a flat tire, or need a new battery. AAA has them covered as a driver or passenger in any car, not just their own. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit online at AAA.com/gift to receive this special radio offer. That's AAA.com/gift to give a gift membership today and receive a free $20 gift card for yourself. Limited time offer, restrictions apply.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. It's our day of giving here on the Fan. Donate gift cards, money to the Women's Shelter and Center of Greater Pittsburgh. That's who we are looking to help out this month, especially today, 937thefan.com. Every little bit counts. Thumbs up, thumbs down on episode 1 of Hard Knocks.
You want to be Cisco or you want to be
taking your calls here on it, too. And we'll also have Tyler Kennedy on the Penguins making it 4 in a row last night in overtime against the defending Cup champs.
More praise, Pony, from Ari Myrov, better known as My Sports Update.
One of Starkey's favorite interviews. Ari, you're not giving me any opinions. Remember that.
Oh, yeah. I felt bad for Joe because Mr. Myrov was, in fact, giving him 0.0 opinions. He's got an opinion here,
Joe
though.
was pretty much used to that at that point.
Because he was working with Ron. I don't know. The coaches know more than us, Joe.
This is an opinion from Ari.
I'm not at practice. Yeah, go
They
ahead.
see them every day.
Yep.
Ari, this is super cool. A back-and-forth, behind-the-scenes look at Steelers and Bengals as they prepared their teams for last week's game. This is, all caps, incredible access from NFL Films on Hard Knocks. Bookmark this if you don't have the time now.
Look,
it's really good. What are you, the guy who tells me that, like, Dude, Where's My Car is a Best Picture candidate? What are we doing here, Ari?
I still go thumbs up, but it's not.
I'm giving you this. I'm giving you the third option. Thumbs in the middle.
What are you, like the guy in Gladiator?
Commodus, yes. I'm the guy, like Siskel to me, or when Ebert would review a movie on the 4-star scale.
I thought it was 5.
No, his was always 4.
Really?
Yeah, his was 4. I think they both ran on the 4-star scale. Because when he would give, like,
they didn't want to like, because dining critics go 5-star.
I think so.
So they wanted to make it their own, I guess.
4-star. I always remember, like, Ron Weiskin, the late PG film critic, would always go 4-star scale too.
You think he stole that from Siskel and Ebert?
I think it's just Siskel and Ebert made it industry standard. Anyway, I feel like when Ebert thought a movie was decent, like, didn't think it was a great movie, but was, like, inoffensively, like, he didn't feel like he wasted his 2 hours or whatever.
Yeah.
He would give it the very specific rating of 2.5 stars.
That's how you felt last night?
Yeah, 2.5 stars.
Donnie, you go thumbs up or thumbs down here?
I go thumbs up. I mean, I was looking forward to it. It was still cool to see at least a little bit behind the scenes. The other thing I enjoyed, which I forgot to mention a few minutes ago, we know that Mike Tomlin and the Steelers, but Tomlin specifically in his press conferences, we know that he likes to blow smoke a lot of times about their opponents and how good they are. Good Lord, they made Orlando Brown sound like the guy was Anthony Munoz. Like, oh, okay, take every single great left tackle.
See what
that's ever played
Highsmith did to this
football.
guy? That's why they went shopping.
They went and got Zeus, as if this guy was Orlando Pace, John Ogden, Joe Thomas. I don't
Wrapped
know.
into
Take
one.
your pick.
No, just put them all together, all their best attributes.
I mean, he's a good player, but geez.
In fact, I think most people would say he is a specifically kind of overrated good player.
But I think in his defense, believe it or not, I don't think some of these young NFL players have the depth of knowledge on guys that even fans and media do. So he probably is thinking, I can hoodwink or bamboozle Nick Herbig into thinking that he has this monumental task on Sunday, that he is going up against a world-renowned left tackle. And if I can drill that into him, I can make him, by the end of the week, hate this man and think that his whole entire livelihood as an NFL player is dependent on beating him.
I mean, I do think in that sense, like, Mike comes off as, and I don't think this is, I'm not saying this is like an overwhelming compliment to him, because I still think it's about, like, are your players good enough? It's easy to see why guys always talk about after their days here, like, how much they liked playing for him.
Yep.
The motivational capacity there does seem immense. I did think it was kind of noteworthy that Terrell Austin, that very first intro shot you get dropped right in, and here comes randomly Minka to sit in with the coaches. Terrell Austin, I thought, was like running the show there, kind of. Mike's sitting in the front of the room, but they're all clearly looking that other direction.
If we're listing or ranking off things that we learned about the Steelers from this show, the process of how they start their very early on game planning and scheming for an opponent defensively, we got some information on. It's a pretty casual, open conversation where Tomlin is sitting there and reacting to what he sees on the screen. And you're right, it looked like Terrell Austin was the person who was actually in charge of that defensive meeting, putting the Burrow and Chase tape and Chase Brown tape out there for everybody. It also launched Fritos Gate, is what that did.
What kind was he eating specifically?
Well, just a whole discussion about Fritos. And
terrific chip.
This to the shock of many, learning that Tomlin was a Fritos guy.
That's one of the more endearing things about him. I, too, a Fritos guy.
Your team Fritos.
Yeah, when I was a kid,
those
buddies,
look like the chili-flavored Cheetos.
See, I let go of
those
Fritos.
are outstanding.
I go traditional Fritos.
Really?
And then when I was a kid,
I think traditional Fritos smell like feet.
Funny that you
like
say that.
Sweaty feet.
I don't think that, Pony. I don't know how many sweaty feet you're trying to smell to compare that. They smell like corn oil. I loved them as a kid, and we would, back
Let's
in the day.
Let's get a bag of Fritos out of the vending machine, stick your nose in there, and you're going to be appalled by what it
smells
smells
like.
like.
Do you want me to?
Yes, I do
will.
during the break.
So I'm not going to be appalled. I'm going to eat them, and they're going to be delicious, and I'm going to be mad because I was trying to cut back on that stuff. But I would go to sleepovers. Like, we used to actually have sleepovers, Donnie, when we were kids. You probably didn't do that when you were a kid.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You think sleepovers were phased out?
Apparently the sleepover is being phased out these days, but that's another topic. And my buddies, if there were chips being eaten, like this is like 10, 11 years old, would get mad if they saw me eating Fritos because they claim the next thing that happened after Mulsey ate Fritos were the dreaded Frito farts, which kind of goes back to what Pony is saying about the overall smell.
They're just so bland on their own,
They just would
man.
say, boom, you're done.
They're just so...
They're great in chili. Like if you crumble them up into chili.
Okay.
Little added topper
I've never
there.
done that, but I could see that application or use of them before
I don't know.
just eating them
how
on
do you
their
say
own.
they're so plain? They're salty. They have flavor.
I think the salt is actually overpowering. I think it's too much salt.
Do you like Lay's potato chips?
No, I don't like them plain.
Do you like any plain chip?
Well, I like the kettle cooked ones. Or
just plain ass salt.
I could do that, or like the ridged, the wavy Lays or the Ruffles.
So wait a minute. Ruffles are the exact same chip as a Lay's, just with ridges in it, and the ridges somehow
that's
make
a big difference. Yes, absolutely, it makes a big difference.
I think they're better than the original, but you're acting like this is a sea change here.
Donnie, you like regular ass Fritos?
I mean, I'll eat them, but I mean, the chili cheese ones are outstanding. The barbecue ones,
I like the barbecue twister ones that they have.
Yeah,
those have been around for a minute.
See, you guys are just attracted to the next shiny thing, and me and the Frito-Lay Corporation, we go way
How about
back.
the old Frito scoops when you could?
Okay,
yeah,
so those are
the
good
big ones
for
in the blue bag,
for a French onion dip
or
or something
if you've
like
got,
that.
I'll tell you what, you give me a little bowl of chili and a bunch of scoops, and I just start going to work there. Okay, now we're talking. What's a snack Tomlin could have been nibbling on there? A chip that would have made you judge him very harshly. Like, I can't believe. I actually agree. Or if he's got,
I would have been like, what the hell is wrong with this guy?
If he's got a bag of Bugles there to extend this, I would have said, get out of here, man.
He's
You're
like,
not my coach
he's got
anymore.
him on like the fingers. He's screwing around with them.
How about pork
Terrell
rinds?
Austin's trying to talk, and he's just, look at me.
How about pork rinds?
Well, Joe Green would support that.
Remember when he was doing a promotional tour for pork rinds, and it was after the Steelers lost to the Vikings a few years ago? So it just ended up turning into him ripping the Steelers and saying, I can't watch them anymore after 50 years of doing this.
What I can do is try some delicious pork rinds.
All right. Coming up next, Tyler Kennedy. The Penguins all of a sudden are a point out of a playoff spot. How did that happen? He'll join us, and then back to more reaction to what we saw last night on Hard Knocks. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday Night Football, a good one that you can listen to on the Fan tomorrow night. Green Bay and Detroit kicks off at 8:15. The NFL on Westwood 1 coverage starts at 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about Wetco Car Wash. 45 locations all around town, and Wetco makes total sense right now. It is the holiday season, and you're thinking of gift ideas, stocking stuffers, things to put in cards to maybe friends, coworkers, neighbors. Here's a gift that keeps on giving. Wetco Unlimited Pass. Right now, you sign up, and you can go as much as you want in a month, and the price stays static. It doesn't change, and they don't charge you more when you go a ton. You go twice in 1 month, and it pays for itself. You already start to save money on your car wash trips. And you shouldn't just stop washing your car in the winter. In fact, that's the best time to do it as far as upkeep, maintaining its value, making sure that salt and things like that don't do a number on your car. And I don't think you're going to go out and wash your car in 20-degree weather. So, on your own. So sign up right now. GetGoCafe.com/unlimited is the Wetco Car Wash.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday morning at 9, The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Smale Kia.
Is your home ready for the holidays? Beat the holiday rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Galker Roofing bid on your next roofing project. You won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Galker Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGalkerRoofing.com. Craig Galker Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
Bull riding. The perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. See the Unleash the Beast U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena January 24th and 25th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.
Now that Baird and Heffron Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Pittsburgh. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated. Member SIPC.
Football season is in full swing and the year's winding down, but the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays or preparing for the new year, Tri-State has the inventory and expertise. This season, Tri-State is encouraging support for Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh, Stuff a Doghouse Drive, helping pets in need across our community. For top-notch office solutions, visit our showroom. Check them out online at tristateofficefurniture.com. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
When he's good, he's thorough good. Little bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
This holiday season, give the ultimate present, the gift of health. At G&G Fitness, we are Pittsburgh's trusted source of premium fitness equipment. We have everything you need to look and feel great. From treadmills and ellipticals to strength equipment and more. Get the best deals during our all-month holiday sale. With 4 convenient locations in Pittsburgh, there's a G&G Fitness store near you. So hurry in today or visit ggfitness.com to build your dream gym.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Penguins fighting their way back in it. Almost blew one last night. Got outshot 41-16. But the tally that matters is the scoreboard, and they had more goals than the Panthers when it was all said and done.
Just 41-16, huh?
Yep.
Felt like it was more like 100-16.
Tyler Kennedy joins us. A little birdie told me Kennedy's been banned from Crowley's show. Is that true?
Oh, boy.
When was the last time you were on with him, Tyler?
Oh, it's been a while. It's been a real long time.
Something happened there.
He's a little nervous coming around. I don't know. Maybe I'm going to see him on the streets one day. I don't know.
Well, I mean, don't try to find him on the streets on a windy day. He'll be blowing all over the place
Tyler,
like a kite.
Tyler, you're not going to see him. He could not afford to live in the streets you call home, all right? He said it was all downhill for you. You built a much bigger house than he did. So he can.
No, I didn't.
Absolutely. What is the common denominator in this 4-game winning streak for the Penguins?
Goaltending, at key times. I just feel like it's not that they're making every save, but they're making those key saves at the right time to not have such big swings, and I like how the goalies are playing. I think the youthfulness is coming into play a little bit, and I think their attention to detail is getting better and better every game. Obviously, you're still going to give up shots in some grade A scoring chances, but they're limiting them compared to how they were a month ago. A month ago, it was if they had 41 shots against, there'd be at least 5 goals. So I think those 3 things are really helping them get in the win column.
Are they I guess I come away from that game last night, TK, thinking this though. They're up 4-1. Hey, holy crap, not only did they get up to 3-1, but then they got that all-important next goal, and then the next 5 minutes or so in real time felt like a reminder of, they're pretty far away from being a good team, because the Panthers just flipped a switch and looked unbelievable in tying that game. It just left me with a hollow feeling, I guess.
Me too, but I also understand that they are playing a team that could win the Stanley Cup and just won the Stanley Cup. Florida Panthers are a powerhouse. They just beat Carolina 8-1, I think. They got a team that can play, and there's going to be some swings. And when you play an all-star team like that, and when they turn it on, if you can manage the storm, that means a lot. And I thought they came on, and when they poured it on, it was like, wow, these guys.
It reminded me of you guys in your prime, when you guys would do that to a team.
They can really play. Yeah, they can really play, but at the end of the day, boys, I'll take those 2 points and run from a team that's supposed to win the Stanley Cup again.
100%. So you mentioned Jari. What are you seeing in this Tomasino guy? He's been the MVP. 4 games, 4 wins.
Yeah, well, I think coming here, you get a new start. I think he's playing well. I think he's got some chemistry with some of his teammates. But whenever you go to a new team after being traded, there's no expectations. The first round, quote unquote, pressure is gone. He's coming to a team that he can just play, he can find his game. And, at the end of the day, all the pressure goes on Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, and Chris Letang for the pressure on the team. So guys like that can come in and just play their game, find their role, and play well. And he's done that. And, he went from a team that's really struggling to coming here and winning 4 straight. Like, he's probably like, I don't know what I did, but I'll take it,
Early impressions, 6 games into his career now, gets his first career goal yesterday on Owen Pickering.
I like him. I think we needed a change in the defensive core. I thought he's come in. I thought he's played well. He's a big body. I like his, being around and seeing that youthfulness that we're talking about, because when you see them play, it seems like they have a little bit more jump than they did a month ago. And it's maybe because they got guys like that. And maybe it's coming to the rink with a smile on your face, with a little jump in your step. I remember when I was younger and I had the young guys around me, it made me feel young, and even when I was a young guy, like those young guys, they're so full of energy and wanting to learn and want to be at the rink. It helps you be there, especially when you've been there a long time. So I like the kid. I think they need a kid like that around. So I'm excited. I think he's going to be here for a while.
Tyler, last night was the debut of the Hard Knock show on the Steelers in the AFC North. When HBO followed you guys around for the Winter Classic against Washington, what was that like?
It was fun. I think the best part of it is having just memories documented of the events and your years, because now what's cool is I go on YouTube and look up all my memories of playing against Washington to my kids. And you don't really get that much, but sometimes having them in your face after you've not played well sucks. But now I really cherish those videos so I can show my kids, and, hopefully it stays there for a while.
Tyler Kennedy on the Penguins, staying hot 4 in a row. Thanks, Tyler. We'll talk again next week.
Thanks, boys.
There you go, TK. Apparently banned from Crowley's show. I don't get that. Well, I do get that because they've had
If anything,
bad
I
blood.
would think Crowley would be trying to book TK, and TK would say, "You've disrespected me so many times."
In
I'm
fact,
not
it's
coming
the
on
other way
with you."
around.
Right. How do we kind of figure that?
Does Crowley feel like TK doesn't add anything to the show? Did he pull an executive decision? I can't fathom that Doran, who worked for the Penguins, would be anti-Tyler Kennedy. I don't think Callis even knows who he is. So I think he's probably ambivalent about this. I think it's a Crowley
Kennedy,
thing.
yes. A dynastic political family. Ian Kennedy, you say? Former Yankees hurler?
All right. Hey, today is our day of giving here on The Fan. 937thefan.com. We are raising money for the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh, whether it's dollars or gift cards. We're going to be out and about all month, but today we're trying to hammer home, asking for just small donations. The radio shows are free. We're not charging you for any of our shows, so it would be cool if you could just give us a few bucks for a great cause today. 937thefan.com to go there and participate in an awesome cause. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Snow and rain tonight, a low of 24. Coming up, did Hard Knocks make you a bigger Mike Tomlin fan? Some of his best moments from last night. Quick timeout, and we're back with the long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Tri-State Office Equipment, and Cedar Brook Golf Course.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Shop Dell Technologies Cyber Monday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Cyber Monday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Pittsburgh's expert in everything sewer-related, Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Need an ASCO dye test? Call Metz. Need a second opinion for a sewer repair? Call Metz. Black and gold hydrojetting with camera special, only $299. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining, 412-872-4105.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and if you're planning on asking her to marry you this Christmas, you better have one of my rings in your pocket. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Urbanowitz Jewelers offers the area's finest, unique selection of diamond engagement rings, designer lines, and all the classics. Don't settle for a mall chain store bargain when you can have the ring she wants at a price you can afford from a reputable family-owned business. And now through Christmas Eve, save 25% on almost everything in stock. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Casdy Village, and Peters Township.
Hey guys, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. If you're planning on betting college football bowl games, good luck. No, seriously, it's never been harder. And you don't want to be hurting your bankroll. You want to make sure you're doing your homework. Listen to Cash the Ticket. Mike Valeni and I will be breaking down every single bowl game, dropping new episodes nearly every day throughout college football's postseason. Spicing things up with a 12-team playoff. Can't wait to see some of those teams from the South come up north for the snow. Be sure to subscribe to Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Last year, flu and COVID hospitalized nearly 1 million adults 65 and older. That's nearly 1 million men, women, parents, grandparents, chess players, checkers players, and chess players who are so bad at chess, they really should stick to checkers. So if you're one of these people, or not, get this season's flu and COVID vaccines so you can keep being the totally unique person you are, whoever that is.
Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop Double G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line. Plus, 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking, like a breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys when you switch.
You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
And we up out of here.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double-G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com to get 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence on us, plus 4 lines for $25. Now drop that jingle.
With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 eligible trade-ins, and 4 new lines with AutoPay. Well-qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credit stop and balance on required finance agreements due. $829.99. Credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence requires iOS 18.1 or later.
Guys, it's finally here. Wendy's new salted caramel frosty. It's cold, salted, yet perfectly sweet, delicious, and it's at the top of Santa's Christmas list. What? Santa has a list too, you know. And he's a huge salted caramel frosty fan. Probably why he's so jolly all the time. The iconic frosty with a salted caramel twist? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Salted caramel frosty flavored with other natural flavors.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
The quality of being honest and having strong moral principles. That's the very definition of integrity, and that's how the injury lawyers of LGKG walk the walk on a daily basis. So when you retain LGKG as your injury law firm, you have a 90-year reputation of integrity on your side. It's Dan Zangrilli here with my friend Larry Kelly.
In communities like Western PA, if you don't have that integrity, everybody knows it. And when you do, everybody knows it. And integrity with the court is so important too. When we make an objection before a judge, because of our past track record, because of the integrity that we bring into the courtroom, there's a pretty good chance that objection's going in our direction, that it'll be ruled in our favor, our client's favor, because we've been doing it for so many years, and they know when we raise an objection or raise a point of law that there is credibility behind it.
That's the power and winning formula when using LGKG. Luxembourg, Garbett, Kelly, and George. Western PA Injury Lawyers. Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
Discover unbeatable value at Giant Eagle, your go-to destination for all your holiday needs. With deals for days, stock up on everything from delicious dips and appetizers to fresh bakery treats and more. These special prices are available for a limited time, so don't miss out on the chance to make your gatherings unforgettable. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today and take advantage of these incredible offers.
This holiday season, cozy up to streaming more of your favorite entertainment, a whole year more. Switch to Fios Home Internet and get 12 months of Netflix and Max on us. So kick back, relax, hop into your coziest flannel jammies, and switch to fast, reliable Fios Home Internet for 12 months of Netflix and Max on us with a Fios 1 gig plan. 'Tis the season for streaming on the 100% fiber optic network. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch to Fios Home Internet today. Cozy flannel jammies sold separately. Verizon. For your first 12 months of the perk with select Verizon Home Internet plans, then $10 a month after. Netflix and Max with ads perk requires Fios 1 gig plan. Must install service and enroll in perk within 60 days after, and then register the perk with Netflix and Max within 90 days of enrollment. $10 a month perk credit ends after 12 months. After 12 months, perk bills at the then current price for the Netflix and Max bundle, currently $10 a month unless canceled. Must be 18 years or older. One offer per eligible Fios plan. Limited time offer.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you can try it for free. Simply call us today at 1-800-942-8302 or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, we can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDK listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. When sending a package, why venture outside? Ship with USPS for a true holiday ride. Want to stay cozy and warm? There's no need to roam. With free package pickup and labels printed from home. We have over 600,000 employees always in motion. And before you know it, your gift has delivered emotion. Spread the holiday joy this season with USPS's enhanced network. Learn more at USPS.com/holidayride.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Guys, can I let you in on a little secret? Women love to receive jewelry for Christmas. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler, and I'm personally inviting you to experience Urbanowitz Jewelers. We can help you find the perfect gift for that special lady. We offer the area's finest collection of unique diamond and gemstone jewelry, all at prices you can afford. Designer lines and all the elegant classics. And now through Christmas Eve, you can save up to 25% on almost everything in stock. We even gift wrap. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Casti Village, and Peters Township.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here's a real story from a satisfied Window Nation customer.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows and 0% interest for 6 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt's now ranked 18th in the AP College Basketball Poll, also in the top 10 in the important net rankings, and they are taking on Mississippi State tonight. 9:15 tip. We'll have the game for you with coverage at 8:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Miller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
It's like Brett Favre in Minnesota, man. Anybody around Joe Burrow gonna get a job. We play in any form of Tampa, and it gotta have a moment, man. We better have an athlete playing from depth because he's gonna take middle of the field open. This son of a bitch is dangerous. That dude feels the rush, his eyes are downfield. He just be slithering around the pocket. Better be real conscious of your four-man rush. He gets that downhill escape lane on you, might take off like he did for 50 on somebody recently.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters. It is our day of giving here on the Fan. Would love for you, would really appreciate it if you went to 937thefan.com and donated to our cause today. And this hour's Game Changer sponsor is Lamont Restaurant. You all know Lamont up in Mount Washington. You can be a Game Changer too. Go to 937thefan.com for the win and donate there. Imagine your sister or daughter waking up in a shelter having no possessions because she left in a hurry in search of safety. This is the case for thousands of local residents, so we ask you to make a donation to help these survivors. That was Mike Tomlin on episode 1 of Hard Knocks, breaking down Joe Burrow. That is when he started eating Fritos to the delight and chagrin of others. We went to our vending machine during the break, and there were no Fritos to be found. But you could be rest assured, Donnie, there were some Funyuns in there.
There were Bugles, too.
There was a whole row of Funyuns. It looked like no one has touched a Funyun since the last time the vending machine has been restocked here.
The Bugles in the other there's two vending machines. The Bugles in the other one looked pushed right up against, which tells me they were fully stocked and haven't moved
All
since.
right, here are the bags of chips that are in there right now. I took a picture of it.
Did you go small kit, like our little...
yeah, I just did ours.
Okay.
Cheez-Its, Baked Lay's Barbecue, Funyuns, TGI Fridays Potato Skins, Bugles, Nacho Cheese Doritos, Party Mix, and Cape Cod Original Sea Salt Chips.
I hate to say this. Nacho Cheese Doritos clear easily here.
They're on my medal stand.
So my medal stand, like, man, gun to my head, I think it's Party Mix, bronze. I think it's Cape Cod, plain old kettle cooked, silver, and then I think it's got to be nacho.
Those
cheese
are my
Doritos.
3 too, Chris.
Man,
look at us.
Sparse, though.
Nacho cheese Doritos, number 1. Cheez-Its are up there for me. You guys know I love Cheez-Its. Here goes Pony. He's going to try to act like he hates them. Remember last year, Malza?
He hated them, and then I brought a bunch of them in, and he was just taking them by the fistful.
He'd have as many bags as me.
Just grow up,
man. A
man.
fistful of Cheez-Its.
My daughter eats Cheez-Its. You're friggin' almost 30 years old. Get over your Cheez-It
You're almost 40 years old.
They're phenomenal. Disgusting. Take Goldfish and Cheez-Its and
So were you shame eating them last year?
I don't recall. Is there a receipt? Is there video of me doing it?
There actually is video of it here.
We'll never get it. Just like the video of the person who stole Malza's phone charger.
Thank you, Donnie. Glad you brought it up so I didn't have to.
So Tomlin was the star of last night's show. For people who watched it, if they didn't, they've seen the clips all over social media today. And I freely admit, watching it, as not Tomlin's biggest advocate or fan, some of the moments really did make me like him more. The Tomlin Pickens thing from the pick six. We saw the video of it during the game. We did not hear what was said. We got that last night. We'll play that later. And all the Nick Herbig motivational stuff. And then the way he reacted to the Herbig strip sack. He sounded like one of the guys from the Costco boys routine. He was screaming boom at the
Tony,
top of
we have
his
some
lungs
breaking
when it
news
happened.
you're gonna want to hear right now.
What?
It's Hard Knocks related because it's gonna have to get covered, I would hope, on Hard Knocks. Breaking: Ari Myrov per Schefter, so he's aggregating. Ravens are suspending wide receiver Deontay Johnson 1 game for conduct detrimental to the team.
Shut up.
Oh man, it's going great down there.
You have to come on. You don't have to turn the whole show into kissing my feet and bowing down to me, but you have to at least take a minute to say,
you were right.
I've been on this guy's ass for years, and others,
what could he have possibly
like fake John
done?
and Robinson, who's basically the guy's agent.
Well, you guys have a bet going on he and Mike Williams, and I'll tell you what, if you just get 3 catches from Mike Williams, this thing might be a done deal.
What Mike Tomlin said about Mike Williams yesterday, I'm absolutely going to be on easy street with that bet.
What could he have possibly done in such a short period of time to get suspended? That is honestly what I want to know. When it's conduct detrimental to the team, to me, that's internal stuff. That's not something away from football. Donnie, as soon as I saw you retweet that, I said, we got to stop what we're doing right now. Because
Donnie, why didn't you get in my ear and say, holy crap, Pony, you're going to have something here that is going to get your rocks off more than that YouTube thing you were talking about earlier on the show?
Be gooning about this one, huh?
Yeah.
Donnie's reacting to that like we shouldn't even be saying that right now.
I'm going to have to wait. Just to clarify it, there's some moving parts there that we're going to have to figure out and explore and just see where we're at.
More proof that this Hard Knock show is a foo-foo show. Tell us why Deontay Johnson's in hot water. What did he do? Give us that conversation. Let's get to the bottom of that, Hard Knocks.
Here's a question. So he gets traded by the Steelers, whether you think, like what you thought of the deal at the time or not, one of the NFL's preeminent franchises, goes to the dregs of the league. They trade him in what looks like a very bad deal for them to the Ravens, another one of the NFL's more premier franchises for how they handle players and personnel, is already getting suspended there now. Does he have a catch? He has more suspensions than catches.
He does he not? Here is the update on this. Apparently, he refused to go in the game. They asked him to go in. He has 1 catch, 6 yards. They told him that the wide receivers coach said you're in, and he said no.
You suspend a guy 1 game for that. How can you put him back on the field, period?
I think he's...
Hey, Deontay, get in there. You're up, man.
Yeah,
nope.
I think his career is basically over in Baltimore and more broadly speaking, the NFL.
It's his contract year, too. Baffling.
Back to Tomlin.
Yes.
Although this is not something that
this is red meat for you, brother. Here, Donnie, on the count of 3, very simple phrase here. We're just going to say this one time. We'll say, Pony, you were right. On the matter of Deontay Johnson, 1, 2, 3. Pony, you were right.
Why couldn't this be Judge Donnie at 5:30 for me? That would have been a winning. I wouldn't even had to argue anything. We just said Deontay Johnson's a loser and sat back down, and Donnie would have said,
Like the Hall of Fame induction for Elway. John Elway, sit down. All right, Tomlin, you like some of it. You're not his biggest fan, but you thought some of it was good.
Yeah, he invites the players over to his house for Thanksgiving. That was a heartwarming kind of moment. But I've seen, and I'm going back to, again, reacting to other people's reactions, and I don't like to do that, but this is the mood I guess I find myself in. I'm going to read to you some of the things that were said by people after watching last night. Kimberly Martin, ESPN. Every company should hire Mike Tomlin to talk to employees. I don't care the topic. Just let the man cook in front of an audience. Guaranteed production would go way up. Dove Kleiman. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin is clearly the best coach in the NFL.
Unlike you, is a real person.
A coaching masterpiece when dealing with Pickens after the pick six. Bleacher Report Gridiron. Best leader in the NFL, and it isn't close. Ryan Clark, an actual real person who I respect. Pittsburgh Steelers fans that want Mike Tomlin fired should watch Hard Knocks and tell me who you want to play for in the AFC North. The man was prophetic, speaking life into his team for the Bengals win. The clarity in which he delivers a message is far beyond his contemporaries.
Okay, can I stop you right there since Ryan had the most clear-headed analysis or the straightforward praise? I don't think anybody, even Mike's detractors, although people say it's word salad, ever really doubted that behind the scenes he probably gets his point across and delivers his message. Whether guys listen to it or not is another story in some cases, which is why we criticize him. I think most people that get frustrated locally with Mike get frustrated with the granular game day stuff that decides games. How are you using your timeouts? How are you handling certain coaching situations?
Thank you. And
none of this stuff ever refutes that.
That's why I'm so happy you brought that up. You almost stole the words out of my mouth. Your dad is back to Kennedy, is a big JFK assassination guy, right?
Yeah, thinks the mob did it.
What did the Warren Commission do? The Warren Commission had their minds made up. Mm-hmm. There was a lone gunman. And the entire point of it was try to prove that theory right. That's all they did. They didn't want to. It wasn't in their modus operandi, or wasn't in their best interest to do what you just said. Well, actually, this doesn't seem right. Maybe it was the mob. No, they wanted a cut and dried, clean, black and white. This is what happened. Let's grieve it. Let's, scorn this man, and let's move on.
Yep.
That's what they wanted.
Yep.
The whole point of Hard Knocks last night was to show people that Mike Tomlin is God's gift to coaching. They started with that conclusion, and then they put together a show that backed that up. All they needed to do to get people, and I love Ryan, but to get people like a Ryan Clark or a Kimberly Martin or anyone else who's tweeted or said on our radio station the last few hours, Hard Knocks has convinced me that Tomlin's a great coach. Let's get the audio and the video of how the first half ended with the timeout usage or lack thereof and having to settle for 3 and how that whole thing went down. And if we actually had 60 seconds to 2 minutes on that, I don't think people would have come to the same conclusion. They would not have. They would have been like, eek, that was not one of Mike Tomlin's finest hours.
Or would they have said, nope, he's smart. He's just playing for a field goal.
Yeah,
smart
I don't think,
guy.
Based on how social media was reacting in the moment to that, Chris, I don't think that would have been the way that people talked about it.
There are just two lanes people take. The positive national lane is the guy is the master motivator of people. And I think largely that is true. It is, for me, easy to watch that show last night and understand why he's able to connect with people.
Yes.
I think that is genuine. But what is consistently frustrating is this idea that we're all a bunch of yokels and idiots locally here because we criticize him, even though what we're criticizing him for never gets brought up when he's being talked about nationally. Like, occasionally his game management will get brought up, but only rarely. That's what people get pissed off about here, because people here also know that those are the kinds of decisions that decide games. Antonio Pierce, I was reading somebody, I forget who it is at The Athletic, does basically calls out coaches for bad in-game management. They do a column on it.
Okay.
And they basically had said, I had to break my rule not to keep including Antonio Pierce in here because it was like beating a dead horse. But his mismanagement of the game against the Chiefs at the end was criminal. And I'm like looking at the stuff that he did and when O'Connell spiked the ball and all that disconnect and thinking, we've had that kind of disconnect here. It's just that Mike somehow manages to come out smelling like a rose.
Did Hard Knocks make you a bigger Mike Tomlin fan? 412-928-9370. What did you learn about Mike Tomlin last night? Did you turn over a new leaf on Tomlin after watching the show? 412-928-9370. That's the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The number 18 Pitt Panthers on the road tonight against Mississippi State. Tip set for 9:15. We will have the game for you right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage begins at 8:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
That's going to be a good one tonight. And if you're watching that game that Donnie just talked about, you might also be sitting on your phone, perhaps, while you're watching that game. You might even be, like, moving around money. It's that time of year, right? We're shopping a lot. So you might be shopping. You might be doing your finances, checking up on the bank accounts, doing all sorts of things, right? Well, I am no tech expert, which is probably a similar description for most of you out there. But like everybody out there, I'm online a lot, and I might be doing the shopping. I might be doing my finances. I might just be browsing the web, might be looking up something on a website. In the past, I have been concerned a lot about scams because we all hear about them. We all probably have an email or a text message we've gotten lately that just seems a little bit shady, right? Looks a little suspicious. It can be stressful to keep track of it all, but it doesn't have to be because McAfee Total Protection is here to help you live a worry-free life online. Don't have to be concerned about scams or identity theft, data leaks, threats on your PC. McAfee will help keep your devices, your privacy, and your identity safer. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wendy's. The iconic Frosty with a caramel twist. It's got to be Wendy's. Terms apply. Naturally flavored. For years, I called the playoff the Nick Saban Invitational. But apparently, it really had nothing to do with Saban. It's just the Alabama Invitational. In fact, you get right down to it. It is the SEC Invitational. I'm Jim Rome. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761-0000.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Guys, it's finally here. Wendy's new salted caramel frosty. It's cold, salted, yet perfectly sweet, delicious, and it's at the top of Santa's Christmas list. What? Santa has a list too, you know. And he's a huge salted caramel frosty fan. Probably why he's so jolly all the time. The iconic frosty with a salted caramel twist? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Salted caramel frosty flavored with other natural flavors.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found two loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park
for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and I recently caught up with my friend Paige at Awaken 180. I asked about the new Awaken 180 Golden program. I mean, feeling and looking younger in addition to weight loss? It's true. With Awaken 180 Golden, clients receive the same fast weight loss we all had, and at the same time see the benefits of what matters most to those over 60. Increased energy, improved mobility, better sleep results. Awaken 180 Golden clients start seeing in just 2 weeks. I mean, who doesn't want to be 30 or 50 pounds lighter and at the same time feel 10 years younger? At 29, I'm already feeling better. My knees feel a whole lot better than they did a few years ago. And I can only imagine what else is coming down the line. Want my advice? Don't let weight, don't let age get in the way of living the life you want to lead. Instead, choose Awaken 180 Golden. Call 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Permane Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the best destination to catch all of your favorite hometown and out-of-market sports. With NFL Sunday Ticket and every game, every week, there's no better place to grab a table or pull up a bar stool. Permane's has a daily half-off happy hour where nearly everything behind the bar is half off. Beers for $3.29 or domestic pitchers for $9.99 every single day. And don't forget your favorite Permane Almost Famous sandwich or our great deals on wings and pizza. Permane Brothers, now serving more sports.
Crews are on the scene of an accident at the interchange of Lebanon Church Road and Route 51 down in the South Hills. Expect a delay in both directions on 51. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
What's better than giving a gift everyone wants? Getting free gas and groceries by earning perks on gift cards purchased at Giant Eagle Market District and GetGo. Choose from hundreds of gift cards to make everyone merry at Giant Eagle Market District and GetGo.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service. We're going to be joined by Mike Florio in 15 minutes. We'll definitely get his reaction to last night's Hard Knocks episode and also the breaking news. We thought it was strange that John Harbaugh offered up such a weird answer on why Deontay Johnson got 0 snaps against the Ravens. Come to find out today, he refused to go into the game, and he's now been subsequently suspended by Baltimore for at least 1 game. I can't fathom that somebody saying, no, I'm good.
I'm not going in the game is going to mean he
try
gets
to
back
beat
on
the
field.
Eagles without me. When you are chasing a Super Bowl, is going to be someone they want to play.
That makes sense why Harbaugh actually said such a bizarre thing about got to get
because he needed to get all the information on what the heck actually
well,
happened
he needed
there.
to make sure, like, is probably from Johnson's side of it, are you actually hurt and you like could not go in the game?
It sounds like the only thing missing from that is him taking his jersey and shoulder pads off and
going full AB.
Going AB. I mean, all of these guys, it's crazy how many of these guys that have come through here have lost their minds.
Well, Johnson never had like the AB loudness, the loudmouth personality. Like he was always almost quiet and mumbly when he would talk.
He wanted to fight Mitch Trubisky at halftime. It somehow got Trubisky benched and not him,
Yeah,
which
I
is
think they
bizarre.
were ready to bench Mitch anyway. And then
But there were no repercussions for Johnson is what I'm saying. He got into it with Minka last year, and Hayward and T.J. Watt had to pull them apart.
Well, I think that's the real one that was the straw that broke Mike Tomlin's back with him because Minka was in the defensive coaches meeting.
Man, do they have a type at wide receiver. They know how to pick them. They get these guys, and they just buckle up and try to
get the most
get
out
the
of them
most
before
out of
it all
them.
blows up.
And then it usually starts to blow up here. somebody still says, hey, I can fix this dude. And then it gets much, much, much worse.
Brady fixed
in
AB.
location 2.
Brady
well,
fixed
actually,
AB.
that was location. That was destination 3 for him.
Well, that was because he played one game for New England, and then text messages leaked that were very
well,
bad
you're
for
missing.
him.
You're missing the Raiders too. That's who
I
he
don't
got
count that because he didn't play a game.
No,
for
but
them.
I'm saying the team that the Steelers jettison the guy to.
Yes, tries to fix it.
Bears with Claypool, Carolina with Johnson, Oakland with Antonio Brown. I guess you could say Juju and Kansas City worked
Mike
out
Wallace
pretty good.
did
He won a
okay
Super
in
Bowl
Miami
there.
initially.
Yeah, but
it wasn't a discipline thing. It was just he wanted a bigger deal.
I don't look at. I look at Mike Wallace and Plexico Burress very similarly. They didn't start to melt down here. They didn't become distractions.
One thing I do think is relevant, though. I do think sometimes you hear people say, well, Tomlin creates this because he never enforces any discipline. I actually disagree.
So
it's clear he's trying to coach a guy like Pickens, at least in game. The reason they have so many of these guys is just, it comes back to Mike to some degree. They go and try to procure them, and they target guys that are hyper-talented, and they're willing to bring them in. Those guys don't get made worse when they're here.
So this, again, feeds back into what we watched last night with Tomlin and how there's basically universal praise for the way he motivates his players, the way he communicates with his players, the way he's able to get everything out of them, and that was on display by, with the HBO cameras telling us how they get ready for games, Nick Herbig, etc. last night. The point I was going to try to make here, and then we got distracted by Deontay Johnson, was I'm not going to make my mind up one way or the other by a freaking TV show. What a TV show that's produced by the NFL that the Steelers have final say over what content gets out over the air, that's not going to have me lean in any one direction on Tomlin. Because I can promise you this. Everybody that is saying right now, man, I saw a different version of Mike Tomlin. I'm impressed. He blew me away. I didn't know that he interacted with his players that way. I was lukewarm on the guy before that. Now I'm actually a fan of his. Get back to me if they lose the game to Cleveland on Sunday and tell me how you'll feel about the guy. Because that is literally the thread that he dangles on. I'm not expecting them to lose. I'm not predicting them to lose. But all the praise and flowers he's getting because of his Hard Knocks performance would evaporate instantly if at 4:05 Sunday afternoon they lose to the Browns and they get swept by them. It would almost be like, I know it's not the same pressure because this guy hasn't beat this team, but it would almost be the NFL equivalent of what happened to Ryan Day against Michigan. What are people going to say about Mike if he loses to the Browns twice in one season, Chris?
His players' fault? I don't know.
It hasn't happened to – it never happened to Cowher. He didn't lose to him twice in one season one time. I know they weren't an NFL team for a few years there.
And prior to Cowher, it only happened to Nolan It happened to Nolan in the 80s, and the last time was 88 when the Browns actually were good in the 80s.
No one's going to care about what happened on Hard Knocks if two things happen for Mike this year. He loses Sunday to Cleveland, and they lose a playoff game in the first round. If either one of those two things happen, you could basically throw out all the nice things people have said about him and all the Coach of the Year candidacy talk we've had for the last couple of months. That's how delicate it is for NFL coaches and players.
I don't think the national opinion of him will change at all if both of those things happen. When has the national opinion on him ever actually soured? We pointed out when Kyle Brandt steps away from sort of the what would it be, the zeitgeist, I think, the popular prevailing opinion.
With his Angry Runs t-shirts on?
And actually says, why is this guy getting a pass for having such a long drought with no postseason wins? We note that because it hardly ever happens. I think that's talking
he's
more kind of immune.
Right. I mean, that's talking more about the national media thing.
Well, locally.
But I'd say this year, Tomlin's approval rating is pretty darn high right now. And I think he's experiencing a little bit of a renaissance with people. I absolutely feel that
I think
way.
his approval rating is high, but insanely tenuous.
That's.
I know that's just what you said, but when you say that his approval rating is high, I don't feel like it's genuinely a high approval rating. I feel like it is a lot of people not grudgingly giving him praise or saying, "Hey, you're doing a good job," but then behind every compliment is a comma in the word "but." Because I think most people are assuming the other shoe is eventually going to drop.
So I'm not assuming those things. I think that they have a great chance of being a Super Bowl contending team. And part of that is because I do have some degree of faith in him as a head coach. I don't look at him as a liability right now. I don't look at him as someone that's going to hold them back. But I didn't need a Hard Knocks episode to tell me that. I didn't need HBO and NFL Films to tell me, hey, Mike Tomlin he has a PowerPoint presentation on his Joe Burrow plan. What a revolutionary idea. Now that's good coaching. He singles out one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL and says, I need to drive this home.
Well, to defend, I guess, the whole concept here a little bit, I really do not expect them to get into super nitty-gritty stuff about tactics and how they're going to stop him. I mean, the most that they said was we cannot let Joe Burrow step up in the pocket on us because he'll either break off a big run and then they paid it off in the game. He steps up and throws that little jump pass.
Yep.
And Tomlin complains about it. I don't expect them, though, to get into the inner workings of what they're going to try to do to stop Jamar Chase, for example, because why would they want anything that could come back around because they see these guys again to be out there? Or anything, really, that they do that's super intense on a tactical level.
Ray Fittipaldo, who never joins us on a Wednesday, is brought to you by LGKG Injury Lawyers. 7 locations in the Pittsburgh region. They'll take your personal injury case personally, lgkg.com. I still have no idea why they ask us to read this on Wednesdays, but I'm not going to I am going to complain about it on the air. I just want LGKG to get their money's worth and have us talk about them when Ray's actually on the line with us. Mike Florio is going to be with us in a few minutes. We'll talk to him about what he saw in Hard Knocks last night, his reaction to what happened with Deontay Johnson, now suspended by the Baltimore Ravens. It is our day of giving. This hour's Game Changer sponsor is Lamont Restaurant. You can be a Game Changer, too. Go to 937thefan.com. Click Fan for the win and donate there. Trying to help out an amazing cause, which is the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh. All right, Donnie has a headline, and we're back with Florio on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Overtime victory for the Penguins last night, 5-4 against the Florida Panthers. Brian Rust with the game winner. The Penguins have now won 4 straight games. They visit the Rangers Friday. Puck drop set for 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. Mike's a great place to go tonight. Lots of college basketball action, including that Pitt game that tips off around 9:15. Go over to Mike's, take it all in. Take advantage of the great beer menu there. Hundreds of beers from around the world, 500 total. Tons of beers on tap, including great beers made right here in Pittsburgh. If you're a beer aficionado, you want to go try those. All the Christmas beers are out over at Mike's. 20 new large TVs to watch the games on, and you never have to complain and say, hey, the game's not on, because Mike lets his staff know these TVs need to be on these games, these channels, so people can get what they want. Mike's Beer Bar right next to PNC Park.
93.7 The Fan, Giant Eagle, and Gatorade present top high school gridiron performances for state semifinals week. Luca Neal rushed for a career-high 263 to lead Avonworth to a state title game. Tyler Eber rushed for 206 and 2 touchdowns, but not enough to vault TJ to the finals. And Elijah Faulkner had 26 carries for 132 and a touchdown to lead Central Catholic to victory. Keep listening to 93.7 The Fan for more top performances on the high school gridiron, presented by Giant Eagle and Gatorade.
Miami in desperation mode. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Miami hosts New York this weekend with the pro football season hitting the home stretch. Both teams are facing the possibility of a lost season, but Miami still has some life. The BetQL model thinks there will be points in South Florida. BetQL has over 45.5 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free, explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761-0000.
Discover Pittsburgh's ultimate fashion destination, Tons. The city's first concept store for designer fashion. 5935 Baum Boulevard, or shop online anytime at tons-shop.com. Tons. Picks for main fashion destination.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin Attorneys at Law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Did you hear the news? There's a dog on the loose in the city, and he ain't friendly. They said if you see him, don't pet him. He out there sniffing around. He's sniffing for accidents. His name is Top Dog. Big dog, Top Dog. Accidents, you call him. Top dollar, you call him. After you call him, he calling them. Insurance companies, he calling them. Like, hello, Mr. Insurance Company. It's me again. You miss me? We got a problem. We have an accident. Medical malpractice is an accident. Want a lot of money. A lot. Like top dollar. A lot. And don't take forever to get it to me. My client needs it. Get it to me now. Any accident. Top Dog Law.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com or call us at 833-SCALE-25. That's 833-SCALE-25.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti to hear the Sims Spotlight featuring Super Bowl winning quarterback Phil Simms. Brought to you by Balance of Nature. Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
What if I told you that an opportunity exists to take control of your PA state tax dollars? Search BLOCS. Now, Blocks is an organization which allows you to direct your PA state tax dollars towards a scholarship benefiting a student at the school of your choice. Go to blocks.org and learn how you can support private education and receive a 90% state tax refund. Learn more. Head to blocks.org, BLOCS.org now.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
3:30. Time to make that call to Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. Day of giving here on The Fan, trying to raise money for the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh. Go to 937thefan.com to donate. We're taking gift cards, also just money donations. 937thefan.com. This hour's game changer is Lamont Restaurant. Great restaurant up on Mount Washington. They've gladly become a part of this cause. Crazy what's going on with Deontay Johnson in Baltimore. Can't say I saw this coming. I thought he would be underwhelming there and a big disappointment. Didn't think he'd have as many catches with the Ravens as he does suspensions. 1-game suspension today for refusing to go into the game against the Eagles on Sunday. Mike Florio joins us now. Mike, what do you think's next? Do you think he gets cut? I can't fathom he plays another game for them. Can you?
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. And refusing to go into a game is something that's hard to come back from. So I don't know what the Ravens will do, but suspended, and we'll see what's next. They could suspend him again. At some point, there's so few games left in the season, they could just send him home. You can do a maximum suspension of 4 games. Maybe this wakes him up, maybe it doesn't. He's on a contender. He was with the Panthers, for crying out loud. He should be happy, but there's got to be more out there that we don't know. Whether it's right or whether it's wrong, there's more out there that we don't know yet.
I always try to think of something, maybe to my detriment here, something ridiculous that he could be trying to do, like playing 4-dimensional chess here, Mike, with this. Deontay, I mean.
Oh, the LeGarrette Blount move?
Like, yeah, is he trying to get, like, dumped by the Ravens because he thinks there's another contender out there? Let's say the Chiefs, for example, that would want him in there and that would pick him up. And so he's trying to do the whole behave so badly that I get dumped only to be picked up by a team I'd actually rather play for.
It's not crazy. It's not crazy because the suspicion was LeGarrette Blount did just that to get back to the Patriots, right? Wasn't he with the Steelers?
Yeah, he walked off the field early against the Titans in a Monday night game.
Got cut, goes back to the Patriots.
Helps him win a Super Bowl.
Was another Super Bowl ring.
Yep. If the Ravens
You're not making me feel better about that because if the Steelers run into a Chiefs team with a suddenly productive Deontay Johnson, I will be livid.
Like, I think that the Ravens are too smart for that. They'll just make him a healthy scratch the rest of the season. They're not going to,
I would hope,
gift wrap him to another team.
Did he do? How much time did he have left on his contract?
This is a contract year.
This is his last year.
It's a contract year.
It? Yeah. They'll be disinclined to cut him because if you get through the season and he leaves, that factors into the whole compensatory draft pick calculation, and the Ravens are masters at that.
Yes, they are. What were your impressions of Hard Knocks last night?
Haven't seen it yet. I'm going to watch it when I work out here in a little while, but no surprise, Mike Tomlin, star of the show. What a shock. Probably helps him win Coach of the Year.
There's a take. How far off?
Why wouldn't it? 50 voters, they're going to watch it. I'm going to watch it. They're stupid enough to give me one of the votes. And it's kind of a close race right now. If Tomlin comes off looking as good as I heard he does, then that's going to help him in that vote.
Is he your pick right now?
I don't make my picks until the season's end, and I don't like Coach of the Year because it's basically coach of the team that was the biggest surprise of the year, which qualifies Tomlin this year if they win the division.
Yeah,
but
they were
that's
picked to
how
finish
it
last.
Works. It goes to the team's coach that their team, we look at it and say, well, we didn't expect them to be that good, and we just give it to the coach without really getting into the nuts and bolts of who did a great job coaching and who didn't. I mean, that's one of the reasons Tomlin's never won it. We expect the Steelers to always contend.
Mike, what was your take on the George Pickens, not so much the first personal foul for taunting, but the second one where they said he made the gun gesture. Pickens said I was signaling first down. Everyone's like side-by-siding it with Mahomes and Allen doing a similar signal. Your thoughts on Pickens in general?
Mahomes got fined. He got fined for finger guns.
I don't think people would have cared if George Pickens got fined. It was the penalty that made Steelers fans mad. What did you think of all that?
I'm surprised because most of the enforcement has been after the fact because this usually doesn't get seen when they do this. That's fine, but they view that as a violent gesture, which is just kind of stupid because they actually fire a cannon in Tampa and a musket in New England when they score, but you can't do that. So it's weird, but they were lucky when the referee explained accurately that even though it was the second unsportsmanlike conduct foul, he wasn't being ejected. I looked up the rule. For whatever reason, the prohibition against violent gestures doesn't fall within the categories that if you do it twice, you get ejected. So he should have gotten ejected on the surface, but when you parse through the language of the rules, this is bad, but it doesn't get you ejected.
Is Mike Tomlin doing a good job managing George Pickens, in your opinion?
I said at some point over the past few days, how bad would he be if he didn't have Mike Tomlin there? Because think of the guys in the past that we didn't know were problems or didn't become problems until late in their careers, like Antonio Brown. Like if George Pickens was anywhere else, what would be going on? And I did see the clip where Pickens falls down or has himself pushed down on that pick six early, and Tomlin talks to him and makes sure his head's still in the game. I mean, I think the guy takes some work. He's got the talent and he's worth it. But I think if he was anywhere else, he'd have gotten the Deontay Johnson treatment a long time ago.
Mike, what's your gut tell you on his future with the Steelers? He's going into the last year of his contract this offseason.
It's to be determined because at some point, I think the Steelers say, hey, we can just go find another player who can play like George Pickens. They have that formula figured out. It's the Colonel Sanders 11 herbs or 16 herbs, however many herbs and spices, whatever the secret is, the Steelers have it for finding receivers in the draft. So,
are you a KFC guy? I haven't had Kentucky Fried Chicken in probably 15 years.
I don't think it stands for that anymore. They just call it KFC now. It has no affiliation Like, no, it doesn't.
I think they moved it back to Kentucky Fried Chicken. I
Oh.
think the fried became destigmatized. I worked there.
Really?
When I was in high school.
And now, did that make you want to
worked
eat
there.
it more or less?
Less.
Yeah.
My cousin had the
But
same
it's-
experience with Taco Bell.
Donnie,
for the
did that
record.
happen with you at Chick-fil-A, having worked there? Did it kind of...
No, I think Chick-fil-A is just too damn good.
Okay.
Mike, I'm going to spoil one part
Listen, Chick-fil-A has to be a different experience than Kentucky Fried Chicken because I don't want to get graphic, but you got to do some stuff with the chicken. It's gross. It's gross.
Mike, I'll keep it on food here, but nothing gross. I'm going to spoil a small part of Hard Knocks for you, okay? Very inconsequential, but of course we're talking about it. Tomlin...
They have pepperoni rolls?
No. Tomlin will be seen on camera eating what appear to be chili cheese Fritos. Your thoughts on Fritos generally?
Well, it depends upon what you've had before the Fritos, doesn't it?
Is the implication that Fritos are going to get certain systems started in your body that can't, once they're started, they can't really be stopped?
Well, the systems have to start. Yeah, I like Fritos. But I have to be in, the certain mood for Fritos, and I don't want to eat Fritos every day.
Yeah.
But I like it when these high-powered, rich coaches decide to eat the food that everybody else.
Oh yeah, he's
eats,
sitting
even
there.
though they aren't
He's
nasty.
sitting there in a meeting room, like cracking open a bag, like he's a kid in class, just snacking on something.
Mike, you're probably a good person to ask this question too. Some of the Pickens things from Sunday's game that the Steelers would not want to get into Hard Knocks, the personal fouls, the gun thing that we mentioned, were nowhere to be found in this episode. Do they have complete control over what is in and what is not on this show? How does that work?
That was always the belief until the Giants did it. And I hope the Giants didn't have final say, because if that's their idea of final say, that's a mess of an organization. I remember when the Browns did the preseason Hard Knocks, and there was the weird meeting where Hugh Jackson played the I'm the captain of the ship, or I drive the bus, and they were arguing, he and Todd Haley, over whether or not you give your veterans full reps during training camp practice. And they thought it made Hugh look good. It made Hugh look bad. So I think the rule still is the subjects of the documentary, the NFL Films documentary, get final say.
I have an opinion on it.
Yeah, that was Todd saying he had an opinion on that whole thing. Mike, does the NFL want, because I said to Chris before the start of the show, it's a reality TV show. I think of reality TV of catty women pulling each other's hair and calling each other skanks. That's what my version of reality TV is. There's drama, even artificial, self-created drama. Like, that sells. This is a wholesome show now. I other than the assistant coach for the Browns dropping F-bombs, I want to see how the sausage gets made. I want to see these moments of friction and conflict. And this show last night did almost none of that, Mike.
Yeah, but what Tom would say about hot dogs, I can give you the ingredients, but you wouldn't like it very much. But we would like it. That's why Hard Knocks with the Giants
Bingo.
was so good.
Exactly.
We saw things we shouldn't have seen, and I think there's going to be an overcorrection now.
Right.
That the Giants' experience is going to cause teams to be even more careful to make sure they don't let anything out there that can and will be used against them.
Mike,
especially when they do the off season again.
When do you recall the Hard Knocks, if it did switch at all, switching from team has no like real say over final cut to team does have that final edit?
I think it's always been that way. I think that Brian Billick, the former Ravens coach, is one of the first ones who came out and said it, and they were one of the first teams that actually submitted to it. Over the years, there haven't been many embarrassing moments that the teams have allowed onto air in the final cut. We had the Hugh Jackson. We had the Giants debacle. Remember when the Jets were on, and who was it that couldn't remember the name of his kids?
Oh, Antonio Cromartie.
Yeah, that wasn't good. The Jets probably should have said, let's go ahead and snip that, which I guess is ironic because there wasn't snipping going on. But I didn't even mean that. Sometimes you just stumble into it. It's when you do the weave. You kind of stumble into it. But anyway, the
is
teams,
that a
I think, have
painful
always
thing?
had final say.
By the way,
hold
Chris,
on. I think
have you had that done
Cromartie.
yet?
No, I think Cromartie had it done and it didn't take.
Wow.
Which is,
that's powerful. Yes, exactly.
Do you want to talk about medical malpractice, man? I mean, that is no good.
Life finds a way.
I'll say.
Hey, Mike, we'll talk again next week. Thank you.
See you guys.
Mike Florio.
I know a guy.
Maybe
by
he
the
should have
way.
called Top Dog
I
Law.
was just thinking. I know a guy that he could have called in that kind of instance.
The Top Dog. That's
Maybe
making
that,
waves here.
Maybe that would be like the next thematic element that they would use.
You said
You didn't want to have kids anymore?
I'm not going to do it. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. We'll let Channel 2 take care of that. Again, we are doing something for a great cause today. It's our Fan Day of Giving. We're asking you to support us, raise money for the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh. Domestic violence does not discriminate. Go to 937thefan.com and find out how you can help us today. Every dollar counts. All right. The Tomlin Pickens viral moment. We've got this Deontay Johnson story. We have what Mike just said about George Pickens' future with the Steelers. We have what Jerry Dulac said about that. We have what Mark Cavalli said about it. All coming up after this quick timeout and a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, snow arrives and heavy snow for areas north of I-80 and along the Laurel Highlands and Ridges where there's winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings. Overnight lows in the low 20s. Snow showers will last through Thursday. Slick spots expected. High temperatures right around 30 degrees and snow showers on Thursday night with lows in the low 20s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Free Coffee Mondays are back at Get Go Cafe and Market just in time to keep you fueled for the holidays. Scan your loyalty card and get the gift of any size self-serve hot or iced coffee or cold brew. Free Coffee Mondays every Monday through December 30th, 2024. Only at Get Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Does it feel like someone is stabbing a knife into your heel? Does your lower back hurt more and more as the day goes on? The Good Feet store can help. Take a listen to Ann and Patrick.
I had to go nonstop from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. Every time I stood up, pain just shot up my legs. Fortunately, I found the Good Feet store. I went to them after my doctor diagnosed me with plantar fasciitis. Now, thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm 100% pain-free.
I was in constant pain. Somehow my fiance and I found our way into the Good Feet store. Put my foot on the arch support system. I put them in my shoes, walked out of the store. All the pain was gone. My back, my knees, my ankles. Thank you. Thank you, everybody at the Good Feet store. You gave me my active life back.
Come to the Good Feet store this holiday season and give the gift of pain relief to you and your loved ones. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. FSA HSA eligible. Please check with your provider. Gift cards are available. Come in and get a free personalized fitting today.
Are you handy with tools? You might make a good maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. That's where I work, and I love it. Our residents so appreciate the work that I do. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson. Making them smile makes it all worthwhile.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Learn more at srcare.org.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761-0000.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John Maggie and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
Hello, person listening to the radio. I'm going to tell you about my new Harry's razor while I shave. You hear that? I've got a face full of stubble. It's basically silent. It's giving me an incredibly smooth, comfortable, and close shave. Every Harry's razor has 5 sharp German-engineered blades and a lubricating strip with aloe for extra comfort. And check out this handsome orange handle. Oh, wait, I forgot you can't see it. Guess we just have to imagine it. And the best part is, Harry's blade refills are as little as $2 each, which is a fraction of the price of other leading 5-blade razors. Not going to mention any names. And done.
Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com/simple. That's harrys.com/simple.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich, Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich, and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets.
Bets and see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com.
to book your tune-up today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Looking at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cams, things are starting to back up on the outbound side of 28. You'll see delays from the north side through 31st Street. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I know where I'll be at 9:15 tonight. Next to my radio, listening to Pitt, Mississippi State. What a big early season matchup in the ACC-SEC Challenge. Pitt now 18th in the nation. Mississippi State only has one loss. You can hear it here with pregame starting at 8:45 with Austin Bechtold on the call for that. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more Pony and Muller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Hey, bro, it can't define us today. I need you to stay with me. Hey, this ain't going to decide the outcome of the game. It ain't going to decide the outcome of the game. Look at me. You all right? Yes, sir. All right, let's go.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. That viral moment. Mike Tomlin talking to George Pickens after that bogus pick six play where he got pulled down by the back of his helmet. And then shortly thereafter delivered a touchdown. That was the good Mike Tomlin. The great player communicator, the phenomenal players coach that was seen. We did not see or hear any of the Tomlin discussions with George after his personal foul penalties that didn't make it onto Hard Knocks last night. But that viral moment did. And we just got into it with Mike Florio a little bit about how Mike Tomlin has handled George Pickens. From that perspective, it looked like it was Mike Tomlin managing the personality with aplomb. And as someone that gets in a tizzy sometimes over guys that make it about themselves, who are me guys, and that's why I am taking a victory lap over this Deontay Johnson suspension in Baltimore. I got to take my W's where I can get them ever since the Kenny Pickett thing blew up in my face. Getting that wrong, that's got to count for more than just one loss. I'll reference it again. That's like Ryan Day losing to a 6-5 Michigan team. So I need to make up for it with some wins.
Some big dubs.
Yeah, and making sure that I never got in the lane of, hey, this was a bad move to trade Dante Jackson for Deontay Johnson is one of them. Because those guys started to crawl out of the woodwork early this season. Your Crowleys, your Doug Whaleys, maybe your Chris Muller to some extent.
Well, Jackson's been really good, ultimately. Like, he's had a couple incidents on the field, like, where, I mean, like, he just looked bad on a given play. But, I mean, the numbers are the numbers. When he gets targeted, opposing quarterbacks, like, turn into Tim Tebow, basically. Like, they're not completing passes on him. It's been ultimately a very good move. And it just seems like
New rule, by the way. I don't think we can use Tebow in this town as a example of a guy that couldn't play the quarterback.
Because he beat the Steelers?
Yes.
Give me a guy that they made look even worse than he actually is. Like somebody who was bad to begin with, but the Steelers just truly humiliated. Got anybody? Because unfortunately, you think of like Ryan Mallett. Oops, he beat him. Mike
How about
Glennon.
Spurgeon Wynn?
And does that resonate with enough people?
How about
Matt Moore?
How about a McCown? Pick a McCown.
Luke?
Josh Tears of McCown.
How about Berman? And let us be the last to wish you a happy Thanksgiving on Prime Time.
How about
Sunday
his
night.
we're getting way off track, but I almost peed myself when I heard his new Will Levis nickname.
What? Wait, I missed
that. He drove the Chevis to the Levis, but the Levis was dry. And I'm like, dude, that was way too much, but here I am cackling. Watching NFL primetime.
Do you want to know which?
Losing my mind over that.
I don't know how long he's been doing this one, but the one that always gets me now watching it, and I know we're all three of us unironically fans of it, because Booger seems to get genuine delight out of it, and he partakes. when it's an underdog out to an early lead, he'll go, Panthers?
Yeah, he does.
You can just hear.
I feel like he's been doing that forever.
He probably has.
I mean, as long as I've ever watched him.
Lions? But I gotta change it now to Lions, is what he's
When it's an underdog, though, and he's Browns, and
Yeah.
then Booger is in the background just howling at it every time. It gets a pop out of me.
Donnie, I've got an assignment for you. I don't know how you'll do it. I will give you a $1,000 bonus if you can book Chris Berman for the show before the end of the year. Put some extra presents
I think
right
I
under
might
the
have
tree.
an in. I might have an in for you. I might have somebody I know.
I would just get such a kick out of that. I would just thoroughly enjoy that.
What if we got him on a day where he was just like in a pleasant mood and we were just like, honestly, we're huge primetime fans and big fans, and we got him really going? Maybe you up the bonus to $2,000 for Donnie if he does a good interview.
So back to the George Pickens thing.
Yes.
My bottom line point on him is this. The Steelers aren't losing games because of him, and they've won several games because of his production. So as long as that statement or that couplet of sentences continues to be true, then the other stuff that goes on is like a tertiary part of the overall discussion or conversation about him. But it is interesting how many people in the know do think that the very combustible nature of him and temperamental and sensitive and emotional and all that stuff with him, how they do think it is going to impact his future here. I thought Mike in that interview earlier this hour made it sound like Pickens is on kind of thin ice. When you say they might just look at this and feel, hey, we've got great luck when it comes to drafting wide receivers, we'll just go get somebody who does what George Pickens does, who's cheaper and younger. We can replace him. Dulac said in his chat today that he doesn't think Pickens is going to get a contract extension before the start of next season. Kabali said on our airwaves that would be an absolute disaster. Because if you don't give George Pickens his money and then you keep George Pickens on the roster as a lame duck, Mark thinks this would happen.
I mean, here's the thing with George is this decision on his future has to be made in the offseason. You'll know. You cannot bring him back next year in a lame duck guy.
Why?
You can't.
Why? That's what I asked. Yeah.
He's not going to. He won't play as hard, do you mean?
Oh, he would be a distraction beyond distraction.
A distraction beyond distraction, says Mark. He would make your life a living hell, is what he's saying. This is the same Mark Kabali who sent out a picture of himself in a newspaper ad playing wiffle ball today. Did you guys see that picture of him?
Playing wiffle ball?
Yeah, he was probably like 12 years old in that picture.
Yeah. He's engagement farming again.
You would not know anything.
He's
about
turned
that.
into Tank Farmer in the Dell.
Who's the bigger farmer for engagement, Mark or Pony?
My engagement stuff is just my actual takes. It's not me just putting stuff out there to light a stick of dynamite on fire. But anyways, we've got a lot of as a quick aside here on this topic. It is interesting to me, the number one thing we get reactions to on the Steelers at this current moment, right now, as they are 9-3 and in first place, are what's going to happen with guys next year. Pickens' future, Russell Wilson's future, Najee Harris's future. Fans seem to be very interested in what's going to happen with these guys beyond what is shaping up to be potentially an excellent year. And I don't really blame them for that because these guys do have unsettled futures. None of them have contract. I mean, George has 1 year left, but the other two guys don't have contracts beyond this year. In Wilson's case, he's been excellent.
What do you think is the explanation for that? Why that is? Because I just think it's like generally speaking, you've said this about the medium before. It tends to, if not thrive on, it still is a negative medium in many ways.
I think
People want to talk.
I think it's relatable.
About uncertain stuff.
I think it's relatable. I think people think about their own jobs and maybe their own situations and think like, if I was doing really well and I didn't have a certain future with this company, how would I look? I don't know. Well, actually no. That's thinking way too deeply about it. I think people just like to, as fans, imagine themselves as a GM or someone who's running a franchise and talk about hypotheticals and discuss what they would do in those situations.
Well, how much is there to
I think
say
so much of
tangibly about the
sports
game
talk
we
and
just
sports
watched?
exactly. I think so much of sports talk and sports discussion, because of the way people bet on games and play fantasy football and stuff. I'm not saying
It's about transactions,
People
and it's
love
about hypotheticals.
People love it.
Our boss Craig loves to tell us that people love transactional talk, even if it's like a random down the line guy.
But those things are so far off. We're getting a head start on it because it is interesting. Like, hey, if you had to make this decision right now, what would you do? And when you have people that are seemingly connected or in the know who are giving you tidbits of information or kind of little teases of what's going to happen.
Crumbs,
thank you, Hansel and Gretel. That didn't end well for them. Or did it end well for them?
No, it ended very well for them. Not so well.
She went in there.
Yeah, oh, yeah. She became witch flambe or whatever.
So she was turning kids into pies?
Yeah, she was the cannibal, I think. But then, man, they burnt her. They got her good.
By the way, how about you did confirm after the discussion with
Antonio
Florio.
Cromartie welcomes, here's the headline in Forbes. I'm glad Forbes is reporting on this. Welcomes 14th child, third after vasectomy. Pretty safe to say, like, after the first one, wouldn't you be going back to the urologist who performed it and be like, buddy, I want my money back?
Do you think there's one guy listening right now?
Oh, boy.
Who had a vasectomy and then
fathered another
got his
child.
Girlfriend or wife pregnant after the vasectomy?
Yes, there's somebody listening.
You're saying yes.
Yeah.
Donnie?
Absolutely. I think there's more than one.
There might be like 100.
So I've lived 38 years of my life, and I'm just learning today from you guys and from Antonio Cromartie that this is a common thing, that vasectomies don't work.
It's just that
it happens.
Yeah, it's something that still happens. It's
How
not a foolproof procedure.
How is it not foolproof?
You might have to ask a urologist how it could go wrong.
It seems like it's not. It's complicated in that I don't know exactly how they do it.
I think it's supposed to be just snip, snip. But Pony, I cannot honestly tell you how it actually happens that somebody would impregnate.
Because the way I'm imagining this is, it's almost like a bridge. If the bridge gets cut in half and they're separated from one another, how does the car get from
like
one side to the other?
Evil Knievel's right over there.
That's what I don't understand about it.
You want to talk about the Kennedy assassination theory? Now we're getting into some magic bullets here.
You guys are attempting to tell me right now that Antonio Cromartie is actually not a medical marvel, that this is something that several men in Pittsburgh, and a few of them who are listening to the show right now, have said, yes, I thought I was in the clear. I thought I could do whatever I wanted. And lo and behold, little Jimmy came out of the womb 9 months.
Choice of words.
9 months later. I'm stunned by that. I think if that's true, then every doctor who does the procedure should warn you about it and say, I'm just going to let you know that the odds of this taking are
99+%, but there is still a 1 in 100 chance. But it sounds like Cromartie's really beating the odds here. It's betting the same number at roulette and having it hit over and over again.
Well, we don't know that, though, because how often is he actually sexually active? You know, if he's casting a very wide net here, then maybe when you're saying, like if he's doing it all the time.
If he's Wilt Chamberlain?
Then having 3 kids after the fact is really not all that crazy.
We got somebody coming in from the outside here who appears to want to sound off on something. He's got headphones, Andy Limberg.
He also looks very scared. What's going on here, Limberg?
Yeah, Limberg.
This is our web guy, Andrew Limberg, who
all the
never
stories
does
you
this.
write.
Are you coming in to tell us that your dad had a vasectomy and you were?
I had one earlier this year.
And now your wife's pregnant?
No, she's not. But I was told at the time there's a slight chance that it could.
Okay, but here's what we had, the bridge analogy that I'm sure you heard.
Yes.
Did the doctor describe in terms you could say on the radio, how the procedure works, the mechanism by which you are supposed to be rendered incapable of fathering children?
Yeah, so it is your vas, which is the tubes, is
supposed
severed.
to get cut.
Yeah.
So how is something? So again, are we getting into an Evel Knievel style situation here?
How does it reconnect?
Yeah,
that's a great question. I mean, it's. I don't want to think about it, but it was. I think there's a very if the doctor doesn't do his job, I think is.
Was he using rusty scalpels here?
No, it's a lot of burning. And then to make sure the chamber is empty, you have to.
I wonder if you have to sign something. Like, hey, you can't bring a medical malpractice suit against me if you end up having a kid post vasectomy.
Well, since it's like an elective procedure, I just feel like you wouldn't be able to get much over on them. Like, choosing to have that done.
So wait a minute. If you have plastic surgery and something bad happens, it's on you?
Like, you're not disfigured in this case. You just are fathering another child, and then you'd have to make the case that...
I don't know, Chris. That's pretty serious. The whole point was to not bring another kid into the world, and now you are because the doctor screwed up, according to Lindbergh over here.
Well, this isn't. We don't need to call,
Top Dog.
But
a lot of pops for them on the side here today.
But they tell you beforehand that there is, there's always the outside chance that this could happen. So, I mean, if something happens with a condom, can you sue Dorex?
I'm surprised you didn't go with the Trojan company here. You decided to be a hipster here?
That sheepskin company that you hear about?
Yeah, but that, I don't know. That to me is even easier to comprehend than having something snipped and cut in two and somehow it reconnects and it happens.
I guess my point here, though, is, like, if it's plastic surgery, yeah, it's elective. But, like, if you're grossly disfigured by a bad plastic surgery job, I can see that being a much easier medical malpractice suit than... Oh, damn it, I had another kid. Another bundle of joy. How dare you?
Thank you for educating us on
Thanks,
this.
Andy.
You're welcome.
The vasectomy haver has left the building.
Today is the Fans' Day of Giving. We're asking you to support us as we raise money for the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh. This hour's Game Changer sponsor is Saloni's Italian Bakery. Nice.
Hello.
You can be a game changer. Go to 937thefan.com, click on For the Win, and then donate, and then the Donate Here button. A small donation goes a long way to help thousands of victims who have their spending power limited by their abusers. All right, text us on the Edgar Steiner and Associates fan text line. All access with Aditi on Deontay Johnson getting suspended in Baltimore and maybe what's next for George Pickens. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday night football on the Fan. Tomorrow night, a good one. Packers and Lions kick off at 8:15. We will have the game for you with Westwood One coverage beginning at 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, we gave stars out earlier for the episode of Hard Knocks last night. 5-star service provider that I know when it comes to heating, cooling, and plumbing. My friends at McVeigh Electrical Company. They do it all. The leaders in heating. Now I've got a piece of apple stuck in my throat, so let's see if I can power through it here. If your furnace is acting up, blowing cold air, making too much noise, don't get left in the cold. Their experienced team of professionals is here to keep your home or business warm and cozy this time of year. So go to their website right now if you're having a problem with your heating system. Call McVeigh.com. It's McVeigh Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wendy's. The iconic Frosty with a caramel twist. It's got to be Wendy's. Terms apply. Naturally flavored. Let me take a moment and talk about something that, frankly, I don't really care about, the NBA Cup. The players themselves were not out there with intimate knowledge of the group standings or the potential ramifications of the different results. How do I know that? They said as much. I'm Jim Rome.
Guys, it's finally here. Wendy's new salted caramel Frosty. It's cold, salted, yet perfectly sweet, delicious, and it's at the top of Santa's Christmas list. What? Santa has a list too, you know. And he's a huge salted caramel Frosty fan. Probably why he's so jolly all the time. The iconic Frosty with a salted caramel twist? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Salted caramel Frosty flavored with other natural flavors.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza,
There's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Primanti Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the destination to catch all your favorite sports, now with Sunday Ticket. Don't miss daily half-off happy hour, $3.29 daily beer, great deals on wings and pizza, and of course your favorite almost famous sandwich. Primanti Brothers, now serving more sports.
You might not consider yourself a tech expert, but you can still protect yourself from online scammers with McAfee Total Protection. From fake delivery texts to bank alerts, scams are everywhere. That's where McAfee Total Protection steps in. McAfee will help keep your devices and identity safer and your private info private. Visit McAfee.com/online protection and get up to 79% off award-winning online protection. This Black Friday Cyber Monday deal won't last. Offer ends 12/4/24. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Beyond Lincoln's 2024 Lincoln Corsair. Only $389 a month plus tax for 24 months with a total of $2,500 due at delivery. This is your first payment, plate, all taxes and fees. Your security deposit is waived. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville offer ends January 2nd.
Tackle the NFL action on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you win. This FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL, all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of a game, you can check out the latest stats, view live play-by-play, and so much more on the same page where you place your bets. That's the deal. It's like you're in the game, right? You get a little hunch. Let's go with that. Let's go with that play, that guy. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. You'll get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. Never waste a hunch and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
Think of early December as the 2-minute warning for enrolling in the right Medicare plan for you. Bob Pompiani here from MediConnect. The deadline to compare your coverage is December the 7th. If you're on Medicare, give the top-ranked folks at MediConnect a call. Meet in your home, online, or in their office. It's absolutely free. MediConnect will work to gain an understanding of your particular needs and situation. It's Medicare made simple. 888-818-6334 for MediConnect.
Cloudy with snow squalls overnight, the low 21.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Got a couple spots of congestion to tell you about on 28. Outbound traffic is backed up from the north side through 31st Street. Inbound, you'll see some delays between the Highland Park Bridge and the 62nd Street Bridge. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Time to go all access with Aditi. She's brought to you by Bet365. On her way to Tampa, where the Bucs are making moves in the NFC South, thanks to Baker Mayfield, but also because Kirk Cousins is falling apart in Atlanta. Was awful against the Chargers, 4 picks, and so Bucs and Raiders is the game Aditi will have. The NFL on CBS reporter based here in Pittsburgh. Covered the Steelers in the AFC North for a long time and did several Steelers games already this year. Aditi, your reaction to Deontay Johnson telling the Ravens, no, I'm good. I don't want to go into the game against the Eagles, and subsequently being suspended for it.
You need to suspend a player who does that, right? Isn't that how it should be?
Scarlet letter for him forever now?
You know, how many times can you go through something like this? And how many times can you be defended? And how many times can you say, well, they were extenuating circumstances? I don't know. I mean, I'm quite frankly really shocked. It's funny. I was talking to another general manager. I won't name names. At one of my games shortly after this signing, and the general manager had sort of intimated, I wonder if they really did their research, read the Ravens. And I said, well, I got to tell you, early in his career, young in his career, I never felt that Deontay Johnson was someone that was a problem. And I said to this GM, Adam Thielen, who I trust enormously, had told me that in Carolina he was in every way a good teammate, good citizen, good worker, all of that. But I don't know. Why would you say you don't want to go in a game? I just don't get that.
Here's my only theory, Aditi, and I mentioned it earlier, so I'll run it by you. LeGarrette Blount did this to the Steelers, walked off early against the Titans, walked his way right into New England, helped them win a Super Bowl. Could this be the bad behavior to get let go with the thought that another team...
Like a Melvin Ingram situation.
Yeah, like another contender, like maybe just the Chiefs, for example, to use one, might snap me up because they need receiver help more than the Ravens. I don't know. Like, that's the best I've got.
No, I don't. You know what? Yes, and you guys are both right. We saw that both with LeGarrette Blount and Melvin Ingram.
James Harrison even tried to pull that here.
True.
Oh, yeah. Well, he did. Not tried. He did.
Successfully.
He did pull it.
Falling asleep in the recliner or whatever worked.
I just don't. Yeah. I'm at a loss. I'm sorry. I'm not offering you anything great here. But
well, the GM anecdote was good enough.
What's that line? Better not to speak when your knowledge is small than
well, the GM,
if that was true, Aditi, I just wouldn't talk on this show.
The GM anecdote was good enough. Did you carve out time for Hard Knocks last night? And if you did, what did you think?
Oh, I did.
What'd you think?
Just as everybody said, Mike Tomlin stole the show. There's a marked difference in the way that he communicates. I think that, I've said this on the air with you guys. I said it when I got to do the show with Landon Roberts a week ago, that Brian Flores said Mike Tomlin's superpower is connecting with every single player, no matter where he plays, whether it's an offensive player, a defensive player, or a special teams player. And I think that the audience at large really got to see the way that he really does have meaningful interactions with his players. I know a lot of people are talking about the Pickens interaction. Mm-hmm. I loved the whole Herbig thing. I loved that he spoke into existence what he thought Herbig would do, get the ball on the ground. And then I love that when he happened, he was like, all right, don't act surprised. And I just think that that's exactly who Mike Tomlin is. He empowers his players to believe in their greatness. And then when they respond with such greatness, he's like, okay, ho-hum, that's what I expected of you the whole time.
What do you think of the job he's overall doing right now with Pickens, just broadly this season, Aditi?
I mean, look, I'll give you another Brian Flores line, one that he gave me a few weeks ago, and he said, Mike Tomlin will always wait for a player to turn the corner. So is he still a guy that needs to constantly be reminded or helped to keep his head in the game? Sure, yeah. But you're certainly seeing more out of George Pickens than we have earlier in his career, at least with more consistency. And we can point to the offensive coordinator, we can point to the quarterback play, we can point to a lot of those things, but maybe this is, Mike Tomlin's patience showing through, bearing fruit, that at some point he thought that George Pickens wasn't going to be a guy that, once every few weeks you get 100 yards out of him, but every week you can get that out of him.
Do you think Mike Tomlin deserves a lot of credit for the Russell Wilson renaissance?
Well, he hired Arthur Smith, so yes.
Did he hire Arthur Smith, or was that Art Rooney telling him to interview Arthur Smith? No.
I don't think, no. I think that Mike Tomlin had a clear idea in mind that he needed to get an accomplished offensive mind, that he couldn't just elevate his previous quarterbacks coach as he had done the two previous times, that he knew what he had to go out and get. And, kudos to Arthur Smith for getting Russell Wilson to play within the rules of an offense.
A lot of people are saying that.
And to not just, because it's the truth.
How much credit does Russ deserve for that, if any? like being willing. Because I remember reading Aditi that they eliminated things from the offense that he liked to do, but that they basically told him, you're not good at doing this anymore. So how much do you give the player for actually at this late of a juncture being willing to be coached that way?
You know, it's funny. I had a conversation with someone who is involved in these conversations, let's say, and sort of the way that it was told to me was that perhaps there was sort of a peace brokered, like, hey, stick with what we want you to do.
You're making this sound like international relations, Aditi. Like there's a mediating
you know what?
party
It's so
coming
funny.
in.
This is like, seriously, Mosey, it's like one of those things when you're trying to sit here and be like, okay, I spoke to someone. You can't, like, give away who the someone is. That's what's so – this is why at the Wall Street Journal they never let us traffic in anonymous sources, because it's just easier if you could put a name to something. But I don't want to make anyone look bad in saying this, and it really was sort of an off-the-cuff conversation. But it was sort of posited. It was suggested that perhaps a peace has been brokered. Okay, look, Russ, stick with what we want you to do. Stick with what's called. Stick with the parameters of that. Trust in us. And the wins are certainly proving that there's a reason to trust. And if you get up big enough in the fourth quarter, then you can do some of that other stuff that you want to do.
Mike Tomlin's decision to go with Fritos as a snack while watching film last night, did Aditi give that a thumbs
Chili
up or
cheese
thumbs down?
Fritos, it appears, Aditi.
Yeah, I'm not a Fritos person. I'm really not.
Are you now going to tell us, I don't eat chips, I don't eat any snack foods, I don't do any of that stuff?
You know, I was really
I'm going
good
to
for
play
a long
tennis, I work out all the
of
time,
Yeah,
I do Pilates, blah, 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 blah.
I don't do Pilates, and in fact, this morning I actually said to my husband, "Ooh, I think the winter chunk is coming on." No, I used to actually be pretty good at not eating chips. I saw a magazine when I was young that showed what saturated fat actually looks like, and it kind of skewed me out. But then when I was pregnant with my second child, I suddenly developed a craving for Doritos, and
Which flavor?
Once you develop a habit. I like the regular ones, the original. I'm not. I mean, I don't mind the Cool Ranch, but I will go for the original. How about you guys?
So we were going through the vending machine today at work.
We didn't have any Fritos, but we did have Funyuns.
We had nacho cheese Doritos, and we all kind of agreed they were the gold medalist here. And we were trying to figure out, like Tomlin, most people seem to be okay with the chili Fritos. Is there any chip he could have been eating where you say, like, you know what, my opinion on this guy has changed. He's eating this garbage, and I said Bugles. If I saw him eating Bugles, no way.
Stop. I mean, first of all, look at Mike Tomlin. It's not like you see Mike Tomlin looking like he's a guy that spends 2 hours in the gym every day.
He does
obviously, this is a guy.
Shots fired.
I don't mean that in an obnoxious way. Like,
he looks like a guy who's snacking during a meeting.
Come out and say
Exactly. He's a normal human being, okay? I'm not saying that as an insult in any way.
He's like 51 years old. He's got dad bod now. You don't have to apologize.
He's got man boobs. It's okay to say it.
It's okay. Yes, I have a mom bod. I'm a mom. It's okay. I'm just saying he does look like a guy who eats snacks. So why shouldn't he? Like, let him eat his snacks.
Let him eat his
I will say, let me go back to this, though, before I get in more trouble. My goodness. I thought it was really cool, the montage early in where they interspersed sort of back and forth all four coaches having their team meetings, and you could see in so many ways how they are so similar because they're kind of making very similar points or highlighting very similar things. But then you see how truly different they are in their mode and means of communication and how they get a point across. I thought that was cool.
I will quickly say this guy of all four coaches in the division has been in the Super Bowl the most recently. I was incredibly underwhelmed by Zach Taylor. Like, as a motivator or, like, talking to his team. I know he was trying, and it's his personality, but, like, he stood out in the opposite direction as just kind of, like...
Herb.
Like, when he's on the sideline in that game and there's a fumble, he just looks like he's saying, oh, shucks. Like, just kicking a pebble at his feet.
There's not a charismatic personality there is what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm not, like, ripping him, because the guy obviously has had a ton of success, and I think Burrow likes him, but it was just odd to see that little... in the way of kind of motivation and football guy kind of mentality and comportment, Aditi.
Are you trying to get me in trouble again?
No,
I haven't checked the schedule and see if I have the Bengals again later this year.
There's a lot of ways to skin a cat, and he's been to the Super Bowl, but it was unusual to see him be almost I don't know what the word is, Pony. Like he's super calm.
He's more of a flatliner.
Yeah, like very, very just.
Yeah,
he would be a great golfer. No nerves.
Or
visible.
poker player.
Yeah.
He, yes, his the fire. Yes, his method of communicating is different. His personality. You are right about his personality not necessarily being as, take over a room as
he doesn't
Mike
hold
Tomlins
court.
is.
All right, Aditi.
No,
great
he
stuff.
doesn't.
Nacho cheese Doritos.
We've already had
Good
texters
choice.
say, we had a texter who says he works for a vending company who wants to send you a bunch of nacho cheese Doritos. Do you want me to pass along that information?
Oh, my gosh. Yes, he is welcome to. However, I just said that I feel like I'm putting some winter chunk on. So
What are your
might need
kids
to-
like? I think you could negotiate some
they
chips for
love
your
them.
kids.
Yeah.
Both of the kids love Doritos, actually.
Thank
They
you,
just
Aditi.
don't like how their fingers get all orange afterwards.
Yeah. See you, Aditi.
All right.
Talk next week.
Talk to you. Bye.
Don't some parents get nervous about like the Orange 5 or
Alex
whatever
does
the
it.
hell that thing is?
Alex already has done this for us. So she says for the two of us, me and
Get out of here with
no,
that
no, no.
nonsense.
For me,
Orange 5. Blow
listen
that
to
out your
well,
ass.
Well, that's what RFK Jr. says he's going after, even though I think Pennsylvania's had a law they've been trying to pass against Red 5. Red 5, big bad guy. But
maybe that's what I'm thinking.
Alex says this. She says that she and I are too far gone. We've been eating that stuff too long for it to matter. Like, she still loves Diet Pop, which is obviously bad.
Way worse.
Yeah. And she buys the special M&M knockoffs that don't have artificial dyes. And she has purchased the special version of Doritos that I think is like at Aldi, which doesn't have artificial colors either. I got to be honest with you on
Let kids
both.
be kids.
Well, no. The M&Ms are fine. The knockoff M&Ms, they taste fine. I've eaten them. The Doritos, it's not the same, man. I tried to eat them. I said, absolutely not. Give me the chemicals, baby.
Just have the real McCoy.
Give me the chemicals.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia. We are raising money today on our Day of Giving for the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh. It's a great cause. Go to 937thefan.com, donate there. Donnie has a headline, and we're right back with his debrief on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops, number 18 in the country. A big road test tonight for the Panthers. They visit Mississippi State. Tip set for 9:15. We will have it for you right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage starts at 8:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thank you, Donnie. I want to tell everybody about Awaken 180 weight loss. The big change in my life 2+ years ago, losing 35 pounds in 6 weeks. How do you do that, you would ask, right? Like, oh, Chris, that just sounds almost too good to be true. It's not. It really is true, and it's also great. You lose that kind of weight with a couple of different things working in your favor, a science and nutrition-based approach to weight loss, and then one that features coaching. And if I were going to say the one thing that, for me, sets Awaken 180 apart, it's the coaching that you get, and it is how much, all the way up to the owner page, they truly care about your sustained success. And once you're done with the program, having lost all the weight, not needing to go back on the program because you keep it off. That's why that coaching that you get that is so integral to your success is free for life even after you reach your goal weight with Awaken 180. You've got to check it out. This is the exact right time. You might not think so because it's the holidays. It's the perfect time to start. 844-346-1800 or schedule your consultation online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Cavalli, and Jason Mackey host the enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. Fan Game Day is brought to you by Monsters Brewing, The Beast Unleashed, Weather Seal, and Megan Ford. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Men with ED, if you think taking old, outdated pills or injections is going to help fix your ED issues, you've been duped. If that crap worked, New Flow Men's Health wouldn't be here. No pills, no injections, no games. Quit lying to yourself. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's our Day of Giving. It's brought to you this hour by Saloni's Italian Bakery. You can be a game changer just like them. Go to 937thefan.com. Click on the Fan for the Win tab and donate here. Raising money today for the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh, a cause that is near and dear to all of our hearts here Donnie Football Debrief, brought to you by Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington. Don?
The debrief, December 4, 2024. Was a little bit surprised by this today. I saw a tweet from Ross Dellinger, a Yahoo Sports college football guy.
Yep.
The get-in price for the Big Ten Championship, I assume you guys have seen this, $12 to get into the Big Ten Championship game. I'm a little bit caught off guard by that. I know Oregon fans have quite a way to go.
I think that's got to be most of the issue here.
I would expect a very pro Penn State crowd with this one. I mean, it's an easy drive, and if you can get in for $12, and there's a bunch of other.
What's capacity in that stadium, Donnie?
Probably close to 70.
70?
Yeah.
I mean, and
I was there in September for the Steelers.
Is there any of the new West Coast Big Ten teams that could have filled that place? Like if it's USC, Penn State, or whatever, is it a better draw?
Here's the issue for both of these teams. There's no urgency to the game because they both know they're in.
Yeah, they're both in.
Okay, so it's not a situation where fans think they're traveling to a do-or-die game. They know that in Penn State's case, or if in Oregon's case, if they lose, they're going to have a home college football playoff game in a couple of weeks. If they win, then they're guaranteed to have a neutral site game at one of these bowl locations, maybe the Fiesta Bowl, Sugar Bowl, you name it, later on in the month. So I think what's happening now is that fans are being more selective and they're trying to find, okay, if I'm going to go travel with the team, which game am I going to pick? And I think the conference championship game here in the Big Ten takes a back seat to these other destinations that are out there. I mean, if you're a Penn State guy or an Oregon guy, what you're playing for is just a better pathway to the playoffs. And I don't know, I wouldn't want to necessarily drop thousands of dollars on seeing my team do that. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, if Penn State beats Oregon, wins the Big Ten championship, and then loses in the quarterfinal round to, I don't know, Tennessee.
Did they really have a great season?
They had a good season. They did not have a great season.
They had a similarly frustrating season to what they've had before.
But the one thing that'll happen if they do beat Oregon is they'll be able to say,
we were in the Final Four already, the top four.
Top 8. Because you're only guaranteed into the top 8.
No, but if they would have beaten
if they beat Oregon, they might end up as the number 1 ranked team based on what happens with Georgia and Texas.
They would be in that top 4.
They might be the number 1 overall seed.
And they would be able to say, like, this would have carried over even in a non-12-team playoff is my point.
No, but I was about to say for Penn State fans, they'll be able to claim we actually beat someone who's worth a damn. We beat the number 1 ranked team. James Franklin's whole issue is when he gets into these games, he loses, other than the Ohio State game where they blocked the kick and then got to the Big Ten championship game, then beat T.J. Watt's Wisconsin
Not
team.
only do they lose, but he typically, as a coach, turtles in all of his decision-making.
I mean, this would be, as far as the narrative with James Franklin, this would change that a ton. I mean, if they go into the tournament as the number 1 overall seed, that would be and there were cries, and I was right there with people after the Ohio State game. I don't think he's the right coach for them. They're stuck in this very good but not great purgatory. Let him go to Florida, Florida State, or one of those programs like that. Let him leave. Get somebody else in here. I can't say that right now. Mike Tomlin's approval rating higher than usual. I say James Franklin's is too, because so many teams this year have screwed the pooch playing against inferior teams. And his teams almost never, ever, ever do that. Miami is not in this thing because they lost to Syracuse.
Alabama shouldn't be in this thing because they got smoked by Oklahoma, among other things, and Vandy.
Right, so
they're in it, but they shouldn't be.
No, I get what you're saying. Like there's a handful of teams, Tennessee, Georgia, Penn State, Oregon, who's undefeated. There's not many, SMU. There are not many teams that don't have a bad loss this year. There are a lot of teams that have at least one. Wait, what the hell? You lost to them there? And Penn State does not have those games.
Would you say they only have one close call in that situation, and that's Minnesota?
No, USC,
too.
I'm
sorry, USC. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Georgia's got a couple close calls. Kentucky was all over them for a little bit. The Georgia Tech game.
The refs made sure they beat Georgia Tech. They were dead to rights in that game, I thought.
Well, the targeting no call on Haynes King still annoys me. But then again, I got mad at Georgia Tech.
As an aside to Donnie's point here on this Big Ten championship game, I absolutely think we're on high alert for a Pitt, West Virginia backyard brawl 13-9 situation with Clemson and SMU on Saturday. The ACC is going to want Clemson to win that game because that's the only way they'll get two teams into the playoff. Right? If SMU wins, Clemson's out, and Miami's not leapfrogging Alabama when both teams are idle.
Do you worry about SMU? Wait, where was Miami? Directly behind Bama?
Yeah, they can't leapfrog them.
No, I'm worried about what would happen what would happen where SMU loses and they decide to move them all the way behind Bama.
I think that's a risk that's worth taking if you're the ACC.
If SMU gets smoked in this game, then you know they're going to move them behind Bama.
Well, okay, if that happens, that's a whole separate issue.
If SMU loses by 7 to 10 points and they move them behind Bama,
I'm saying the issue with having referees that are contracted out by a conference work games like this.
Yes.
Is the same thing that happened to Pitt when they played West Virginia. It was good for the Big East for West Virginia to win that game so they got into the BCS championship game. It is beneficial for the conference if Clemson wins because that's the only way for both of them to get in. So I could see screw jobs happening.
I still am mad that Bama's going to be in. They shouldn't be.
Well, they're not in yet.
They're gonna get in.
If Clemson beats SMU in a close game, I think Clemson and SMU both get in, and Alabama gets left out in the cold.
I have a weird feeling that SMU is actually going to win that game somewhat comfortably. That there won't be the ref situation happening. I hate the fact that what's that guy's name? Ward Manuel.
He is the AD at Michigan, yes.
And he's the selection committee chair. They're just kissing Alabama's ass left and right because they just want that brand name in there.
I've never kissed an ass, have you?
Like smooched butt cheeks?
Yeah. People say that all the time, but I've never... Have you ever actually done that?
Like, hi, the point of this gesture is...
I'm going to kiss your butt.
What about during intimacy?
Even then, I don't think I've kissed one.
Yeah, I don't think I have either in that sense.
Donnie, is that one of your signature moves?
No, it is not a signature
Vince McMahon made that an entire hallmark of they had a whole storyline in the WWE about that.
Yeah, you'd get like one of those every couple weeks.
Where he was making people literally kiss his ass.
It was called the Kiss My Ass Club. And then the payoff.
You guys are freaks from wrestling history.
And then the
you
payoff.
Guys are degenerates.
The payoff was they finally had Rikishi just stink face him in the corner. He had to kiss the biggest ass of all. This is a multi-billion-dollar company, by the way, just for the record.
It feels like years ago when we would have a college football playoff conversation for a second or two, and we would include Pitt in it.
Oh, God, that does.
I won a Judge Donnie case because I said that Pitt would be in the ACC championship game. How about that?
And now they're going to be in the Gasparilla Bowl.
We're declaring a mistrial retroactively on that one, my friend.
By the way, today, Judge Donnie case will be... the Steelers should have picked up Najee Harris's fifth-year option.
Now, what are we on? Who's arguing what side?
You are arguing for it, and I am arguing it against it.
I have to depose my witnesses here. I don't have enough time for deposition, man. We have pre-trial discovery and all that stuff to do.
Go over to 937thefan.com and donate for our Day of Giving, benefiting the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh. All right, coming up next. The number that the biggest Steelers insider threw out there for a Russell Wilson extension, something that happened with Russ on Hard Knocks last night, something from Hard Knocks that Russ did not want us to see or hear last night, that we will get into it all coming up in just a few minutes. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER on Sports Radio 93.7 93.7 The Fan.
Does it feel like someone is stabbing a knife into your heel? Does your lower back hurt more and more as the day goes on? The Good Feet store can help. Take a listen to Ann and Patrick.
I had to go nonstop from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. Every time I stood up, pain just shot up my legs. Fortunately, I found the Good Feet store. I went to them after my doctor diagnosed me with plantar fasciitis. Now, thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm 100% pain-free.
I was in constant pain. Somehow my fiance and I found our way into the Good Feet store. Put my foot on the arch support system. I put them in my shoes, walked out of the store. All the pain was gone. My back, my knees, my ankles. Thank you. Thank you, everybody at the Good Feet store. You gave me my active life back.
Come to the Good Feet store this holiday season and give the gift of pain relief to you and your loved ones.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
FSA HSA eligible. Please check with your provider. Gift cards are available. Come in and get a free personalized fitting today.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here's a real story from a satisfied Window Nation customer.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows and 0% interest for 6 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com or call us at 833-SCALE-25. That's 833-SCALE-25.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. And they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit NJM.com for a quote.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Did you hear the news? There's a dog on the loose in the city. And he ain't friendly. They said if you see him, don't pet him. He out there sniffing around. He's sniffing for accidents. His name is Top Dog. Big dog, Top Dog. Accidents, you call him. Top dollar, you call him. After you call him, he calling them. Insurance companies, he calling them. Like, hello, Mr. Insurance Company. It's me again. You miss me? We got a problem. We have an accident. Medical malpractice is an accident. Won a lot of money, a lot. Like top dollar, a lot. And don't take forever to get it to me. My client needs it. Get it to me now. Any accident. Top Dog Law.
Smale Kia is expanding, raising the roof. And during the Season of New Tradition sales event, we'll be offering huge savings out of tiny little trailers. Rates as low as 0% APR for up to 48 months on select 2024 Sportages and Serenos. SmaleKia.com.
0% APR financing subject to credit approval through KFA for well-qualified buyers. Not all will qualify. $20.83 per month per thousand financed at 48 months. See Smale Kia for details. Tax, title, license, dealer fees extra. Take delivery by 1/2/25.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED in my 12 years of practice. But now you can get world-class care for ED 100% online by going to hims.com. So what are you waiting for?
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy.
Guys, it's finally here. Wendy's new salted caramel frosty. It's cold, salted, yet perfectly sweet, delicious, and it's at the top of Santa's Christmas list. What? Santa has a list too, you know. And he's a huge salted caramel frosty fan. Probably why he's so jolly all the time. The iconic frosty with a salted caramel twist? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Salted caramel frosty flavored with other natural flavors.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Did you know you can spend your PA taxes to fund a scholarship for a child in need and get a 90% tax credit refund? Through Blocks, BLOCS. You can redirect your state tax liability, fund a scholarship, direct it to the private or Catholic school of your choice, and receive a 90% refund on that donated amount. It's a simple process, and you can fund a scholarship that will change a child's life. Tax credit slots are filling up fast, and you must make your commitment by December 23rd. Head to blocks.org, BLOCS.org now.
I love spreading joy with gifts this time of year, but I try not to spread my budget too thin. Luckily, Kohl's has come through for me once again. I just went and used a 20% off coupon to score so many great gifts under $20, like cozy pajamas and fleece, amazing gift sets, and beauty must-haves. So if you're looking to give more for less this season, get to Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end December 4th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Black Friday and Cyber Monday are finally here, and Guardian Protection has just announced their best offer of the year. Buy a Guardian Smart Security Camera, and Guardian will give you a smart home security system, an IQ security panel and motion detector, 4 door and window sensors, and a smoke and heat detector for free, including professional installation. Wait no longer. Visit guardianprotection.com/fan. Limited time offer, new customers only. Terms apply. guardianprotection.com/FAN.
Hi, this is Elena. Come to Leon's Billiards and More, where there is tons of games, bars, and bar stools to get at great deals for you to make your home fun and family happy. We can hold your purchase until the right time is here for you. So come down to Leon's Billiards and More, owned by Mike, my pap. Our number is 724-934-5888, and our website is www.leonsbilliards.com. Voted best family business in Wexford. Bye.
What's your favorite way to spend time? With family, friends, grabbing some alone time because you need a little space from your family and friends? One thing's for sure, it's not an unexpected stay at the hospital. Unfortunately, last year, flu and COVID hospitalized 1.3 million adults, and nearly 1 million of them were 65 or older. So get your updated vaccines and don't let flu or COVID interrupt your life. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Crowley here for Twin Peaks. Football and Fireball is a match made in heaven. And by heaven, of course, we mean Twin Peaks. Spice things up next game day with a shot of our favorite cinnamon whiskey. And why wait for the weekend? We're serving scratch food and pouring quality cocktails every day after dark. Come by the Lodge and experience the best late night in the league today, tomorrow, or any other day of the week. Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar, the best in the game with wall-to-wall sports and scenic views, located in Robinson. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Starting to see some backup on the inbound side of the Parkway West between Route 22 and Settlers Ridge. Then you'll slow down again at the top of Green Tree Hill. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Wetco. Go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt plays a big game tonight on the Fan, but they'll be shorthanded for this one against Mississippi State. Pitt entered the rankings up to 18 for the first time. They've been that high with Jeff Capel at the helm. But Guillermo Diaz-Graham has been ruled out for this game with a hand injury, averaging a 7-7 for Pitt, so their big man is out. Mississippi State only has one loss. 9:58 on the Fan, 8:45 pregame show with Austin Bechtold. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More Pony and Muller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Is everything because they're so afraid of the go balls and all that stuff. When you run off the ball like that, you create all that space for you.
Little snippet from Russell Wilson having a heart-to-heart with George Pickens last night at practice from Hard Knocks. We gave it decent reviews. None of us went crazy for it.
2.5 stars. You can wait for it to come out on streaming. I know it is streaming right now, Pony. You know what I meant.
We also have a tweet from Michael Brewerly, by the way.
Oh.
How about this one? In response to the Schefter tweet about Deontay Johnson, come home, Juice.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. Leave that juice in the refrigerator.
No.
I don't want anything to do with it.
No.
50-minute mark is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters. It is our final hour of fundraising efforts for the Women's and Children's Center of Greater Pittsburgh. Please go to 937thefan.com. Click Fan for the win and donate. Any size donation will help these families waking up to a shelter on Christmas Day. We all take our safety for granted, but that is not the case for thousands of local residents. Make a donation now, any size, to help us